Our story begins with one beautiful day, where at dawn there was a huge three-story house. It was clear that very rich people lived there. Inside the house, in the center of some huge corridor, there was a large white and blue device. It was larger than a person, and various wires went to it. Standing next to this huge device was a young girl dressed as a maid and a man in a formal suit. The guy was in some kind of blue liquid. He began to open his eyes, and bubbles of oxygen appeared around him. The young girl leaned her elbows on the device in which the guy was lying, and, turning to him as if he were the owner, asked if he had woken up. A man in a tuxedo stood next to the control panel, and so when the young man opened his eyes, he reached for the keyboard and pressed a button. The capsule began to open, and all the liquid that was inside quickly poured down into the sewer so as not to flood everything around. The device opened completely, and the young man, not yet having time to move away from everything, simply lay inside it. The guy began to get up to get out of this capsule. The maid grabbed his hand to help him get up. The man waited silently. Sitting in the capsule, the guy scratched the back of his head and had not yet fully come to his senses. He looked at everything around him with a little surprise. There were some wires attached to his body. The guy turned to the man and asked how long he had been sleeping. The man said that the young man slept for 21 days. The girl was carrying something on a tray to her owner. The man said that the capabilities of the sixth sense are completely exhausted. And then he stretched his hands towards the guy. He began to unfasten various wires from the young man's body. The sixth sense is the only way in the world that can help people see the future. The girl ran up to our hero and inserted a syringe into his arm. She told him to relax, and then blood flowed through the tube. The man turned to his master and asked if he really saw the future. He was a little surprised. The guy said he saw a scene from the future. The virtual game era, which his parents helped develop before he was born, became incredibly popular. Because of this, people's views on entertainment have changed greatly. But in the real world, there has been a serious decline in the market. After this catastrophe with the collapse of the market, countries began to treat cash as waste paper, which entailed serious consequences. And therefore the only currency in the world became coins from the very game that the young man's parents helped develop. The guy made an angry face, punched, and said that he could never see who killed his parents in this scene. He was very angry about this. However, the guy made a mysterious face and said that his mom and dad were able to give him a sign. The guy got out of this capsule, stood up and began to explain that this sign is precisely the entrance to this game. Our hero was serious. He clenched his hands into fists and said that there he would find out the whole truth about everything. It was a wonderful day outside with beautiful weather. Inside the house, the guy reasoned that the game came out on November 11, 2020. The guy said that the artificial intelligence recognized his awakening and turned off the game replenishment options, and if he could withdraw cash into game coins before that. The young man addressed the man as Ying Li and asked how much money was in their account. The man said that there was more than 1 billion. The guy made a satisfied face and said that it wasn't much, but it would be 100% enough for his plan. The guy's servant also said that the Zhao Yi Association's 30 billion would arrive soon. The thought of the Zhao Yi Association flashed through our hero's mind. His parents helped create 2 associations, Shichu and Zhao Yi, but they never crossed paths. It was only after the death of the boy's parents that Zhao Yi began to attack Shichu using ruthless business tactics. The guy did not understand whether this association had anything to do with the death of his parents. Ying Li poured a hot drink into a cup on a tray, and the young man himself said that the most important thing for the Shichu Association were his parents. The guy picked up a cup of hot drink and continued to discuss the fact that without his parents, the Shichu Association is worthless. The guy said that if the Zhao Yi wanted Shichu so much, then let them take it, and they, in turn, could use this as an opportunity to get a spy in their ranks to investigate them. Looking out the window, the young man put his cup on a tray and asked if his gaming booth was ready. The servant said that everything was in the young man's bedroom. Meanwhile, in another room, someone opened a cabinet and reached for some kind of rack in which there were cones with liquids. It was the same girl, our hero's maid, who stretched her hand forward and took out one of the cones with an unknown liquid. After the girl took this cone, she stood on her tiptoes to reach the top shelf. The girl threw a cone into some box with documents and this cone rolled deep into the documents. Having completed her plan, the girl turned around and began to leave the room. What was she doing there? This remains a question. Meanwhile, in our hero's bedroom inside, there was some kind of huge cabin on top with something shining like a helmet. The cabin itself was made in green tones, and the servant said that this was an elite cabin, and it also included power and deep sleep modes. The guy started to climb into this booth, and Ying Li continued to say that these modes allow players to stay online for several weeks, and maybe even more. Our hero climbed into this cabin and began setting up. A voice from the cabin said that the identification information was being set up. The young man put his hand in and touched the system panel with his fingers, touching his fingers. The system said that fingerprint verification was completed. The scanning continued, and the retina was scanned next. Its scanning was also successful. Like everything else before, everything was checked very carefully and slowly. DNA confirmation was also completed successfully. Some blue circles and something similar to space appeared before our hero's eyes. The guy was ready for anything, but everything was so unexpected that due to the speed of movement, the young man even screamed in surprise and surprise. The guy began to be thrown into, roughly speaking, another world. There were strange sounds around, and the guy himself opened his mouth in surprise. The movement was completed, and the guy appeared in some unfamiliar place. There was dust all around. Little by little, our hero began to examine the area around him in order to understand where he was and where he had ended up. The young man stood on the roof of some tall building which was made in blue tones. He stood at the very top. The guy was surprised that the world of this game seemed so natural, as if it were reality. He was amazed by this. Looking around the huge and wonderful world of this game, the guy understood that this was exactly the game that even his mother and father wanted to work on. The system contacted Chu Yi and asked him to choose a character name, as it was necessary to continue the game. The guy put on a confident face and said that his character would be called Chu Tian. Chu Tian's full name will be the guy's only identifier in the game. The system said that the registration date was November 11, 2020. The time was 11 hours, 11 minutes, and 11 seconds. The young man needs to choose a class. A system menu appeared in front of our hero, which said that he could familiarize himself with the game by looking at the manual or top up his account. The guy reached for the donate button to top up his account. The button glowed golden, beckoning players to it. After clicking, a small animation occurred that moved the guy to another page. In the new menu, it was already possible to exchange cash for era coins, which were exchanged in a 1-to-1 ratio. The guy watching said that this game is quite convenient, because in it you can exchange 10 million at a time. It's like buying a sports car with just one click of a button. The surprised guy said that he needed to throw 1 billion into the game, which means this huge amount was equivalent to buying 100 sports cars. For Huaxia, $1 billion was just pocket money. The guy made a not very happy face and said that when he receives 30 billion, it will be a rather tedious process. The guy was worried that he would have to donate 3,000 times, because he had 30 billion, and each replenishment was 10 million. The young man did not understand how long this process would take him, but he was not going to give up. The guy was reaching for the button to top up the largest possible amount. The guy pressed the top-up button. A system notification appeared in front of our hero, in which congratulations were written, and it was said that the guy had replenished his account with $10 million and became a bronze player. The system said that the guy's balance met the requirements of the world ranking, and also asked whether the young man wanted this information to be visible to others. Standing and talking near the menu for purchasing game coins, the guy said that he didn't want everyone else to see this. The guy again reached for the top-up button for his account and said that he should continue to donate. The system prompt said that the young man had successfully topped up his account by 10 million, and now his balance was as much as 20 million. Nothing stopped our hero. He continued to press the top-up button to spend all the money as quickly as possible. System notifications appeared saying that the guy had topped up his account with 100 million and became a silver player, and after $250 million he became a gold player. Our hero continued to press this button without stopping. He had already deposited as much as $500 million and became a platinum player. The young man stopped for a second. He was short of breath, and sweat was running down his face. The guy was clearly very tired. Watching the account replenishment menu, the guy didn't understand who said that donating is a real pleasure and added that it's hard physical work and then wiped the sweat from his face. Our hero was too decisive. He shouted that there was no need to pay attention to everything around him and that he needed to continue to replenish his gaming account. 2 hours passed. It was already dark outside and a huge bright moon rose into the clear sky and illuminated everything around with its white light. Our hero finally accomplished his plan and replenished his account with $1 billion. And thanks to this, he became the tycoon of this game. The guy was very tired and out of breath. He said that he had finally finished with $1 billion. There was no face on it. The guy came out of the game and his helmet popped open. He said he didn't think he could cope in 7 or 8 days with that kind of stress. The guy got out of his cubicle and said that he needed to rest a little, and also added that he would ask Zhao Li to make herbal tea so that he could restore his energy. Our hero's subordinates walked towards him. The girl was carrying a tray of hot tea, and Ying Li turned to the young man and said that he was looking for him. The man handed the towel to the young man and said that 30 billion had recently been received from the Zhao Yi Association. The guy had not yet recovered from his previous purchases, and here the same thing happened again. From fatigue, the guy fell to the floor. His servants were very scared and surprised, and the young man himself sighed heavily. Lying on the floor, our hero said that he had just spent 1 billion and had not yet had time to rest when these 30 billion arrived. The servants breathed a sigh of relief. The man also turned to our hero and said that he had one more piece of news that his master should hear. He said that the Liu family from Jiangnan City wanted to borrow 10 billion from them. They said it was for investment. Sitting on the floor, our hero was very surprised when he heard about the Liu family. This family was originally an ordinary family, but because of the arranged marriage between the Cui and Liu families, the Liu family, relying on the Shichu Association, rose high and became a noble family within Jiangnan City. The man turned to the young man who was drinking tea and said that he would advise against borrowing this money. The guy said that of course he had no intention of doing this. Having finished his tea, the guy shouted that he had limited time and had to work very hard, and then ran to his gaming booth. Game era countdown. A new human era will soon begin. The sun was rising outside and the day promised to be interesting. Our hero walked around the house and listened to the news, in which the girl said that the Zhao Yi Association had successfully absorbed the Sichu Association, and the Zhao Yi representative called the successor Sichu. It was also said that the Liu family called off their engagement to Chu Yi. Our hero, hearing this, thought very hard and stopped. Our hero watched the news and said that he expected such an attitude from the Zhao Yi Association, but never thought that the Liu family would do the same. The guy said that after his mom and dad, the Liu family already regretted the arrangement, and also added that fortunately, he did not allow them to borrow money. The young man smiled and said that the little Liu family had bared its fangs, but what a threat they pose, after 2 days and 2 nights of continuously pressing the top-up button in the same game. Coins poured in non-stop and ended up in his game account. Our hero did not give up and went towards his goal. The guy stopped to take a break, and at that moment a system prompt appeared in front of him, which said that he was the first player to donate $10 billion. The guy received the exclusive role of a Krypton player, which gave him a bunch of different privileges for increased odds and unlocking various game features. The guy was happy and said that everything was as expected. It doesn't matter what kind of game. If you donate a lot, you get privileges. He continued to press the button to top up your account. The young man continued to throw money into the game. His balance was already 10 billion and 1 million. The friendliness of the NPCs grew, and he continued to replenish his account again and again. Our hero was covered in sweat. The guy continued sitting in his cubicle, throwing millions into the game, and the friendliness of the NPCs grew even more. He threw in so much money that he was even able to unlock the hidden tycoon title in this game. But that didn't stop him. Being like a gambling addict, he continued to spend money on the game. He constantly pressed that damned replenishment button. And finally, our hero finished and successfully fulfilled his hard life. His balance was $30 billion, and the friendliness of the NPCs reached its maximum. From fatigue, the young man fell to the floor and tried to catch his breath for a very long time, After so many days of continuously replenishing his account, the guy was mentally devastated. Meanwhile, it was written on the forum that there were 5 hours and 26 minutes left before the beginning of a new era of humanity. Various players discussed this topic. The girl sat and continued to leaf through this forum. Our hero's servant carefully read everything that the other players were writing about. The girl thought that her master had already spent 30 billion. But why hadn't he come out yet? Meanwhile, apparently a system menu appeared in front of the guy, in which he chose that he wanted to learn the basics. He was shown a large map, where they explained that the Kakassia district is divided into 7 kingdoms: Qin, Han, Tang, Song, Yang, Ming, Qing. Each of them was named after one of the ancient dynasties. He was also told that there are 4 main classes: warrior, archer, mage, and sorcerer. These classes have hidden subclasses. After passing the beginner village, the class can be changed if desired. With strange sounds, the booth in which our hero was located began to open and topped up his account without stopping. The girl immediately drew attention to this and then began to carefully look at the opening process. As soon as the capsule was completely opened and our hero left it, his servant immediately ran up to him and asked what happened to him. The young man had severe shortness of breath. Trying to catch his breath, the guy said that donating was too tiring. After that, anyone would hate donating. The girl helped her master walk. The guy laughed and said that it was very tiring and he had spent a lot of money. The girl told the guy to rest, and the game will be released soon. Meanwhile, on November 11th, 2020, at 11 hours, 11 minutes, and 11 seconds, the Era game was officially released. Everyone was very happy about this. Our hero was about to plunge into this world. He climbed into his booth and while connecting said that the game was finally out, he was happy about it. With various whistles all around, our hero headed towards the white light in front of him to get into the game world. Various players began to enter the wonderful world of this game. Our hero was told to respect other players and be welcomed into the era. The system said that the guy's class had been chosen, and if he was not satisfied with it, he could change it at any time. Our hero stopped and waved his hand, and a system menu appeared in the air in front of him with the same icons for replenishing his game account. The guy pointed his finger at one of the account replenishment buttons, but suddenly something went wrong. What happened? A system error appeared in front of the young man, in which it was written that in-game purchases were currently not available. Reading this, the young man was very surprised. He did not understand why he could not top up his account or spend the money invested. Meanwhile, at ERA's control center, a powerful explosion occurred in one of the rooms which threw away every scientist. Explosions, fire, everything thundered and rumbled around. Scientists did not understand how they could lose control over it all. One of the female scientists asked if they should blow up the control center. Another scientist answered that if they destroy the control center, the economy of the whole world will turn upside down. The guy thought that the fragments of the future that he saw during the Sixth Sense meditation really happened. He was no longer surprised by this. Our hero made a very serious face and said that he could get to the bottom of the truth and avenge his mom and dad if they sent him to ERA. The young man called up another auxiliary menu and told the system to start awakening the skill, and a blue glow appeared around. From our hero, some kind of blue beam went straight into the sky. All the players were very surprised when they saw this. There was a fiery aura around the guy. The system said that an ordinary low-rank strengthening skill had been awakened. The guy said that an ordinary low-rank skill is very bad and he doesn't need it. And then he reached for the reset button. The blue aura appeared again. The system said that the reset was successful and the usual mid-rank fury skill was awakened. The guy said it was bad. Our hero again reached for the reset button and said that an ordinary mid-rank skill is still garbage. A red aura appeared around the young man. The system notification said that the reset was successful again, and the usual low-rank skill critical hit had been awakened. This was still not what was needed. The reset was successful again. This time there was a purple aura and the usual high-rank skill acceleration was awakened. And then another successful reset, the usual low-rank focus skill awakened. Our hero was still dissatisfied. Another successful skill reset, and the unusual mid-rank skill stealth has been awakened. Our hero was still dissatisfied that he was not given the best skills. This was not what he wanted. The young man, standing over the system window, thought about the fact that he had spent more than $400,000, and the best thing he got was this mid-rank unusual quality. The guy shouted that this was all nonsense, and then quickly reached for the skill reset button. He really wanted to get something very cool. Once again, our hero presses the button that he has pressed many times before. A green light appears around him. This has never happened before. Again, the system said that the reset was successful, and this time the rare high-ranking skill divine light had already been awakened. There were green lightning bolts around the guy. The guy raised his hands and looked at them. He was very surprised that there was a green glow around him. However, even such a skill could not satisfy our hero, and so he shouted that he wanted to reset it and rushed to press that damn button. This time there was a purple glow around the young man. It was so bright that all the players paid attention to the source of the light. There was a roar, a successful reset, and this time a rare mid-rank skill, the language of the immortals, awakened. The disgruntled young man continued to shout about resets, and all the players were so amazed by this that they could not take their eyes off him. Again and again, our dissatisfied hero pressed the reset button in the hope of some very cool and rare skill. At that moment, a golden glow appeared. It was so bright that it illuminated a huge area like the sun. There was a golden aura around the guy, and the system congratulated him for awakening the legendary high-rank skill Heaven Reflection. Our hero began to laugh with joy and pride. He said that this was excellent, and then ordered the system to select this skill. A system menu appeared in front of our hero, and he was told to choose a class. And then they added that if he chooses a random one, then there is a chance of getting a hidden class. The young man waved his hand and said that the choice was obvious, and then told the system to randomly choose a class for him. A strange whistle appeared, and a yellow beam with strange sounds flew towards our hero. The guy stood and did nothing. Then, accompanied by a strange whistle, he stood up and some kind of blue light began to form near his palms. There was a green aura around him. And the system said that the random selection was over, and the class, the sorcerer, had been selected. The guy was unhappy. He said to be thrown out right away. After the purple aura, and the guy was already a magician, this also did not suit him, and he pressed the reset button. Time and time again, the young man pressed the reset button in the hope of getting a secret class and being better than other players. After that, the guy became an archer with a red aura, and of course he also dropped it like all the previous classes. Then it was a warrior with an orange aura and a large sword. Our hero also threw him off and continued. For some time the guy continued to press the reset button. He was very persistent and believed that he could get the secret class. And finally, by chance, the guy received the only ancient hidden class, the Ancient Dragon Emperor. Because of his noble origin, his attributes are much higher. The system also added that this class cannot be changed after the guy awakens the bloodline. The young man shouted that this was great and told the system to select this class. The young man had the only legendary high-rank skill, Heaven Reflection, and the only hidden ancient class. He was in the Caucasia district, and he needed to choose a country for revival. The guy confidently stated that he wanted to appear in the country of Tang, and then silently waited for his move to this country. A whistle sounded all around, and purple waves and some kind of aura appeared under the young man's feet. The guy did not move. It was a teleportation process. Little by little, our hero teleported to the land of Tang, and there was a bright purple aura around him. Since the teleportation process was not instantaneous, from the outside it seemed that our hero was breaking up into small purple cubes. Our hero teleported directly to the country of Tang. All the players around looked at the young man who had just emerged from the portal. A huge village appeared in front of the guy. The system said that this was the young man's rebirth point, the country of Tang, the village of Yumi. There was a guy standing next to our hero who suggested that our hero was using a regular helmet, and then boasted of his advanced helmet and connection without waiting in line. Our hero looked at the strange-faced young man and said that he was using an advanced gaming booth. Our hero's interlocutor ran somewhere and shouted that our hero needed to hurry up and stand in line to get a wooden stick. Our hero looked displeased at the guy running away. He said that the more people there are in the queue, the longer he will have to wait. While our hero stood and did nothing, the stranger laughed and shouted that he was going to the outskirts of the village to increase his level. The system addressed our hero as the venerable Krypton player Chu Tian. He opened the system menu and saw an exclamation mark next to an icon that looked like a book. He immediately drew attention to this exclamation mark in a red frame, and without hesitation the young man clicked on the icon where this icon was. A beautiful suit of armor appeared in front of the guy. The system prompt said that he had received an exclusive Krypton gift, and then asked him to look at the inventory. A beautiful piece of armor appeared in front of the guy. The system said that he had received an exclusive indestructible set of armor, the Dragon Emperor set. He wanted to put it on right away. The moment the guy said that he wanted to put on the armor, everything around him began to shine with a blinding light. All the players turned around to see what had happened. Some shouted that it was too bright. Some simply did not understand what it was, and some thought that something had exploded behind them. The players gathered in a huge crowd to figure out what happened there. Someone suggested that perhaps this was some kind of NPC and a special task. Everyone was at a loss. The guy rose into the air, and the system began to put his new armor on his body. The young man did not move and waited until he was fully dressed in armor. When the players got closer and saw that it was a player and not an NPC in the very bright yellow light, everyone was even more surprised. They stood and stared. When the armor was completely put on, the guy fell to the ground and a huge cloud of dust rose around him. The young man was in his new armor in a half-bent state. He did not say anything and did not pay attention to the other players who were staring at him. Everything around our hero was crackling. He stood up and straightened up completely. A golden aura shone around him. It was very impressive. One of the players said that this Chutan might be a cheater, but at that moment another girl said that this guy was crazy. The players around were very shocked. The players understood that even the creators of this game could not interfere with the game, much less cheaters. They began to assume that it was all because of the donation. Our hero stood in his cool armor. He said that it was too pretentious, and next time he should turn off all the special effects. At that moment, someone grabbed our hero's leg. It was very unexpected because he had just been reborn, and they already wanted something from him. The guy was very surprised and looked down at his leg to find out who it was and what he needed from him. It was some guy with green hair. He shouted that he was a follower and younger brother of our hero, and then asked him to take him with him to farm the level. As a result, a huge number of players surrounded our Chutian. They all shouted that they were his fans. Some shouted that he was the guy's grandson, some shouted that he was his son or a fan. They were very arrogant. The players endlessly pestered our hero and begged him to take them with him and help them. In an instant there was a strong explosion. All the players who pestered our hero were blown away by the wind, and a lot of dust rose around. The guy made a powerful jerk and ran along the street without stopping. There was a very bright aura around him. It's not surprising that people could think that it was an explosion. Offended players began to lash out at our hero. They shouted that this was just additional equipment and there was nothing to admire. Others shouted that I would also throw money into the game like him. All players began to call up the account replenishment menu. But everyone had errors, and at this moment, purchases were not available. The players were very surprised. The players around were very indignant. They did not understand what kind of nonsense this was and why the game did not allow them to donate to this wonderful game. Other players, indignant, shouted that they should all contact the administration to solve this difficult problem for everyone. Our hero was running somewhere, and news about him was scattered all over the forum. Everyone was shouting that a legendary player had appeared in the village of Yumi in the country of Tang. Everyone was thinking about his spending on the game. Players assumed that the guy spent millions of dollars on the game, because the first player on the list spent $8 million, but still didn't get it. Everyone was in complete shock. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Yumi Village, the first-level wolf zone, the guy stood with the girl and explained that in games, technique is most important. The young man shouted for the girl to carefully watch his Z figurative path. He said that he could effectively evade his opponent's attacks in this way. The girl was very shocked. She became embarrassed, grabbed her cheeks and thought about how strong the young man was who was with her in this forest. The young girl with pink hair also wanted to try her hand at attacking, so she began to prepare some kind of magic to attack the wolf in case he attacked her. The girl attacked the wolves, and due to the huge number of stones that flew straight at the wolves, they flew away from her and whined that they were in great pain. A pack of wolves became very angry with the players. The guy running away shouted that when they attacked the wolves, the girl should attack one. The girl shouted that she believed in the possibility of evading. In an instant, some bright light appeared behind the backs of these players, and therefore they were thrown back a little, and dust and earth rose into the air around them from hitting the ground. The guy and the girl were very surprised. They looked back and did not understand what had happened. It was an earthquake or an explosion. In fact, it was our hero who rushed at this huge pack of wolves to help the guy and the girl and save them. Chu Tian rushed into battle with confidence and began to attack the huge number of wolves that attacked the other players. Watching our hero, the girl turned to the young man and asked if he was the one who said that when you play games, technique is most important. Our hero called up the system menu, and the system said that he had successfully added friends. On his list there was a player with the nickname Little Raccoon. Our hero continued to dig into the system menu. The system prompt said that Chu Tian had obtained a unique achievement, Treasures Under Heaven divided into 10 due. Our hero was very surprised. He realized that his gold makes up 80% of the gold in the entire game, and the amount of gold he has compared to others is more than 10 times. Our hero looked at his list of friends and realized that his friends only had 10% of the gold in the game. Which of them was so rich? The guy thought about which of them had donated so much. The young man had to guess which of his friends had good money. After this, the guy thought about the fact that the achievement he had achieved was very difficult, and then he thought about what effects it gave. The system tooltip said that the friendliness of NPCs has increased significantly, and together with other achievements, the friendliness of NPCs is beyond any limits. The young man thought about it. He really wanted to go back to the village to check it out, and then decided that it didn't matter, because now he had a 5-fold 2-hour experience boost. After that, our hero headed somewhere in very fast jerks. He shouted that before all this, first he needs to raise his level even more, and then he will check everything. Meanwhile, level 1, the area of wild wolves, our hero fought fiercely with a pack of wolves. The system congratulated him on receiving the 2nd level. The young man continued to level up, and at the 2nd level he was already fighting in the area of black bears, and after a while he reached the 3rd level. On the 3rd level, the guy fought in the area of giant crocodiles. He threw himself into the water with these huge crocodiles and defeated one by one. On the crocodiles leaving the water, the guy received a system notification in which the system congratulated him on receiving the 4th level. Meanwhile, some small white ball was flying in the camera, in the center of which there was something similar to a camera lens. Most likely, this was the camera in the local world. Some strange guy waved his hands in front of her and said that a reporter with a hidden class would take viewers with him to explore a new era, and then ask them to sign up for him. The guy was running through the forest with some kind of branch, and the same camera was flying behind him. The guy shouted that his secretive class is a war correspondent. He attracts an extremely low amount of attention. The young man hid on the hill in front of the lions. He said that he was now on the 4th level, in the region of the lions. The young man crawled on the ground and said that if there were 1st-level players in this place, they would have already been attacked by these 4th-level monsters, but they couldn't see him even at a distance of 10 meters. He crawled past the monsters. The guy continued to move on. He said to the camera that he would go to the 5th level, to the demonic tigers, and have fun there. The players were watching him. In the distance, across a bridge in some forest, there were explosions. They were very strong and very bright. The blast wave from there could be heard for many meters around. The reporter instantly ran to the scene of the explosion. He didn't understand where there were so many things in this place, and if you think about it, there should be no players in this area who can reach this place except him. When this young reporter reached the area of the demonic tigers, he was very scared at the sight of what he saw. He stopped and looked around. The surprised guy looked around the entire area and was very surprised to see that all the tigers had been defeated. He did not expect that someone had already reached this place. The frightened young man did not understand what happened in this place and why the entire earth was filled with dead demonic tigers. The guy thought that the boss of the game had entered into battle with them. The players who watched the broadcast of this reporter were very surprised, and the young man himself said that everything was only getting more interesting, and even if he died, he had to show it to them. The guy was running towards some mountain from which explosions and flashes were coming. The guy was wondering what kind of boss was fighting with the demonic Tiger King. When the young man reached the battlefield, he hid behind a stone on a small hill. He was very surprised that it was not a boss who was fighting there. It was some kind of player. This reporter mistook our hero for a humanoid boss. He was surprised that the humanoid boss was already in the rookie village. And then the reporter realized that this was not a boss, but a player. He was very surprised that the player was going against such a level 5 boss. This was our hero. He was called the rich god Chu Tianj. The young man smiled confidently and twirled his spear in his hands. He rushed at the huge demonic tiger and shouted the number 6 many times. Everyone was shocked because the game came out a little less than an hour ago, and the young man was already attacking the boss. One of the spectators fell to his knees and shouted for everyone to kneel before the rich god. The other players were surprised at this. The drone camera that the reporter had was called a human anchor. The guy turned to her and said that he would go take a closer look. Our hero was already in the midst of a battle with a huge tiger. He fiercely and very quickly attacked with his spear. The tiger roared in pain, and then the young man began to use some of his skills, thanks to which his spear spun very quickly like a drill and glowed brightly. Thanks to his strong skills and equipment, the young man punched through this tiger and flew through it, causing a powerful explosion at the point of impact in the boss's body. The guy stopped and stood in his fighting stance. His back was turned to the tiger, and the animal itself died and its corpse fell to the ground. When the tiger's body fell, a bright light appeared, and then various things began to appear: weapons, armor, a bag, coins. The players were happy that there was purple equipment, white and various first treasures for this village. A player from some other village said that this is a poor village and they already have blue. Our hero stood proudly and did not move. He was watched by a drone camera, which filmed the young man quite closely. The guy looked at the ground. Unexpectedly for everyone, the guy looked straight into the camera. The reporter, with his secretive skill, watched this from behind a stone. The young man looked proudly into the camera. All the spectators who watched this battle were amazed by the look of our hero. All the girls fell in love with the young man. They shouted that they wanted children from our hero. He was a real handsome man and a favorite of the public. The reporter watched with his camera. He shouted for the drone to go away because if the rich god noticed it, he would immediately destroy it. Our hero raised his hand, and then some kind of bright blue glow appeared with various characteristic sounds. All the armor, weapons, resources, all the things that fell from the boss quickly flew towards our hero. The proud guy attracted all things to his blue glow and then waited until every last thing was attracted. After that, the guy proudly clasped his hand. There was a sound all around as if something had slammed very loudly and the wind started blowing. Our hero was terribly strong. After he took everything and finished with his business in this place, he used his technique, with which he quickly moved and headed further along the path. They shouted to the reporter that he was getting a lot of money, because these bronze and silver coins, which our hero did not take, were scattered everywhere and could cost several dozen gold coins. The reporter was collecting gold coins. The players asked why he didn't ask the god of wealth. The guy said that our hero's look scared him a lot. Meanwhile, a huge village in which there were a lot of players, everyone communicated with each other and passed on various information to each other. A portal opened, and from it, someone stepped onto the land of this wonderful village. The mysterious person looked around. He was a handsome guy with long white hair. Behind his back was a quiver of arrows, and therefore we can assume that he was an archer. The guy rubbed his finger near his nose, and after looking around he smiled and said that this was Yumi Village. He was clearly pleased with something, and therefore the smile did not leave his face. The guy said that he had good luck, and also added that he would definitely complete the task that the guild gave him and do everything as it should. According to them, Chu Tianjie went to raise his level. He killed the 5th-level demonic Tiger King alone. He was clearly strong. The mysterious guy stood near the gate, leaned his elbows on one of the beams and said that he would wait for our hero there to talk to him. Meanwhile, our hero continued to fight with various monsters and animals in order to raise his level as quickly as possible. He masterfully swung his spear and defeated everyone. After the victory, our hero thought that without a five-fold multiplier, raising the level would become very long. He wanted to do everything quickly. Using a technique with which he moves very quickly, our hero headed to the village with the thought that there he could take on several tasks and with the help of them raise the level faster. In an instant, our hero had already reached the very village where he started his journey, and just to the very village where the mysterious stranger was waiting for him. The guy stopped. A system window appeared in front of our hero, in which the privileges of a VIP player were written. He received 10 times more experience, 10 times more things, and a lot of other useful things. The young man opened another menu, which had buttons to view equipment, change equipment, and activate privileges. He reached for one of the buttons. His system inventory opened in front of the guy, which contained various clothes and some white boxes with various emblems on them. The guy chose a box that had some kind of round emblem on it, and then chose that one and pointed his finger at it. In an instant, the young man's clothes changed, and instead of his huge and beautiful armor, he wore a neat former kimono with a red belt. Our hero was about to enter the village through the main gate, when suddenly a guy who had been waiting for him all this time runs up to him. He addressed our hero by name and said that he was waiting for him. Our hero was surprised, and then the mysterious archer bowed to our hero and introduced himself as Manhwa Recapa from the God Killers Guild, and then said that he wanted to talk about assistance. Our hero made a funny face, turned away from his interlocutor, put his hands behind his back and said that he was not interested in anything, and then headed towards the entrance to the building. Manhwa Recapa said that they, the Godslayer Guild, had captured many other games, and then added that he knew about everything. He knew that our hero had exchanged billions of gold into the game. After these words, Chu Tiange suddenly stopped and thought about the guy's words. Almost no one should have known about this, since the guy immediately stopped. He made a slightly worried face and asked how Manhwa Recapa knew that he had exchanged millions in this game. The guy said that the only person in the world who exchanged the most gold except our hero is a player on the European server who exchanged 80 million gold. After that, they talked a little more, and the young man added that even so, the player from the European server did not receive any equipment. Manhwa Recapa suggested that our hero spent more than $1 billion. After that, the guy shouted loudly that he was officially inviting our hero to join the God Killers Guild so that they could share his information and gold. The guy continued shouting that of course they would also share their secrets and data about the game that they could only collect during this time. Our hero said that he was still not interested. Manhwa Recapa shouted that their guild had already learned the usual tasks of several main starter cities, and then asked if Chu Tiange really didn't want to know about these tasks. Some kind of commotion began in the city, and meanwhile a group of unknown players walked slowly through this very village. Our hero, together with his interlocutor from the Guild of God Killers, paid attention to this, and then looked at the place where everything was happening, they thought. A huge cloud of dust arose in the village. Some people were running non-stop from someone or somewhere. It was very strange. A huge crowd of fans rushed towards our hero and started shouting that they heard that he had killed all the monsters outside the village. They also asked him not to be so heartless in battle. This crowd of fans even threw away Manhwa Recapa. They shouted that Chu Tiange was so young, but was already sacrificing himself to free the village and its inhabitants from threats. They considered him a wonderful hero. A woman approached our hero and said that fighting monsters is not only tiring, but the level rises slowly, and if he wants to increase the level, he can come to her for tasks. On the other hand, there was a man who shouted that they had nothing else, but they had tasks, and therefore Chu Tiange could tell what tasks he needed, and they would be immediately found for him. Some old man asked the guy not to go to the monsters just to gain experience. This makes his grandfather feel sorry for him. The guy tried to get further, and the old man said that grandfather did not have much, but he had tasks, and therefore they could walk around the village and chat about this topic. As a result, our hero went deep into the village along with the accompanying people, and Manhwa Recapa was left with nothing at the gate. At the entrance to the village, the guy was dissatisfied. The guy was very indignant at the NPCs. He shouted at them because they took our hero away from him and asked if the NPCs had any pride. Meanwhile, it was already dark. It was a huge red house, the house of the head of the village. A beautiful road made of tiles led to it. Meanwhile, a bunch of tasks appeared in the village. A task about poultry. The reward for it was 100 gold coins. There were other tasks. Wooden pillar practice. You had to destroy 100 wooden pillars. The reward for this was 10,000 experience. Our hero was moving away from a huge number of NPCs who gave tasks to our hero. The guy said that he would rather skip the tasks and just level up on other mobs. But when he turned around, all the NPCs almost began to roar with grief. Apparently, the artificial intelligence in this game really wanted the player to take tasks from them. Our hero stood and did not know what to do. The guy thought that he couldn't refuse such enthusiasm, and then added that he would simply choose a couple of tasks to just work on. The guy received a system notification in which he could select a hidden task. It was called the Village Hero Yumi. The guy pressed a button to select this task. There were a lot of people around our hero, and notifications were pouring in that he had accepted the Yumi Village Hidden Quest, the Boss Killer Hidden Quest, and the Hidden Quest Introduction to the Mage subclass. Our hero stood next to some man and thought about something while standing in front of the system notification. The man smiled. The man held his mustache and said that ordinary players can only take one subclass introduction task and can only activate one subclass. After these words, a very strong slap suddenly hits the man in the face. He did not expect this so much that his eyes almost popped out of his head from surprise. The old man asked if the man really thought that Chu Tiange was an ordinary player, and the other shouted that this was correct, and then added that the young man was ready to accept his task, and therefore he should be happy. Our hero smiled awkwardly and said that everything was fine, and then added that he would accept a couple more tasks to make everyone happier at his expense. And then he believed that NPCs were hot-tempered. Meanwhile, other players were indignant. The girl shouted that she had been asking for a task for half a day and even almost knelt down, but still had not received the task. Everyone was angry with our hero. Another guy shouted that this Chu Tiange doesn't do anything, but NPCs push tasks down his throat, and then they were indignant because the developers said that Era was a fair game. Meanwhile, Henwu Heng returned to the village and hoped that our hero would learn his place and work obediently with them. Otherwise, he would have to be taught by the whole guild what it means not to listen to them. In some building, a door opened slightly. In the background, the indignation of Henwu Heng could still be heard, shouting that no matter how strong a player was alone, he would not be able to resist the guild. When the door opened completely, there were 3 men standing inside, who immediately noticed that the door was opening and began to look in its direction. It was our hero who entered with a crowd of NPCs. They said that if the guy felt in danger, he could simply quit the task and there would be no fine for it. He was pleased. Everyone was very friendly towards our young man. They said that he could work on the task slowly, but the main thing was that he be careful. Players were surprised that the NPCs from the newcomer village were very kind to our hero, and then added that they did not even talk to them when they were specifically looking for them. Henwu Heng watched this whole spectacle and was furious. He did not understand why the NPCs were so actively walking around him. He also added that Chu Tianjie didn't do anything, but only the NPCs actively give him tasks. The guy also said that the NPCs even care about our hero. Unable to bear it, Henwu Heng began shouting to the whole hall that in the name of the God Killers Guild, he officially informs our hero to join them and share, and if not... Before he could finish speaking, Henwu Heng was approached from behind by a guy who ran to him very quickly and addressed him like a boss. A whole crowd of NPCs was running behind this young man, which of course was heading towards our hero. All the NPCs in the crowd shouted that Chu Tianjie was their dad and asked him to join them. A huge crowd of people simply trampled on Henwu Heng. They continued to shout for Chu Tianjie to take them with him, or to complete their tasks. It was clearly not easy for the guy. Being completely exhausted and trampled several times, the young man lay on the ground and could barely breathe. Several dozen people ran over him. This is not so easy to survive. While a huge crowd surrounded our hero, the guy saw something in the distance and focused his attention very much on it. He realized that something wrong had happened. The guy realized that this was a form of combat and immediately made a very serious face, and instantly changes began to occur around him. At that moment, the guy began to put on the armor that he had been wearing before he entered the village. He was clearly preparing for some kind of battle. His armor appeared one after another over the entire surface of his body. They were put on over the clothes in which our hero walked around the village. Having greatly accelerated, the young man made a very quick dash from the place where he was surrounded by a huge crowd and immediately scattered everyone in all directions. At the speed of light, our hero went somewhere, and the crowd ran after him and shouted after him questions why he did not accept these children. Meanwhile, a huge crowd of players fought on the second level, in the territory of the Black Bears. Angry screams could be heard from the crowd as the players blamed each other for everything. The wounded guy shouted to the girl that if she didn't apologize, he would kill her in Yumi's village every time she appeared. The girl asked how she should properly apologize. The wounded guy on the ground said that he heard that the sensations of neurons in Era are very realistic, and then added that they can do what men and women love. So why not? Before she could finish speaking, the girl with green hair got angry and shouted that the guy was behaving too wildly. And if it was because of this, then she wouldn't even play such games. The girl thought that she was just a first-level healer, and she wanted to get out of the territory of the Black Bears. She was afraid that she would have to first die and then be reborn. The frightened girl ran away from the huge bear and shouted that if she died right now in this place, then a huge fine would be imposed on her for her death. The frightened girl, running away, ran behind a large stone that stood in the territory of these bears. The animals lost sight of the girl and turned away. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a very bright and yellow light flew into the territory of the second level. Most likely it was an acquaintance of ours. The light landed right on the territory of the stones. A rather large crater formed at the explosion site, and there was a strong flash around that blinded everyone. The frightened girl, looking at this, raised her hands and began to squeal very loudly. She was clearly frightened by such a coincidence of circumstances and did not at all expect that this could happen. The young girl, being behind a stone, tried to look out from behind it to check the situation. She was in shock and could not understand what actually happened in this place. When the girl looked completely out from behind the stone, she saw something and opened her mouth in surprise. It seems that the girl herself already guessed who it was and what, in general, happened in this place. It was him, the richest god from the Yumi settlement, our hero Chu Tianj. He stood with his spear and red lightning emanated around him. The guy stood pathetically on one of the corpses of the bears. Our hero landed exactly in front of the stone behind which the same girl was hiding from the bears. Around him lay a huge number of corpses of bears. The guy stood and didn't move. After a short pause, the guy turned his head back and saw something. He was not particularly surprised, but still it surprised him quite a bit. A beautiful girl with green hair stood in front of him. She was very surprised and frightened that she met our hero. Her mouth was open in surprise. Our hero called up the system menu and then looked at the girl. Her name was Zi Yue. She stood and did not move because she was very scared and did not know what to do in such a situation. Looking at the young and helpless girl, the guy sincerely smiled. Looking into her eyes, he had bad intentions about this girl. The frightened girl looked at our hero in surprise and also did nothing. They looked at each other silently and did not move. A moment later, a system notification appears in front of the girl in which there was an invitation to the group from the rich god Chu Tiange. The girl began to very much doubt all this. She could not make a speech normally, but she wanted to convey something to our hero. Having collected her thoughts, the girl looked at the young man and said that she would be an even greater burden if he took her into the squad, and she did not want to drag the guy down. Our hero smiled and said that he does not look for comrades only by their skills, and then added that he does not care about their strength, they just need to be next to him, on his team. The girl was very surprised by the guy's words, and her doubts about all this began to disappear. The girl understood that this was her chance. Ziyue did not want to lose her chance, and therefore immediately, after our hero gave approval, she accepted the invitation to join his group. The guy told the girl to just follow him. Accelerating very quickly, the guy began to use his fast movement technique, and his new companion followed right behind him. Ahead of them was a huge crowd of angry and hungry bears. The animals looked at our hero and his companion and really wanted to attack them and then eat them. The guy smiled as if luck had turned his face, and then waved his spear and made a quick dash towards the angry bears. Like lightning, our hero rushed through the crowd of his enemies with his spear and was able to defeat almost all the bears that were in that place or near it. Watching our hero, the girl was very surprised at this rate of killing monsters and said that this was complete madness. The girl had never seen anything like this before. Our hero ran forward. Then there are locations with black bears, and the girl stood still and could not believe what was happening. The young man shouted for his companion to hurry up. The excited girl ran after our hero and shouted that she was already running after him. There was no peace in her head. Everything happened too quickly. Meanwhile, while Ziyue was running after our hero, he simultaneously killed every flock of animals that were in his way in order to gain as much experience as possible, at full speed. The tired girl made a serious face and shouted that she must definitely catch up with our hero, and if she cannot do this, she will be an even greater burden for him. Shouting to our hero, the girl waved her hand after him and asked him to move a little slower or wait for her so that she could catch up with him. While fighting monsters, our hero shouted that the girl should not rush forward until he cleared the road of all monsters. Meanwhile, the guy ran to another crowd of bears and twirled his spear in front of them, emitting a very bright yellow light. The bears were blinded by such bright flashes. All the bears were eventually defeated. They fell to the ground, and our hero stood proudly in front of them and did nothing. While the young man stood and did nothing, the tired Ziyue caught up with our hero. The guy looked back and saw a girl who was almost running up to him. Having reached Chutianj, the girl tried to normalize her breathing. She asked why our hero wants to see a girl in his squad. The guy turned around and realized that there was no trust in him. The girl made a serious face and then asked what our hero wanted to do with her. She continued to try to catch her breath to normalize her breathing. Our hero turned away from the girl and then proudly declared that he needed it for a task. He did not want to immediately admit this to the girl, because it would be too ugly on his part. Meanwhile, sunset had already come. All the trees, fields, and grass were enveloped in the yellowish light of the sun that was setting. Our hero and his companion were walking along some path. The two of them were walking somewhere. After they moved away from the pumping place, our hero stopped and tried to inspect the area in order to solve such problems. Meanwhile, a huge red snake with eyes as red as rubies began to hiss at him and the girl. The guy was not afraid of anything, because he knew that he was much stronger than all the players in the game. The girl looked at the huge snake, and then at our hero. She asked if they would fight this boss. Our hero didn't say anything. However, the girl quickly stopped and said that in the end she had to bring at least some benefit, and she needed to try hard so as not to be a burden anymore. After these words, our hero grabbed his spear and then made a sharp jerk towards the huge snake. Even the girl was afraid of this jerk. Our hero furiously rushed into battle. The guy was holding his spear in his hands and was approaching the same huge snake that was the boss. The snake simply hissed at the young man. Our hero shouted the words about the rapid rift of the Earth Dragon, and then began to scream very loudly at the top of his voice. The guy has done a great job of using this skill the way proper players do, for whom rank 5 is completely useless to anyone. The girl shouted that the sharply colored anaconda was going to attack, and also added that she really missed our hero. When the snake opened its mouth, it made very loud and scary sounds. There was some kind of purple aura in the snake's mouth, which was splashing out until now. The giant snake began to spit poison at him. The guy made some kind of energy shield and continued to fight side by side with those whom he might later consider traitors or uninteresting people. Our hero, furiously and without unnecessary movements, continued to attack the giant boss in order to defeat him and get his treasured rewards. The guy's hand was wounded. He was poisoned by this terrible monster. It was quite difficult for the guy, but he would cope with the difficulties. A purple aura appeared around the young man, and then the girl asked if he had been poisoned because he behaved very strangely and unusually. The girl smiled, put her hands in a stance, and shouted that now it was time for the girl to heal. She was clearly up to something good. After that, after a short moment, that same blue aura appeared around the young man. When he uses it, it's usually to clean their house. Seeing this, the girl was even more surprised. Her mouth was open in surprise, but she died faster than when they took out her corpse. There was a blue aura around our hero. The girl was furious that he had auto-regeneration, and then added that they don't need what they heal. These are very strong words from the boss. Making a dissatisfied face, the girl asked herself whether she should find at least some kind of purpose in this group. She was worried about this and didn't want to be a burden. The same guy, the reporter, continued to conduct his activities. He called himself a streamer of the lost class, and then said that he would lead the players to the opening of a new era. The players watched him. He said that this was enough. And in front of them was the boss area of the 6th level, a sharply colored anaconda. The guy said that only he received information about these bosses. Hiding behind a tree, the guy said that these bosses are level 6, and he cannot afford to be noticed. Otherwise he will definitely die and receive a huge fine for his death. The young man stood in a small forest behind a tree. He carefully looked out from behind the tree to check the situation. The guy didn't know absolutely all the information. Watching from behind a tree, the reporter surveyed the situation and thought about something carefully. He needed to come up with a good plan of action for everything to go well. The guy opened the interactive map and then said that if he was not mistaken, then it should be in this exact place, and then said that the sharply colored anaconda was now sleeping. Viewers began to be indignant at the actions of the reporter. They furiously shouted that he was wasting their time, while others shouted that the streamer was a liar. The guy made an awkward expression on his face, and then laughed and said that it was his mistake, after which he said that everything was fine, and he knew the locations of the other bosses in this game. The young man suddenly ran somewhere. He said that he was going to another position, to the zone of the golden chrysanthemum leopard. He was in a great hurry. Along the way, the guy climbed some small rock. He did it very quietly, secretly and carefully so that no one would notice him. Having climbed higher, the guy began to examine the area and observe everything in the area. He was very surprised. After a short pause, the young man panicked, and looking at the empty cave, shouted that the leopard was not at home, or... The guy was very puzzled. He had already been accused of being a liar who wasted the player's time. He opened his card and said that he would go to the Wind Lightning Lion to show it to the others. Meanwhile, in a small clearing where some small river flowed, our hero Chu Tiangjie and his new companion Zi Yue stood. The guy looked at the girl from all sides and was a little embarrassed. Her suit was tight, and therefore it very much emphasized her beautiful figure. The guy continued to walk around his companion and didn't say anything. Her suit was really too revealing. The girl was very embarrassed by the examination of our hero, and the guy said that the girl looked younger in her outfit, but he thought that she was very provocative. The guy started waving his arms and saying that all this would not lead her to good, and therefore she needed to change clothes. A system menu opened in front of Zi Yue where there were many different things that the girl needed. She looked at each slot, which had different clothes, and smiled. The girl did not know what to choose. When the girl chose the outfit she needed, Zi Yue began to change clothes, and her short blue dress began to change. Parts of real armor began to appear on her, and the suit itself was made in gold and pinkish colors. Our hero looked at his companion in surprise while she changed into new clothes. He clearly liked the girl's costume. When Zi Yue had completely changed her clothes, Chu Tiangjie said that this suit suits a girl. It looks fashionable and stylish, and also decent. The guy waved his hand and invited the girl to continue the task, pointing his finger back. The girl was a little perplexed. Zi Yue made an awkward face and then looked away and said that she needed to quit the game. Our hero made a surprised face and then asked the girl why she wanted to leave and exit the game. The girl asked, using money for the game, whether our hero uses update capsules. The guy said that's true. The girl said that she uses a regular gaming helmet, and therefore she remains hungry and tired. She added that she was in the game for more than 10 hours straight. She needs to eat and sleep. The guy understood everything, and then said that everything was fine and added that the girl really needed to have a snack and take a break from this world. Our hero said that this place was infested with 6-level monsters, and the girl could not return to the city, and so he handed her a teleportation scroll. The girl was very surprised. She looked with her huge eyes at our hero and did not know what she needed to do. After a short pause, the girl took the scroll from our Chu Tiange and thanked him for his help. The guy smiled silently. Taking in her hands the scroll that our hero had just given her, the girl began to teleport to the city so as not to run into trouble. The girl silently teleported to the city, and our hero watched and waited for the end of this process, so that everything would go well. When the girl teleported, our hero was left alone in this large area. The guy was thinking about something. A joyful smile appeared on the young man's face. He thought that his companion Ling Ziyue could be. Before he could finish speaking, the young man began waving his head in different directions and asking himself to forget about it, because now he needed to complete the task. Walking through some wasteland next to the volcano, the young man said that in the end, without his companion, he would be able to go to the final arena. Our hero came to some very ominous place. It was a zone of level 10 monsters. The location was as close as possible to the volcano. Lava flowed nearby and there were a bunch of monsters. Our hero stood in front of all these monsters and realized that this was the main location of the quest from the Yumi village. He needed to destroy the Demon King for this quest. Meanwhile, Gangnam High School, girls' dormitory, Building 5. It was daytime and beautiful weather outside. A girl entered the room and apologized to Ling Ziyue. Ling Ziyue herself was just taking off her helmet at that time. The girl smiled and said that everything was fine and also called the girl who had just arrived Shu Rong. The girl stood in front of Ling Ziyue and said that she actually wanted to ask her for help. She said that she thought Ling Ziyue would help her buy one of these helmets with her credit card. But Shu Rong didn't want to buy it. Shu Rong said that Ling Ziyue did not tell her that she had already bought this helmet. Ling Ziyue was completely at a loss. There was a box with such a helmet for the game on the table. The girl said that Ling Ziyue had already bought the same one before and then asked if she needed both helmets. The girl said that before this, Shu Rong asked her to buy it with her card, but now he has come, and she says that she no longer needs the helmet. Ling Ziyue was clearly unhappy with this. Holding the helmet in her hands, the girl thought that this helmet costs about 8,000, and no one at school would buy it, and the product cannot be returned, and she decided to use it herself. Shu Rong smiled and told Ling Ziyue not to worry, and she had already contacted Li. The guy said that he would cover 10,000 of her debts. The girl thought about Li Jiawei. He was a rich guy who was trying to hit on her lately. He treated the girls cruelly who fell for him because he was rich. Ling Ziyue started to put on the helmet and said that she didn't need it. Shu Rong was a little surprised. After that, the girl made a dissatisfied face and asked why Ling Ziyue was like this. She was unhappy with the girl's decision. Turning her head with dissatisfaction, the girl said that Ling Ziyue was too innocent. The girl clearly hoped that she would make a different choice. When Ling Ziyue put on the helmet, the game began loading, and the girl headed towards the blue portal to enter this world. The girl entered this wonderful game again. There were a lot of players around, and she stood silently and smiled. Two guys who stood behind the girl and paid attention to her. One of them said that this was the insignificant doctor who was on their team yesterday. The girl silently walked through the village, and the players wondered where this girl got such equipment from. It looked like blue rank equipment. The beautiful Ling Ziyue walked through the village and smiled, and all the players around looked at her and opened their mouths wide in surprise. Our hero wandered around this location, defeating every monster. He said that he had already finished exploring the zone, but for some reason the Demon King did not appear. Our hero slowly wandered around this location and explored it. The guy still did not understand why the Demon King did not appear. Some kind of earthquake began, and our hero began to rock in all directions. The guy was very surprised. And after that, in an instant, the whole earth under the young man's feet began to collapse. As if someone from below had carried out a powerful attack, the guy did not expect this at all. Chu Tiange at that moment jumped away from the place where he was standing and the ground was already flying in different directions. While the young man was in the air, there was no longer solid soil under him. There was only lava and pieces of huge stones around him, which had previously formed the relief in this place. Our hero put on a serious face. He was ready to fight, and then he shouted and used a technique called Rapid Earth Dragon Rift. A huge beam of yellow light, surrounded by lightning, flew into a huge lava hand that was crawling out of the ground. Attacking the enemy, our hero hit the ground with a spear, and a huge explosion was heard around. All the lava and stones scattered in different directions. Meanwhile, some group of players, which consisted of at least 5 people, fought with some large monster. They were in a location not far from the one in which our hero was fighting, and therefore they heard explosions and loud sounds that came to them from the volcano behind them. Our hero continued to fight. He stood on the destroyed ground, on a small stone that floated on the lava. Everything around was destroyed. At this moment, the stone on which Chu Tianj stood began to rise. Apparently, it was again the hand of a huge monster. The guy was surprised by this even more than before. For the first time in a long battle with monsters, the guy was surprised by something in the battle. He looked at everything with great surprise and analyzed the situation. Our hero again jumped away from the small stone on which he stood and, being in the air, was thinking about something. He needed to come up with a plan of action. A huge monster began to crawl out of the lava, which looked like a huge stone statue with burning, fiery eyes. The huge monster was getting stronger and stronger out of the lava, and our hero was thinking about what he needed to do and how to act in this battle. When the huge boss almost completely crawled out of the lava, he growled very loudly and fiercely at our hero. He was made of stones and lava. Watching the boss crawl out of the lava, our hero was really shocked by this, but he already had some thoughts about it in his head. The guy shouted that the boss of the 10th level, the Demon King, had finally appeared. He had been waiting for him for a very long time to fight him and complete the task received in the village. Having gathered his strength, the guy said that he was surprised that the boss did not appear even when he examined the entire location, and then added that his appearance was very impressive. But our hero was not afraid of him. He knew that he could not lose to him, which means that he needed to defeat a huge monster. The young man jumped off the ground. Flying straight towards the boss, the guy shouted that the monster would have to pay a high price for such a spectacular appearance in front of our hero. The young man launched a vertical attack across the entire body of the huge monster. The boss didn't even have time to do anything before the guy began attacking him with lightning speed. Chu Tianjie continued to attack the huge boss. Blow after blow. He used very strong techniques and skills. Our hero began to feel a sense of pleasure from fighting the boss. The guy smiled and said that he had been beating the huge boss for a very long time, and therefore this monster really was the best of all. He liked this battle. Using the last and crushing attack, our hero was still able to defeat this huge monster. The boss screamed in pain and began to rapidly fall down. A huge number of various coins and accessories along with equipment fell from his body. Our satisfied hero stood with his back to the battlefield and smiled. He completed his task. After the system notification notified our hero that he had successfully completed the mission from the village, a bluish circle appeared behind him. While collecting all the things received, our hero understood that this was a teleportation area. Chu Tianjie had to first collect all the things received. The guy was still surprised that a teleportation area appeared there, although his task stated that after defeating the Demon King, he would be able to teleport back to the village. The guy was still surprised that it could teleport him to the village, but still he went to this blue circle to go back. The young man's surprise at teleportation was caused by the fact that teleportation is prohibited at this level. He stood in a large bluish circle and waited. For a moment, the young man thought that perhaps the destination of this teleportation was outside the settlement. This confused him a little. However, the guy understood that in any case he had completed the task, and therefore it was still worth a short visit to the starting village. Our hero opened his list of friends. There were 2 players online, a player with the nickname 01 and Ling Ziyue. The guy was happy that Ling Ziyue was online, and then thought about something. Perhaps he wanted to invite her to the squad again. Then a small window appeared in front of our hero, where the girls were surrounded by 3 guys. She screamed that she was caught outside the settlement, and then asked our hero to save her. Chu Tianjie was very surprised by this, and then he opened his inventory and took out the same teleportation scroll that he had once given to the girl. The guy clenched his fist and used his teleportation scroll to quickly run to Ling Ziyue and help her. The teleportation process began, and our hero, with a dissatisfied face, went somewhere to help the girl. Meanwhile, the girl stood on some cliff. She was surrounded by a group of guys who asked where she found blue rank items. They also accused her that they died because of her. One of the guys shouted for the girl to give them all her items. Otherwise, she should not blame them for what would happen to her in a few minutes. Another shouted that there was no need to ask the girl for anything. They just needed to kill her, and then take all the necessary things. The girl was very frightened. She did not know what to do in this situation, and therefore slowly walked away to the edge of the cliff. One of the guys attacked her with a knife and laughed. He shouted for her to stop resisting and just accept her death. Before he could hit the girl, a bright light appeared behind the young people. It was another player. The guys who attacked Ling Ziyue were very surprised by this. It was our hero, Chu Tianjie. The guy stood behind a group of players and was very unhappy that someone was offending his friend and trying to take away the things he gave her. Looking at the offenders of his comrade, the guy smiled sarcastically. He understood that something interesting was about to happen, and therefore he had already thought through everything in his head several steps ahead. The young man began to use some kind of technique, and his silhouette began to blur in the eyes of other players. The guy seemed to disappear from the place where he was standing. At that moment, he found himself behind this group of players. He was standing next to Ling Ziyue, and they did not even have time to turn around. When the group of players turned around, they saw the face of our hero and seemed to recognize the young man. They still understood who he was, and therefore were even more amazed. The guys realized that it was the richest god Chu Tianjie, who could deal with them in an instant. Turning to Ling Ziyue, the guy asked if the girl was okay. She had a very serious and dissatisfied face. Looking at our hero with a dissatisfied face, she said that she was almost dead. It was not surprising that the girl was very angry. The group of her offenders were even more shocked. They were even more surprised that Ling Ziyue was our Chu Tianjie's friend. The frightened players began to run away from Chu Tianjie and Ling Ziyue, shouting that they would apologize to them and leave the place immediately. However, our hero was not going to let go of his girlfriend's offenders so quickly, and therefore, standing behind them, he took a stance and prepared to attack. Having made a lightning-fast dash, our hero found himself in front of the fleeing squad of players and, appearing before them, said, "The young man said that the guys would not be able to leave just by wishing it," and then added that everything in this world is not as simple as they think. He stood in front of them and held his spear. One of the players laughed and said that they could simply be reborn after death, and our hero would earn a red tag and get punished if he walked around with a red tag in this game. The guy made a serious face and then thought for a while. Everyone thought that he was scared, but he was thinking about something completely different. One of the players shouted that our hero would not dare to kill them and laughed very loudly. They decided to mock Chu Tianjie and did not at all understand what awaited them next. They also added that if they dare to kill Ling Ziyue, they will wait until our hero leaves, and then they will kill her and mock her every time they meet. One of the arrogant players came up and whispered in our hero's ear that he looked very angry, and then asked if he really thought that if he was rich he could do whatever he wanted. Our hero squeezed his spear even tighter. The player who decided to mock him like that didn't understand anything at all. This was his main mistake. Without hesitation, Chu Tianjie swung his spear and then launched a devastating attack on the player who stood in front of him. The guy was very surprised that our hero was not afraid and still decided to finish off this pathetic group of players who were mocking his girlfriend. The guy fell at the feet of his friends. They were very surprised by the actions of the rich god, and our hero stood and silently looked at them. One of the heroes, taking out his weapon, asked how dare our hero kill them. Chu Tianjie didn't care at all about what these players said. Our hero continued to attack each hero in turn with devastating attacks as they screamed in pain. He slowly but surely walked near the corpses of the players, the souls of which were already beginning to be reborn, and headed towards the last member of this group. Looking at our hero, the last member of that group of players was very surprised that Chu Tianjie did not become marked with a red marker. The guy came closer to the last player and laughed. He said that it was all because he was rich, and therefore he could do whatever he wanted. In general, the battle really turned out to be very funny. Probably the players who dared to be offended by Ling Ziyue will no longer allow themselves to behave like that, knowing whose friend she is. Our hero recalled the words of the old man, who said that the rules of Yumi's settlement are set by him, and if someone dares him, he can simply kill him, and nothing will happen to him. Our hero was already leaving with his companion Ling Ziyue when suddenly, out of nowhere, someone appeared behind them and turned to our hero. It was Henwu Heng who shouted for Chu Tianjie to stop, and also added that he wanted to have a serious talk with him. Slowly but surely, Henwu Heng walked towards our hero, who was walking along with his companion Ziyue. Chu Tianjie recognized this guy. Our hero asked if Henwu Heng had something for him and then smiled and laughed. Henwu Heng smiled and asked our hero to guess for himself. Henwu Heng introduced himself again and said that he was from the God-killing faction. The guy was very determined and confident. He said that he came again to ask him to join them and share any information or tasks he had. Otherwise, our hero did not really like such threats, and after that, he asked what would happen to him if he refused. The guy made a malicious smile. Henwu Heng approached our hero slowly and was about to say something to him. The guy was categorical. The guy made a rude face and then said that then he would not allow Chu Tianjie to leave the rookie town. Our hero smiled, thought about it, and then began to laugh very loudly. Such statements were really funny for people like him. Henwu Heng became angry at this behavior of our hero, and Chu Tianjie and his companions Ling Ziyue smiled, looking at the guy's face. Henwu Heng clenched his fist, and then said that our hero knows nothing at all about the power of money. It was a rather bold statement. Exchanging glances with his friend, our hero, along with Ling Ziyue, smiled sarcastically, and Henwu Heng was angry again. The guy said that Chu Tianjie must be feeling irresistible because he spent quite a lot of money on the game. However, he added that no matter how strong our hero is, he is only a person, and in large factions there are several thousand people. Henwu Heng also added that even if our hero has the best equipment or strength beyond the heavens in a war against a huge army, he will not be able to do anything. After that, Henwu Heng made a malicious smile and asked if our hero would really dare and decide to go outside the village, knowing that 1,000 people were waiting for him. Our hero smiled and then asked if Henwu Heng could really rally 1,000 people against him. The guy laughed and then pointed his finger at Chu Tianjie. He said that's why he said that the guy doesn't know anything about the power of money in this world. The guy also added that their Godslayer faction leader doesn't have a lot of money, but they can collect it from a lot of people from outside. Our hero made a surprised face, and then asked how Henwu Heng and his leader were going to pull this off. With a proud look, the guy asked if Chu Tianjie understood the situation he found himself in. Our hero didn't say anything. Henwu Heng continued saying that if our hero does not want to team up with them, then he should prepare to be blocked outside the starting town. The guy also added that then it would be of no use whether our hero has the best equipment or power beyond the heavens if he cannot even leave the settlement, let alone improve his level. Our hero made a serious and thoughtful face. The guy's companion looked at the young man in surprise. No one said anything. Henwu Heng also told Chu Tianjie not to think that joining their faction would be a burden to him, and also not to think that it would be a loss. After a short pause, our hero said that only if the era system closes, only then will they work together with them. Henwu Heng told the young man to believe that it will close today because this is nothing for the power of money. He kept repeating the same thing. The guy made a serious face and said that our hero should finally make his choice and they would no longer have any problems. Our hero looked at Henwu Heng and then smiled and asked if the guy thought that he was too self-confident and arrogant. Apparently these words somehow offended Henwu Heng, and the guy made a dissatisfied expression on his face. He didn't immediately know how to answer our hero, and then the excited and dissatisfied guy asked what all this meant. The guy definitely didn't like Chu Tianjie's statement. Our hero prepared to rest. He said that it was all too simple, and then bright energy began to glow around his hand. With a strong wave of his hand, the guy swung at his interlocutor, Henwu Heng, who was completely shocked by this. Without hesitation, the guy attacked the young man and killed him. There was no regret in his eyes, and his companion was very surprised by this. The girl asked if our hero thought it was hasty that he killed this guy so easily and quickly without hesitation. Our hero smiled and then said, "Does he really not know about the power of money?" This was obvious sarcasm, as the richest god cannot know the power of money. Meanwhile, Henwu Heng was already being reborn somewhere else. This process was like being lowered from heaven. Along with the young guy, a large number of different players appeared in this place. It was some kind of small location. This was the spawn point in Yumi's settlement. Henwu Heng was perplexed by this. He did not understand whether they really dared to kill him. The guy made a dissatisfied face and then said that this was Chu Tianjia's war against the Godslayer faction. He was very angry with our hero. The players who were recently killed by our hero heard how Henwu Heng was angry, and then they were surprised that it was a member of the god-killing faction. They turned to the guy, and then asked if Chu Tiange had really killed him too, and then asked to join them in order to fight together against our hero. Meanwhile, our hero's huge mansion. The weather was good outside, and the bright sun illuminated everything around. The guy had just gotten out of the shower, and there was a towel on his head. The young man was going to his room and thinking about something. While he was thinking about his business at the same time, the guy was rubbing a towel on his hair and drying his head in this way. The young man paid attention to the laptop that was standing on the table and stopped rubbing the towel on his head. There was an advertisement on the screen that said that Steel Blood was inviting heroes to the Land of Songs, to the Ling family, and also added that they could drink there until they got drunk. Our hero came closer and decided to look through some more news and announcements related to the game. There was another advertisement where the Chaos faction was recruiting any recruits to join them and promised to help them and train them. The next advertisement was from the Storm faction, inviting people to join them. Their location was the Land of Songs, Yunchong Province. The next ad was from the Godslayer faction. After going through difficulties, killing gods and demons, she was able to conquer the lands there. On the screen there was a video of the killing of the Tiger King. Our hero was surprised that the Godslayers were able to defeat the boss of the 5th level of the Tiger King. Our hero became very interested in looking at this spectacle, and so he pressed the start button and decided to see what was there in the video that was hanging on the site. It was a mountain location, a clear day. The sun illuminated the entire area with its bright and warm light. There was a huge squad of a huge number of players who were well equipped and fought hard. One of the players congratulated everyone, and then introduced himself as the leader of the God Killers faction. It was interesting. The guy said that as everyone said, they were currently in the demonic tiger zone. Standing in front of the huge boss, the guy added that their faction was now going to kill this level 5 boss. The leader of the God Killer faction was holding some kind of rifle in his hands and then gave the order to the squad that they needed to act right now. Then, from different sides, prepared players began to attack the boss with various techniques. On the one hand, they were archers. On the other side, there was a detachment of magicians who were as prepared as possible. They were preparing their spells. The guy shot into the sky and shouted for the players to begin executing their plan. All players rushed into battle. A huge white demonic tiger with one green eye like an emerald began to roar at the top of its voice at its opponents. He began to run towards the players and attack them all. He scattered almost all of them with ease in different directions. They did not expect such force from the boss. The mages used their strongest techniques to defeat the boss, and the players who fought in close combat took all the damage. The archers also used their best skills and continued to shower the boss with an endless rain of arrows. The boss took a huge amount of damage in a short period of time. The tiger roared and growled in pain, and the players continued to attack it. After a huge amount of damage, the tiger began to spit blood and close its eyes in terrible pain. And after that he died completely, and the entire squad defeated a huge boss. Mountains of various important objects fell from him. Everyone picked up different things and rejoiced at the victory. These were money, accessories, weapons, armor, and many other useful things. The faction leader who watched this whole spectacle smiled, and then said that this is the strength of their faction. The guy shouted that our hero spent a lot of money from the very beginning, and that is why he killed this boss earlier. But this is not the only way to be as strong as him. The guy shouted that today everyone saw their strength, and their intention to kill Chu Tiange. They were very serious. The guy smiled proudly and seriously and then laughed. The faction leader shouted that our hero only has 1 day to think. The guy pointed his finger at the screen and asked what Chu Tiange was waiting for while sitting in front of the screen, and then added that the guy would join them and rise with them. Our hero had a displeased face. He clearly did not like the fact that the leader of this faction was saying such things. The guy was dissatisfied with the fact that he was being used as an advertisement, and then wondered whether he was suitable as an advertisement. Putting on a serious face, the guy thought about the faction of god-killers and then said that this was all very good. He made a rather angry grimace and said that he would remember what happened that day, and then he would have time to recoup it. As our hero took his clothes off the rack, he said that he must take the time to teach this faction of god-slayers a lesson. It was a village of beginners. On a huge screen, they showed a recording of our hero fighting a huge bear. The players who watched this recording said that without their Chu Tiange equipment, no one could do anything. Others said that he had rejected the invitation of the God-Slayer faction, and a loner like him thought that he could single-handedly stand up to Air's top factions like the God-Slayers. Still others, in turn, were generally surprised that our hero invested a huge amount of money just to play at such a level and be so strong. While girls fell in love and admired the strength and beauty of our hero, others shouted that the guy was going to become a clown in this game. Meanwhile, our hero, together with his friend Ling Ziyue, was walking through some jungle. The guy said that in the end, he completed all the tasks to destroy monsters. The guy also added that he later took on tasks and stuck to the village, and thus raised 10 more levels in a row. And it was not because our hero wanted to raise the level. The guy said that he just wanted to accomplish something and appear in front of the NPCs, and then added that he was going to leave this village soon. The girl was a little surprised. The guy looked at the girl and said that she was a target before, and could become one in the future when he left again. The girl was a little embarrassed and made a mysterious expression on her face. She was very worried and did not know what to say. After this, our hero, without finishing speaking, switched to another topic of conversation. The girl remained silent. Chu Tiange said that he had not finished another task, which was called the Royal Egg Collection. The girl was surprised by the name of the task. She was very much amazed by the name of the task, and then her mouth opened in surprise. She began to imagine the essence of this task in her head. A picture formed in her head where she, with a small basket, runs after chickens and collects their eggs. Our hero said that this task does not involve collecting eggs. You just need to listen to the woman's story about her farm, and for this, you can get a lot of experience and raise your levels well. After our hero said that in this way you can raise 10 levels, his friend's eyes lit up and she asked if the task was really that good. Our hero opened the system menu and then said that he would give the girl several tasks so that she could level up a little. Ling Ziyue made a surprised face and then turned to our hero and asked why he was so generous with her. Our hero did not expect such a question, and therefore he was very surprised and shocked. In the first minutes, the guy did not even know what to answer. Laughing awkwardly, the guy asked if he was really as generous as his companion said. The girl smiled. After that, our hero smiled and said that maybe he would tell this to the girl in the future, but it's too early. The guy opened his inventory and then took out a teleportation scroll which he had already used earlier. The young man handed the scroll to the girl and said that he only had one such scroll, and therefore the girl would have to go first. Meanwhile, on some ruins where there were broken stones and some small house stood, as if the only survivor. Some guy stood in the middle of the forest and looked at an interactive map. He was clearly looking for something in these places and was wandering there for a reason. The guy was looking around the area and pointing his finger at some place on the map. What was there and what interested him so much? Suddenly, to the guy's surprise, something bright and very fast flew in front of his face. He was very surprised. The young man did not expect this at all. This light was so bright and lightning fast that the young man even fell to his feet and sighed heavily in fear. When he stood up, he scratched the back of his head with his hand and made an angry face. He clearly didn't like it. No one would like being knocked down. After a short period of time, the young man's face changed. It became surprised and at the same time thoughtful. The guy realized that it was our hero Chu Tianj, and then he waved his hand and turned to him. The young man asked if our hero remembered him, and then reminded him that he was the old lobster. Surprised, Chu Tianj began to brake sharply and covered a rather long braking distance, as for a movement technique. While our hero was slowing down, the guy was running after him and trying to catch up with him with all his might. Our hero didn't say anything. When our hero was finally able to stop, a guy ran up to him and said that he had to tell him something important, but he could not write to him or add him as a friend. Our hero was surprised. The guy shouted that there were more than 1,000 people in the valley, which is right in front of Chu Tianj, and pointing his finger at it said that they were preparing an ambush for him. Our hero was surprised that someone was preparing an ambush for him. He decided to find out everything in more detail from the young man he had just met. Our hero began to think about his plan of action so as not to get into any serious problems due to the indignation of other players. Chu Tianj asked if he was the target of all this. It was very strange and very surprising that someone would want to kill him so violently. The guy said that our hero must choose a different path, otherwise he will have more serious problems. Meanwhile, in the Hulu Valley, there were huge rocks around and a small amount of grass growing on them. The sky was clear. In the bushes that grew on these rocks sat a detachment of archers and magicians who were diligently waiting for someone in their ambush. They believed that their plan was flawless, and therefore, without any hesitation, they sat and waited for their enemy in order to destroy him with all their might. Hen Wu Heng most likely was at the head of the squad, hiding with them. The guy shouted for everyone to hide and not make any sounds, and if he heard any sounds, he would deprive the players of their earnings. The reporter was in the same place. He was sitting in the bushes with a set of tools and fixing his drone assistant, who was always filming him. Hen Wu Heng approached the reporter and asked him to say a few good words about the Godslayers Guild. The guy smiled and said that in this case they would compensate for his death with money, as well as one thing that they would receive from the loot. The surprised reporter widened his eyes in surprise and then asked if this guild was looking for defeat. The guy realized that we were talking about our hero Chu Tianj, and so he made a more serious face and thought about it. Hen Wu Heng smiled and then nodded and made a sound like, "Uh-huh." They had a very strange dialogue. Hen Wu Heng opened the system menu and then went to the messages and letters section, where he received a message from a private chat. In this chat they wrote that Chu Tianj passed the snow wolf nest and is now passing through the chrysanthemum leopard and should go to the Hulu Valley. In this chat, they also wrote that a player named Old Lobster stopped our hero and told him about the ambush, trying to convince him to go a different way, but he was still on his way to the valley. Hen Wu Heng got very angry. He put on a serious face and then said that the Old Lobster almost ruined his plans, and in time he would deal with him. A system menu with video calls appeared in front of the guy. The guy clicked on the icon of the leader of the God Killers faction. Hen Wu Heng reported that everything was going according to plan, and then added that Chu Tianj would soon fall into their trap, and then they would be able to deal with him. The faction leader said that this was very good. He reminded the players to follow the plan to kill the rich man, and also added that they must act flawlessly. The faction leader also added that along with skillful work, glory will come to the name of the faction. The call ended. Hen Wu Heng turned to the reporter and said that he had ended the call, and after that he looked at the streamer with a serious face and told him to start the live broadcast as soon as possible. The frightened guy activated his drone, and then said that he understood everything. The young man was really confused. The drone activated and began to fly higher into the sky so that everyone could see what was happening in the area. The camera flew up quite high and then focused its lens on the reporter's face and did not move. The guy greeted his spectators and then said that the players could probably guess where he was now. The young man stood in the bushes, and there were many more players around him. Surprised spectators looked at the reporter and were very shocked that there were so many people next to our hero, and then asked what happened. Other players laughed and assumed that he did not intend to film a fight with another huge boss. All the players were shocked by what they saw. They believed that something interesting was waiting for them. The guy said that he is now broadcasting the execution of the plan, the faction of the killers of the gods, the murder of a rich man. The audience was very surprised by this statement from the reporter. They did not understand what it meant. Players also wondered who exactly they wanted to kill and who they called the rich man. They had a lot of questions for the streamer. The guy said that they apologized for being mysterious, but the players just have to see it. He said that the Godslayers, this name will go down in gaming history as a faction with strong players. While everyone was sitting in ambush, the guy also continued to say that every player who plays the games will know this name. Meanwhile, Chu Tianj himself was already walking along the valley. He pretended not to suspect anything and calmly went about his business. After seeing our hero, the audience immediately realized that this plan involved killing Chu Tianj on live television. Everyone focused their attention on the fact that our hero has already entered the valley, and it seems that he is not even aware of the danger that awaits him ahead. Meanwhile, in Gangnam City Lee residence, there was a truck parked near a huge building and it was already afternoon outside. A small gray van stood at the entrance to this residence. Who was it? And what was he doing there? It remained a secret. Inside the van sat a man with gray hair wearing a helmet. I think it was a helmet for playing this game era. It was a large blue booth. The man had taken off his helmet and was about to get up to go outside the van. The man opened the van door and began to get up to get out. He looked rather tired. When he came out, he was accompanied on the street by a girl with short white hair and some kind of briefcase in her hand. The girl and the man entered the residence where 3 people were already waiting for them. Some kind of deal was planned. As the man and woman approached the group of people who were waiting for them, they said, "The Lee family is getting information about faster than the prices from the store." The man came closer and closer. He hoped that that night he had made a huge contribution to the Lee family. This was the leader of that same Godslayer faction. His name was Zhang Ze. The head of the Lee family, Li Ming-han, and his daughter Li Fei were waiting for him. They stood and did nothing, waiting for Zhang Ze to come closer to them. When Zhang Ze came closer, he bowed to the head of the Li family, and after calling him master, he apologized for being late and wasting his personal time. Opening the laptop, the man said that he had come to show him a show. He assured that it would be worthwhile, and then Li Ming-han would be able to see their strength and appreciate it. These words interested the head of the Li family and his daughter. He opened his mouth in surprise and asked about this good show. The man smiled and shouted that this would be the greatest show, a rich man's murder show. A broadcast was visible on the screen where Chu Tianj was walking and did not suspect anything about the ambush. Our hero continued to walk along this canyon, where nothing was visible. He just walked and didn't think about anything. The guy looked at the sky and thought deeply about something. He knew that they were preparing an attack on him, but he didn't care. Some signal appeared. It was Chu Tianju's call, and then he opened the system menu to see who was calling him. It was a girl who called the guy boss and said that an ambush was waiting for him, and therefore asked him to be careful. The guy smiled and said that he knows about everything. The girl asked why he then continued to walk no matter what. The players watched the young man's conversation from an ambush, and our hero openly said that the faction of God-killers wants to kill him for the sake of glory, and therefore why shouldn't he take advantage of this? Our hero wanted to teach players from this faction a lesson and show what he is made of. After these words, at that moment, archers emerged from the ambush and began to aim and shoot at our hero. Following the archers, wizards appeared who were still preparing powerful spells and began to attack our hero. The guy expected something a little different and therefore was slightly surprised when the players climbed out from above and began to attack him. The players were in different places on the rocks. Some were very high and some were almost at the foot, but they were all ready to fight to the end. The players shouted furiously and then attacked the young man with all their strength in order to defeat him as quickly as possible. Manhwa Recapa drew attention to himself. He stood in the very center. In the most visible place, he asked the other guys to stop and keep quiet. The guy pointed his finger at our hero and then addressed him by name. What did he want to tell him? An angry Manhwa Recapa asked if the guy never thought that they could meet again. He was very serious. Our hero was amused by such arrogant and eccentric behavior of Manhwa Recapa, and so he simply smiled. The guy started laughing, and then looked at his interlocutor and said that he already knew about everything, and he didn't need to think about anything. For the first few seconds, the surprised Hyun Woo Heng didn't know what to say. The guy just fell silent and thought about what to answer. When he finally realized the manner in which he was answered, he became very angry and said that he did not think that Chu Tiange would actually answer him in such a way. An angry guy, pointing his finger at our hero, shouted that he once refused to join their faction, and now he would experience their strength on himself. The guy was very angry. The guy shouted that today he would show him that it does not matter how strong the player is, and that our hero cannot defeat such a big guild. However, he gave Chu Tianju a second chance to join. The young man shouted for our hero to join, otherwise this place will become his grave, and he will lose everything he can. The players who watched the live broadcast were delighted with Hung Woo Hung. They liked how confident he was when he spoke, and how confident their guild looked. Players asked each other about this guild. They asked if anyone knew where their base was. Others simply said that as soon as they left the starting village, they would go to this faction. Meanwhile, in the real world, it had already become dark, and a bright, large and white moon rose into the sky, illuminating everything below it. The leader of the Godslayer faction was showing the laptop feed to Li Ming Han, and on the screen was a close-up of Hung Woo Hung shouting for Chu Tiange to join them, or be killed. The man and his daughter watched the broadcast carefully, and on it Chu Tiange shouted that he was choosing only the third option from this. The head of the god-killing faction said that after successfully implementing the plan to kill the rich man, many would want to join their ranks, and they would even be able to conquer the Tang country at such an early stage of the game. It was very interesting. The head of the Li family watched with a very attentive gaze the picture of what was happening on the laptop. Surprised, Hen Woo Heng asked what other third option our hero was talking about. The guy asked if he really thought he could elude 1,000 people and get out of the valley. Proud Hen Woo Heng shouted that even knowing that our hero would not be able to leave, he still prepared an ambush for him. At that moment, crowds of players ran towards our hero from both sides, surrounded him and did not allow him passage. The guy stood in a circle of a huge number of melee players, and on top there were magicians and archers who could provide support to the allies below. Spectators said that the ambush was created by healers, magicians, and archers, but there were no warriors in this place. Why is this so? All the players began to shout with one voice that the Godslayers were really very strong, and everyone shouted that they were pros of this game. Our hero shouted for Chu Tiange to accept his fate, and even if he had wings, he would not be able to leave this place alive. After this statement, our hero laughed and asked if he was sure that he could not leave even with wings. Something interesting was coming up. Our hero stood up and then was going to jump high. Everyone watched silently. What was Chu Tiange up to? The guy flew up very high and then shouted that this was great news because he could fly without wings. And now our hero was already flying across the sky. He was very surprised that in an instant, the young man flew up much higher than these mountains were. Our hero was holding a spear in his hands and was about to break through the crowd of enemies. Around him there was already the usual yellow and sparkling energy. Surprised, Hen Woo Heng shouted for the entire squad of archers and wizards to reach Chu Tiange in the air and knock him out. Then the archers began to take aim and take turns firing many arrows at the flying guy, forming an endless shower of arrows. The wizards also did not stand still and used their spells to bring our hero down from heaven to earth. Something exploded in the sky. Spells hit each other and worked. It was a real battle in the air that could not stop. Our hero dodged and parried every spell and every arrow that came his way right in the air. It looked really cool. Chu Tiange took his spear more firmly in both hands and then jumped at Hen Woo Heng, swinging his weapon at him. He stood there and didn't know what to do. The guy did not expect such an outcome of events at all. First, Chu Tiange took off without wings and then jumped at him with a spear. Our hero, in turn, flew towards Hen Woo Heng and furiously shouted the name of the Earth Dragon Rage splitting technique. What will be next? A collision occurred. In the place where our hero was, there was a huge flash and screams. All the players who were in ambush and watching this were very surprised. A rather large crater formed at the site of the impact. A cloud of dust rose, and Chu Tiange pathetically walked away from the hole that he himself had left. There were two people lying at the scene of the impact. It was the beaten Hen Wu Heng and some player next to him. They were both unconscious. Our hero slowly approached the reporter, who was thrown back by the shockwave and sat on the ground and tried to clear his throat. Dissatisfied, Chu Tiange walked up to the guy and looked at him. The young man was scared, but he couldn't do anything. Our hero's gaze pierced right through. The reporter was afraid that our hero might do something to him. He sat on the ground and hoped for the best. An angry Chu Tiange looked at the reporter and told him to continue the live broadcast and not dare to end it. While our hero was standing and talking with the reporter, at that moment some kind of spell hit him in the back. This made the young man very angry. He turned around to see who dared to attack him while he was talking. His rage knew no bounds. Using his fast movement technique, the guy made a dash and jumped over a huge cliff towards the magicians who attacked him. They were very scared. The guy began to attack them. He used a different number of techniques and quickly jumped up to each player to deal with them. There were really a lot of players, and therefore our hero did not stop fighting and killed each player one by one. Some players who watched this spectacle shouted that Chu Tiange was strong. They added that the guy kills enemies only with basic attacks and techniques. It was cool. A large number of players began to appear in the revival location. These were killed guys from the God Killer faction. Among them was also Heng Wu Heng. Hen Wu Heng opened the system menu and then opened the map and shouted to the still-living allies so that they did not panic and attack Chu Tiange at the same time and let the healers be a human shield. However, Hen Wu Heng's words did nothing to calm his allies, and meanwhile Chu Tiange continued to kill everyone who stood in his way. Frightened players ran away from the battlefield in fear because there was a fine for death, and no one wanted to lose things and die in vain. Hen Wu Heng shouted that they would pay compensation in the amount of 500 gold coins to the healers who died. However, these words were able to convince the players, and everyone who was running away from the battlefield thought and began to stop. The players reasoned that if they died, they would only lose a little, just a couple of hours of work, and 500 gold was already much more interesting. The guys rushed into battle against our Chu Tiange in the hope that he would kill them and they could get their easy 500 gold coins. Our hero was surprised. Our hero was not going to give up. The guy used his Earth Dragon Rage split and attacked everyone in his path. Hen Wu Heng watched this spectacle and was no longer so self-confident. He did not understand what he should do. The surprised young man looked and said that Chu Tiange was depriving them of more than 10,000 gold with just one swing. And the battle was in full swing. Everything around was exploding. Arrows and spells were flying at our hero without stopping. The guy fought off or dodged these attacks. It was like he was walking on air and was a real master at dodging. At that moment, the guy thought about something and was very surprised. What did he see there? In an instant, a crushing attack fell on the young man, where a rain of arrows and an endless number of spells flew at him. There was an explosion. Hen Wu Heng, who was watching this whole spectacle, clenched his fist and smiled. He was sure that Chu Tiange was already dead, and they had won. The guy was standing at the epicenter of the explosion on his knees. There was a lot of smoke around. He clearly had a good time. He stuck his spear into the ground and leaned on it so as not to fall. The young man looked very shabby. For the first time in a very long time, Chu Tiange was beaten. His whole face was covered in bruises. The guy said that this would not happen. Surprised players watched this battle, and one of them asked if our hero was really going to die there. Another answered him that it was impossible to say for sure, because the guy could fly, and this should not be forgotten. The beaten Chu Tiange opened the system menu, and then began to press various buttons. He said that he only needed to unlock 2 skills so that he could defeat all the enemies. The young man clicked on the skill icon and then unlocked it in the context menu to defeat his enemies. While the guy was sitting on the ground and opening skills in the system menu, a hail of arrows and spells did not stop flying at him, and therefore it was necessary to prepare for the second wave. Collision. Another explosion occurred, similar in power and maybe even stronger than the last one. This time, the whole Chu Tiange was visible in the smoke. The guy stood still and did not move. Almost nothing was visible. Standing in a cloud of smoke, Chu Tiange looked at his opponents and smiled. He was clearly confident. The archers and magicians were very surprised when they saw Chu Tiange safe and sound in front of them. Our hero screamed loudly. There was some kind of aura and a bunch of lightning around him. It was some kind of strong skill. The young man's eyes turned yellow. This was the first damage reflector skill. This skill reflects 100% of the damage back to opponents for 10 seconds. And then, a moment later, rays began to fly from our hero at each player who had just attacked him. They screamed in pain. The second skill was recovery. Our hero was able to completely heal from his wounds in a few seconds. He had a green aura around him, and his regeneration was accelerated by 10 seconds. There seemed to be no abrasions. The guy was completely safe and sound. Our hero was furious. He shouted another name of some powerful technique, which was called Dragon Power. Chu Tiange stood up, and a golden aura appeared around him, and the spirit of a Chinese dragon appeared above him, which was very huge. All the players stood, being very surprised. In the place where the guy stood, fireballs began to fly up. It was a very powerful technique. When they saw the technique in large-scale use, there was horror and fear on their faces. They stood still and did not move. Huge fireballs flew straight at the group of players. Those who could ran away, and those who were unable to do so died. In the real world it was night. There was a huge mansion. There were no stars in the sky, only a bright moon and clouds. It was a huge doorway where there was a large gray door with orange ornaments in the middle. Our hero's battle with players from the God-Killer factions was broadcast on a huge screen inside the building. 5 people were sitting at a huge table. There was the leader of the Godslayer faction himself, his assistant Li Fei, some man and the head of the family, Li Minghan. Unsatisfied with the sight, Li Minghan turned to the leader of the Godslayer Guild and asked what it was. Zhang Ze drank a hot drink from his cup and told Li Minghan not to worry, and that he had everything under control. Meanwhile, Chu Tiange continued, used the Earth Dragon Fury split technique and defeated every player in his path. Having seen enough, the head of the family, Li Minghan, looked at the head of the Godslayer faction and said that it seemed his plan had failed. Zhang Ze looked at the screen and was stunned by what he saw. The man immediately became worried. He had a slight panic, cold sweat flowed from his cheeks, and he smiled awkwardly. The man said that they had everything calculated perfectly, and even though the commander was killed, it did not change anything, and they would still be able to win. The cold-blooded Li Minghan, who watched this battle, believed that everything was the other way around and the plan was completely failed. The leader of the Godslayer faction smiled and told everyone to pay attention that the players were preparing one fatal blow. He began to explain that the fact was that they had set a trap not only in the Hulu Valley, so it was not so bad. Li Minghan listened to him attentively, and Zhang Ze continued to say that there were some of his men who had prepared an ambush at the entrance to Yumi village. The man was confident in himself. He said that they could only do this if he did not join them. Otherwise, those who had invested more than 100 million in the game would be useless. Our hero stood in the epicenter of a bright light, and light projectiles emanated from him, which attacked everyone who got in the way. Zhang Ze was very stunned by this technique. His eyes were huge in surprise. He put the cup on the table and watched as his prepared squad was beaten. Li Minghan put on a very serious face. He said that it seems that it is not the God-Slayer faction that will kill the rich man, but the rich man will kill them all. Frightened and surprised, Zhang Ze threw up his hands and said that, of course, everything still remained under his control, and then said that it seemed Chu Tiange had run out of strength. Our hero flew into the sky with a golden aura and shouted Dragon Power. This guy always had some kind of technique that he surprised everyone else with. The guy flew straight ahead and destroyed all the enemies that got in his way. There were explosions, flashes, and destruction all around. The head of the Godslayer faction was furious. He shouted that Chu Tiange was too strong, his entire plan was ruined. Li Minghan's daughter Li Fei smiled and said that this is not the murder of a rich man. It is Zhang Ze who falls face down in the dirt, and very, very badly. Li Minghan was not very pleased and then turned to the leader of the Godslayer faction, Zhang Ze. Zhang Ze was very frightened by the gaze of the head of Li Minghan. His eyes began to roll even more, and sweat poured out. The man put on a serious face and then asked why the head of the Godslayer faction should not leave first. And as for their faction, they would consider this matter later. Zhang Ze was clearly upset with the work he had done. He stood up and turned around. He had nothing to say in his own defense. With a dissatisfied face, he looked at Li Minghan and thought about what the man said he would consider. but in fact it was a complete end. The whole day passed in this way in air. The sun was already setting behind the mountains, and it was slowly starting to get dark. Our hero, tired but alive, stood victorious among a heap of game corpses. The guy was able to survive the ambush and defeat everyone who encroached on him, foiling all the plans of the God-Killer faction. Slowly, the corpse of each player disappeared from the location, and the process of revival took place in another place. At the place of each player's death, some equipment, weapons, and money were left behind. It was quite a profitable battle for our hero. Our hero walked across the battlefield between piles of different things, and behind him was a reporter with his drone. The guy looked at the reporter and asked him to turn off the live broadcast. The reporter was very surprised by such a request from our hero. The reporter understood that there was little point for him to contradict our hero or somehow not listen to such a request. He said that he would turn it off now. The guy turned off the drone camera, which was filming everything and broadcasting it live. He waited for Chu Tiange to tell him something. Our hero walked through mountains of things and collected almost every item that came to his hand. The reporter walked silently behind. Chu Tiange smiled and then said that after this battle he caught a good catch, so he was happy with everything. Continuing to collect loot, the guy said that killing people and collecting their things is the best way to get rich quickly. He added that this is much better than constantly killing bosses. The young man smiled again and closed his eyes. He said that if their murder of the rich man was repeated again, then he would not even have to kill the bosses. The guy's speech was interrupted by the young man's shaking inventory. A system notification appeared, in which it was written that the inventory was completely full. Our hero was very surprised. Our hero turned his head back and told the reporter to take something for himself, to take as much as he could carry with him, because then the things would disappear without a trace. The reporter was very happy with these words from our hero, and then began to think about what he could take that would be useful for himself. The reporter thought that everything was wonderful. There were never any members of the God-killing faction around. They were all killed, and therefore no one would know that he took some things for himself. Rejoicing at the spoils, the reporter ran through different piles of things and collected almost everything he could, taking the most valuable things. Our hero went further along his path, and the reporter smiled after him and thanked him for sharing. The serious reporter looked at our hero and said that if he had a chance in the future, he would definitely follow Chu Tiange. The guy held the mountain of equipment he had received in his hands and understood that everyone had already died and been reborn, and if he returned alive now, they would understand that he had taken their things and he would have problems. Putting the last things into his inventory, the guy approached the cliff and thought about something. He had some idea so that he would not be suspected. Having put his things away, the reporter was going to deliberately slide off the cliff so that there would be no unnecessary questions for him. It was hard for him to decide on this, because in this game to do something like this is the same thing that suicide did in the real world. The reporter was afraid. Having made up his mind, the guy deliberately jumped off the cliff in order to fall to his death and be reborn. Then he would be able to say that he also died. When he reached the bottom, of course, he crashed. The plan was very good, and therefore the guy was glad that no one could suspect him. As his body disintegrated, the guy was glad that his luck was not so bad, because he only lost an ordinary thing when he died. Meanwhile, late at night, a huge gate. There are still no stars visible in the sky, only the moon and clouds. Our hero landed right at this gate and stopped. For some reason, he could not go inside right away. Someone was waiting for him. Who was it? This was the same ambush near the village that the head of the God-Killers Guild had spoken about. The young man was ready to fight. In front of him stood 3 players, a thug with huge gloves, a guy with 2 swords, and a guy with a mace and shield. Our hero looked at this gang of weaklings and smiled. Looking into their eyes, he knew that after those 1,000 players he would no longer lose to such a gang. The thug immediately realized that it was Chu Tiange. They asked each other if they could defeat the richest god. Our hero walked forward. While they were arguing and discussing something incomprehensible, Chu Tiange walked further. He understood that they were afraid of him, and therefore he walked boldly among the enemies. Our hero walked and reasoned that if the players knew that his skills took a long time to recharge, they would have fought with him, and he would have had no choice but to fly away. A crowd approached our hero, asking if everything went well and if he had any difficulties during the passage. The woman said that everything was fine and began to say something about what to do if the task turned out to be too difficult. The old man picked her up and said that if the task was too difficult, then he could leave the task because he would still not get a fine. A crowd of NPCs led our hero to the head's house to drink tea with them, and meanwhile someone appeared behind them and watched all this spectacle. It was the angry Hen Wu Heng, who grinned and said that the God-Slayer Guild would not let Chu Tianju get away with all this. The guy completed the Yumi Village of Heroes task. For this he received an excellent benefit from the NPCs, namely, now he can return to his village even after leaving. The next task was Boss Killer, based on the name of killing bosses. For this, he was given benefits, thanks to which he deals an additional 1% of damage to normal bosses. Our hero completed his tasks everywhere. He opened the Sorcerer subclass, opened the Healer subclass. The guy walked through the village and continued to turn in completed tasks. He opened the Martial Arts Master subclass and also opened the Archer subclass. Next, the system congratulated our hero on completing the task, which unlocked a hidden skill for him, the All-Seeing Eye. The guy opened the system menu and observed a lot of useful things. And after all this, a golden ray fell on Chu Tianju, which indicated that he had received or promoted something. The system congratulated him on successfully raising the level to 10. It was a high level, even for a single person. Our hero opened the system menu and did not understand where the rewards were. They usually appeared in a separate window for him. The guy also added that the NPCs in Yumi Village gave him good grades and additional rewards. Because of this, the experience he received was more than the young man expected. Then a system window appeared in front of the guy, in which there was a blue light and gold coins were flying. With a slight swipe to the side, our hero changed the windows and chose another one. What was Chu Tianju up to? The guy opened a huge map of the world which showed all the continents and all the countries in this world. The system suggested that our hero could use teleportation to leave Yumi's village and then go to any other city he wanted. The guy thought about the words of the system about any city he wanted, and so he became thoughtful, thinking about where to go. As a result, our hero chose the country of Tang, and then, without thinking twice, pressed the button with the name of the city, which was above the city itself. After our hero pressed this button, his windows began to change again, but this time it was already Tang's map. In front of our hero was a full-size map of the country he wanted to go to. The guy thought about it. He understood that 7 districts had already been opened in this country, and that there would soon be even more. In the end, our hero decided that he didn't know much about these 7 counties, and so he would just go out and talk to 01 and the little fox. Meanwhile, in the real world, in the huge mansion of our hero, the weather was beautiful outside. Chu Tianju's gaming booth began to turn off, making rather strange sounds. Our hero was leaving the game. When the guy left the game, he leaned on the edge of this booth and tried to get up to go talk. The young man left the booth and, standing straight, began to head to another room to fulfill his plan. Walking around the room, the guy said that he had been active for 30 hours straight and he still didn't feel hungry or tired. Our hero recalled the moment when he looked into the future and said that in the future, the era will become famous throughout the world and will become a leisure activity for people. The guy understood that this piece of the future was true. He also added that the era is like a change in reality. Walking along the corridor, the guy said that the era had just begun, but some signs should have already appeared. Our hero was sitting in a chair. He said that 01 and the little fox still had to return to the village before they could safely go offline, because otherwise they could be killed by monsters or other players. The young man opened his tablet and then said that before those two returned, he would see what they were saying on the internet. On the internet, the main news was that employees of some IT companies were missing work because of the game era, and students also skipped everything to play this game. The latest news said that now 600 million gaming helmets have been made all over the world, and everything has been sold. Servers are also working all over the world. Reading the news, our hero put his feet up on the table, and then was surprised that there are so many people who boycott era. Our hero smiled and then said that if there are so many voices on the internet that boycott era, it means that the game in real life is very popular, and all these signs point to era taking over the world. Meanwhile, behind our hero, the door opened and two people entered. These were the ones he had been waiting for all this time. The man turned to our hero and said that they had already returned. The girl didn't say anything, and neither did Chu Tianj. Soon the guy opened the map in front of his subordinates. There were a large number of cities on it. Our hero told his subordinates to choose a random district and establish their base there, and subsequently they will create a clan and influence the government. All this will be in one district. Our hero said that they really should think about it. His face was very serious. The guy was determined. He said that the area around Chang'an has many low-level monster zones, so the early stages will be beneficial for them. But he is afraid that many people will also choose Chang for their base. Our hero also added that, of course, it is very important to move forward in the early stages of the game. He masterfully thought through everything. The guy said that Luoyan has a shortcut to a higher-level monster zone, so the benefits of this place will be even more obvious in the future, in the later stages of the game. The guy also added that there are a lot of materials near Yangzhou. For some support players, this is the best place to go. As a result, the young man had to decide what to choose so that it would bring as much benefit as possible. The guy stood between the girl and the man and turned his head back and forth, not knowing what to choose. His subordinates smiled. The girl turned her head towards our hero and asked if the capital of the country is Tanga in Chang. She smiled. The guy responded in denial and then said that based on this, none of these 7 districts is their capital. The guy also added that they say that the capitals are hidden in the game, and they, the players, must look for them themselves. This surprised the girl a little. Ying Li asked our hero what the young master thought about all this. The guy was silent. After a short pause, the guy said that the money replenishment portals are closed forever, and they have so much of this money, so therefore, he told his subordinates to choose the place that gives them the greatest advantage at the beginning of the game. The guy said that they would try to use as much of the early game as possible to implement all their plans. Ying Li turned to his young master and said that he had more news. Our hero was interested in this. The man said that Zhao Hu had just sent our hero an invitation letter to ask him to attend a party at this place tomorrow. The guy was very surprised by this, and therefore his eyes suddenly became larger in surprise. He guessed something. The guy said that Zhao Corporation acquired Shichu Corporation. Everyone was sent by him. His face was very serious. Ying Li said that he invited the guy to come to this party. The guy was surprised by such words from his subordinate. The man said that the party seemed to have something to do with the owner before he left. He was as serious as possible. Our hero was even more stunned by such statements. He opened his mouth in surprise and stood silently doing nothing. Our hero headed to his booth. He told Ying Li to tell Zhao Hu that he would not be late for his party. Our hero climbed into his cubicle and began to log into the game. He appeared near a bunch of NPCs who seemed to be waiting for him. The guy fully appeared and appeared before the NPCs. In Era itself, it was again a starless night, but this time even the moon was shining poorly. On the ground, not far from Chu Tianj, a bluish circle with a blue aura appeared. This was a teleportation zone. Our hero looked at all the NPCs, waved his hand at them and said that he was leaving now, and then turned around and headed towards the teleportation zone. Even though the NPCs are just artificial intelligence, they cried and waved back at our hero. He was a hero and the favorite of the entire village. The guy opened the system menu and in the open window pressed the target change button. The young man was determined. And a moment later the teleportation zone worked and our hero began to be sent to another point on the map. This was the first time for our hero, and therefore the guy was very surprised and slightly frightened by such a journey. It felt like the guy was thrown from a great height, from the sky into some kind of blue wormhole. The guy screamed in surprise and fear. It would seem that the hero of the village, Yu Mi, the man who defeated the entire ambush of the Godslayer faction, is afraid of some kind of teleportation. But there's nothing you can do about it. Every person has their own fears, even if it's a game. Still, I didn't want to receive a fine for death either. The guy seemed to be falling into a huge and bottomless ocean, from which it would be impossible to get out. He just flew, and that's it. And finally, our hero's nightmare ended. The guy finished his fall and simply disappeared into bottomless space. At that same moment, the young man found himself in some city. Due to his teleportation, a little dust rose around. This city was much larger and larger than the starting village familiar to our hero. But it was necessary to move on. We were greeted by the entrance to some huge building. At the entrance stood a man with long hair, dressed in armor. The huge city lived its own life. Someone walked everywhere, sold and bought something. A huge number of people interacted with each other. When the guy looked around, he was very surprised. Even the residents paid attention to him from the outside. The guy looked into the sky and was as shocked as possible. He saw something there that made him stunned and frozen in place. What did he see there? It was a gate that led to the territory of some even larger city with huge houses. Some objects were flying in the sky. An airship was flying in the sky. The system congratulated Chu Tianj for becoming the first player to leave the new player's village, and he received 10,000 points as a reward. Other players who were fighting and minding their own business were surprised by this news, and the system continued to say that the combat ability and scoreboards were activated. 2 guys fought with crocodiles. One of the guys said that he was only level 3 and was dumbfounded when he realized that Chu Tianj had already raised as many as 10 levels. Alligators attacked players. Some fought back and killed them, and others died, losing some of their things. Another 5th player complained that he had invested a lot and still had not risen, and then he did not understand how our hero reached the 10th level so quickly, because it took a very, very long time. Another group of players speculated that Chu Tian was actually a Korean who infiltrated the Chinese servers because the Chinese couldn't be that good. Our hero stood in complete shock, looking at the sky. There were various objects flying around that were everywhere in the air. The surprised young man watched the flight of these objects and thought that these could be aliens on their UFOs. Our hero walked along the street of a huge city. The system welcomed the player Chu Tianja to the city of Chang'an. Near some portal, there were 4 NPCs who were dressed in the same armor, probably some kind of guards. Our hero drew attention to the fact that the non-player characters were not particularly welcoming. He added that they seemed to be supportive of him, but at the same time they were not going to approach him. Our hero smiled, and then said that he would not like it if in this place he was treated the same as in Yumi village. At that moment, someone was running towards our hero from behind. He was wearing the same clothes as those not-so-friendly NPCs. The young man said that they were glad of his arrival, and then added that if he could be useful to him in any way, then he just needed to say that's all. Our hero laughed and realized that the NPCs here are not cold at all. This is just their way to stand out. The guy thanked the guy and said that he would call him if anything happened. Our hero wandered around the city to fully explore it. He wandered along the huge streets and looked at various buildings and structures. There were many things in this city that he had never seen in Yumi village, and this was an exciting new thing for him. The young man walked near some bridge, next to which some large building was built. People stood on the balconies of this building or crossed the bridge. Holding a pink handkerchief, a girl from a large building shouted to our hero to come to her, and she would help him have a good time. The guy started to get a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said that he didn't need such a rest. He did not expect such proposals. The guy walked along the bridge and examined the huge city. He recognized its size, and then added that he explored the city for half an hour. But it turns out that he walked only a little. Chu Tianj walked past a huge and very tall red building with turquoise accents. He thought it was a clan of magicians. The young man looked at this building and smiled. He said that it was great, and then added that he could open a subcategory of magician. At the entrance, there were huge statues of some warriors. It was a huge statue of a knight in armor and a girl who stood next to it. Our hero climbed the huge steps to get inside. These huge statues stood in his way. 2 old men were sitting inside, talking about something. They were infuriated by the fact that the first one from the village of new players was not a magician at all, and after that they sat and praised this wonderful magician class. The man said how much damage the magician is famous for, not to mention the destruction of low-level monsters with weak resistance, which magicians can destroy quickly. The other man added that he also expected the player from the new village to be a magician, but they lost to Chu Tianju, so they don't need to complain. Our hero walked towards the 2 men as they continued their discussion, and said that they didn't expect the ancient Dragon Emperor hidden category to appear so quickly. Listening to the conversation of the old men, our hero said that he did not expect that the NPCs would spread his story. This pleasantly surprised him. When our hero came closer, the old people were very surprised because they did not expect to see our hero. Chu Tianjie walked up to the old men, folded his hands, bowed, and greeted them. They didn't say anything. Then the guy smiled and continued. He said that he wanted to register a subcategory. He was determined. This surprised the elder magicians quite a lot. They looked at each other and did not know what to immediately say to the guy. And after a short pause, one of the elders said that our hero has good taste. The guy didn't understand. But the old man said that among the 4 main classes, the magician category brings the greatest damage. The man continued saying that since Chu Tianjie came to register a subcategory with them, it means that our hero has good taste. The other man smiled and said that, as expected of a top player, the guy has really great taste. Our hero thought about the fact that he wants to make all classes his subcategories and not just the class of magicians, but it is better for him to keep silent about this so as not to anger the elders. The guy smiled awkwardly. The elder said that in order to unlock the magician's subcategory, the guy needs to study the book of basic knowledge of the magician. A system menu appeared in front of the guy, in which there was that same book, and at the bottom a button with which you can study the book. The learning process ended quite quickly, and the white slider, which symbolized how much the guy had studied, reached the end. Another system window appeared in front of Chu Tianjie, in which there was an icon for mages and an inscription that he had unlocked the mage subcategory. After this, our hero turned to the elders and said that he would also like to change his qualifications. The elder said that first the guy must complete the task of changing his qualifications and present a letter of recommendation. If his main category was a magician, he would immediately give the task. The elder also added that the magician class is not a chosen one, and therefore he cannot give him a task unless he has a letter of recommendation with him. Our hero smiled and then opened the system menu, in which he reached into his inventory to find something. The young man took out a whole handful of such letters and showed a stack of letters to the elders. It was pathetic on the part of our hero. When the elders saw such a huge number of letters of recommendation, they were shocked by this. For a second they were stunned and thrown into a stupor. One of the elders, pointing his finger at the letters, asked where our hero got so many such letters. The surprised elder asked where our hero got so many letters of recommendation. The guy smiled silently. Chu Tianjie said that when he topped up his balance, he was given all these letters. It was very cool. Handling various letters in his hands, the guy read about a letter of recommendation for a battle mage. Then there was a letter of recommendation for invisibility. Our hero thought about the fact that he decided to try out a different category in order to learn and gain new skills. The guy reasoned that the battle mage and the invisible were good for hand-to-hand combat, and were unlikely to suit his main class of the ancient dragon emperor, so they were useless to him. Next was a letter of recommendation for a spirit summoner, and after that was a letter of recommendation for a sorcerer. The next letter that fell into the hands of our hero was a letter of recommendation for a lightning mage. The young man began to reason that the attacks of lightning magicians are most destructive at long distances, and this will help fill the lack of attacks over long distances. It seems that the guy has already decided on his choice, and so he began to open his letter of recommendation. The young man gave the letter to one of the elder magicians, who asked if the guy was sure of his choice, because this was a very important moment. The guy made a serious face and said that he was completely confident in his choice and had no doubt that it was correct. A system window with a blue background appeared in front of Chu Tianjie with text on it. What was written there? In the system notification that appeared in front of our hero, it was written that he had joined the Mages Guild as a lightning mage and received the title of first student. He could accept a new task. The guy was surprised. He made a calm face, and then was surprised that he was already able to complete the selection of the subcategory. He thought it was all too simple. Meanwhile, in the Healers Guild, our hero stood near some NPC. There were interesting buildings around. The NPC, who was on the territory of the Healers Guild, touched our hero's shoulder. The guy was a little surprised. Just like with the Magicians Guild, the NPC from the Healers Guild said that our hero has good taste since he came to them. Our hero made an awkward face and then laughed, saying that he had already heard somewhere about good taste. The man said that of the 4 basic categories, they are healers, the best of the best. Our hero didn't say anything. The NPC continued saying that out of all the categories, only their power is universal. When attacking, the guy can use poison. While defending himself, he can absorb the enemy's blows. And of course, he can heal others. The man continued saying that with all these skills, our hero will become indispensable in battle. And then he asked, since Chu Tiange had already chosen the healer class, did he know how they work? Our hero made an outrageous face, and then smiled awkwardly and said that he didn't quite know how they work. Our hero bowed to the elder and then said that he would like to register. The guy looked very confident. The surprised NPC looked at our hero and then laughed at his words about registration. He didn't expect this. The man explained that healing is a subcategory of our hero, and it will be difficult to change. Chu Tiange understood everything, and therefore said that he knew. Our hero took out a letter of recommendation and then handed it to the elder from the Healers Guild. The man was very surprised when our hero handed him such a letter. It even made him think. Meanwhile, our hero was talking about the fact that most healers' techniques are aimed at helping and healing, like carrying a first aid kit with you. It was really helpful. A system notification appeared in front of the young man, in which he was congratulated on registering the healer class, as well as on receiving the status of the first-level healer guild. The next place our hero went was the Warriors Guild, where a huge man in red armor said that Chu Tiange had excellent taste for coming to them and praised the warriors. After the Warriors Guild, when the guy quickly decided all his affairs there, he went to the Shooters Guild. The guy stood at the training ground with the elder and the students. The man said that our hero again has excellent taste. An elder from the Mages Guild discussed the fact that 4 classes are constantly fighting, trying to find out who is better, but our hero chose them as a subcategory and received the title of First Student. The 2 elders from the Mages Guild who were talking at the table agreed that if Chu Tiange chose them as a subcategory, then he considered magicians the best. The second elder mage wanted to tell the other subclasses about their situation so that they would know which class was the best. The first elder mage said that he would send out invitations to the 3 guilds, and then he got up and left somewhere. They agreed that it was not necessary to immediately reveal the details to everyone so that they could brag in moderation. One of the elders of some guild was holding a letter in his hands. It was in a brown envelope. It was an invitation. It was the elder of the healer class. He was surprised that the Mage Guild was inviting all the elders to their place. The healer wanted to tell them about the first student in the Healer Guild. The elder of the warrior class was also surprised by this invitation, but he was not taken aback and was also going to announce to them about the first student of the warrior guild. And finally the letter reached the third elder, the elder of the shooters. He wanted to see the expressions on the faces of the other elders when they found out who became the first student in his guild. Our hero stood in the middle of some street. He smiled and said that since the 4 guilds were finished, it was time to upgrade his equipment. Meanwhile, in a huge forge, from the outside this building did not look like a forge building at all. It was a huge tower in which lava flowed. Inside was a huge mechanism made of different numbers of gears, which activated all the mechanisms inside. Our hero went inside and began to examine the interior of the huge forge to understand what he needed and where to go. There was a huge door in front of the young man. There was a huge gap between him and the door, but the mechanism activated the retractable bridge. As the bridge pulled out, Chu Tiange walked straight towards that huge doorway. What was waiting for him there? This was the heart of the forge. Inside, a huge number of muscled men were beating their hammers and sledgehammers, making products. The guy understood that the forge should help him improve his armor. Our hero smiled, and then said that he had already moved to the 10th level, but still wearing first-level armor, he called it a shame. Someone started walking towards our hero. The man stopped, and then looked at the guy and turned to him. The guy looked at the one who called him and then smiled and realized that this was the very person he needed. The man asked what brought our hero to this place. Our hero did not say anything, and then the man tried to predict his desires. The blacksmith said that he knew everything, that Chu Tiange had just arrived in the city of Chang'an and he needed new armor. He smiled. Our hero was surprised that the man was able to guess his desire and need. But this sped things up. The blacksmith said that the guy made the right decision. He also added that the monsters outside Chang'an City are not as friendly as those from the new player's village. If he came out in such attire, it would be the same as committing suicide. The guy smiled and then began to think that this NPC blacksmith doesn't seem to understand what he needs in the end. The man called the young man behind him and said that he would find some worthwhile armor for our hero, and if the price suited him, he would give him away immediately on the spot. When they arrived at the place, our hero saw a place where various sets of armor were stored. The guy looked at them and was quite surprised. He looked around for quite a long time to understand what he wanted. It was a huge and spacious room in which there were a huge number of sets of various armor. The guy looked around, and the blacksmith waved his hand and said that this was equipment for all 4 classes. The blacksmith understood that the main class of our hero was the ancient dragon emperor. He said that they do not have armor for his class, but Chu Tiange can take armor for the warrior class. Their characteristics are about the same. The man showed some kind of armor set. He said that this armor was for spearmen, and although this was only the 10th level, the young man would be able to defeat monsters alone. Our hero opened the system menu to see more about this armor. He spent quite a long time and carefully reading its characteristics and features. The man smiled and said that if this armor suits our hero, then he should take it without hesitation. Reading the characteristics and features of this armor, our hero said that the characteristics of this armor were too weak for him. The blacksmith was very surprised by such a statement from the young man. The excited man said that the guy left the village of new players too early, and the characteristics of his armor should be the same, and the blacksmith also decided to pull out all the trump cards. The man led the guy along and said that they had blue armor of the 10th level, but it was impossible to say for sure how effective it was. They approached a small block in which this armor was stored. The blacksmith asked how our hero would like this equipment. The guy was a little surprised. It was a beautiful shiny armor, purple level 10 armor, warrior king set. She looked very impressive. Chu Tiange was surprised by the purple level 10 armor. He began to examine its characteristics and all the main points. After examining it for quite a long time, our hero made a vague face, and then said that the performance of this armor was also low. The blacksmith was in complete shock. He even started bleeding from surprise. The man adjusted his glasses and said that the purple set already had some of the highest stats on the 2nd floor of the forge. The blacksmith also added that armor of a higher level, such as gold or silver, is not presented here, and then thought that our hero wants to deliberately disgrace him in front of everyone. The blacksmith did not like the guy's statements, and therefore, in response to the words about low characteristics, he told Chu Tiange to show him armor with high enough indicators, and he would think about it. Our hero opened the system menu and then began flipping through various additional menus, going into his inventory. The guy opened the characteristics of his armor and then showed them, and said that his armor of the ancient dragon emperor of the 1st level is much higher than the purple armor of the 10th level blacksmith. The young man continued to show off his luxurious armor, saying that his level 1 armor was better than the armor of a 10th level warrior king. The blacksmith was very surprised. He said that this was divine level armor. It was made specifically for the ancient emperor class. Our hero asked if there was better equipment. The blacksmith lowered his head, became upset, and said that they had no equipment better than our hero's armor. The blacksmith began to examine our hero and write down details about his armor. He said that this armor is only at the 1st level, but it is super powerful. Continuing to circle Chu Tiange, he added that only Tier 10 platinum equipment could compare to this armor, but there was simply no platinum rank in their forge. Our hero interrupted the blacksmith and said that he had not come for new equipment. He needed something else. The blacksmith was even more surprised, asking the guy if he really wouldn't buy new armor from them. The blacksmith pointed his finger at our hero and asked again if he did not intend to buy anything, then why did he come to this place? Chu Tiange smiled and then said that he wanted to improve his equipment, and he did not need new armor at all. This again struck our hero very hard. The man was surprised that the guy had come to improve his armor. The blacksmith thought about the fact that usually upgrading divine armor is impossible unless the guy strengthens it. But even so, the price for the improvement will be huge. The surprised man looked at our hero, and then waving his arms asked if the guy knew how much it would cost him. Our confident Chu Tiange looked at the blacksmith, smiled, and then said that he didn't know how much it would cost him. The blacksmith told the guy to forget. With his initial level, upgrading divine armor is impossible, and even more so, he does not have the materials necessary for the upgrade. Our hero smiled and then asked what materials were needed in order to carry out his plans. The blacksmith shouted that in order to upgrade from the 1st to the 10th level, you need armor of the blue rank. He was angry that the guy did not understand anything. However, after listening to him, our hero laughed and said that blue rank armor was very light and would not cause him problems. The blacksmith explained that he needed a bunch of blue rank armor sets to raise the level of the warrior king armor, and for divine armor, he would need 10 sets per level. The blacksmith shouted that our hero would have to get 90 sets of blue rank to increase his armor to level 10. The man began to talk about the fact that the ancient dragon emperor's kit consists of 19 parts. He continued to count, saying that if the guy wanted to transfer all the parts to the 10th level, then he needed to use 1,710 sets of blue rank. Our hero stood still in slight shock and made some calculations on his fingers about his equipment. The blacksmith made a serious face, and then explained that now the guy knows how difficult it is to improve his armor. However, the blacksmith added that our hero should not worry, and with armor like his, he can fight up to the 20th or 30th level. It will be able to withstand. While Chu Tianjie was doing something in the system menu, the blacksmith said that at that moment our hero would be able to get even better armor, or get a sufficient number of blue rank sets. Our hero smiled and then asked the blacksmith to calm down. He said that he had a couple of sets of blue rank. The blacksmith never ceased to be amazed at our hero. It was very surprising for him. Still, Chu Tianjie is so unique. The frightened and excited blacksmith asked how many sets of blue rank armor our hero had, and the guy began to count. The young man smiled and said that he had more than 1,000 sets of blue rank armor to improve his basic one. The man slowly approached our hero. He was very excited and surprised by such a huge number of sets. The blacksmith asked where our hero got so many sets of blue rank. The guy smiled and said that he killed a couple of players and bosses. Waving his arms, our hero asked if he could now upgrade his armor. The man understood that even though he was an NPC, he also shouldn't lose face. The blacksmith began to have doubts again. He made a vague face and said that improving divine armor is not so easy. The man smiled and said that blue rank kits were needed only for the process itself, and the main problem was the price for such an improvement. It was colossal. Our hero asked how much this improvement would cost, and then opened the system menu and began to delve into it. The young man found a huge number of coins in his inventory, and then clicked on the coins icon in the inventory. A pile of coins began to appear at Chu Tianjie's feet. The guy was not going to stop before improving his armor. The mountain of coins sparkled so much that it blinded the blacksmith through his working glasses. The man was surprised. Our hero continued to constantly surprise the poor NPC. Literally every second statement of the young man was surprising to him. Chu Tianjie smiled and then asked if these coins were enough for the blacksmith to improve the divine armor. Seeing the mountain of gold coins, the blacksmith began to worry greatly. He broke out in a cold sweat. He did not say anything, as if he was speechless. Our hero said that if there are not enough coins, then you need to say so, and he will add more to make sure there are enough. A whole mountain of gold coins appeared again. They were beautiful. They were real riches for someone. The blacksmith looked at this money and was more and more surprised. He did not know what to do and what the right thing to do. The blacksmith said nothing, and our hero thought that he still offered few coins, and then began to press even more furiously on the coins in the inventory, saying that now there will be even more of them. A whole mountain of gold coins was formed. Our hero said that this gold should be enough to buy 100 sets of blue rank armor. The young man also added that this would be enough for him to upgrade his armor to level 10. Standing in front of a whole mountain of gold coins, the blacksmith was extremely surprised. He was still silent and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, in the forge there was a process of destruction of some set of armor of a yellowish tint. There was some kind of aura around. The armor broke into different pieces. Mostly they tried to make them smaller, so that in the future it would be more convenient to work with the material. Pieces of armor were thrown into a furnace to be melted down, so that they could soon make something else from the resulting materials. This is how work went on in the forge. Each blacksmith had his own task and work, which they performed masterfully. A blue liquid began to flow along some paths. From the outside, it looked very much like water. The liquid filled a rather large mechanism with a circle. From the outside, it looked like some kind of fountain. Our hero and the blacksmith stood near this mechanism and watched the process. Steam came out of it. When the mechanism began to open again, our hero's armor peeked out. It shone as if it were the rarest thing in the game. In general, she looked gorgeous. The blacksmith and the young man were very surprised. They did not expect that it would be possible to improve this armor so dramatically. It was an amazing set of divine armor. It had its own aura around it, as if giving the armor power. Our hero was very happy with this set of armor and said that this result was definitely worth the money. The upset blacksmith thought that, having received such a profit, he should also be happy. But remembering how Chu Tianj mocked him, the desire immediately disappeared. The young man's armor began to disappear from our hero's eyes. And then the process of equipping began. The guy wanted to try it out. Little by little, each part from our hero's kit began to appear on the body. It all started with the parts on the legs. Then the armor was already put on the chest and other parts of the body. The guy was a little surprised. It was unusual for him to see his armor like this. When the kit was fully put on, a whole aura appeared around our hero, which made it clear that he was now in the best shape. The guy spread his arms to the sides. There was a blue electric aura around him. This was what was needed. The young man was pleased with his improved armor. He smiled as he stood in it and said that everything was well done. The guy said goodbye to the blacksmith, waved his hand, and then said that this was really good work, and went about his business. Our hero put on a serious face. He thought about the fact that he needs to visit Zhao Corporation today. It's time to meet Zhao Shu. Meanwhile, at some press conference, a guy in a white suit with purple hair was saying that Chu Yi, the new head of the Sichu company, was simply useless. Leaving the game, our hero thought that he would avenge his mother and father, and also added that they managed to keep the Chazuo Shi Corporation in check, so he could easily put Zhao Shu in his place. It was the process of leaving the game. Again, that same blue portal. The guy left the game completely. In the real world, it was already getting a little dark. The sun was little by little setting behind the huge mansion of our hero. Ying Li turned to our hero and said that the car was already ready, and if he went now, he would arrive in Gangnam on time. The guy said it was good. A maid approached our hero and, holding a suit in her hands, said that since the guy was going to such an important event, she had prepared something special for him. Our hero said it was not necessary. Our hero called 01 behind him. He told the man to follow right behind him. The man listened. The guy waved his hand to the girl, and then said that the fox remained in charge of the eldest. The girl bowed to him. Our hero headed to the exit, where the doors were already open, and a car was waiting for him on the street to take him to the event. Ying Li turned to our hero and said that there was one more thing. They walked down the steps slowly but surely. The man said that Zhao Shu could ask the name of our hero in the game, and if he said that he was Chu Tiange, he would immediately reveal his identity, and then asked if he should prepare an answer for the guy. Our hero was thinking carefully about something. He clearly had some kind of plan in his head. The guy was thinking about his own. Getting into the car, the guy said that he didn't need to think of anything and he could figure it out himself. When the guy got into the car, the system inside said that the autopilot mode was on and showed the corresponding icon. Our hero sat down in a comfortable chair and then put his fingers to the control panel. The panel made a strange sound. Our hero sat down more comfortably, and then the chair began to lower a little to make it more comfortable for him during the trip. As a result, the chair lowered completely, and our hero lay down with a calm soul during the trip. A special compartment in the car began to open, and something began to crawl out of there. What was it? A huge device came out of there, thanks to which you can most likely get into the game while traveling by car. Our hero sat comfortably in his chair, and the mechanism with the helmet slowly moved towards our hero's head. The guy put on his helmet and was ready to start playing. It was another high-end cubicle, similar to the one he had at home. The cars began to start and drive away little by little from our hero's huge house. Everything went according to plan. Outside the window, one could see that in the yard there were 2 cars and 2 huge ones. Our hero was sitting in one of them. Our hero's maid took out her phone and then started writing a message to someone. What was the girl up to? She notified someone that our hero had successfully left. It was all very strange and suspicious. Meanwhile, again the world of Era, the city of Chang'an, is still the same huge and beautiful city where a huge number of guilds and useful places are located. Our hero thought that 01 was right, and at this meeting the question of would be raised, and then Zhao Shu would probably ask the guy's in-game name. Our hero walked down the street and realized that he could not let everyone know that he was Chu Tiange. If this information came to light, then our hero would receive too much unnecessary attention. Our hero said that it may be difficult for other players to hide their identity, but not for him, because the privilege of those who transferred money to the game is that the perk was that the player could use the disguise mode to hide their true identity. The young man's plan was excellent. This regime has limitations. His first identity will be called Yi. After this, our hero began to transform into another person. His black and white hair changed to a red color. The guy stood in the alley holding a completely different sword, having completely different equipment, face, and hairstyle. The NPC who was standing in the alley was surprised. Our hero was pleased with everything. He said that the transformation was completed successfully and there were no problems with it. The old NPC who was sitting in the alley on the ground was extremely shocked. He did not understand how this was possible. Our hero took out a huge handful of gold coins and then filled the old man's bowl with them. He literally filled the entire bowl with gold coins. The bowl was filled with gold coins with a mountain. Our hero went on to say that he hoped this would remain between them. The man hit the bowl with all his might, which contained a bunch of coins. This was very unexpected for our hero. Our hero looked with great surprise at the old man, who was kicking a bowl with a whole mountain of gold coins and did not understand anything. The guy didn't really like this, so he looked at the old man and shouted, asking what he was doing. The old man stopped. The old man put a stick in front of him and then shouted at the top of his voice that heaven is the king, earth is the tiger. He shouted this very furiously. Our hero was even more surprised and began to assume that this could all be part of a hidden mission. The guy straightened his hair and then said that people say the truth about handsome men being lucky. He had just met a tramp and found a hidden task. However, our hero stopped and began to think what the old man's words about heaven, king, and earth, tiger mean. Our hero turned to the old man and asked, "Pagoda Tower River Demon, perhaps it was some kind of code." The man was very happy. He opened his mouth in surprise and then shouted that he had finally found our hero. The old man made a serious face, and then said that our hero performed a transformation in front of him, gave him money and told him the secret code, and then added that the guy fits all the parameters. The old man began to gradually approach our Chu Tianju and address him as a hero. He walked slowly but confidently. The old man grabbed the guy by the shoulder and then said that the fate of reviving the country of Dai was now in his hands. Our hero did not understand anything, why he was called a hero, what kind of country Dai was, and how to revive it. Our hero made an awkward smile and then asked what reward he would receive if he completed this task. The old man made a serious face and then said that, having completed this task to the end, the guy, having revived the country of Dai, will be fully rewarded. But due to the current situation, no one will help him. The old man explained that the only thing that can help our hero is to open access to certain places. The young man smiled and then looked at the old man. He asked how the old man could help him in this task. The man handed some object to our hero, and then told the guy to take this coat of arms and go to one of the 7 flower buildings of the country of Dai. This coat of arms will move him to another part of the country of D. The old man also added that for all this the guy would still have to find a manager in one of the 7 flower buildings. But this is not a problem. The young man was surprised. Our hero thought that at the first levels of the game, the portals between the 7 parts did not work, and if someone wanted to get to another country, they had to walk through a field of high-level monsters. Stretching out his hand to the object in surprise, our hero continued to think that this was completely impossible for low-level players, and then added that all this was very, very strange. The guy looked at the object in his hand and said that he should go to the House of 100 Flowers and find the manager. At that moment, the old man in front of our hero simply disappeared. The young man said that the developers had overdone it with the mystery. The guy stood alone in the alley and said that he didn't even have time to ask which country he should revive. Coming out of the alley, our hero said that all this does not matter, because this is just a hidden task. If he wants, he will complete it. If he does not want, he will simply refuse. Coming out of the alley, our hero began to change his appearance to the one that he had before all these disguises. The guy's red hair immediately turned black. This was truly a very cool technique in the ability to disguise himself. The guy made a jerk, and then with all his might, using his movement technique, he rushed wherever his eyes looked. The guy said that the time for disguise was over and now it was time for him to complete the tasks available after receiving 4 new classes. Meanwhile, half an hour later, someone was flying through the sky on a very strange high-tech device. The unknown person was looking for a place to land, and then landed in a small alley. Apparently, this is where he was heading. The guy parked his vehicle completely and then began to examine the area around him. He was looking for something or someone. Looking around the alley, the guy in the mask did not understand where the person who was supposed to meet him was. He added that he should have been told about the revival of the country of Dai. The guy thought that he first needed to tell the secret code so that someone would appear who would tell him everything. The young man looked into the sky and then confidently said into the air the code, "Pagoda Tower River Demon." Nothing happened. The young man was scared. He looked around and did not understand what was happening, why nothing happened and the code did not work. After that, the guy still didn't give up, and then he shouted that very code at the top of his voice throughout the entire alley. Even people outside the alley heard everything very well. The guy continued to shout this code throughout the street, but still nothing happened. It was pretty stupid. Meanwhile, in some forest, some player was fighting various monsters and completing tasks. Who was it? It was our hero who did the Lightning Mage training, Healer training, Swordmaster training, and Beast King training. He fought monsters non-stop. The guy understood that in order for him to gain new skills, he needed to complete these tasks. One wise man said, "The more skills, the easier it is to move through life." Therefore, our hero attacked each monster without stopping. He flew straight ahead with his spear and attacked with powerful attacks. When all the enemies were defeated, our hero thought that the monsters outside Chang'an are very weak, and this is not even an obstacle for him. The guy sighed and said, "Couldn't the game developers make them more dangerous? Because they die from one hit. And you can even not use skills if you want. There's no point." The guy also added that it was very boring. Someone addressed our hero as a young master. Our hero realized that most likely they had already arrived, and it was time for him to take off his helmet and leave this game. The door opened slightly. There was a slight creak as it opened. They began to open it even more. Our hero stepped out of the car with 1 foot. The guy arrived at the place where he was invited. It was quite a crucial moment. The young man was completely confident in himself. He looked straight, steadfastly, and proudly, walking towards his goal and not stopping. There were many expensive cars around. This was the Zhao estate. Our hero asked how much time had passed since his last visit to this place. Ying Li said that it was a couple of years ago. Our hero walked along with his servant and thought that all this was too solemn, and then thought that Zhao Shu had tried and did not understand what this whole circus was for. Our hero's servant said that, according to his assumptions, this is all connected with the game of Era. The guy was a little surprised. Our hero smiled and then wondered if he had already revealed Era's capabilities, and then added that that person was really not bad. Our hero smiled, and then said that he hoped that Zhao Shu would not disappoint him. Otherwise, it would be too boring. The guy also added that Zhao Corporation always played dirty. When Shichu Corporation was at a loss, they first struck and then boycotted. But anyway, they are worthless trash. Our hero continued to say that such actions from Zhao Shu and Zhao Corporation are unforgivable. A man approached our hero and asked if the guy was the young head of Chu. Our hero was a little surprised. The man laughed, and then pointed his finger at the building behind him, and said that young Master Zhao was already inside. After that, the man smiled disgustingly and disgustingly. He wanted to add something, as if to somehow mischief. The guy said that commoners like Ying Li or our hero are not allowed in. It was low of him. Our hero looked at his interlocutor and then decided to find out who this vile and disgusting thing was standing in his way. The man introduced himself as the Honorable Wang Yu. He said that his father, Wang Fuju, is a manager at Zhao Corporation. Our hero smiled, pointed at Wang Yu, and then said that he was one of the hound dogs of the Zhao house, and also added that dogs like him should sit outside. Wang Yu was very angry. Immediately our hero, being quite angry, hit Wang Yu in the face with all his might and told him to get out of his way. The man's nose began to bleed. He asked how our hero dared to behave like that and treat a young man like him. After all, he is the venerable Wang Yu. Everyone around him paid attention to this incident. A guy with purple hair came out of the house. He was wearing a white suit, and when he saw everything, he wondered if it was the young head of Chu himself. Holding a cigar in his hands, the guy came closer and then asked what happened. Wang Yu was almost crying. Our hero pointed his hand at Ying Li, and then turned to Zhao Shu and asked if he remembered his uncle 01. The guy said that of course he remembered, and that the man took care of him as a child. Our hero said that the dog Zhao Shuya dared to block the passage between him and his uncle, and then asked him to teach him manners. Wang Yu was very ashamed in front of his master. After that, Zhao Shu hit Wang Yu in the face with all his might, but from the other side, so that he would understand his place and not become arrogant. The guy made a serious face and then called Wang Yu a useless puppy, adding that he could not pull himself together and had already managed to disgrace him. Our hero walked through the place where all the spectators were. Everyone was talking and drinking. They turned their attention to him, asking if it was Shi Chu from the Chu Yi Corporation. The guests discussed this, saying that they thought that Shi Chu Corporation had already gone bankrupt, and then added that young Master Jai Shu had already bought it, and it was part of Zhao Corporation. The guests believed that our hero was very unlucky, because his parents were dead. The family company was bought out, and even the Liu family cancelled his wedding. One of the guests also added that he heard that Liu Fei from the Liu family would also come to this place to have a look. The man added that Liu Fei said that Chu Yi was just a pathetic loser, and then added that he wanted to see Chu's reaction and when he would meet Liu Fei. One of the men asked the others not to discuss our hero so loudly because he can hear them, and although he does not have much power now, he is from an influential family. Listening to all this gossip around him, our hero smiled and laughed sincerely. He didn't care at all. Ying Li asked our hero about this, but the guy said that you shouldn't pay attention to it, because gossip is simply impossible to control. Then the man asked if he needed to just ignore all these words that the guests were saying. Our hero made a malicious, villainous smile and said that they can ignore it because soon the world will turn upside down. Our hero said that in the future, when the age takes over the planets, they will repay these people in full and make sure that they never crawl back out. Our hero turned to Ying Li and told the man to find out the game names of these people, and later gave him a whole list. The man said that everything would be ready. The guests began to be very surprised. They said that the young lady of the Liu house had arrived at this event. Now all the representatives of Gangnam organizations have definitely arrived at this place. It was quite an amazing event. Our hero realized that the same Liu Fei had arrived, and so he looked back in disbelief. His face was very serious. Liu Fei entered the event area and was greeted by young Master Zhao Shu holding his huge cigar. Everyone around looked at these beautiful young people. The beautiful Liu Fei smiled at everyone, and Zhao Shu seemed to be planning something. Liu Fei was very beautiful, and therefore everyone around her wanted to talk to her, and everyone liked her very much. Our hero was quite angry at everything that was happening. He stood and did not say or do anything. The guy seemed to freeze. Knowing the whole situation, the guests smiled maliciously, looking at our hero and mocked him. They really thought he was pathetic. But our hero did not pay attention to this. The guy looked at Liu Fei, who was standing behind him, and smiled. He said that she was just a vile woman from a vile family. When Liu Fei saw our hero at this event, her smile disappeared. She looked at the guy with a rather angry look, and then wondered if he had also arrived at this place. Our hero stood still and did nothing, and behind him some movements were happening. There was both Liu Fei and Zhao Shu, to whom many guests were approaching. Zhao Shu approached our hero and then hugged him and apologized if he was not a very hospitable host, because a lot of guests had arrived. Our hero stood and drank coffee. He said that there was no problem, and he saw that Zhao Shu was busy, and therefore he should not worry about the guy. After that, Zhao Shu put on a serious face and asked if young Master Chu had heard about Er's game. Our hero looked at Zhao Shu. Our hero pretended to be an idiot, and Zhao Shu took the bait and said that the guy was an idiot, because his uncle and aunt were developing the era. How could he not have heard of it? The guy silently drinks coffee. After that, Zhao Shu brought his cigar to his mouth and took a drag. He still wanted to know something, and so he began to ask a question. The guy asked if young Master Chu plays the game Our hero replied that sometimes, and then gave the cup to his subordinate and headed somewhere. The guy asked after our hero if he really only plays sometimes, and the game doesn't particularly interest him. The last question, Zhao Shu asked what the young master's game name was. Our hero said that his name is I. Zhao Shuya was a little alarmed by this. He said that according to his research, there is no strong player named Yi in the game. Zhao Shu smiled and turned to young Master Chu. He said that games like Era provide unlimited opportunities and advised to take advantage of them. Night had already fallen. Words were heard from the house that the time had already come. The guy asked everyone to take their seats, and before starting the banquet, something very important needed to be discussed. Liu Fei smiled sarcastically. She said that the banquet that Zhao Shu arranged was not at all just to have a snack and relax. Our hero smiled, and then said that the guests came to this place informed, and then decided to see what kind of plan the guy had. Zhao Shu stood in front of all the guests. He said that they should get straight to the point and try not to hesitate. The guy said that the reason he called everyone to this place today is because of the game which is now on everyone's lips. The guy said that this game gained crazy popularity around the world in just 2 days, and he is sure that success will not stop there. Time goes by, and the number of Era players will only grow. The guy smiled and continued, saying that he believed he didn't need to explain what financial opportunity this gave them all. The guests shouted that young Master Zhao was right, and then added that games like Era were just a bomb, possibilities that they could not even imagine. The guests were delighted that while others were thinking about how to play the game, Master Zhao had already built a business strategy, and then added that this was great foresight, and they respected him. The guests rejoiced and asked that young Master Zhao quickly tell everyone his plan, so that he would allow them to learn from him. Zhao Shu happily waved his hands and said that he had an initial plan of action, so he called everyone to this place to discuss it. Liu Fei looked at our hero and said that despite the common past, Chu Yi was no match for Zhao Shu. The contract was obvious. Our hero had a lot of plans for a long time, and therefore he silently watched Zhao Shu and smiled, looking at him and everyone around him. Zhao Shu said that according to his calculations, the influence of the Era is so great that everyone present never dreamed of it. Companies around the world are going to take advantage of the game for profit. Zhao Shu said that among them there are those who are superior to Zhao Corporation financially, and therefore they need to act now before it is too late. The guy said that they should unite. This is the only way they can strengthen their positions and create a solid support in this game. The guy smiled, and then began to tell everyone his ingenious and insidious plan, which would bring everyone huge profits. The guy said that his plan was to invest in the game together and conquer the whole country. He began to say that Huaxia consists of 7 countries, and in total there are more than 10. Having conquered one country, they will be able to control millions of players. The guy continued, saying that after this, money will flow to them like a river, and they will be in huge profits. These words were excellent from the young leader, and therefore for many people they sounded very convincing. Those listening and present in this place agreed to participate in this plan, because Zhao Shu had promised and told so many things. They were delighted with this. Everyone started shouting different thoughts. Some said that they were playing the game for profit, but they were not as ambitious as young Master Zhao. Some said that Zhao Shu's speech sparked his interest. Someone shouted that he agreed with the investments, and then shouted that they needed to be made as quickly as possible. Someone shouted that if they hesitate, they would be left with nothing and they needed to hurry. In general, Zhao Shu's speech was as successful as possible. He achieved what he expected to achieve with his speech. The audience was on fire. Zhao Shu looked at everyone from the side and then said that this was all very good, His plan was going well. The guy looked at our hero, who sat and smiled silently and thought about something. He clearly did not expect anything bad from our hero. Zhao Shu said that it seems Chu also agreed to carry out this plan, and therefore everything happened as he planned. The guy smiled and then said that, simply put, his plan was to... After that, he thought about something else. What happened? Young Mr. Zhao was interrupted. The guy was very surprised that someone wanted to say something. He turned his attention to the audience. It was our hero. The guy stood up and turned to Zhao Shu. Everyone around was very surprised. They looked at our hero with their mouths open. The guy laughed and headed for the exit. He apologized and said that he still had work to do, and therefore he had to leave this event. The guy also added that, unfortunately, he would not participate in the banquet. Being very pretentious, our hero was already leaving the venue of the event without saying another word. From the outside, it looked rude. Zhao Shu looked at our hero with a dissatisfied face. He did not expect such an outburst from the guy, and therefore was dissatisfied with it. Zhao Shu turned to young Master Chu and said that he wanted to leave before he finished talking about his plan, whether he disrespected him too much. Without turning to Zhao Shuyu, our hero said that he did not respect him, but he really had something to do. Zhao Shu shouted that he acknowledged that they might have some conflict of interest, but his actions were driven by commercial interests, and therefore he was angry. The guy also added that if he refuses this coloring because he is outraged by their acquisition of Shichu Corporation, then he can only say that our hero is too limited. Our hero did not answer him. He thought that Zhai Shu organized this meeting under the pretext of cooperation, but in fact it was the intention to deceive the guy for money. Our hero added that after he invests the money, Zhao Hu will definitely gather with others to kick him out, and at the moment there is no way to determine whether the investment is profitable. The guests began to shout and pressure our hero, saying that he was acting like a child if he did not want to cooperate, simply because he lost to Zhao Shu in the commercial world. Everyone jumped on the bandwagon and said that this was true, and also asked how young Master Chu couldn't be so narrow-minded. Our hero smiled and thought that among the guests there were many people who once relied on Shichu Corporation, but they all jumped into Zhao's camp. Realistic. Our hero said that he was initially worried about whether he should take care of these former subordinates in the event of an economic crisis, but he worried for nothing. From behind, someone shouted to our hero that he was completely hopeless. The guy even decided to see who dared to say such a thing. The young man looked back with a rather stern and wild look. He would take revenge on everyone who behaved and did this to him. It was Liu Fei who pointed her finger at our hero. She shouted that young Master Zhao invited our hero because he values him highly and is willing to give him a chance. But our hero... The girl added that our hero does not know how to cherish this chance, and then asked whether our hero really intends to live the rest of his life with such an insignificant amount. The girl's mouth did not shut up. She shouted that if this is so, then our hero is not ambitious and he is simply a disgrace to his parents. Our hero listened to all this with a dissatisfied face and said nothing. The guy stopped with his subordinate. They stood and did nothing. Behind them stood Liu Fei, who continued to shout something. Our hero loved and appreciated his parents very much and therefore hated it when someone stammered about his parents. The guy made an angry face and then asked the girl to repeat the words she said a moment ago. Our hero was very angry. Everyone watching this altercation was in complete shock. They wanted to humiliate the guy, but they did not expect such a reaction at all. The young man continued to stand silently, and everyone around him looked at these two with open mouths. What will be next? Even the girl herself was frightened by our hero's gaze. Perhaps at that moment she realized that she had said a lot of unnecessary things. Our hero considered her a real fool, but did not say it out loud. He continued to pierce the girl with his evil gaze. A moment later our hero removed the anger from his face and asked if the girl really considered him hopeless. And at that second our hero continued, he could not withstand all this for the whole day, and his patience ran out. The guy asked if he was hopeless. Then what about all of them who came to this place and attended this event? Our hero stood in front of all the men and women who came and sat on their chairs. Everyone around was in shock, but our hero was determined. The young man laughed and then said that with this small investment plan it's enough to just lose. After this, our hero turned to Zhao Shu and asked if he could be presumptuous, then how much the guy intended to invest based on his current money plan. Our hero smiled and then asked if the guy had $3 billion. He was very self-confident. Zhao Shu was very surprised by such questions from our hero. He said that the only reason he could mobilize $30 billion to acquire Shi Chu, the reason was that the decision-makers at Zhao Corporation agreed that Shi Chu was worth the price. And if he mobilized $3 billion to play the game, then… The guy's face was a little depressed. He understood that, not taking into account the fact that the decision-makers at Zhao Corporation would not agree, and even his father would beat him up. The guy shouted and asked which of the guests in this place how many of them would be able to invest $1 billion. At that moment, everyone suddenly hesitated and began to look at each other. Our hero understood everything immediately. Then the guy asked how many of the guests could invest over $100 million. The guy was silent. 100 million is not a billion, and therefore everyone began to think about the words of our hero. It was no longer such a huge amount. A sufficient number of those present began to raise their hands. They were ready to invest such amounts. Our hero laughed at this. He said that after so much talk and creating such a noise in general, all of them together can only raise a few $billion. Our hero looked at the entire crowd and shouted that he now has $3 billion in his hands and still has funds. They would like him to play with them. Liu Fei was very surprised that the guy had more than $30 billion. It really was amazing. The guests and spectators were shocked. They said that it was incredible and continued to say that even if they added up all their assets, they would not have even $1 billion. Our hero smiled in his heart. He understood that they would never have thought that he had already written off most of the funds in the era, and he can say this, how much he likes everything. Our hero stood in front of everyone and asked if they wanted the guy to play with them, if everyone was qualified. He started to take out something. The young man took out a paper and said that it was a check for $3 billion. He originally brought him to this place to play and plan with them. Having torn the paper, our hero said that apparently now he is not mistaken. He added that he is not finding fault with young Master Zhao, but he says that everything here is rubbish. Leaving with his subordinate, the guy said that they could continue their game, but he would no longer waste his time on them. Zhao Shu was furious with himself. He bit his lips in anger. Our hero's prank made him very angry. He looked after the guy with an angry gaze and said that our hero was a short-sighted piece of garbage. How it infuriated him. Zhao Shu said that our hero is a piece of garbage and he views era only as a game and doesn't even take it all seriously. The guy also added that our hero doesn't understand the impact games like era will have in the future. Zhao Shu smiled, and then said that everyone just needs to wait, and the day when the guy will humiliate himself at his feet will come very soon, through time. A friend of our hero came into some establishment. It was Ling Ziyue along with Xu Rong. When our hero saw the girl, he was very surprised. They knew her in real life. The guy said that the last time they met was in high school, and he didn't think that he could meet her in this place again. It was fate. Apparently, our hero didn't know that his girlfriend with green hair from the game was Ling Ziyue, and so he was thinking about this topic. He understood that these two girls could easily turn out to be one and the same person. The guy had a smile on his face. Ling Ziyue told her friend that there was no place to sit in this place, and then asked why don't they go somewhere else. Xiu Rong said that she saw a familiar face and they could share the table. Our hero watched the girls and assumed that the girl Ling Ziyue was with was her classmate. The girls approached a man. Xiu Rong smiled and addressed him as Master Li, and then said that it was a coincidence that they had met. The guy smiled and looked at the girls and said that this was a really interesting coincidence. It was a bit of a strange meeting. The guy asked if the girls really came to this place because of the barbecue, and then laughed quietly. The girls didn't know what to answer. The smile disappeared from Ling Ziyue's face. The girl was a little alarmed and upset. She didn't know what to do. The guy invited the girls to join him because he was sitting alone in this place. Xu Rong was smiling, and Ling Ziyue seemed unhappy with such a meeting. The girl turned away and told Xu Rong and Master Li to go together, and she had something to do, so she would leave them first. Xiu Rong asked her friend not to leave, and said that she wanted to share food with Ling Ziyue. The guy watched silently. Xu Rong also added that Ling Ziyue needed more than $8,000 to purchase a gaming helmet, and she wanted to ask Master Li to lend her some money. Dissatisfied, Ling Ziyue said that he had already said that he did not need it and would do everything herself without any help. Ling Ziyue thought that her friend was trying to sell her for some $8,000. With this, she confidently undervalued her. Xu Rong said that Ziyue's credit card rating would be affected, and if she didn't pay, her credit card would be blocked. She grabbed her friend's hand, and then asked if the girl really didn't notice how interested Master Li was in her. The girl said that these funds, she probably does not want this to happen again after borrowing. The guy smiled maliciously, looking at this conversation. Ling Ziyue broke away and thanked the girl for her concern, but also added that she would not accept it. Master Li and Xu Rong were surprised. Master Li tried to stop Ling Ziyue's classmate, but the girl simply walked away. Our hero watched this. It was unpleasant for our hero to look at such a spectacle, and therefore he had a rather angry face. One of the guys who was with our hero thought that this was their classmate from high school, and that asshole Master Li was pestering her. The guy got up from the table and wanted to go talk to him, because it was unpleasant for them to look at this obscene sight. The second young man who was with our hero clenched his fists and also got up from the table. He said that he would also go. Our hero turned to these two and asked them not to move. They were surprised by our hero's words. The guy told the other guys to look at him. Now something will happen. What happened next? Master Li turned to Ling Ziyue and asked if they were doing anything wrong, and then asked why the girl resisted him so much. The guy laughed and shouted that he was really faithful to this girl. She was clearly uncomfortable being near him. The girl began to turn her head away, and then apologized and said that she already had a boyfriend. That's why she behaved this way. This greatly surprised and upset the young man. The guy asked this question again. The smile disappeared from his face. Even Xu Rong, as Ling Ziyue's friend, didn't know this, so she also jumped in surprise and started staring at her friend. The girl asked how this is possible, since she is with her every day, and if she has a boyfriend, then how could Xu Rong not know about it? Ling Ziyue looked at her friend in fear. Master Li realized that the girl was deceiving him and smiled sarcastically. He brought his face closer and then said that the girl intended to push him away with lies. Our hero began to approach this company and turned to Ling Ziyue and asked if these two were her classmates. Everyone was in great shock when our hero walked up and addressed Ling Ziyue. Xu Rong and Master Li clearly did not expect such a turn, and even Ling Ziyue herself was very surprised. Our hero hugged Ling Ziyue and then asked why she never mentioned them to him. The girl was worried. The girl looked at our hero and realized who he was. She was surprised and wondered even more what this guy was doing in this place. Ling Ziyue yelled at our hero and asked why he didn't come to her class and send a message, because she was worried. Our hero smiled, scratched his head and said that the battery was dead. It was obviously fake, but the plan worked, and then Ling Ziyue said that she intended to introduce them before, and then introduced Xu Rong as her neighbor. After she pointed to the guy and said that this was Li Jiawei, our hero greeted everyone and said that he was Ling Ziyue's boyfriend. Li Jiawei made a scared face. He didn't expect that Ling Ziyue had a boyfriend, so he knew what he could get. Our hero made a serious face and smiled. He hinted that no one would offend this girl again. Master Li realized that it was time to leave, so he smiled awkwardly and said that he had to go urgently and was sorry that this had happened. Our hero grabbed the guy by the hand and said that it was a shame, and then offered to postpone everything until tomorrow, because the girl told him how Li Jiawei took care of her. Making an ominous face, the guy also added that he would like to thank him for this by tasting food with him. Master Li was very scared. The frightened guy with sweat on his face said that he really had something to do right now, so he would pay for the food next time. Ling Ziyue took our hero's hand and said that everything is correct, and they will forget it this time, and they will meet Master Li some other time next time. Ling Ziyue told Xu Rong to go with her master and take care of him. Our hero let go of the young man's hand and then began to exhale in pain. He turned around with great anger and looked at our hero. He was clearly angry at such an outburst from a young man unfamiliar to him. The guy began to leave, and Xu Rong ran after him. Li Jiawei will obviously forget this incident for a long time, and our hero's friends approached him and Ling Ziyue. One of the guys called him Big Brother and said that it was a great job on his part and he did everything well. Our hero smiled. After that, the other guy smiled and pointed at our hero. He asked where they got this amazing chemistry from. Ling Ziyue and our hero looked at each other and both became embarrassed. They made awkward smiles, clearly embarrassed. Our hero called Ling Ziyue his dear and said that they had not seen each other for a very long time, and would the girl like to sit with them? She agreed. Meanwhile, the street had already become completely dark and screams were heard in some alley. Some guy was unhappy. It was Ling Ziyue who asked Xu Rong what happened, and then added that our hero almost broke his arm. The girl didn't know what to say. Xu Rong was very scared. She said that she honestly didn't know, and also added that Ling Ziyue had never told the young man about this. Master Li started yelling at the girl, saying that he spent so much money on her every day, and she couldn't even handle such a trivial matter. Frightened, Xu Rong said that it could all be a hoax and Ling Ziyue's boyfriend is not real. She no longer knew what to say. Master Li was very surprised after such a statement from Xu Rong. He did not understand what was happening around him at all. He was confused. Standing in his thoughts, a brilliant idea came to the guy. This plan should work and help him. He drew attention to a small group of guys who were standing in the same alley where he and Xu Rong were. He said that then it was... And then he thought about something again. Something bad was brewing. What happened next? Meanwhile, the young people sat down at the table and ordered various foods to eat well and chat about life. Ling Ziyue asked who was better in the games between our hero and Ling Gao. It was quite an interesting question to discuss. The girl said that she almost forgot, and Ling Gao used to be the game expert in their class. And in terms of games, Ling Gao is probably better. The guy who was with our hero smiled and said that the girl had excellent foresight, and then added that he always welcomes Big Brother, except for the game, and laughed. Our hero smiled and said that it might not be like before. Ling Ziyue said that luck is as important as ability in era. The girl thought that if it weren't for Chu Tianjia's help, she would still be a healer without anything. The fat guy said that luck is of course important, but the main factor is still ability and skill. The guy shouted that he already had 5 blue gear in the game and then asked if he wasn't amazing. Everyone around who heard this was in complete shock. They called the guy an incredible god because 1 blue outfit is already amazing how he can have as many as 5. The guy folded his hands and sat proudly on the chair. He smiled and chuckled quietly. The young man was clearly pleased with himself. The girl laughed and said that when she entered the era, she had successively changed more than 10 sets of blue equipment. And after that, barely holding back her laughter. The girl said that it was impolite to laugh at others, but it was hard for her to hold back her laughter and not laugh. Our hero sighed and thought about the fact that the guy was bragging about 5 blue equipment. But our hero had a whole set of divine equipment, and he didn't say a word. Ling Ziyue giggled, barely holding back her laughter, and our hero's face disappeared. The guy was surprised and couldn't understand why they had such strange facial expressions. The girl turned to our hero and asked what his nickname was inside the game. The guy smiled and said that he was keeping it a secret for now. The girl was embarrassed and then sighed heavily and said that our hero is greedy because he doesn't say his name in the game. Our hero did not want to reveal his identity so that all the people around would know that he was the richest god Chu Tianj, but our hero had thoughts about this. The girl grabbed her head and didn't understand why she was thinking about this particular player. She seemed to suspect something. Our hero made a surprised face. After that, the girl got up from the table. All the guys were surprised and immediately turned their attention to her. The girl thanked our hero for his help and said that she didn't have any time left, and she needed to go back to finish her homework tomorrow, so she had to go. And then the girl smiled and said goodbye to our hero and his company at the table. She was very nice. Our hero looked at the girl and smiled. It was a sincere and kind smile. He was still thinking about the thoughts of the game and Ling Ziyue. One guy from our hero's company said that the girl had left and he hadn't seen enough yet, and the second asked if he had anything else in his head. Our hero made a serious face and then said that they need to return to the main topic. They need to continue talking about era. Our hero turned to the third brother and told him to choose the Tang country after he entered the game, and then suggested that they meet in the city of Chang after he got acquainted with the management. After this, our hero added that the second guy from their company should continue his development, since he is in the land of songs, and added that it is difficult to reach the top if he does not have fines. Our hero smiled and said that he would give money to the guy when he left the newcomer village, so that he could find a niche for himself in Era. Another guy with a surprised face shouted that he couldn't. There was clearly no joy on his face. Our hero told him not to rush, but he had not yet finished saying his idea and plan of action. Our hero said that he would not give this money for free, but would invest it in the young man. He said that he would be frank and that he was optimistic about the Era, so he invested some money in it. The guy put on a serious face and said, "Okay then." Now he understood everything that our hero wanted to do. The guy smiled and told Big Brother to have confidence in him and not waste his money. Our hero laughed and said that it was normal, even if the guy lost them. The guys continued to heatedly discuss Era, and without bothering anyone, they sat in a rather crowded place at tables. In addition to them, there were also a huge number of visitors in this establishment, who also sat and chatted about their own things. Suddenly, a gang of guys from the alley appeared, most likely hired by Master Li to take revenge on his offender. The hooligans walked with great pathos. All the people these guys passed by immediately ducked down and were a little worried, afraid that they would not be pestered. Li Jiawei stood around the corner and watched as the hooligans would now carry out his instructions and take revenge on his offenders. The hooligans were already approaching our hero, and Li Jiawei was laughing and saying that if the guy dared to insult him, then he would give him a taste of the consequences of such insults. When the hooligans approached the table where our hero and his company were sitting, one of the hooligans with red hair grabbed a bottle and was about to hit. The fat guy noticed and shouted for Big Brother and Third Brother to be more careful and dodge. Our hero turned around and looked straight into the eyes of this bully. He was serious and clearly dissatisfied with such guests. When our hero turned around, the hooligans' faces disappeared. They were very surprised by this and did not expect that it would be our hero. The young man stood up and looked at the hooligans, and then he made a furious face and shouted, asking if they were the same guys. They remembered that earlier our hero, together with his third brother, had already beaten their gang when they attacked them just like that. The guy with red hair was very surprised and scared. He clearly didn't want to meet these people a second time. The frightened guys shouted, not understanding why they were there. They said that their injuries received during the day still hurt, and also added that they were already dead. Our hero put on a serious face and asked if the hooligans had really come to take revenge for what happened during the day. The frightened hooligan began to wave his arms and deny our hero. He said that they did not come to do this. Our hero said that if not, then why are they holding onto these beer bottles as if they want to hit them with them? The young man needed to somehow get out of this stupid situation, and so the guy, through cold sweat and fear, began to come up with an excuse. In the end, he said that they came to apologize. He added that they were blind and had offended two respected elder brothers during the day, so they came specifically to apologize. Li Jiawei was very surprised. He watched from around the corner and did not understand what this situation was, why the hooligans did not beat our hero, but drank with him. As a result, bottles of beer were added to the table. Apparently they had a good time sitting and relaxing at this table. One of the hooligans, being drunk, asked if they could leave. Our hero waved his hand and said that they could be free. The frightened hooligans began to run away in fear and thank our hero for letting them go. The guy smiled. One of the guys asked if our hero would really let them go just like that, and not ask who sent them for them. Our hero did not see the need for this. The third brother smiled and said that this was their elder brother. Our hero thought about this situation, that they dared to set hooligans on him. The young man sat and smiled maliciously. He said that he had already arranged for someone to deliver a huge gift to this man. Master Li slammed his fist against the wall in anger and screamed. His plan clearly didn't go as planned from the moment the guys didn't beat our hero. He was beaten quite badly. He said that these bastards could not defeat Chu Yi, but came back to take revenge on him. The beaten guy took out his phone and then said that he didn't think that he, Li Jiawei, couldn't do anything to our hero. The guy was holding his phone in his hands and dialing someone's number. Then he pressed the call button and put it to his ear. After a short beep, the guy was answered. He turned to Brother Wolf and said that it was him, Little Wei. The man on the call was surprised that Little Wei called him and then asked what happened to him. The guy said that he had little problems, and he needed Brother Wolf to help him with them, and also added that if he helped him, then Li Jiawei would give him $20,000 and dinner. Meanwhile, outside, it is already quite deep at night. Cars are driving on the streets, and people are spending their leisure time. The pedestrian traffic light turned green, and our hero walked along the pedestrian crossing to cross the road. Brother Wolf was very surprised that Li Jiawei called our hero a good fighter, and then told him to keep an eye on him, and Brother Wolf would send several of his guys. The guy began to follow our hero. He stood in the crowd, which was not far from our hero, and stood motionless. After that, a guy with a bat approached Li Jiawei, and together they headed towards our hero. The guy noticed everything. When they got closer, Li Jiawei pointed his finger at Chu Yi and said that it was him. Brother Wolf stood and smiled. Brother Wolf insulted our hero and asked how he had the courage to hit on his brother's woman. And then he asked if our hero recognized him, and then said that he had his own rules in this place. Our hero smiled and said that he did not recognize, and then added that among the hooligans of the city of Gangnam, he recognized only one, and that was the tiger. The man smiled, and then said that he did not know any tiger, adding that it was some kind of small fry and that he had not heard such a name. And then it dawned on him that he had just been called a hooligan, and he screamed, asking who our hero called a hooligan. Li Jiawei asked if our hero really wants to die. Because Brother Wolf is an important person in the triad, how dare he compare him with some punks? Our hero stood and smiled silently. After listening, our hero laughed and asked if Brother Wolf with such a face was not a hooligan. The man was very angry. Li Jiawei made a malicious smile and then thought that our hero would now become a corpse, because such things cannot be forgiven. Brother Wolf pointed his finger at our hero and then insulted him and shouted that he would make him pay for such words. Cars suddenly began to drive up to the place of their clash. They turned on their headlights to blind the guy who was shouting at our hero. They succeeded, and Brother Wolf covered his face with the hand in which he was holding the bat. His attention shifted to the cars. Meanwhile, cars drove up to the crowd that surrounded our hero and stopped. The guys were very surprised by this. The man thought for a moment, and then, looking at the car, asked if it was Lord Tiger's car. Our hero was silent. People began to get out of the car. In total, there were at least 2 cars, and he was heavier. A crowd of people in black suits began to surround Brother Wolf along with his subordinates, and they were quite scared. And after that, the door of another car opened, and a man in the same black and elegant tuxedo stepped out. He was a bald bruiser who looked like a very important person. He looked displeasedly towards the crowd that dared to touch our hero. The guy was very surprised to see Lord Tiger in this place. He was terribly scared, and all his pathos disappeared somewhere. Li Jiawei was afraid along with him. Meanwhile, the huge big man was coming closer and closer. He stood behind our hero and looked at the crowd. Brother Wolf put down his bat, and then, like a little dog in a frightened and trembling voice, he asked what brought the man to this place. Our hero stood nearby and smiled. The man was extremely dissatisfied. He stood still and looked at all the people around, and then began to bow his head. The man bowed and then addressed our hero as young Master Chu. Our hero smiled even stronger. Li Jiawei, Brother Wolf, and his subordinates were very surprised and shocked by this moment. Our hero made a malicious smile and then said that this is a tiger. The man stood silently and did nothing. Brother Wolf was very frightened. He thought that the tiger about which our hero spoke earlier was Lord Tiger, and then he wondered who Chu Yi was, that Lord Tiger himself bowed to him. Lord Tiger turned to our hero and then asked about these people who surrounded him before Lord Tiger arrived. Before he could say anything, Li Jiawei was very surprised. He shouted, saying that he was a student at Gangnam University, and if something happened to him, our hero would not get away with it. Brother Wolf was so perplexed by the actions of the younger Wei that he slapped him in the face and told the guy to immediately shut his mouth. Our hero began to leave. He said that Lord Tiger should do as he sees fit, but he needs our hero's order to be completed. The order was that the guy did not want Li Jiawei to appear in Gangnam again. The man understood everything. Brother Wolf slapped his face with his palm and then knelt down in front of Lord Tiger and said that it was his mistake, and added that he was wrong. The frightened Brother Wolf screamed after our hero and begged him to spare him, apologizing to him on his knees. Our hero left silently and did not react in any way. Waiting for the guy was Ying Li, who had already opened the door to his car and invited him to come inside. The guy did just that. Our hero's subordinate smiled, and then turned to Lord Tiger and said that he was returning with the young master and leaving everything else to the man. The man turned his head and smiled. He addressed 01 as Uncle Lee and said that he was not worthy of these words, because if it weren't for him, he would not be in this place. Brother Wolf sat on his knees and sobbed with grief. He screamed and begged Mr. Chu to spare him. He didn't know what to do. Li Jiawei and the entire crowd that was with Brother Wolf stood nearby and, being frightened, did not understand anything. Lord Tiger, along with his subordinates, bowed to our hero and his subordinate until they left. The car with our young master and the cars that accompanied them began to leave to go about their business. They completely disappeared. Brother Wolf and Little Wei did not know what would happen next, and therefore they watched in fear. Lord Tiger clenched his fist, and then all his people began to clench their fists. Brother Wolf was very, very scared. System notifications appeared in front of our hero, saying that he had completed the task, the Road of the Light Magician. The next task that our hero completed was the Healer's Path. He also dealt with it successfully. After a while, the next task was the Swordsman's Road, and our hero was also able to complete it without any difficulties. The last task that our hero completed was the task of the Road of the King of Beasts. All tasks were completed. Chu Tiangjie walked down the street and said that the tasks were completed very quickly, and now he needed to find something else to occupy himself. After this, some brilliant idea came to our hero's mind, and he began to think about this idea. Our hero opened a forum where there were a huge number of discussions on various topics. Everyone was discussing some old lobster and a bunch of other topics. Meanwhile, in Yumi Village, the weather outside was beautiful. There were very few clouds, and the bright sun was shining on the entire village. People from the village left and came in different groups. Some were alone, and some were in a crowd. There were many people we knew there. Inside was the same Hen Wu Heng from the God-Killer Guild, who was shouting and addressing the old lobster. The guy was very scared, and Hen Wu Heng continued to press and asked who the guy thought he was, how he dared to spoil the plans of their guild. An angry Hen Wu Heng and a crowd of guys asked how the old lobster dared to leak their plans for an ambush in the Hulu Valley. The frightened guy said that he had not spoiled their plans, and added that Chu Tiangjie still entered the Hulu Valley as they had planned. An angry Hen Wu Heng looked at the guy and said that this is exactly what he was telling him. The guy screamed and asked why he didn't make more of an effort to miss the news. Hen Wu Heng also said that if the guy had managed to dissuade our hero from entering the valley, then they, the God-Killer Guild, would not have been defeated, and would not have been ridiculed by every player of the era. Hen Wu Heng shouted and said that despite this, the guy provoked the God-Killer Guild by letting the news to Chu Tiangjie leak, and since he offended their guild, he must pay the price. An angry Heng Wu Heng shouted that he would organize several players to constantly set up camp at the entrance to Yumi Village to feed the old lobster. The young man was very scared, and Hen Wu Heng continued and said that if the guy decides to leave the village, they will immediately kill him, and will continue to kill him until he deletes his account. Hen Wu Heng laughed ominously and said, "Isn't the guy an amazing pet dog?" and then added, "Even if he is now his pet dog, will Chu Tiangjie take care of him?" The old lobster was scared and surprised. He didn't know what to do, so he just stood there silently and did nothing. As he left, Heng Wu Heng shouted that he would use the guy as an example so that everyone would know what the consequences of offending the Godslayer Guild were. They left, but the old lobster remained in place. He sat down and began to think about everything that had just happened. The guy said that he was just a solo player, and how could he even go against the God-Killer Guild? And Chu Tiangjie probably forgot about him, and if he remembered, he would not be able to come back. After that, a blue circle appeared in front of the guy. It was a teleportation zone. Everyone suddenly turned their attention to it. All the villagers began to run towards this teleportation zone. The old lobster was even more surprised. He did not understand what was happening. Having looked more closely, the guy said that this scene looked very familiar and somewhere he had already seen something similar. It was our Chu Tiangjie who decided to return to the newcomer village on his own business. The guy stood and smiled. The old lobster was very surprised that Chu Tianj was able to return, because he had said a few minutes ago that the guy would not be able to return. Meanwhile, our hero was attacked by a bunch of NPCs who hugged him and said that they missed him very much. While everyone was hugging him, our hero saw a player he knew. It was an old lobster. The guy stood silently. Our hero raised his hand and then shouted for the old lobster to come closer to him. The guy was a little surprised. The guy was surprised that Chu Tiangjie remembered him and recognized him in the crowd, and then wondered if our hero had really come for him. Our hero began to walk towards the old lobster and wave his hand. The guys met and approached each other. Our hero explained and said that he had just seen the official forum, and then asked if the Godslayers Guild had bullied him. The guy burst into tears and called our hero a big brother. He said that it was not worth sacrificing so much to return to Yumi's village for him. Our hero put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he was thinking too much about unnecessary things. The old lobster was surprised. Our hero said that he returned to Yumi's village because he wanted to and he did not pay any price, and then added that because of him, the guy suffered. The guy said that big brother probably underestimated the price he paid because he was afraid that the big lobster would feel bad, and then he said that he didn't suffer at all. The guy clenched his fists and said that our hero is very amazing, and then wondered where else he could find him, and definitely decided that he would be loyal to our hero in the future. The guy said that he would seek compensation for the damage that was caused to him. Our hero said that now the big lobster must tell the names of all the members of the Godslayers Guild he knows. The surprised guy asked if our hero really wanted to carry out a massacre. Chu Tiangjie smiled and said that they were not worth his time. After this, the old lobster was even more surprised and asked if Big Brother was planning something bigger. Our hero was about to leave somewhere, and so he waved his hand and told the guy to follow him. He was heading towards the entrance to the newcomer's village. The news that Chu Tiangjie had returned to the village spread throughout the village. Everyone was discussing it, and then they said that they did not think that our hero would be able to return to the newcomer village. In the end, everyone was wondering why Chu Tiangjie returned to the village and what he needed in this place. Of course, Hen Wu Heng also heard these rumors, and therefore he was very surprised that Chu Tiangjie returned to the village. The guy said that they didn't care, because even if he returned, he wouldn't be able to stay in Yumi's village for a long time. And he also added that he didn't believe that our hero would protect the old lobster. Meanwhile, in some large building, inside, sticks from some kind of jug were burning, and some kind of discussion could be heard. Our hero was sitting inside, explaining to everyone present the situation that had happened. An old lobster was sitting nearby. Chu Tiangjie explained that he returned from Chang City because his friend was imprisoned in Yumi village, and he did not dare to leave. The old man hit the table with his hand. From such a force of impact, all the things on the table scattered in different directions. The man said that this was too much. Our hero asked if he could give these players a task to teach them a lesson. The old man thought about it. The man said that issuing the task is not a problem at all, but he will not be able to offer any reward for this task. Our hero said that everything is simple with awards, and added that the old man should simply reward them with gold coins. Our hero said that he would offer 100 gold coins as a reward to these people. Anyone who kills a person from the named list will be awarded 100 gold coins. Our hero also added that the more kills there are, the more rewards there will be. The old lobster smiled and thought that our hero lived up to his older brother's reputation and that he was cool. The guy thought that even the village leader Yumi respects our hero and gives out tasks only because our hero asked. Our hero slapped his friend on the head and then asked what the guy was waiting for. He told the old lobster to quickly report the names of the hooligans to the village chief. Chu Tiangjie also added that if there is someone who dares to restrict the guy in the future, then he can report it to the village chief. It was funny and cool. The old man said that in order to give out the task, he needed a name, and then asked what our hero thinks should be the name for this task. Our hero made a thoughtful face, and then put his hands to his face and began to think about what name to give for the task. The guy had some idea, and then, having thought it through to the end, he said that the task should be called— Our hero laughed and said that the task should be called killing dogs. It all seemed very funny to him. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Yumi's village, there was a crowd of players who were talking about something. One of the players talked about the return of our hero. Another said that they should not worry because they were at the entrance to the village, and if they saw Chu Tiange, they could hide inside the village. The guy also added that no matter how dominant our hero is, he still cannot kill players in the safe zone. They also added that in any case, they do not really value their time, and in the worst case, they will just flirt with him and then see who allows themselves to waste more time. They also added that after Chu Tiange left, they would continue to watch the old lobster like hawks. Meanwhile, while they were talking, the group of these guys was surrounded by another group of people. They became wary. They asked if the other players wanted anything from them. They took out their weapons and said that these were the ones they needed. The guys started attacking them, shouting so that no one would lag behind and continue to beat them. They would leave the killing to luck. A group of people from the God Killer Guild got scared and began to close themselves off, asking what the others needed from them. The battle began. Although it was difficult to call it a battle, it was more like beating players near the entrance to the village. The murdered guy said that they were from the God Killers Guild, and whether they really dared to raise their fist against them, they left with a smile. Meanwhile, in some forest, wonderful weather, Hen Wu Heng stood and looked at the system menu. Hen Wu Heng was surprised that his subordinates were surrounded by more than 10 players, and then he asked if Chu Tiange had hired these players. Hen Wu Heng was very angry. He said that their guild members would not accept bullying, and then added that those who dared to lay hands on them would regret it. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge number of arrows began to fly from different places. It was a rain of arrows. Hen Wu Heng looked around and realized that these arrows were flying straight at him. He was very surprised by this, and then a huge number of arrows pierced Hen Wu Heng's back and he screamed in pain. It was very surprising. The archer who shot looked at how Hen Wu Heng was reborn, and then rejoiced and said that the 300 gold coins were his. Meanwhile, at the rebirth location, a huge number of players began to be reborn in an instant. A guy walked to Hen Wu Heng and asked what they should do. Would they really let these players do what they want? Hen Wu Heng was very angry. Hen Wu Heng shouted for everyone to spread the news that anyone who dared to accept the dog-killing mission would become an enemy of the Godslayer Guild. Meanwhile, on Chang Street at the city level, the 12th Animal District, our hero fought with some monsters. The guy crushed every monster with his powerful blows and techniques. It was very easy for him. The guy said that he no longer needed tasks. He could raise the level faster by training on his own, rather than completing tasks. Our hero looked at the monsters and said that these are swamp puppets, they have high attack and defense, and they also come in hordes, and if it were an ordinary player it would be very difficult. Without having time to say that it would be very difficult to find support in this place, our hero was again attacked by a huge crowd of monsters. The guy made a serious face and then prepared to use his most powerful attacks to defeat the monsters. He destroyed the monsters one by one. The guy understood that for an ordinary player, the swamp area is a map with nightmarish difficulties. But for him, it is a paradise for raising the level. The guy continued to fight, thinking that he just liked training places like this with tons of stupid monsters. In an instant, he destroyed a huge number of monsters that attacked him and would have already killed an ordinary player. A system notification appeared in front of our hero, in which he received a request to add as a friend. Chu Tiange stopped fighting and turned his attention to the system window. He was quite surprised by this. The guy thought about the fact that he completely blocked all friend requests. But how can people add him as a friend? A certain player, Ching Ching, was added as a friend to our hero, and addressed him as Player Yi. This is the altar that Chu Yi installed with the privileges of a player on Krypton. Chu Yi can switch between them. Our hero reached for the button to accept the Ching Ching player as a friend, and then clicked accept. It was all strange. A chat opened in which the player Ching Ching addressed our hero by his real name, and then introduced herself as Liu Fei. Our hero sighed lightly and realized that it was her. The girl asked what level our hero was at and what beginner village he was in. Our hero said that it was none of her business. The girl laughed and suggested that our hero's level was too low, and he was embarrassed to tell her our hero thought about these words. He made a crazy face, and then laughed. Our hero is the only one in the entire era who came out of the beginner village. But still, Liu Fei said that his level was too low. The girl began to be interested in our hero's equipment. She asked if he had collected a set of white equipment, if he had blue equipment. Our hero said no. She laughed. After that, a player with the name Money Makes You Stylish began to be added to our hero. Our hero also accepted him. He thought about this nickname and said that it was very sticky, not to mention the words. The guy laughed. It was Zhao Shu who asked if Chu Yi was not seriously considering the possibility of cooperation, and then he tried to lure him to his side. Our hero made an outrageous face and said that he had already said that he was not interested in playing with Zhao Shu, but he insisted on coming to him. It was about an alliance of the strong. Our hero asked about it, and the guy answered him. But Chu Yi decided to make fun of him and said that Zhao Shu was not strong. After that, our hero reached for the menu that was next to each friend in a different system menu. Our hero reached for the block button, and then pressed it, and blocked Zhao Shu so that he would not interfere with him. Our hero laughed and then said that he had done everything. The guy was clearly pleased with his actions. The guy walked further through the forest, and he received system notifications where someone in messages asked him to stop. The guy simply didn't pay attention, and then looked deep into the forest and saw some NPC. The guy was surprised. He began to look at this NPC from afar, not realizing that he had forgotten in such a place also in the depths of the forest. Chu Tiange was also surprised that this NPC's name was Mysterious Merchant. The guy became even more interested. He smiled and then thought that this NPC might have good things to sell. It was all interesting. The guy shouted that he would go and look at him, and then, using his movement technique, he headed towards this NPC. When our hero reached his destination, he stopped and stood in front of this intriguing merchant. The mysterious merchant turned to our hero and said that he was very lucky to meet him because he is not here every day, and therefore our hero is lucky. The merchant asked if our hero would like to look at his goods, because they were definitely much cheaper than on the market. Our hero was surprised at such a good deal. The merchant said that many goods are 1/3 or 1/10 of the market price, or maybe lower. But in order to see them, you must first pay. Our hero smiled, and then asked how much it would cost him to look at all the goods that the merchant had. The man quoted a price of 10 gold coins to view one product and 100 gold coins to view all products. The guy handed over a bag of coins and asked to look at the goods. The merchant took the coins, and then smiled and said that, of course, he would now show all the goods that he had. The merchant thought that our hero would not be able to afford it, and therefore he would keep these 100 gold coins. This is his profit. The man showed all the goods to our hero and said that they were definitely worth it, but nothing could be done if he couldn't afford it. There they sold a beautiful cloud-flowing sword of the 15th level, a golden weapon for 10,000 gold coins. Then there was a 5th level topaz for 100,000 gold coins, a 5th level dark jade for 300,000 gold coins, and a 5th level ruby for 200,000 gold coins. Next was some kind of elementary character experience disc for 30,000 gold coins. It was a very rare item. The last item was an advanced weapon evaluation scroll worth a whole 100,000 gold coins. The man laughed and then asked how our hero liked the goods. They were really good. Our hero said that this is exactly so. The guy said that his Kryptonian gift had a gem, but it was only level 1, and it was so crappy that he didn't want to build it into his equipment. Continuing to look at the products, our hero was very surprised by one product that he did not immediately notice. It was a mythical beast egg worth a whopping 2 million gold coins. What kind of object was this? Our hero looked at it surprisingly and then suddenly said that it was very cheap, for only 2 million gold coins. The merchant was very surprised that our hero called an item worth as much as 2 million gold coins cheap. Chu Tiange laughed, and then said that he wanted to buy absolutely all the things that the merchant had on the shelves. The man was very surprised. He was very surprised. The merchant understood that he would suffer huge losses. From selling the mythical beast egg alone, he would lose as much as 20 million gold coins. Our hero began to buy each item in turn. The system notified him that he had bought a flowing cloud sword for 10,000 gold coins. The guy continued to buy all the things from the merchant, and he asked if our hero wanted to change his mind, because we need to make moderate expenses on games and reasoning. Our hero made a serious face, and then said that he would treat this little money as patronage of the business of this merchant. The merchant was very excited and scared. Sweat was running down his face, but he could not answer anything and therefore silently watched as our hero bought everything. The guy continued to buy every item he saw. The guy bought an elementary experience disc for 30,000 gold coins. Next, the young man bought an advanced weapon evaluation scroll for 100,000 gold coins. Our hero did not stop. And then there was a very profitable and successful purchase of a mystical beast egg for 2 million gold coins. The merchant was very upset and saddened by such a huge loss of money. There was more and more sweat on his face. He was shocked that all the shelves were actually empty. Chu Tianj bought absolutely all the goods. From surprise and shock, the man's nose began to bleed and he flew into the sky. Our hero stood silently and did nothing. The soul was leaving the man, and our hero said that he shouldn't be so happy, even though his business was going well. And then he told him not to thank him and to say goodbye. Meanwhile, in some office, people in suits were sitting and looking at a large screen where there was some important information. The leader of the Godslayer faction knew that this time he had to get sponsorship investment no matter what. The man stood up and said that the assessment should begin soon, and therefore he added that he would conduct it himself. The man said that he believes that everyone can see their capabilities and sincerity to appreciate them. After that, the head of the Godslayers Guild sat down at the gaming chair and put on a gaming helmet to enter the game. The launch of the game began, and as usual for everyone found themselves in some place where there was nothing but white light around. And after that, the process of directly loading into the game itself and everything suddenly turned white and sped up so that the person got into the game. The world is already familiar to all players. The weather is wonderful outside, the sun is shining, and clouds are flying in the sky. An unmanned camera flew in the sky, broadcasting the entire shooting onto the screens. Several people were sitting on the spot. The leader of the God-Killer Guild was saying something. The guy said that they have more than 10 years of history since the formation of this guild, and they dominate all major games without exception. The guy said that this time they were lucky enough to get topaz, and they would evaluate the attributes of this precious stone along with everyone else. Holding the stone in his hands, the guy said that level 1 topaz could be inserted into a weapon to add 1% to a normal attack. The guy also explained that you shouldn't underestimate this 1% because you need to know that the weapon can be loaded with a total of 5 topazes, and this will give it a 5% increase. Hen Wu Heng said that the number of spectators had grown to 800,000, and the head of the guild said that this was just topaz of the first level, and the effects would be even more terrible if it were of the third. One of the surprised players asked the spectators how he could get the gems, and then asked what the speed of their fall was, and if they could push themselves to raise the level. A joyful Heng Wu Heng said that the number of viewers had grown to as many as 1 million players at the same time. The guild leader smiled and said that his Godslayer Guild was definitely great. He said that they had gained 1 million players in a short period of time. The guy said that he dared to say that the gem above level 3 would not appear in the near future. The players were perplexed. They looked at the screen and asked how the guy knew this and on what basis the conclusions were made. The guy explained that the gems are very valuable, and the selling rate of first-level topaz for NPC merchants reaches 1,000 gold coins, and thus their rate of decline is very low. He also continued and said that secondly, the melting ratio of a higher-level gem is 5 to 1. 5 gems are needed to raise higher. The guy added that level 2 would require 5 components, level 3 would require 25 components, and level 4 would require as many as 125 components. He said that based on his many years of gaming experience, games like Era have a long life. In the short term, gems above the 4th level will not be. He continued saying that such stones will not appear in such games even if they have tons of money, and will say right now that if a stone above the 4th level appears in Era, then it... The guy was confident and said that he would broadcast live where he spanked himself. And then a system notification appeared that Chu Tiangjie had received the precious level of the 5th level. Everyone around was very surprised by such a find, and the system said that the guy was awarded 1,000 glory. And then a rating board with precious stones appeared. It showed the dark jade, ruby, and topaz of the 5th level, which were found in the country of Tang by the player Chu Tianj. The head of the God Killer Guild read messages where everyone laughed at him and told him to start spanking himself on live television as promised. The guy sat in complete shock. The men who sat with the leader of the Godslayer Guild in the real world said that they did not want to discuss any investments right now. As a result, only the girl who tried to stop the men and the head of the God Killers Guild himself, who was in the game, remained in the room. The girl screamed at the man and asked him to listen to her, because their investors had left long ago. The man didn't hear her. The guy turned his head in different directions and did not understand what happened. He was shocked that someone received such a high-level gem. He opened the menu, which showed those same stones, and his shock knew no bounds. He stood and did nothing. On the screen was a dark stone of the 5th level, a ruby of the 5th level, and a topaz also of the 5th level. It was something amazing. With a dissatisfied face, the guy realized that jewelry of a higher level had indeed appeared, also of the 5th level. The guy started to leave, and everyone shouted for him not to leave because they had not yet seen his slap in the face online. All the spectators shouted for the guy to spank himself on camera just as he promised. They were not very happy. The head of the god-killing faction still had to hit himself in the face. He shouted that he would never forget Chu Tiangjie. Meanwhile, a car was driving quite fast along the night highway. Most likely it was our hero's car. The car and its escort were driving along a huge highway to their destination. There was a dialogue going on inside. Ying Li turned to our hero and said that his guest was right. The guy listened carefully to his subordinate. The man said that someone has really been on their tail since they left the mansion. And it's those cars. They've been following them for a long time. The guy smiled and said that as expected they couldn't cope without help, but isn't it too early for them to... The guy looked out the window and thought that the power of the Zhao clan, which organized the attack on the Chu group, was handed over to the corporation, only making both companies suffer. Our hero also understood that the attack would be impossible without the man pulling the strings in the shadows and this unknown power that supports the Zhao clan. The young man guessed that they were closely connected with the affairs of his parents, and this is a mystical power. From the very day they brought 30 billion to the Chu company, they must have been looking for something. The guy continued saying that now, they already understood perfectly well that the object of their search had nothing to do with Chu's company. Meanwhile, inside the mansion sat a very angry Zhao Shu, who was hitting the table in anger. A man said that at the moment the other party was not willing to cooperate, and they would have to act according to the rules and take extreme measures. The other man shouted that this was exactly the case, and the Zhao clan would do everything it could to make sure that the corporation's plan was successful, no matter what the cost. The man also shouted that they will do whatever it takes, even if they have to sacrifice someone. Zhao Shu sat silently and didn't say anything. He was quite afraid. Sweat was running down his face. Everything was too tense. The man said that Chu Yi was extremely important to the corporation, and as long as they did not bring him to this place, it would not matter whether their family would suffer or even be completely destroyed. The man behind the screen told them not to spare any effort for this matter. One of the men who listened to this was angry because the Zhao clan owns tens of billions of shares. Enormous influence. Everyone was very surprised and unhappy that the corporation was calmly willing to sacrifice the entire clan just to catch this Chu Yi. The people inside wondered what secrets this mysterious Chu Yi was hiding, whom they were so eager to catch. Zhao Shu was very shocked. He did not understand how this was possible. Was the risk of losing an entire clan really so insignificant for them? Everyone started yelling at Zhao Shu. They said that everything happened was his fault because he couldn't get the guy to work with them and they faced such a terrible turn of events. Everyone also kept saying that it was the guy's fault and that he was a complete idiot. Others said that they knew that someone else needed to talk to Chu Yi in order to make every effort to persuade him. Zhao Shu was very angry. He said that all this was because of the damn Chu Yi. He was the reason for his shame in front of all family members. But the guy said that he would take revenge on our hero sooner or later. One of the men who were sitting at the table was surprised. He asked if Chu Yi was really that important. The man they were talking to asked if they really didn't believe him, if they thought he was telling jokes. The man who asked the question immediately gave back. The man said that it was normal that they did not understand his value. He also added that they had no idea how important this game era was. He said that when the riddles of the era, once they are solved, they will all understand the true value of this game, and these riddles are closely related to our hero Chu Yi. Zhao Shu was scared and surprised. He thought about the man's words and wondered what secrets Chu Yi was hiding. The man told them to forget about it, and there are things that the Chu clan cannot understand. They just have to remember the orders of the corporation and carry out everything according to them. The man also told them not to forget that their clan and the influence they have would not exist without them. And yes, whatever is built by the corporation can be destroyed by it. The frightened man bowed and said that he understood everything, and the man who was talking to them was completely right. After that, the man from the screen told him to go, and the first thing to do is to find and catch Chu Yi. After that, he will tell them what to do next. Everyone present in the negotiation room bowed and said that everything should be done as they were told. Then the negotiations ended, and the man who spoke with them disappeared. They also stood in a bowing position. It was a rather difficult and tense conversation. Everyone was very exhausted after such a dialogue. Apparently, one of the most important men clapped his hands to attract the attention of the entire crowd. He shouted that they all heard everything themselves, and then added that they cannot let the corporation down, and therefore they need to catch Chu Yi and then bring him back at any cost. Zhao Shu seemed to have some kind of plan. The guy smiled while looking at everyone around him. He was confident. The man shouted for everyone to begin their duties immediately and looked at them sternly. Meanwhile, the same night highway along which our hero was driving along with his escort, where someone was chasing them. Our hero sat inside with his hands folded. He asked his subordinate if all the preparations were completed. The man said that everything had already been done. The guy made a serious face and then said that then it was time for them to start this show. What is our hero up to? The guy talked about how they wanted to catch him, and he would see what they were capable of. This was their chance to catch a real big fish. Something very interesting was planned. The man sat in front and gave commands to carry out our hero's plan. He was about to give an order. Meanwhile, the car was almost approaching the place where there was a cliff, and everywhere everything was blocked by an iron fence. Ying Li took some kind of walkie-talkie and then shouted into it for everyone to begin the previously prepared operation. The traffic on the road became more active, and exactly the same one appeared behind our hero's car and accelerated. As a result, two identical cars drove smoothly, next to each other, and did not lag behind each other. What were they up to? The cars drove so perfectly that their wheels were spinning simultaneously with each other at the same speed. The two cars got so close that they hit each other and started driving in a single file together. Those following our hero did not understand what was happening, and also did not understand why these two trailers were connected. It seems they guessed that our hero noticed that he was being followed. As a result, two huge trailers were driving along one huge night highway. Our hero was sitting in one of them. The guy leaned back in the back seat and said that everything was going quite confidently. He also added that the show had already begun. After a short distance, the trailers began to separate and move to different sides of the track. A passage appeared between the huge cars. They separated and no longer drove together at the same time. One of the men behind the wheel said into his micro-earphone for everyone else to start doing what they had planned. Meanwhile, in the forest, there was a huge highway. At the beginning of the road, you could hear screams and the roar of engines. What happened there? Apparently, it was a race. Cool cars stood and did not move, and there were a lot of spectators around who supported the participants and took pictures of the cars. At the start, there was a girl with a flag, which was made in dark yellow colors. Black and yellow cubes were also on her clothes. After a while, in the Zhao clan's mansion, it was daytime and the weather was great. The sky was quite cloudy. Inside, in the meeting room, some kind of conversation was going on again. Inside were the same gentlemen who communicated with the man through the screen. Zhao Shu sat and looked rather depressed, and there were other men sitting with him who did not say anything. Suddenly, the phone lying on the table began to ring, and everyone around suddenly turned their attention to it. Who was it that called? The man, who apparently was the leader in this room, said that this was a call from people who were watching Chu Yi. The man pressed a button, thanks to which he answered the call on speakerphone, and everyone around could hear their conversation. The frightened man asked how the hunt was going. Everyone in the room was scared and shocked at the same time. In a rather sad voice, the man turned to Mr. Zhao and said that they were all arrested by the police. The man prayed and shouted, asking if the boys had caught Chu Yi. He prayed for them to say that they had caught him. And after that, the words that the guy said on the phone reached him. He was shocked by such news. The frightened man said that they were unable to capture the target and were stopped by traffic cops for speeding, and they are still in possession of them. The man was very angry and at the same time very scared, because the man from the corporation who was talking to them heard all this. He was upset. The man said that the guys allowed themselves to be detained by the police, as a result of which they completely lost their secrecy, and they need to catch Chu Yi at any cost so as not to disgrace the corporation. The man said that the fate of the Hazen clan might await them. He said that long ago in the past, the great Hazen clan flourished. Its fame was acquired through enormous assets and influence. He continued by saying that the head of the clan could not cope with the task given by the corporation, and went so far against it that they were eventually called traitors. After this, the existence of the entire clan simply disappeared from the face of the earth, and no one among the people dared to ask about them. Meanwhile, a car with our hero was driving along the highway. Ying Li turned to our hero, and then said that information had been received stating that the pursuers were working for the Zhao clan and had no criminal background. Our hero thought about it and then said that there was not enough information and they still lacked evidence. The man said they claimed they were regular racers, and given the lack of witnesses, simply accepted it as a normal incident. Our hero laughed and then said that he understood everything and they couldn't just take these guys. The guy smiled. The young man said that even if they tried to catch him in this way, it was too arrogant and they should stop underestimating the henchmen of the Chu clan. Ying Li turned to our hero and then asked him to try to stay away from these dangers. Our hero laughed and then said that everything turned out according to his plan. The man was not very happy with this answer. Ying Li got a little angry and said that it worked out, but only this time, and our hero cannot come up with plans for every threat to his life. The man said that this time they were only lucky that the clan did not prepare properly, and that they decided to send people to capture the young master. The man also added that if they give them another slightest chance like this, they won't get away with it so easily. Our hero smiled and said that although the man says such words, he is in this place to protect him. Our hero smiled and looked at Ying Li. The man also looked at our hero and smiled silently. Our hero smiled and understood that Ying Li only seemed so harmless on the outside. But in reality he is much more. The guy has interesting moments from his past, where Ying Li was much younger than now. This was 12 years ago. The guy said that he happened to see Ying Li dealing with a dozen gangsters, something that happened so quickly that it seemed like a couple of breaths and exhalations were enough for him to cope with them. Our hero, as a small child, watched this entire battle and was very surprised by Ying Li's strength. The man who was with our hero told the guy to watch carefully and see that the skill of his uncle Ying Li far exceeds the level of other fighters. He was shocked. Chu Yi remembered that his father told him to never tell anyone that his uncle Ying Li is a martial artist. He has kept this promise ever since. Our hero sat in the back seat of his car and remembered his dead mom and dad. It was hard for him. The guy was furious. He said that he knew that the Zhao clan was somehow connected with their death, but still could not find evidence, and this clan was trying so hard to erase all the evidence. However, clenching his fists, our hero said that now the fate of humanity depends on the era, and his only mission is to search for the truth inside this game. Our hero looked out the window and thought that he had to find people he could trust in order to collect more information in the real world that would lead him to the truth. Chu Yi said that he believed that it would not take long until he found the person responsible for all this. Meanwhile, Chang'an City. Tessellation Guild. The weather outside was quite cloudy and there were a lot of clouds in the sky. Inside, there were 3 men who were quite angry and grinning. They were holding their fists and shouting something. The first man was saying that his weapon tessellation unit was the best in their tessellation guard. He also added that they could only insert 5 gems. He held his hand clenched into a fist and said that they can only insert 5 gems into one weapon component, and the weapon attribute cannot conflict with the jade attribute. Another man said that putting a piece of gemstone into an artifact is also not so simple. They need to compress the jade first. They must take care not to compress the properties of the jade in the process. The third one shouted that this was bullshit. Embedding gems into armor is the most difficult. It requires a wide variety of jade, and they must be familiar with the attributes of all types of jade. As a result, the men continued their very long argument over which of them was more important. One shouted that the tessellation of weapons deserved the greatest respect, while the other said that it was his artifact. A guy came into the room and said he hoped he didn't disturb the people inside. Judging by the armor, it was our Chu Tiange. After that, our hero waved his hand and told them to continue their meeting, and he would return as soon as they finished. All 3 men were very surprised, and after that they shouted with one voice for our hero to stop. In 1 foot, the men began to walk and approach our hero. They said that Chu Tiange came at the perfect time. 3 men surrounded our hero with strange smiles on their faces. Their eyes seemed to be burning, and the young man did not understand anything. The guy laughed awkwardly and then turned to the elders and asked if he could help the men with anything. One of the men turned to our hero and then asked if the guy had not received 3 gems of the 5th level. The guy laughed and said that's exactly how it is. The man stated that this was a unique opportunity for him. Each of them, the elders of the Tessellation Guild, would personally help the guy embed the gems for free. Our hero was shocked. He could not believe that the 3 elders would help him personally, and for free. The man said that our hero has 3 game gems of the 5th level. He said that each of these stones could be embedded in a piece of armor, weapon, and jewelry artifact. The man said that each of them would perform his task, and the one who did his job better than the rest would receive the most respect in the future. Everyone agreed on this. One of the men asked what would happen if all 3 of them received the same attribute. How would they determine the winner? The man said that if this were to happen, they could decide by looking at the meaning of the game stone. Our hero said that it was not surprising that the man proposed such a dispute, because different precious stones have different values. Of the precious stones, dark jade is the most valuable. The guy went on to say that the ruby was next, and then the topaz as the least valuable. So in case of a tie, whoever used the topaz would win. The guy said that he was very lucky. Our hero said that 3 pieces of level 5 gems will be built into these 3 equipments: the Furious Dragon Spear, the Thunder Dragon Emperor Ring, and the third item was the Ancient Dragon Emperor Armor. The guy said that the 3 elders can insert gems in every piece of equipment. One of the men was very surprised by the rarity of the stones. He couldn't believe that all these stones were of divine quality. They realized that they really needed to use the skills of their allies for this task on this day. The men began their work, and then one of them took a 5th-level ruby and applied it to one of the things where the stone is inserted. The elder was very attentive and careful, because this work was very difficult and painstaking. It was impossible to treat the work negligently. The man took out his hammer, and then swung it to make a powerful and accurate blow so that the stone became correctly. And after that there was a blow. There were a lot of sparks and bright light around. The rest of the elders stood and watched, and our hero was even a little scared. Making a strange face, our hero thought that the man was hitting the stone hard with a hammer, and he couldn't be a little more gentle. The man continued to hammer away at this precious and very expensive stone. He was a professional in his field. There was so much different energy around me that even lightning struck instead of the contact of hammer and stone. Our hero looked with surprise at the result of the work done. The guy saw that the ruby on the ring of the Thunder Dragon Emperor increased critical damage by 7%. The guy said that a level 5 ruby usually increases luck by 5% after being embedded. However, if you are lucky, you can increase it to 7%. The other man took his hammer, smiled, and then said that now everyone should watch how the gem is actually embedded. The man began to do very painstaking work. He began to try on the stone in order to insert it. After that, just like the first man, he swung his hammer and was about to start hitting the stone. The man tensed and then hit the stone with all his strength with a hammer. From the outside, it looked very cool. Instead of contact, a beautiful purple lightning struck, which from the side showed that a lot of energy was contained in the force of the strike. As a result, the stone was inserted into the armor of the Emperor of the Ancient Dragons. The chance of luck has been increased by 7%. Our hero was again surprised that level 5 topaz usually increases critical damage by 5%, but here it increases by 7% luck. The next man laughed and then said that if there is no objection, then the Artifact Division will now be the most respected division in the Tessellation Guild. One of the elders, who worked first, stood with a dissatisfied face and did not say anything. The second man said that it was all nonsense. The elders looked at him and were a little surprised by his words. The second elder said that it was too early to say who the final winner would be, and then laughed. One of the elders asked if Old Feng really thought he could do better than him. Old Feng said that it was true. The man laughed and said that they all know that the significance of topaz is lower than that of dark and black jade. So even if he adds his 5th level dark jade and gets... The man added that adding dark jade of the 5th level and plus 7 in status would not work for him, and therefore it was better to accept defeat and not waste his time. Our hero hoped that Old Feng remained competitive, even if he lost. He should help our hero invest this 5th level dark jade, which would make him plus 7. The man laughed and said that he hasn't even started yet, and the other elders already know that he will lose. Old Feng approached and then took the spear from our hero. Chu Tiang smiled. He boldly gave the spear to this elder. The first elders smiled and said that they would all see together what the man would do now for his victory. The man picked up the glowing stone and then looked at it with a confident face. In his hands was also the spear of our hero. The man squeezed this stone with all his strength. Apparently, thanks to this, some process began that did something. As a result, the stone began to glow in different colors, and bright reflections came from it, which blinded everyone who looked at it. Everyone was shocked that it was a rainbow crystal. The other men couldn't believe it. It really was a miracle. The first elder shouted that it looked like the man wanted to use this rainbow crystal for tessellation. One of the elders shouted that the rainbow crystal was used to embed the 6th level gem, and did the man really want to use it for the 5th level crystal? The man said that there were no rules that said they couldn't use the rainbow crystal. He was serious. Our hero, looking at all this, said that it seemed that Senior Feng had some kind of competitive spirit. The guy was pleased with this. The man began to do his work. He hit the stone with his hammer and the spear into which he embedded the stone. Just like with the other masters, lightning struck at the point of impact, which showed how much energy there was in these stones and weapons. As a result, a system menu appeared in which the raging dragon spear had a damage increase of as much as 8%. Our hero was glad that the elder had enormous skills. A 5th level dark jade was capable of increasing damage by as much as 8%. He praised Elder Feng. Our hero looked at the other 2 elders, who made dissatisfied faces, and asked why they had such faces, and also asked if they were participating. The men left and said that they would not fight crazy people. Our hero stood silently while Elder Feng smiled. Our hero looked at his equipment and smiled. He thought that it looked like he was the only winner in this fight. Meanwhile, in the city, the guild evaluates. The weather was good outside. These were huge gray buildings. There was a man in a red robe standing inside who said that as an appraiser, their luck is very important. They listened to him carefully. The man said that the appraisers in their capital lived where the dragon vein is located, so their luck is naturally high. They cannot be compared with ordinary appraisers in their city. One listener said that he had never heard of their capital's appraisers being superior to their city's appraisers. A man from the crowd said that if the red-robed man really had such excellent abilities, then why not show off his abilities by revealing the treasure? Our hero went inside and thought about the fact that the appraiser in robes is from the capital, and he believes that the appraiser from the capital is higher. But the city appraisers do not believe, and therefore there is a dispute. Our hero smiled and said that this dispute would help him gain enormous benefit for himself and emerge victorious. The man shouted that he would like to show off his skills, but the men did not have a worthy treasure that would allow him to show off all his skills. Our hero entered the huge hall and said that he had several good equipment here. Everyone turned around with great surprise and interest to look at the one who decided to propose such ideas. The man asked if our hero had high-end equipment, because he was quite boastful for a new player. He added that our hero's equipment was simple, of average quality. He also added that such equipment is not suitable for evaluation by someone like him. Our hero sighed heavily and waved his hand. After that, he opened his inventory, in which he rummaged for several minutes and took out some kind of scroll. The guy was serious. The man was very surprised when he saw this scroll from our hero. It was as if he had been struck by lightning and something dawned on him. Our hero extended his fingers into some area where there were lightnings everywhere, as well as some kind of blue energy. Chu Tianj began to pull out some weapons straight from his inventory to give them for evaluation. The guy continued to pull out some kind of huge and very beautiful spear from his inventory. It looked like his main weapon. Chu Tianj took out a spear and then hit the floor with it. The stones in the floor even began to crack from such a force of impact. Our hero smiled and said that he had this heavenly quality artifact and an expanded scroll just for a man. The man was both scared and surprised. This heaven-level artifact and advanced evaluation scroll, this time luck was on the side of the men from the ordinary city. They said that they would finally be able to witness the excellent valuation skills from the capital. They understood that this was a rare opportunity for them to personally see the skill of a capitalist. They kept saying that they should learn everything they could from him, and after all this talk, the capital appraiser's skills are similar to theirs. Chu Tianj walked closer to the man and handed him his very cool spear and scroll, which he had just taken out of his inventory. The man understood that the evaluation of an attribute really depended on chance. The grade of the evaluation scroll along with the evaluator's grid simply increased this chance. Knowing that there was no turning back, the man began to walk deeper into the hall and say that this time he would let them see his skills. Everyone followed this man. When they arrived at the right place, the man walked up the steps. He took out a mountain of various scrolls and began waving his hand. It looks like the very thing everyone has been waiting for will soon begin. The excited man said that now he can only avoid this situation by showing them that his skis are superior to theirs. The evaluation process began. Various scrolls were flying around the man, and there was some kind of lightning effect everywhere. It was a huge original altar, in the center of which stood the spear of our hero, and scrolls were flying around. Pointing his hands, the man shouted words about the assessment, and then the whole process began, which everyone so wanted to see. Energy lines began to enter the scrolls that were flying in a circle. The process went as expected. Everyone watched silently. Lightning struck the place where Chu Tianj's spear was located, and everyone around silently watched this wonderful process. The man smiled and said that the capital's appraisers had superior skills, so he was able to secretly add a high-level rule without any of them noticing. The man directed all his energy and power towards our hero's spear and shouted some words. You couldn't hear anything because of the noise. A lot of different energies were concentrated around the spear. It was a very beautiful and eye-catching process. Our hero was completely satisfied because from all these disputes he emerged as a real winner who received a lot. The process continued to go on. The lightning struck more and more strongly at the place where Chu Tianj's spear was, and the other appraisers even covered their faces. As a result, a fiery aura began to burn around our hero's beautiful spear. It seems the process has come to an end. The system congratulated our hero and said that the rated weapon was identified as a gold attribute. With great surprise, our hero began to peer into the system window that was in front of him. All the information was there. The spear received twice the basic attack of +12, the magic attack of +120, and the defense was also of +120. Crit, luck, accuracy, and agility were of +2. The system congratulated our hero on the fact that his weapon was rated as having a gold attribute. The players discussed this among themselves and were shocked. They wondered if this was really a feature of our hero's weapon. The other players shouted that the attributes of all their weapons put together were not even close to being such powerful weapons. One of the girls said that they all started playing this game at the same time, and therefore did not understand why Chu Tianj was so superior to them. Meanwhile, in the building where our hero was located, there were heated discussions about the work performed by the capital's appraiser. Our hero said that the man really deserves to be the capital's appraiser. The whole crowd around agreed with the words of our hero. All the men stood around the capital's appraiser and said that his skills were extraordinary. The man was pleased with his work. The man laughed and said that it was natural. He added that if he personally evaluates the equipment, then the worst attribute it can have is purple. The man felt awkward as he realized that, unfortunately, this time he had to use many advanced runes to complete this assessment. Our hero asked if he could find a man in the future if he needed an estimate for some equipment. The man made a strange expression on his face, and then said that our hero wants him to spend even more of his advanced runes, and this will not happen. The man said that he lives in the central capital. If our hero can find him there, he promises that he will help him. The man understood that the central capital was hidden inside a spatial gap, and it was impossible for an ordinary player to find it in the early stage of the game. But this was not an obstacle for our hero. He said that when he was in the central capital, they would meet. The guy headed towards the exit to leave and said that next he needed to visit the Guild of Familiars. Chu Tiange said that he wanted to know what kind of creature was inside this egg. He guessed that it could be an azure dragon or a kirin, or even a kung fu panda. They were all good. In the distance along our hero's path, buildings could already be seen from the territory where our hero was heading. They were quite tall. The guy came to the familiar guild. Up close, these houses turned out to be much larger than they seemed in the distance. Our hero approached a passerby and then asked where he could find the guild elders. The man said that the elders are now resting. Our hero asked if the man could give him some time. Then he said that of course he could, and there were no players in this place who had pet eggs. The guy smiled and then said that he had eggs from a pet. It was very surprising. The guy opened his inventory and then began to drip into it, and after a short period of time he took out a huge egg, from which a lot of energy emanated. The man was shocked. He looked at the egg with surprised heroes and then at our hero. It really was unusual. Taking a closer look, the surprised man shouted that it was the egg of a beast. He was even more surprised than before. The man did not understand how a newcomer like our hero could have something like this very rare and expensive egg. After this, a man in a white robe came out into the street and asked who was the cause of this terrible noise. Our hero turned to the respected elder and said that he had come to this place to hatch this egg. The elder was very surprised, no less than ordinary residents, who were also surprised that our hero had the egg. After that, the man began to peer into the egg and said that it seemed to be the egg of a beast. He was no longer so surprised. Our hero turned to the elder, and then asked if the man could tell him what was inside this egg. The man said that this was impossible even for him, since the guy received this beast's egg, and then asked if the young man didn't know from which animal's nest he took this egg. Our hero said that he bought this egg from a mysterious merchant, and forgot to ask him what animal this egg was. The elder turned to our hero, and then asked if the guy wanted to hatch the monster's egg. Our hero said that of course he wanted to, so he came. The man said that the guy should know that once the beast's egg hatches and he becomes its owner, the beast cannot be thrown away. Otherwise, he will have to pay a heavy price. He also added that our hero should never lose his pet, and if he is not sure about this unknown egg, then he can send it to their guild. Our hero was serious. He said that he wanted it to hatch. And then he believed that the old man was a greedy bastard because he wanted to take his monstrous egg. The elder sighed and said that since our hero had already decided, then he would start with incubation. They walked into some huge hall. There were many statues of various creatures around. The man walked with an egg in his hands. In the center of the room there was a kind of altar. The elder approached it and then placed an egg in it. Our hero stood and thought about what kind of monster this could be. He was very interested to find out as soon as possible. Little by little, the process of incubation of this magical egg began. Particles of energy gathered around it, and then a huge blue beam appeared up to the heavens. It looked very spectacular and very beautiful from the outside. The egg began to crack due to the enormous amount of energy, and some creature began to hatch from there. Surprised, Chu Tiange watched this process with his mouth open. He was very surprised because he had never seen anything like this before. This blue beam of energy that came from the source where our hero's egg stood was visible throughout the city. The system congratulated our hero on the appearance of a pet. The system announcement said that the list of pets in the city of Huxia was now open. The players heard the name of our hero again and were surprised by this system announcement. They heard Chu Tiange's name again and again. The players were surprised and asked each other if Chu Tiange had obtained a god-tier animal. It was truly amazing. The incubation process has completed, and the pet from the egg has already been hatched. He made a barking sound. The elder came closer to look at the pet, and then stretched his hands towards him. Our hero watched this spectacle with great surprise. He really wanted to look at his new pet. The elder took our hero's little pet and raised him into the light. The creature barked loudly. It was very nice. Our hero looked at his new pet and was very surprised. He couldn't believe his eyes. A system notification appeared in front of our hero, in which it was written that his pet is a snow-white celestial dog, the pet type is dog, and the category is celestial beast. Our hero was surprised that the snow-white celestial dog sounded very simple, and then asked if a god-tier beast shouldn't be some kind of mystical monster. The elder told Chu Tiange not to underestimate this snow-white celestial dog. It may not look like it, but this celestial beast is quite powerful. Our hero was upset that the dog was called quite powerful, because this meant that there were many animals that were stronger than this. The elder told Chu Tiange to choose and name his pet, because there was no other way. Our hero held his new pet in his hands. The puppy barked sweetly while in the arms of his new owner. Our hero did not really believe in the strength of this animal, and therefore he was a little upset and depressed, thinking that the dog was weak. After that, the guy accepted everything and opened the system menu to name his new pet. The puppy was shocked. Our hero wanted to name the dog Ursha, and therefore the system asked if he was sure that he wanted to name his snow-white sky dog that. A system menu appeared which included a rating of pets in the city of Huxia. In first place was our hero's only pet. Our hero, together with his faithful pet, went about his business. This little puppy will grow up and help our hero more than once. Now he is a cute and harmless dog, but very soon he will grow up, and then he will show what he is capable of. Our hero walked and did not understand at what point this puppy looked like a threatening monster. The guy said that the puppy was the cutest pet. Our hero said that, however, it is worth looking at his main characteristics. They are at a fairly high level for the first level. Chu Tiange said that his pet would not disgrace his title. In front of our hero there was a system window that said that the mythical animal bonus gave him 150%, 120% to Chu Tianju himself, and 30% to his dog. The guy said that the distribution of experience also applies to Ursh. Then you need to do a little magic on this effect so that the pet gets more experience. Pressing buttons in the system menu, our hero thought about what his pet would be like when he reached the 10th level. Our hero set it so that he would get 75% of the experience, and his dog would also get 75% of the experience. Simply put, the young man shared his experience. After our hero completed his plan, he said that now they need to do something. But suddenly, before he could finish speaking, our hero noticed something and was very surprised and scared at the same time. Our hero's pet ran away somewhere, and so the guy started screaming and trying to figure out where Ursha had gone. Meanwhile, the noble and fearless Ursha attacked the mud monster. He barked furiously at him and was not afraid. The enraged monster began to scream at the little puppy. He clearly did not understand that the little dog was against him and perceived him as an enemy. Chu Tiange was surprised that Ursha had angered the swamp golem and entered into a fierce battle with him. Our hero watched this. He said that this was truly worthy for a mythical beast, a level 1 pet, dared to go up against a level 12th wild monster without a drop of cowardice. The guy continued to watch Ursha fearlessly bark at the huge mud guy and not try to run away. After a short period of time, huge monsters ran towards our hero's dog in order to kill her. Our hero made a serious face, and then said that now Ursha's situation makes him a little worried. The frightened puppy was running away from a huge number of monsters, who ran at him in a whole crowd and let out a furious roar. Our hero rushed into battle and shouted that his dog should not worry, and fortunately his owner is strong enough to defeat these monsters. If there was another in his place, he would have left the dog to die. The guy furiously attacked every monster that dared to attack his pet. From the outside, it was something. Our hero said that the puppy should be praised, for the fact that he was able to attract so many monsters in one place in such a short time cannot be called a talented provocation skill. Our hero said that thanks to the huge number of killed monsters, his level would increase even faster. Our hero again attacked these terrible monsters. He said that Ursha fits his requirements quite well. There was an explosion of enormous proportions. Our hero used his devastating techniques on crowds of monsters. Our hero was terribly strong. No player in Era could make such explosions from his techniques, but our hero was able to do it. Our hero stood still. There were many destroyed places around, mountains of coins and a crater from his latest and powerful technology. Some kind of aura appeared around our hero's pet. Most likely he was able to raise his level. It was wonderful. Our hero looked at his pet in surprise. He had never seen pets increase their level. After this, Ursha grew from a small puppy into a rather large, fearless and strong dog. He was no longer so weak. Our hero saw a system notification in which the name Urshi was written. It also said that he had awakened a new skill and also increased a huge number of stats. Our hero said that with just one skill, his pet reduces 90% of the damage received. This is great. He is suitable for Ursha. After all, the guy was afraid that the dog might be killed. The guy went on his way further. His faithful companion was next to him. They went somewhere together, through time. 13th level area, Thunder Tiger Ridge. Our hero, together with his faithful dog, fought with a huge number of monsters. Next was the area of the 14th level, the Plain of Wind Lions. Our hero continued to raise his level along with his faithful pet. The guy said that thanks to the combination of jade and gold identification attribute inserted into the weapon, its attack and defense became significantly better. Chu Tianjie continued to fight with each monster in the following locations. The guy became higher and higher in level. They worked as a close-knit team. The dog brought a huge number of monsters to our hero, and Chu Tianjie defeated them. The system said that our hero currently has an average level of players in the Huxia region of level 5, and his level is already 15. The system said that since our player's level exceeded the average for the region, his experience gain rate was reduced to 10%. The guy was not very happy about this. Our hero said that if other players level up like the slowest turtles, what does it matter to him? Why should he suffer because of them? Our hero was very angry. He shouted for his dog to follow him, and then said that he didn't need pumping. Our hero said that if his ability to level up was limited, then what else could he do? He wondered if there were any hidden tasks in the game. The young man opened the card and then thought about it. It had some kind of desert on it and an icon with 2 swords. The guy looked at this and thought about something. It was some kind of business. The entire district is annually infected with gold bosses. Once a week they appear with levels ranging from 11 to 20. It was further written that the golden boss drops golden equipment upon death, and they are looking forward to the brave men who will challenge them. Our hero smiled and said that their first task would be to defeat a dozen golden bosses near the city of Chang'an. Happy Chu Tianjie ran along the path with his dog. He shouted that they would kill all the golden bosses. Meanwhile, in the Tang State, Xiaohe Village. It was a small village with sandy terrain around it. In one of the villages, there was a young man who stood next to the NPC. There was a reddish aura around the guy. He stood and rejoiced that he had finally risen to level 10 and became much stronger. This is the joy of the average player. A system notification appeared in front of the guy in which it was written that his friend Sun Ji had sent a message. The letter contained information about recruitment, internship for ordinary players, a base salary of 3,500 currency plus bonuses, plus subsidies. It was also written there that it is possible to get 5 types of employee insurance. After the internship, the base salary will be 6,000 in foreign currency, plus bonuses and everything else. Elite players were promised a salary of 5,000 in foreign currency plus all bonuses. And after the internship, the salary would be 8,000. The best players of level 9 and above will receive. Their salary will be 12,000 currency and all bonuses. There were only 1 requirements. The player must belong to the Tang State and also obey the unified charter of the company. The guy who read this letter said that he was not interested. He was as determined as possible. This guy's friend asked what he could be interested in, since this is the best opportunity to earn decent money just by playing the game. With a serious face, the guy said that his main and only goal was Chu Tianji and he would not give up. After that, the guy waved his hand and closed the menu that was in the air in front of his face. He didn't want to listen to anything. The guy said that first he must prepare to leave his village and only then think about something else. This player was very determined. He clenched his fists and wanted to achieve his goal with all his might. Our hero continued to endlessly fight various monsters. This time it was a huge lion that roared at our hero. Our hero was furiously eager to fight and again used the energy of the golden dragon splitting the earth. It was a very powerful technique. The guy defeated his enemies without any problems. The huge lion was also not an obstacle in his way. However, when it seems that the guy is about to win, there is no end to his surprise. What did he see there? Chu Tianji stood in front of the huge lion. Before this, he had defeated everyone without any problems, but this boss was unusual. Our hero was very surprised that his most powerful technique did not leave a scratch on the body of the huge monster. Our hero opened the system menu, which contained information about the King of Lions. His defense was insanely high. Our hero was very surprised when he saw such huge defense indicators. He never expected the monster to be so resilient. The lion roared loudly and then began to run towards our hero in order to destroy him, because this is his enemy, and also a very strong enemy. The guy also rushed into battle. He ran towards his enemy to fight him. This was truly a great battle. While fighting, our hero said that if everything continued like this, he would not be able to withstand this monster for long. Our hero jumped away from the huge lion and shouted for Ursha to use his provocation skill and take the huge lion with him. The dog jumped away from the lion's body and began to run somewhere. In fact, the huge lion himself was a little surprised by this. The dog barked at the huge boss. He tried to anger him even more so that he would run after him. Leo was very angry. Our hero watched Ursha fight a huge monster. Chu Tianji watched and said that the dog has the skill of a mythical beast, reducing damage received by up to 10%. Our hero added that Ursha would be able to restrain this bully without any problems. At that moment, the young man received a notification that he had received a message. Who was it? Our hero began to very quickly exit the game to respond to the message that he received. Chu Yi walked out of the game and began to take off his helmet to get out of his booth. He reached for his phone. The guy took the phone and then started looking to see who dared to disturb him and write to him at such a time. It was Ling Ziyue who said that our hero promised to add her as a friend in the game, and had he really forgotten about it? The girl said that perhaps our hero saw that she was much better than him in the game, and therefore he was embarrassed to accept her request. The guy was silent. Our hero said that he had already added the girl to his friends list. She was very surprised because she had not received any requests. Chu Yi said that he had indeed already added the girl as a friend, and if she didn't believe it, then she could enter the game herself and check the list of friends. Meanwhile, the battle in the game was not over. The sounds of blows were heard, but nothing was visible. There was a lot of dust around. Ursha tried to withstand the huge lion, but it was really very difficult for him, and therefore he was running out of strength. A huge lion was attacking our hero's pet. He fiercely jumped on him to kill the dog. He had no intention of stopping. However, Chu Tianji had already entered the game. He used the divine healing technique and directed this spell at his dog. The lion, who at that time was already jumping on our hero's dog, saw that green energy was flying towards Ursha and was surprised. Ursha received restoration, and the huge lion has almost reached its goal. Our hero was heading towards a huge monster. The guy from the back started using some very powerful technique. The lion turned around to see who it was. Our hero was not going to be left behind. Despite the enormous defense of this lion, he was still going to defeat him. The lion took quite a lot of damage. He roared in pain. Our hero continued to attack him with an endless number of attacks. Even our hero's faithful dog pounced on his enemy, barking furiously at him. Ursha was very fearless. The dog also caused quite a lot of damage to this lion. It was going to destroy its offender. The lion was again very angry with our hero's dog. Chu Tianji shouted that Ursha was great and told him to continue to distract the monster. Meanwhile, our hero opened the system menu and began to scour it in search of the item he needed. The guy opened the system menu, where there was a list of his friends. The system notified that Ling Ziyue had entered the network. Our hero opened a chat with the girl and then began to very quickly type a small message on the keyboard in the air. The guy wrote that he had already said that he added the girl as a friend. She read this message with surprise. The girl did not say anything. She thought that Chu Yi had just recently told her the same thing. After that, it dawned on the girl. She was very surprised by what she now understood. She couldn't believe her eyes. The girl asked if the guy was Chu Yi. The guy addressed the girl by name. She asked how long ago he recognized her. Chu Tiange said that at first he just guessed. He had assumptions. But when he met her at Jiangnan University, he immediately realized that the girl's nickname in the game was Ziming. The girl said that she understood everything. She understood why a few days ago he refused to give his in-game name, because all the era players are trying to understand who the god Chu Tiange is. The guy asked his girlfriend to keep this fact a secret, because if someone found out, then he and the girl herself would have huge problems. The girl said that she would not tell anyone anything. Their dialogue continued. The guy asked what level the girl was at now. She replied that on the 9th, the hidden task that he gave her last time allowed her to level up faster. The girl also said that she had updated her basic equipment. Our hero told the girl at level 10 to go to the city of Chang'an. She said that they would be able to see each other soon. It was as if the girl was glad that the great god Chu Tiange turned out to be her classmate. She looked at the chat with him with a smile. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Our hero, along with his dog, still fought with a huge monster. The system notification said that the Golden Lion King had a little more than half his health bar. Continuing this very long battle, our hero used powerful techniques and did not understand why this monster had so much health. After that, our hero made a strange face, and then remembered that he forgot to add those two as friends. Chu Tiange jumped away from the huge lion, and it again began to attack our hero's pet. The young man said that he would add them right now. Meanwhile, the state of Tang, Shaohe Village. The day was already ending, and so the sun was slowly setting behind the horizon. A player's sword lay leaning on a stone. He was the most ordinary and did not stand out from the outside. The guy was sitting in the system menu and typing something at the same time. He pressed a lot of buttons at the same time. Most likely, the young man who was sitting on the stone was communicating with someone. And that's why he wrote messages so quickly. The guy was in a private chat channel. His game name was the King of the World, and he was communicating with a player whose game name was not the Stealing King. The non-Stealing King said that the game name for the third brother was perfect for him. The second young man said that he could not say the same about the first one's in-game name. The guy said that his name sounded very impressive, and then asked why the third brother, instead of going to him in the Sun Country, he went to the Tang Country, and their boss is also playing alone. The guy was sad that the third brother and boss preferred to be alone because he really wanted to play with them. The third brother, in turn, wondered why the boss had not added them yet. At that same moment, the guy received a system notification in which Chu Tiange added him as a friend. Seeing this, the guy was slightly surprised. He did not fully understand the full scale, and therefore was not so surprised. The guy reached for the friend button. He agreed for Chu Tiange to become his friend. What happened next? Our hero turned to the guy as a third brother and said that it was him. Now everything was in its place. The guy was very surprised when he saw that our hero was Chu Tiange. He still couldn't believe his eyes. Our hero said that the guy should keep his identity a secret. The guy sighed and said that he understood everything. Our hero asked if the guy was in the Tang state, and then added that the guy should go to the city of Chang'an when he raised the 10th level. The guy understood everything. Meanwhile, in the state of Sun. From the outside, it looked like a high-tech city from the future. Inside, there was a huge number of players, each going about their own business. The guy was walking along the bridge. Our hero turned to the guy as a second brother and said that it was he, Chu Yi. The young man again revealed his identity to his neighbor. The guy was very surprised that our hero was Chu Tiange. Everything was the same as with the third brother. Although perhaps the second brother's reaction was even more pronounced, he could not believe that his boss was the outstanding rich player Chu Tiange. Our hero created a chat group with 3 players. Chu Tiange, the King of the World and the non-Stealing King, turned on the voice call. The second brother apologized to his boss and said that he didn't know our hero was so amazing. Meanwhile, our hero still continued to fight with a huge tiger, which had enormous defense. The battle seemed to last forever. The guy said that if he had known how cool our hero was, he would have gone with him to the state of Tang from the very beginning to be with him. The guy already wanted to delete his account so he could meet with his boss. While fighting, our hero said that the second brother should not dare to delete his account, and also added that he believed in his gaming abilities, and if he wanted to help, then he should be in the country of Sun. Our hero furiously attacked the monster and told second brother to private message him with his account number so that Chu Tiange would send him 10 million gold coins as a start. The guy stood on a bridge in the middle of the city. He was very surprised that our hero wanted to give him as many as 10 million gold coins. All the players around were very surprised. The third brother turned to our hero and asked how much gold he actually has in this game. Why he gives such starting capital. Our hero fought with a huge lion and asked the guys to guess how much money he had. They began to assume that it was 500 million or a whole billion. Our hero said that he had a more impressive amount in his account. He also said that if all the money in the game is divided into 10 parts, then he has 8 such parts on his account, and one of his friends also has 1 part. Chu Tiange continued to fight with the huge lion. He also added that the last 10th part was in the possession of all the players of the era in total. The second and third brothers were very shocked. The battle with the huge lion was still not over. It lasted the whole day. Our hero tried his best to destroy it. The young man used his most powerful and varied techniques to defeat this powerful boss. Whatever he used to win. For the average player, this boss would be simply impossible to complete alone. The only player on the server who could afford to wage such a battle was Chu Tiange. The lion screamed in pain. Chu Tiange furiously continued to attack this monster in order to quickly destroy it and finally end this fight. And finally the boss was defeated. It felt like this fight would simply never end, but our hero won. A huge number of coins and various items of equipment as well as weapons were scattered around. It was easier to say what was missing than to list everything that fell from this very strong and powerful boss. The system congratulated our hero on receiving purple equipment, on receiving jade, and on a bunch of other things. The guy got real mountains of things, rare items, a lot of coins. The whole location was in things that fell from this boss. The guy and his dog left this place. The system congratulated our hero on his first kill of the 11th level golden boss. It was very cool. The second brother asked if their boss had been talking to them all this time, and at the same time fighting the golden boss. Our hero said that this was so, and then said that the golden boss himself is weak, but he has huge defense and a supply of lives. Killing such a one is boring and time-consuming. The guy also added that he decided to kill time while talking with the second and third brothers. The guy's surprise knew no bounds. They looked into the void with open mouths and were very surprised. The second and third brothers realized that Chu Tiange was the strongest person in the game, although this was already obvious. The system again announced that Chu Tiange was the first among the players to kill the level 11 golden boss. Players were surprised that the global announcement appeared again. Everyone was shocked that it was Chu Tiange again. How legendary this player became in era. The players were not very happy for our hero. They were angry that all the world announcements were only about Chu Tiange, and he, Zhao Ritian, expressed his dissatisfaction. The players were discussing whether our hero had gotten any gold equipment, while another player said that Chu Tianju could hardly get something better than the equipment he was wearing. Even our hero was unhappy that it was a world announcement again, because the game is very boring and sending a world announcement for killing a weak gold boss is stupid. Our hero began to look at all the things he received after killing the boss. He said that there was also gold pet equipment in the inventory. It was a cloak of the underworld. It weakens the defense of an enemy by 100 units within 20 meters. Our hero said that this was excellent equipment. Our hero grabbed this cloak and then began to transfer it to his pet's icon in order to put on this cloak. Ursha, our hero's dog, began to howl very loudly and raise his head to the sky. He seemed pleased. While wearing a raincoat, the dog barked very loudly at the sky. He looked much more menacing with this cloak than without it. And then Ursha began to play with his cloak and run in a circle. Our hero said that the dog was stupid, and then added that they needed to move on. They came for a new boss. It was the 12th level golden boss, the Golden Tiger King. He looked very strong. Our hero, together with his faithful dog, attacked this huge tiger. They attacked him fiercely and without stopping. This time they had already easily defeated the huge golden boss, and mountains of good things fell from it. The system again congratulated Chu Tiange for being the first among the players to kill the level 12th golden boss. The players were once again unhappy that Chu Tiange received a world announcement in his honor for the second time in a row. The other player was very angry and clenched his fists. The guy said that he, Zhao Ritian, did not accept this. Meanwhile, our hero and his faithful dog Ursha have already defeated the golden boss of the 13th level. It was a huge monkey. The system again congratulated our hero on the fact that he was the first among the players to kill the golden boss of the 13th level. The players were even more indignant. They shouted that they were very angry about this, the spam of world announcements about Chu Tiange. The angry young man shouted that he, Zhao Ritian, still did not accept this. The young man was very angry. A worldwide announcement appeared in which our hero was congratulated on the fact that he was able to kill the boss of the 14th level, and after the 15th level, this young man was unstoppable. The system continued to congratulate our hero on the fact that he was the first player to kill the golden boss of the 16th level, and then the 17th level. It was an excellent result. The second brother turned to our hero and asked him to look at something interesting. There was a link to the forum. Our hero followed the link that led to the forum to see what the second brother wanted to show him. The topic was discussed on the forum that Chu Tiange seemed to be planning to kill all the gold bosses in the Chang'an City area, and this is not fair, because in this way he will leave newcomers without leveling up. Furious players shouted that they would file a complaint against our hero because Chu Tiange is a crazy idiot obsessed with gold bosses who doesn't care about newcomers. Our hero smiled at this. He actually found it funny to watch the pathetic players whine about how they couldn't do something. Our hero opened the system menu and then went to the section where there was a button labeled World Mouthpiece. He pressed this button. Our hero said in the World's Mouthpiece that he asks newcomers to try even harder. This made him very funny. The surprised players who heard this were surprised, and then asked what all this meant, why Chu Tiange was saying this. Our hero said that newcomers raise their level without diligence. The average level of all players in the China region is only 5. The guy said that he rose to the 15th level. This is 10 levels higher than the average for the area, and because of this, the game sanctioned him. And since he cannot level up, he can only fight gold bosses. The guy said that since they don't like it, they should level up more diligently because he doesn't want to fight gold bosses but wants to level up. The players listened to our hero with great surprise. They did not believe that the guy was already at level 15. Others were trying to figure out how the hell he was able to raise so many levels in so much time and what tasks he performed. One of the players said that the players are focusing on the wrong things. The main thing in his speech is that the level throughout the Chinese region of the game is too low, and he killed the gold bosses out of boredom. The players realized that, in other words, all the players in the Chinese region were only pulling Chu Tiange down with their low levels. Our hero continued to speak into the bullhorn that he would hope that the players would level up more diligently, and thus they would be able to leave the beginner village without any problems. Chu Tiange said that in the future, the resources of the game, that is, the resources of the virtual world, will be more valuable than the real-world resources in life. He also said that competition for resources would then be based on the overall relevance of the entire region. So inspiring players to level up is one of his goals. The players said that our hero was simply lucky to raise his level faster than everyone else. They asked what Chu Tiange's pride was. Meanwhile, the head of the God Slayer Guild said that he, the God Slayer, would soon rise to the 10th level and would immediately leave the newcomer village. He needed to wait a little longer. Hen Wu Heng turned to his head and said that in this world there is only one world mouthpiece. In other words, Chu Tiange can hear his words, but other players cannot. Our hero asked if all the players seriously thought that they would be able to leave the beginner village only by rising to the 10th level. This is very naive. The players did not understand what this all meant. They asked if they could not leave the beginner village at level 10, However, our hero shattered their expectations and goals with his words. The guy actually claimed that they would not be able to leave the newcomer village. Meanwhile, outside Bayun village, players fought monsters. One of the players was able to raise his level to the 10th. He shouted that he was probably the second player of the era who was able to reach the 10th level. He decided to go to the main city. Being very joyful, the guy ran with all his might to this city. There was a fire in his eyes. He longed for something new. While the guy was running to his destination, a man appeared in front of his face. The guy immediately slowed down. The man said that the guy wanted to leave Bayun village, but their space-time channel leading to the outside world was damaged by an attack from a huge demon. The man said that only by defeating the big demon would it be possible to reopen the method of teleportation leading to large counties and cities in the game era. The man offered to complete a task called Hero of Bayun Village. The guy accepted this task with complete courage and determination. Meanwhile, the magic zone is level 10. Apparently, this was the huge boss that had to be defeated to complete the task. The guy fought decisively with this huge demon. He shouted that this was the final blow and then used his technique. The demon attacked this guy to protect himself. The battle was not even simple, a real challenge indeed. The young man was very frightened and surprised. His eyes rolled into his forehead from fear. He did not know what to do. As a result, a powerful blow occurred, an explosion and a very bright flash from it. What happened to the young man who fought the demon? The guy died and his soul went to a special zone for rebirth. The demon stood still and did nothing. The murdered guy did not understand how it all happened. He clearly didn't expect the demon to be defeated to be so strong. The guy said that he assumed that by rising to level 10 he could easily get out of Bayun village. He was very naive. This huge demon is an obstacle for beginners. If they couldn't defeat the demon, they wouldn't be able to leave the rookie village. They were discussing in the chat that Chu Tianjia left the newcomer village on the second day. They were very surprised by this. The players from other villages were jealous of the players from Yumi village, because they could leave the beginner village as soon as they reached the 10th level, because Chu Tianjia had already defeated the demon. Our hero walked through the mountains of things. He said that the golden bosses from levels 11 to 20 were finished. Their next stop was the city of Yangzhou. Clouds began to gather in the sky. Everything looked very unnatural, as if someone was using some kind of technique for this. Ursha looked at the sky and grinned. He was angry, and that's why he even barked. What did he notice or feel? Our hero stood and did nothing. He watched his faithful dog bark at the sky and at the clouds that were gathering. The clouds were gathering stronger and stronger. It looked very eerie. Lightning struck from there with enormous force. Our hero, together with his faithful pet, were ready for any difficulties and dangers, and therefore Chu Tianjia stood and did nothing. Our hero looked into the sky at these clouds and lightning and said that now he felt the spirit of extermination. It was something very strange. The clouds continued to narrow, and a huge number of lightning bolts of varying strengths came out of them. It was very creepy. Our hero was very determined. The system said that great horror had descended on the Tang state. The system also added that all the wild monsters had gone berserk. What could this mean? The monster's strength increased many times over. The eyes of the huge monster glowed bright green like two emeralds. The players were scared. The huge boars also became enraged. They became larger than they were, and their eyes glowed bright red like two rubies. The players were running away from the monsters. They did not understand what was happening, and why the huge monsters suddenly became much stronger. They believed that they could not cope with them, and therefore they ran away. Our hero watched all this. He also did not understand what was happening. He said that all that happened was that he defeated all the gold bosses, and he didn't understand where the monsters came from. After that, the heads of some creatures began to peek out from a huge cloud. From a distance, they resembled the heads of dragons. Our hero was very surprised and partly frightened. He had never seen such huge and strong monsters before. From a huge cloud flew a huge red dragon which had a lot of heads, namely about 9. Our hero, together with his dog, was ready to fight to the death with such a huge and strong enemy. The surprised guy shouted that these were not 9 monsters, but just one big 9-headed monster. It was an ancient 9-headed dragon. Its level was unknown to anyone. Its health was also unknown to anyone, and its characteristics along with them. Even Chu Tianjie was very surprised and a little scared. The guy said that meeting such a huge boss was a huge surprise for him. The guy opened his inventory, took out a teleportation scroll, and then opened the map. He said that he was returning to the city. To the surprise of our hero, the system said that the space was blocked, and therefore it was impossible to use the city portal scroll. The huge monster said that all people are ignorant, and to see it with their own eyes is a great honor for them. The monster began to emit a very strong roar, which spread over a very large area. The dragon was really huge. Our hero and his dog were very close to this monster, and therefore a very loud growl affected them. Ursha began to fly away from this growl, and our hero caught his spear on the ground and tried to stay on his feet. Even thanks to the spear, Chu Tianjie had difficulty staying on the ground. He was still pushed back and cut the ground. The roar ended, a lot of dust rose around, and our hero sighed heavily and stood resting after this. The guy's face was covered in bruises. He didn't understand what the hell this was. From just one roar, almost half of all his lives were taken away. Our hero, with great determination, rage, and anger, rushed into battle against the huge monster. His dog was also with him. The guy jumped towards the huge monster and began attacking it with endless attacks from his powerful spear. The battle was gaining momentum. The huge monster was able to repel the attacks of our hero, and therefore the guy flew quite a long distance back. The blow was so strong that our hero flew several meters along the ground when he fell to the ground. The young man was amazed at the enormous power of this huge monster and did not know what to do. Some kind of plan was needed. The huge monster told our hero not to be afraid of him, and he admired him very much, and therefore would give him a chance for salvation, and invited Chu Tianju to join their ancient clan. Our hero began to heal. He began to think that this ancient clan and humanity were most likely opposed to each other. Our hero shouted that no one would want to join the likes of this dragon. With his proposal, he only incites him to premature defeat. The huge monster looked at our hero, and then said that if he could not persuade our hero, then he would have to take his life. Our hero asked if the monster really thought that he would be afraid of some kind of death, since his healing allows him to instantly restore his health. The monster began to laugh at our hero and say that he was ignorant. He asked if the guy really thought that some kind of healing could save him from his worst fate. After this dragon became very angry, and therefore his eyes began to sparkle with lightning. He looked straight at our hero. After this, the huge dragon began to use a technique called 9-rank demonic lotus. It was some kind of very powerful and large-scale technique. Our hero covered his face from such a bright light. For a second, the young man was speechless. He didn't know what to say or what to do now, because he had never met such strong opponents. The huge monster said that when his lotus gets into our hero's body, it will explode, and the explosion will be very unpredictable. After the explosion, our hero's health will drop to 0. The experience will also disappear into emptiness. The dragon added that there will be as many as 9 such eruptions. He looked at our hero with a menacing gaze. Our hero was in complete shock. He was very scared that he would lose the level to 0 as many as 9 times. The huge monster turned to our hero and told Chu Tianjie to make his final choice, because his patience is limited. Making a very serious and scary look, the huge monster said that he would count to 3, and therefore began to count down. Our hero was very scared, and so he made a frightened expression on his face and began to think about agreeing. However, unexpectedly for everyone, a very bright light appeared from the huge clouds, and something began to crawl out of there. What was it? The frightened Chu Tianjie looked at this process in surprise. He saw something coming out of huge clouds with a very bright light. The huge dragon was also very surprised and frightened by this. He carefully watched the process that was happening. The light became brighter and brighter. It felt like the rays of the sun were breaking through the dark clouds. In this bright light, some very bright object appeared. It looked very much like a piece of powerful armor. Frightened, Chu Tianj thought that it might be a UFO. He was already so surprised by the various events that he did not know what to think. Even the huge monster was afraid of this. He looked at the thing that was descending from the sky and said that things were going badly. This thing began to glow with a very bright yellow light. Some kind of process has begun. What will be next? And then, this armor continued to shine with a bright light, and in the air where this light was, something began to appear. Unexpectedly for everyone, in the place where this light was shining, a huge man appeared, from whom the same light emanated. He was holding something in his hands. Our hero never ceased to be surprised by this. He was very surprised and frightened at the same time. He wanted everything to end quickly. The young man smiled and then said that his savior had finally come. The guy was happy about this as never before. The huge man asked if the ancient nine-headed dragon really had a lot of courage, since he decided to sneak into his state of Tang out of the blue. The huge monster asked if he appeared in his real form. Would the caretaker of the Sky Tower dare to stand in front of him like that? The man asked if this dragon's true body could come to their human world. From the outside it looked very intriguing. After that, the man sighed and began to spin the object that was in his hands. Something is about to start. Further, between the huge dragon and the heavenly watchman of the tower, something appeared that was spinning very strongly, and there was a lot of energy around it. And a moment later, a huge dragon began to scream very loudly and use some kind of technique to attack the man. The dragon let out a powerful roar and tried to destroy what was spinning in front of it. A lot of dust and broken stones rose around. The trees around were also destroyed. Complete chaos began. Everything around was destroyed and turned into real devastation. Our hero watched this incredible battle live, with his own eyes up close, and was carried away by the shock wave to the side. The huge dragon was unable to destroy what stood in front of it, and this object continued to spin and form lightning around itself. The dragon looked seriously and then sighed, and said that only for today he would forget about everything. After that, the dragon turned around and began to head somewhere in the opposite direction from the man. The caretaker of the Sky Tower looked at the huge monster and asked after him if he really wanted to escape. The dragon was heading towards the huge clouds from which he actually appeared in this world, and the caretaker of the heavenly tower followed him. Our hero sighed with relief and then said that this monster had finally left, fortunately for him. But then, the guy noticed something. He immediately turned his gaze to what he had just seen. He watched carefully. What did he see there? It turns out that the dragon technique remained in front of our hero, and he shouted that he promised that he would destroy our hero. Chu Tianj was very surprised and scared. He didn't know what to do, so he just stared and didn't move. A huge circle was approaching our hero, the very technique of a huge dragon with which he wanted to destroy Chu Tianj. The flying dragon repeated that he had already said that he would destroy our hero, and therefore he would soon come to an end. Our hero's faithful dog jumped in front of our hero to take the full blow from the most powerful equipment. Our hero wanted to stop Ursh because this was his dear and faithful pet. He did not want him to die. However, it was already too late, and the dog took the entire blow on itself, and a huge outbreak occurred. Chu Tianj covered his face from the bright light. As a result, the dog was thrown back with enormous force, and a hole formed on the ground from the dog's braking distance after the impact. A lot of dust rose around, and our hero ran to his dog to see if he was alive. He was worried. The guy ran up to his dog and then picked him up. He really didn't want Ursha to die and tried to help him. The dog, being in the arms of our hero, whined pitifully in pain. This blow was really very strong. Our hero was very angry. He bit his lip out of anger. The guy was incredibly angry and grateful to his dog. Making a sad face, the guy said that Ursha protected him from the 9-rank demonic lotus and then thanked him. Meanwhile, in the real world, it was night. This was the huge estate of the Chu family. No signs of trouble. Some girls started approaching the entrance to this huge building from the street. Everything was very mysterious. Who was it? This was one of our hero's subordinates, the same maid who helped him in the house with various matters. Holding the phone in her hands, the girl said that her young master and Uncle Ying Li were now in the game. After that, the girl took her phone more tightly and began to write some incomprehensible code or password in it. A system notification appeared on the phone saying that a secret channel had been opened. What was it? The girl made a call and asked over the phone how things were going with the blood sample she gave last time. The person she spoke to on the phone said the blood sample was still being studied. The girl screamed for him to speed it up because this research is very important. After that, she said that she could begin to monitor the progress of the study herself. The man on the phone asked to put himself in his position, because he only had one blood sample and it was not enough. The man said that every time he had to take a sample from a tiny drop. The girl said that since they only had one sample and she couldn't get a second one, then you should use a different method, invest any resources in the project, regardless of their price. The man understood everything, and the girl herself headed towards the entrance to the mansion. The girl reached for the phone screen and pressed the button to hang up. She was clearly up to something not very good. Walking inside, the girl smiled. Her plan was flawless, and she was 100% sure of it. As she walked up the steps, she wondered what kind of soup she should prepare for the young master before he woke up. Meanwhile, our hero was in the game. He had a very tense face and cold sweat was running down his face. In the game, Chu Tianjie sat in a huge crater which was left after the technique of that huge dragon and held his pet in his hands. The dog lay unconscious. Our hero held him in his arms and was very sad. This dog was very dear to him. However, unexpectedly for them, a very bright ray of light began to shine from a huge cloud that was above them. This beam of light shone directly at our hero and his faithful dog, who were sitting in a huge crater. What was it? The dog began to disappear. He began to turn into small cubes and simply disappear from the hands of our hero. A moment later, Ursha completely disappeared from the hands of our hero. He was very depressed and upset. It was a sad moment. A system menu appeared in front of our hero, in which it was written that this was a space for pets. Ursha's health points were at 0. The recovery process has started. Our hero stood in front of the system menu and bowed his head down and was very upset. He treasured his dog. Along with sadness, a lot of anger arose in our hero, which is not surprising because he lost his beloved pet. The young man was incredibly angry. He looked at the sky angrily and most likely cursed this damn dragon in his heart. The monster himself shouted that this was terrible because how dare a stupid dog take on his demonic lotus. At this moment, the caretaker of the Sky Tower used his technique and shouted for the dragon to die quickly. The man used the most powerful techniques against this dragon. He inflicted enormous damage on it. It was something. The caretaker of the Sky Tower attacked the huge dragon without stopping. He wanted to finish it off as quickly as possible. He stood in front of the dragon and waved his arms as his huge weapon dealt massive amounts of damage to the dragon. The Sky Tower guard's weapons kept attacking and attacking. These attacks seemed to never end. However, after his devastating series of attacks, the man stopped using his powerful weapon. There was still a lot of energy in the sky, as well as a lot of smoke from the explosions. The man stood in front of this cloud of smoke and waited. But the dragon did not die, and his figure began to emerge in the smoke. He was still in the air and looking at the man. The caretaker of the Sky Tower was shocked. He did not expect that the dragon could survive his devastating series of attacks. There was a magical shield around the dragon. The monster shouted that with his magical shield, no attack from the caretaker was scary. But while his heart was beating, the dragon continued to say that as long as there is at least one drop of his blood, he will recover from any wounds, as if they never happened. The man understood that things were going badly. The man conducted a dialogue with this huge dragon, and our hero stood on the ground and watched this battle in great anger. The caretaker of the Sky Tower said that in this case he would have to act differently, and then looked at our hero. The dragon, with great surprise, also turned his attention to our hero. Our hero stood still and did nothing. After that, Chu Tianjie frowned and said about a single top-quality sacred talent. He was very serious. Our hero stood up and then shouted that this talent is called Reflection of Heaven. The guy was determined. There was a lot of concentrated energy around him. A whole beam of energy appeared on it, which destroyed everything around. But the young man who was in the center was intact. This powerful technique pierced the clouds themselves and released its beam. The technique was indeed very powerful. She crushed the stones that were under our hero. A lot of water spilled under them. Our hero stood still. There was chaos all around. A huge amount of water spilled all over. All the stones were destroyed, and Chu Tianjie stood still. A lot of energy was concentrated in his body. The guy was furious. He looked serious and looked at the sky. Reflection of the skies of the first level. The creation of a large-scale zone, while being in which the characteristics of allies are increased by 10%, and the characteristics of opponents are decreased. Also, the level of this skill can be increased. The dragon that was in the sky was surprised by this skill. The caretaker of the sky tower himself was surprised and said that this is the only sacred talent of the highest quality. He also added that our hero has a great future. The man made a serious face and then looked at the huge dragon. He was already thinking about something at that moment. The man was in front of the dragon and said that under the influence of this skill, its characteristics also increase. The man was about to use his most powerful weapons and equipment again, shouting that now the dragon could not escape his fate. After these words, the man rushed into battle using his huge and powerful weapon, and began to attack the huge monster. The huge weapon of the caretaker of the sky tower was getting closer and closer to the huge monster, and he was very surprised. In order to avoid such a fate, the huge dragon began to use a protective barrier to protect itself. The caretaker of the sky tower began to attack the huge dragon, and he in turn tried to defend himself. The weapon of the keeper of the sky tower dealt a lot of damage to the shield of the huge dragon, but still did not penetrate it. The dragon had already begun to rejoice. He bared his teeth and smiled, looking at the fact that the man could not break through his defense. The keeper of the sky tower tried his best to destroy this dragon's defenses, but he was unable to do so. Our hero, seeing that the caretaker of the sky tower was a little unable to cope, began to think of some plan to help him. Then the guy got very tense and tried to transfer some of the energy to the man so that he could cope with the dragon. The man felt a surge of energy in himself. He was a little surprised, but realized that now he could become stronger. The man felt his strength increase again, and he became stronger with every second of this fight. The dragon mocked and shouted that the man's efforts were useless, because his barrier was absolutely invincible. But suddenly, unexpectedly for the dragon himself, the shield cracked, and the weapon of the caretaker of the heavenly tower was able to penetrate inside. The dragon could not believe his eyes. He was very surprised and at the same time scared. Things didn't go according to his plan. The caretaker of the sky tower shouted for the dragon to go straight to hell and then increased the power of his technique. The man used all his strength and all his energy to deliver that same crushing blow to the dragon. The dragon screamed in pain and was angry at all the people. He called those who defeated him damn people. The keeper of the sky tower continued to attack the dragon with his devastating techniques and caused enormous damage to it. From such a huge force, a whole explosion was heard in the sky. Our hero stood below and silently watched this. The dragon was defeated. Mountains of things fell from the sky, which fell after killing a huge dragon. Our hero looked at the sky and smiled. The system congratulated our hero on his victory, and said that in this battle he dealt 5% damage to the boss, and therefore he receives a passive skill, Ancient Breath. The guy opened the system menu to look up this skill. It was a passive skill, thanks to which additional damage is dealt to monsters, and its amount depends on the level. The guy was glad that he was able to get a good passive skill for nothing. He believed that this skill was the reflection of heaven. The young man opened the inventory and said that something new had appeared there. It was the heart of an ancient dragon and the scales of an ancient dragon, materials of divine quality. Our hero stood and looked at the awards he had received. The caretaker of the sky tower began to descend towards him. The man asked Chu Tiange to put all his efforts into cultivating him, and he also said that he couldn't wait to fight the guy. Our hero looked at the man with a confident face. He was going to become stronger in order to meet the expectations of the caretaker of the sky tower in the future. The man flew into the sky, and our hero said that he forgot to ask where he could buy the same item as the man. Our hero opened the system menu and said that he needed to see how Ursha was doing. He added that if the dog became the weakest pet in the world, he would still take him with him. It was already a roaring demon lotus dog. Its level was first, and its health points were at 49%. There was a complete recovery. The dog has clearly changed since the moment he protected our hero with his body, and died from the powerful technique of a huge dragon. The guy looked at Ursh and did not understand where his changes were. It was a real miracle, and at the same time a mystery for our hero. Our hero thought that before the level was reset, Ursh's stat points were exactly the same as they are now. He didn't understand whether when the level was reset, the stats didn't change. The system explained that when the dog was struck by the 9-rank demonic lotus of the ancient dragon, It mutated and merged with the essence of the technique, and then suffered a transformation. Our hero thought that at the 10th, 20th, 30th, and 90th levels, Ursha would lose her levels, but her skill points and characteristics would not change. Our hero said that this stupid dog really has divine luck. Meanwhile, in the state of Tang, Xiaohe village, a girl turned to the guy and thanked him for saving him. She said that she did not expect wild monsters to appear in this place, and therefore she was scared and almost died. The young man said that everything was very easy and anyone would have helped in his place. The guy also asked the girl why she was leveling up alone in the level 5 wild monster zone. The girl said that her teammates went back to do their own thing, and she wanted to practice a little more, so she had to improve her level herself. The guy said that the girl's class is a magician, and from now on she shouldn't fight alone because magicians are very vulnerable alone. The girl said that she would take everything into account and then asked to explain where that anomalous level-up point that the guy was talking about was located. There were a lot of stupid and weak monsters there and a lot of experience. The guy said that there was one, but it was small, and there could be a little more than 10 people there, and therefore no one should know about it. The girl said that she wouldn't tell anyone and smiled. The guy and girl waited until nightfall to go to this place and so that no one would follow them. It was a rocky area. The young man was leading the girl. The moon in the sky illuminated their entire path because there were no clouds. They reached the right place and the guy, pointing with his hand, said that they were already there. It was quite beautiful all around. The girl noticed that the place was quite nice, and then the young man suggested that they start raising the level. But then the girl made a malicious smile. She was clearly already planning something and wanted to address this guy. The girl asked him to stop and wait. The young man was a little wary but did not show it. A group of people appeared around. They said that they did not expect that in this remote village of Xiaohe there would be such a wonderful and hidden place for effective leveling up. The guy looked around and then asked this group of players who they were and what they needed from him. One of the players went to the guy and told the girl that she completed this task perfectly and then praised her. The guy realized that the girl had deceived him, and all the words about how she wanted to raise the level as quickly as possible and leave the newcomer village with him were a lie. The guy with red hair said that the girl didn't need any way to quickly increase her level, and she didn't want to leave this village. She needs a patron, a strong hand. The guy continued and said that when the game just started, he noticed the name of this young man and decided to check him out, and then he was surprised that he raised his level so quickly. The guy continued saying that that's why he came to the conclusion that the young man had found some hidden place to level up more effectively. He also said that in order to find out about this place, he ordered the girl to arrange a banal scene, and the young man fell for it. He said that this valley was now his. The angry young man who was deceived made a rude face and then said that the guy with red hair should not think that he would allow him to live well. The guy with red hair also added that if anyone finds out about this place, he will kill the young man until he remains on the first level and deletes his account. The young man was very angry. Not only was he deceived by the girl, but he also lost the place in which he was quickly leveling up. The guy sighed and then said that in this case he would simply leave, and they would leave him alone, and he would continue to play. But at that moment, another player appeared behind the young man. He was huge, he smiled, and was about to hit the young man with an axe. The guy was very surprised and scared. Some idea came to his mind. Something seemed to shoot inside his head. Meanwhile, someone was walking down the street and scattering some old and cheap equipment. Who was it? It was our hero, Chu Tiange, who said that we should have thrown away all the low-level equipment a long time ago. His backpack became very light, and the guy almost didn't feel it. While the guy was climbing in his inventory, a system notification appeared on his screen, in which the word alarm was written. The guy reached out to this message to see what had happened and why the alarm appeared. The system showed the second brother's icon, and then wrote that our hero's friend was killed. It was unexpected. Our hero looked at this system notification with horror. He was very surprised and did not expect it. Our hero was very angry. He furiously asked who dared to touch his precious brother. The guy wanted to figure it out. The third brother wrote to our hero. He wanted to inform about the second brother. But our hero interrupted him and said that he was going to his brother's newcomer village. The guy asked if Chu Tiange could really get into any beginner village he wanted, only at his own request. Our hero said he has a plan. At this time, outside Chang'an City, everyone lived their own lives. It was some kind of tall building in which there were many guards. Our hero came to this place and stood in front of this entire crowd of people who were there. What was Chu Tiange up to? The soldiers looked at our hero in disbelief, but Chu Tiange always had some kind of plan with him. Our hero took out a whole bag of gold coins in front of the guard's face and said that he had one request to the guard. The man asked what our hero wanted, and our hero, holding out a mountain of coins, said that it was nothing special. He just wanted to have a cup of tea with his brother. Chu Tiange smiled and then said that he really needed to get to Xiaohe village. This was a problematic request. The guards with whom our hero spoke became thoughtful. The man said that the village's teleportation array had not yet been activated, and therefore they could send our hero to the huge demon. Leading our hero to the portal, they said that if our hero wants to return, he will have to destroy this demon and thus unlock the teleportation array. Our hero said that he would do it without any problems, and then headed towards the portal. The guards were only glad of this. Chu Tiange entered this huge portal and left behind him a guard with a huge amount of gold coins. Meanwhile, the spawn point of Xiaohe village. As with many similar games, players died quite often, so there were quite a lot of them in this place. Our hero's friend was also reborn in this place. The guy clenched his fists in anger. He was very angry. Putting on a serious face, he screamed with anger. Not only did the young man lose his place to level up, but he also lost one level due to death. Meanwhile, life in the village went on as usual. A huge number of NPCs and players communicated with each other. Suddenly something strange began to happen around. Everyone turned their heads and began to observe what was there, what happened there. People could not understand what was happening there and why they were all running there. And then they also ran there. The players shouted that the NPCs did not give him a bat, and therefore he could not fight the monsters to defeat them. Another player shouted that they still had not paid for the task with the NPC, and then asked where he was running. All the NPCs suddenly seemed to go crazy. The guy looked towards the exit as a huge number of NPCs were running away somewhere and did not understand what was happening there. A system notification appeared in front of the young man, notifying him that the guy had a new message in a private chat. The guy pressed the button to see who sent him a message in a private chat, but he already guessed who it could be. Chu Tiange said that he was outside Xiaohe village, in the 10th level magic zone, and then asked the guy to tell him what happened and who killed him. It was unpleasant for the young man to remember this story, and so he sighed heavily, and then was going to say something about it. The guy started pressing buttons very quickly to write to our hero and tell him everything. Before this, the guy asked why our hero came to Xiaohe village, and then added that he saw that a lot of NPCs were heading towards Chu Tiange. Our hero was embarrassed, and then said that it was most likely because of him that the NPCs were behaving this way, and then he said that it didn't matter and asked again about that situation. The guy explained that he found a hidden place to effectively level up, but ended up being tricked, killed, and his place taken away. Our hero said that he understood everything, and then he told the guy to go to these players, send our hero the position of this place, and then he would instantly rush to this place. Meanwhile, a huge number of NPCs were almost running up to the place where our hero was. They were pretty fast. Our hero noticed that a crowd of NPCs was already approaching him, and then heard the huge noise they were making. The NPCs welcomed our hero to this village, and then asked why the guy honored them with his visit. The old man said that he knew everything about our hero, and then added that if the guy had some business, he could come to the old man's house and enter straight without knocking. Our hero smiled and then said that if all the villagers were so friendly to him, then he should tell him. The guy made a serious face, and then asked who is responsible for punishment in this village, because he needs to kill several players. The old man was very surprised that our hero's request, for which he came to this village, was quite small. The old man turned to the blind man and then asked if the guy could figure out this little thing. He nodded silently. After that, the guy approached Chu Tianju and said that our hero could kill everyone, because he was blind anyway, which means he wouldn't see anything, and he laughed. Our hero thanked him. The guy made a serious face and then said that there is no need to thank him for this. He is not corrupting the law, but simply does not see anything. But if he sees that our hero has killed someone, he will issue a punishment. Our hero wanted to say a few words about his friend, and the blind man said that he could see absolutely nothing, and asked for the name of our hero's friend. The players around were perplexed and did not understand what was happening there. The players were surprised and asked each other why all the NPCs from Xiaohe village came to this particular place. Another player asked what they were all doing there together, because from afar it was not very clear without listening to the conversation. And one of the players suggested that this could be the NPC adored by all Chutiange. It was an interesting guess. Meanwhile, the forum was heatedly discussing that the NPCs ran away from the village without giving out the reward for the task. They also added that the NPCs ran away to the 10th level zone for the sake of some player. After this, everyone began to assume that it was God Chutiange who appeared in Xiaohe village in person. They dared to assume that the guy was somewhere nearby. They didn't understand how the guy got to them. However, the players responded to this that it was not a problem for Chutiange to do almost anything, because he had a lot of money and could do whatever he wanted. Meanwhile, in that secret place where our hero's friend was killed earlier, a group of players stood there and talked about something. Our hero's friend this time was confident in himself. He was determined and was not at all afraid of his offenders. The guy with red hair, the girl who deceived this young man, and a bunch of other players stood and said nothing. Then apparently the leader of this gang asked how our hero's friend dared to come to this place again. The guy turned to the girl who deceived him and then said, "Didn't the guy with red hair mention that she needs a strong hand? Then the young man will show them real strength." The guy with red hair made a serious face and then asked if our hero's friend really dared to challenge him to a duel, and then clenched his fist. A moment later, the guy with red hair stood up, pointed his hands at our hero's friend, and began to use some kind of technique. A very powerful explosion was heard in the place where our hero's friend was standing. From the outside, it seemed to everyone that the young man had died. The guy with red hair smiled, and then said that this guy deserved such a fate, and therefore everything is fair. Due to the cloud of smoke raised by strong magic, nothing was visible around, and it was hard to see anything. Our hero's friend was coming out of this huge cloud of smoke. It was actually a very amazing sight. The one who attacked him was also in quite a shock. He did not understand how the guy could survive his attack. The entire group of players was very surprised that the young man did not die from such a powerful technique. But a red cloak appeared from the smoke. It was no longer the same guy who was hit with the magic attack. It was the formidable Chu Tianjie who stood in front of this group of people and was not very pleased with their behavior. The girl was completely shocked that the real rich god Chu Tianj was now standing in front of them. Our hero was determined, the guy smiled, and then he was going to say something to a group of people. His friend appeared from behind our hero and asked if his boss had really come to this place so quickly. Chu Tiange asked if it was these players who killed him. The group that bullied our hero's friend was very surprised. They couldn't believe that this guy was Chu Tianju's brother and didn't know what to do. The red-haired guy knew that they were no match for Chu Tianju, and therefore he should try to calm the situation. The guy said that there was really just a small misunderstanding between them, and besides, the guy didn't know that this was Chu Tianju's brother. Our hero looked at the guy with red hair who was trying to justify himself and then asked if he allowed him to open his mouth. After that, our hero continued to rummage through his inventory. The guy took out some kind of kit and then began to drag it onto his brother. Handing over this kit, our hero said that this is what we need. His friend was very surprised, and the guy with red hair stood silently and was afraid. Our hero's brother looked at this set and saw that it was gold-level equipment that was not classified into classes or categories. Chu Tianj said that with this equipment, all newcomers to the village would avoid the guy, and then asked him to try on the equipment. The young man, without much thought, pulled his finger towards the golden set in order to quickly put on the new equipment. The process of putting on new armor began. The young man's legs began to turn golden, and there was some kind of beautiful effect around him. Gradually, the whole set of this wonderful golden set of equipment appeared on the guy. A bright golden light emanated from him, and therefore everyone looked at him with great surprise and covered their faces. The light was unbearably bright. The guy with red hair watched in fear at this wonderful transformation. Chu Tiange looked at his comrade with a smile. He was glad that his friend would become stronger and no one would dare to offend him. The guy stood in very beautiful golden armor, which all shone and blinded everyone around with its beauty. Our hero's brother appeared in front of the guy with red hair and his team, and then looked at them menacingly. The guy with red hair continued to apologize. He said that he really didn't know. And then he apologized even more. Our hero smiled, and then told the guy with red hair to listen to him. He said that if he killed his bro, then let Chu Tiange's bro kill him once. The guy made a serious face, and then asked if Chu Tiange thought that his request was too much. The guy with red hair smiled, and then said that he would just run away right now, because he knew that Chu Tiange could kill him until he was level 1. The guy was obviously stalling for time. And then he asked if Chu Tiange would dare to throw him into Xiaohe village to kill him in front of the NPCs. The guy spent enough time talking and then waved his hand and said goodbye to everyone around him. The guy teleported somewhere. The players who were standing in this crowd behind the guy with red hair were very surprised that the guy just ran away. They shouted that the guy with the red hair had run away to save his own skin, and then wondered what they should do. The girl who deceived our hero's brother was up to something, and then she looked away. What was she up to? The plan was very simple. The girl began to run, and as she ran she shouted that fighting with Chu Tiange was too dangerous, and therefore she was also leaving. The other players were also afraid, and so they ran after the girl and shouted for her to wait for them. Our hero's brother looked in their direction with a menacing look. He was very angry with these players. After this, the young man began to use some kind of technique, and a lot of bright light appeared around him. The young man attacked all the players who were running away from him because he did not want to spare them because they did not spare him. The guy with a menacing look used his most powerful weapon, and they, in turn, screamed in pain and suffered. Only one girl remained alive, who had deceived a guy in the past. The dead players lay next to her. The guy turned his back to the girl and didn't say anything. He just stood there silently. The girl also stood and was silent. The guy turned around and looked at the girl with a dissatisfied look. From the outside, it looked very pretentious. The girl was scared. She didn't know what to do, because she remembered how she had treated this guy in the past. The guy let the girl go and said that in his gaming code of honor, there is a rule not to kill the girls of the players. The girl was extremely shocked by the actions of this guy. She thought she was done for. The guy turned away from the girl, and the girl herself, in fear, began to run away from this place so that no one would inadvertently finish her off. The guy opened the menu and then started scrolling through it to find the information he needed. The guy was surprised. Looking at his profile, the young man said that some strange things were happening, because he had killed the players, but his name did not turn red. Our hero laughed, and then said that this was all because he asked the NPCs to simply not do it. The young man said that Chu Tiange was indeed very cool. Our hero said that they would go and find the escaped rat, and then they would kill him until his level dropped to 1. The surprised guy said that that player most likely hid in the safest place in the village, and he didn't even think about going out. Our hero said that it was just murder, and then added that he knew what he was doing. They hit the road together. Meanwhile, the spawn point of Xiaohe village. A group of players had just died, and so they were being revived. An angry guy with red hair shouted that these players were spineless fools for allowing themselves to be torn to pieces. The guy said that the god Chu Tiange was too tough for them, because such a strong player like him came personally to Xiaohe village, and therefore there was nothing shameful about it. The guy with red hair shouted that they were just a pathetic bunch of losers, and then said that when he left the newcomer village, he would immediately join the clan, where everyone wanted to kill Chu Tiange. The guy shouted that while other players were rushing outside the beginner village to get good equipment, they were learning something. But Chu Tiange was getting everything at once. In the blue sky, clouds began to unite into a rather large cloud, and lightning struck from this cloud in the middle of the clear sky. The players were very surprised by this. They looked into the sky and tried to understand what was happening. Lightning from the cloud hit the guy with red hair straight. Everyone jumped away from him and were very surprised. The guy died, and all his friends understood was that something flew from the sky and killed him. It seems it was lightning. Chu Tiange and his brother stood on a huge rock watching all the players being reborn. Our hero's friend asked if our hero's second specialty was magic. But our hero said that his second specialty was lightning magician, king of beasts, sword master, and medical shaman. The process of reviving the guy with red hair has begun. He stood and did nothing until the process was completely completed. A system notification appeared in front of the guy, which indicated that Chu Tiange had killed him. The guy didn't understand how this was possible. After that, the young man with red hair looked at the sky again to understand what happened a couple of minutes ago. Before he could understand anything, the guy was again struck by a very powerful bolt of lightning. The guy died again from this blow. Our hero, together with his friend, watched this. They smiled. It seemed that they were laughing at such entertainment. Some time passed and the guy was reborn again in the same place. There were many other players around him. The girl asked what the hell was going on in this place. The guy with red hair was shocked. He was about to say something, but before he could say anything, the young man was again struck by a very powerful bolt of lightning. The girl covered her face from such a bright light. Some time passed, and the guy began to be reborn again in the same place where he had just been killed. He reappeared among his friends. This was about the third rebirth of this guy. It clearly wasn't easy for him. The excited guy was still able to say that all his deaths were the work of Chu Tiange, who was mocking him. And after that, the guy was again hit by a powerful charge of energy, which still killed him and forced him to be reborn. A system notification appeared in front of the young man, in which he wrote that Chu Tiange had killed him, and his level was lowered from 6th to 5th. The guy was very angry. He didn't know how many more times Chu Tiange was going to kill him, and then he said that he knew that he had to leave the game. But now he can't, because he will be blocked. Our hero stood on the same rock, still with the same magic staff, and looking at the guy with red hair, he smiled. The guy was again struck by a powerful technique, so Chu Tiange mocked him all day until night. At night, the players who watched these events asked why this young man was being struck by lightning all day. Other players watched and were surprised by the power of this spell. They did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, the guy with red hair was lying dying, and said that he would kill our hero, but he smiled, saying that our hero would be subject to severe sanctions because of his red name. The clouds became thicker, and the lightning became brighter and brighter. Once again, a powerful discharge hit this guy. The guy lay on the ground and said that he would like to see the face of our hero. After he realizes that his name is turned red, he wouldn't even mind dying for this. After a little more time, the clouds cleared and the sky became clear, beautiful and cloudless again. The exhausted red-haired guy hoped that Chu Tiange had finally stopped. He lay completely exhausted. Realizing that everything seemed to have stopped, the guy tried to get to his feet and look around. A lot of time has passed. The exhausted player shouted that the color of Chu Tiange's name would become the reddest in the game, and then laughed and said that he deserved it. After these words, unexpectedly for everyone, another powerful bolt of lightning struck from the clear sky directly at the young man. The discharge was so strong that the players covered their faces from the bright light, and a lot of dust rose around. The guy died and his equipment fell off him. The players noticed this immediately. They said that it looked blue. Naturally, such things usually do not lie on the ground, and therefore everyone became sharply interested in this. A crowd of players ran towards this equipment and shouted that these were everyone's personal belongings. Quarrels began over objects. Our hero, together with his brother, stood on the same rock and watched this most interesting show. They were pleased with the work done and were completely satisfied with themselves. It was a fascinating show. The last system notification that the guy with red hair saw was a notification that he was killed by ours, and then they said that his level had dropped to level 1. An angry guy walked along the road and cursed our hero. He said that because of Chu Tiange, the guy lost his armor. Some newcomer approached the guy and asked if the guy by any chance knew where he could get a baton for beginners. Another young man approached the guy and asked why he was walking around in shorts, and advised him to at least wear trousers. The guy angrily sent this player. Meanwhile, in the high-tech state of Sun, there was a turbulent life around. All mechanisms were activated. Our hero's friend thought about the fact that Chu Tiange was hacked, and then read how Chu Tiange mercilessly bullied weak beginners. There was a discussion on the forum about our hero using his power to intimidate newcomers. The players were urged in the post to rally against Chu Tiange to prevent this from happening again in the future. There was another post. Our hero was called a troll of the highest level, and they also envied him, because if everyone had such a bro, then no one would ask for anything more in life. The guy said that he was a player of Xiaohe Village, and by killing players, relying on heaven-level spells and equipment, Chu Tiange was able to become the main support of all players. Our hero and his comrade stood on the same mountain. The guys were satisfied with their revenge, and therefore nothing else held them there. The young man turned to our hero and said that he was fierce, and the guy could not think that our hero would keep his word and ask the level of the guy with red hair to the first. Our hero looked into the sky and then said that it was time for him to go, and added that the guy, if anyone dares to kill him again, should contact our hero and they will sort it out. The young man said that he was wearing gold-level equipment right now, and no one in the beginner villages had such equipment. The guy said that no one would touch him in this case. Our hero said that the guy was right, and then added that immediately after the 10th level, he should go to the city of Chang'an. Our hero will be waiting for him there. The guy understood everything. Our hero said that he was already leaving, and also added that he needed to defeat a huge demon in order to leave Xiaohe Village. A message was received in the general chat that a teleportation array had been released in Xiaohe Village, and most likely Chu Tiange did this before leaving Xiaohe Village. He helped them. Some player was happy that he was a player of Xiaohe Village, and having reached the 10th level, he could not leave the village because of the demon. But now the path to the outside world is open to him. Some other player hoped that Chu Tiange came to Xiao Chao Village, and let Kun not forget to visit their village. They would conduct a premium tour of the entire village. Meanwhile, Tang State, Yangzhou City. The weather was very good outside. The sun illuminated the small river that was in the city. Our hero said that all the gold bosses below level 20 outside of Yangzhou City had been killed, and therefore it was time to leave the game to discuss everything with the others. Before he could leave, the guy noticed that an orange teleportation circle had appeared in front of him, and someone began to appear. Chu Tiange stood still and was surprised that there were players in this place. He was even very surprised. A big, pumped-up guy with a red bandage appeared in front of our hero. The guy stood silently in place. Then our hero opened the system menu, in which it was written that this young man's name was Mao Yun. The guy was very surprised. Our hero said that he saw the name of this player in a future video. This person must have been recruited. Our hero stood still and did nothing. His head was full of various thoughts, and so he reasoned. The guys crossed glances and looked at each other. None of them started a dialogue. They looked at each other silently. Then the young man made a serious face and then turned to our god Chu Tianju. The guy was determined. Our hero looked at the guy with a determined face and was already ready for anything. There was even a kind of smile on him. The guy who started the dialogue stood with a straight face and did nothing but didn't say anything either. But in an instant, Mao Yun began to run somewhere very quickly. What was the guy up to, and why did he run? Chu Tiange did not understand this player at all. He opened his mouth wide and looked at this young man with great surprise. The guy took a stance in front of Mao Yun and then anxiously asked if this player really wanted to fight. However, to our great surprise, Mao Yun jumped at the feet of our hero and asked him to stay in this position for at least a minute, because the whole path that the guy had gone through was just for this. Our hero thought that it was all because of his beauty, and therefore said that it's hard to be handsome because even guys fall for him. Meanwhile, in the real world, in the huge mansion of our hero, the weather outside in the real world was just as wonderful as in Era. Our hero still arrived in his very cool gaming booth. He was still in the gaming space of Era. Ying Li and our hero's maid stood in front of this gaming booth and waited for our hero to exit the game. Our hero left the game and began to get up from his playing place. The guy took a very heavy breath. His uncle and the maid stood nearby and watched their young master. They smiled at him very friendly. Our hero stretched out his hands, and then said that he was very tired of playing, and added that this was also physical labor. The maid said that our hero had done a good job and then handed him a bowl of soup for him to eat. Ying Li showed the tablet to our hero. This was the recruiting information that was collected about all the Era players. This information only included Chinese players. Our hero smiled, and then said that he saw this message about hiring workers in a future clip. and then added that the memory points were beginning to be more and more confirmed. The guy flipped to another window on his tablet and said that this was for later, but first he needed to get down to business. Chu Tiangjie opened the map. He said that the location of the guild headquarters will be located in the vicinity of Chang'an City. But exactly what location and how many players will their guild occupy? The maid asked if there really was any difference in where exactly the guild headquarters should be located. Our hero said that of course there is some difference. The guy said that, in fact, guilds can be created anywhere, as long as they are not in the city. But the location where the guild headquarters is built will provide a different set of advantages and disadvantages. Our hero said that he took everything apart and divided such places into 3 categories. The first category of locations is based on the fact that the headquarters will be placed in an area where there are a lot of monsters. The advantage is that there are a lot of monsters there, so it will be easier to level up. But the disadvantage is that the leveling zones have a lot of players and players can attack the headquarters. The second category of places is based on the fact that this is an area relatively remote from the city. In such a terrain it will be difficult to attack them, and there are no disadvantages, but it is difficult to live like this. The guy said that the area there would be mountainous and steep. This place is suitable for highly professional players with several years of experience. Holding a tablet in his hands, our hero said that the third type of place is a comparator. Our hero thought harder. Our hero, holding his tablet in his hands, continued to explain that the third type of place is a comparator. Ying Li and the girl were very surprised. They asked about the comparator, and then asked, that is, this is a mechanism. Our hero explained that the guild headquarters will have some function, and this function is duty. Players who are not members of the guild will have to pay some kind of system that goes through the headquarters. Our hero also added that why don't they establish the guild headquarters through some single road that leads to an important place? Uncle Ying Li and the maid looked at each other. This idea was indeed very interesting. Our hero is a genius. Chu Yi said that from the main city there is a road leading to any place in the region. This road is smooth and safe and is quite close in distance and time. Our hero continued his explanation by saying that going around this road would inevitably take a significant amount of time. Our hero's subordinates were shocked by the plan and said that it was insidious. Our hero said that he chose a narrow passage, and this passage is the path along which one way or another he will have to go in order to get to the city of Chang'an, and in order to get around it, it takes hours. The guy also added that the fee would be 1 or 2 gold coins. Everyone would prefer to spend a couple of dollars to save a few hours on the detour. The surprised girl said that this was very insidious, and then asked if our hero was afraid that all the players would turn against him. The guy said that there are already too many players in this game who want to kill and destroy him. After this, Uncle Ying Li asked how many players our hero managed to recruit for his future guild. Our hero smiled and then said that this is exactly what he wanted to talk to his subordinates about. Ying Li said that the soldiers, who are masters of their craft, charge quite a lot for their services. The man said that our hero's main advantage, besides gold, is the fact that our hero is much ahead of other players, and this is his main goal at the moment. The girl supported the man and said that she also thought exactly the same. Our hero made a serious face, and then said that in the clip of the future, he saw that in the middle of the game, the most important force was the powerful guilds. He also added that these powerful guilds had hundreds of thousands or millions of players, and therefore one of their main responsibilities was to create a guild as quickly as possible. Chu Yi clenched his fist and said, "Something Uncle Ying Li said is also true, and it is precisely his individual responsibility right now that is to cultivate his own strength." However, the girl added that given the real reputation of our hero, she could assume that members of his guild would become potential targets for other players. Our hero said that if there are not many players in his guild, he will be able to provide them with protection, but if there are many of them, this will be a real problem. Our hero clenched his fist and was very serious. He even had thoughts about this in order to get around such a problem. The guy smiled and said that in this case, he would have to cheat a little in order to solve the problem. Our hero said that until some point his guild will not recruit too many players, and even if some elite asks, then no. Ying Li said that then it would be real fasting marketing. Let other players see how powerful our hero's guild will be." However, the man added that our hero would deny the opportunity to enter it, and would wait for the right opportunity, and when he was completely ready, he would create a large-scale recruitment into the guild. Our hero said that this is exactly how everything will be. At the same time, they will acquire the secret to some other guilds, and as long as no one knows that these guilds are associated with him, then the players will not become targets. Our hero also added that it will still be necessary to create several companies in real life. They will issue them to the best players, the best game modules. This is necessary and very important. The guy explained that this was necessary so that the players could maintain sleep mode, so that the entire elite of their guild could be online for a long time. Ying Li understood everything. Our hero asked if our hero had any questions, and Ying Li made a strange face and said that they actually don't have much money. Our hero made an amazing face and then asked how it happened that they had no money. The guy was shocked. Ying Li said that the young man invested 30 billion in the game, and there were several tens of billions left in their account. Even the maid was surprised. The girl asked why she shouldn't start working with her biological company, but our hero flatly refused. The guy explained that research in the bio company is very important, so they will never be able to stop because this would mean closing the company. The guy also added that the money from the bio company will belong only to the girl, and not to him. The girl said that it doesn't matter, because her money is the young master's money. Our hero made a scary face and then shook his head. He said that there was no need to do this and they could handle it. Our hero was embarrassed, and then muttered under his breath that he did not want to lose his dignity. Uncle Ying Li turned to our hero, and then asked what they would do then, and how they could cope with this problem. The guy said that in that case, it was time for them to cash out some money from the game, and then asked what the current exchange rate for dollars to Era gold coins was. The man said 1 to 3.5. Our hero was unhappy. He said that this was lower than the guy expected. Chu Yi thought and began to reason. The man said that now the players do not have enough gold coins to buy red and blue pills. In other words, the market is currently inactive. The man also added that even if someone is ready to sell something, the number of such people is not large, because such uncertainty and profit frightens them. The girl asked with great surprise if our hero really wanted to sell his gold coins from the game. Our hero smiled and then said that he was going to revive the market. The guy was very serious and determined. Meanwhile, in the real world, in some large, decrepit, destroyed, and abandoned building, everything inside was much better equipped than outside. There were Era gaming chairs and quite a few people there. Someone was approaching the entrance. The place was quite abandoned and quite far away, and therefore mostly only people were there. The guys looked at the man who approached the entrance and were a little surprised. They concentrated their attention on him. It was the leader of the Godslayer Guild. He said that they should try their best to find investors, and if they work hard, there will be qualified people among them. The man said that these sufficiently qualified people would be able to interest rich people, and they would glorify their guild of Godslayers. The guys listened to him silently. One of the guys who was sitting at the laptop called their boss over and said that something interesting happened on the forum. The man was surprised, and then decided to approach the guy to find out more about what event happened on the forum. The head of the God Killers Guild instantly jumped up to the guy and asked what had already happened. The surprised young man said that Chu Tiange wanted to sell a lot of gold coins. It was very surprising for everyone. Our hero said that he spent all his money in the game, and he has nothing left to live on. Not even a bun is enough. And therefore, with tears in his eyes, he sells a batch of gold coins. There was a discussion on the forum. Some players said that he was ready to make an exchange. If the guy had nothing to live on, then he could exchange gold coins for him in exchange for food. Another said that he was ready to give the guy all the advertising space. Another offered some kind of sword, saying that it would be very useful in the future. Everyone was surprised, because Chu Tiange is rich, and as for the fact that he has nothing to live on, even in this situation, he has money. One of the players said that he does not understand what is happening at all, and therefore he will simply write this nonsense. The players who were close to their boss and watched this were also surprised that Chu Tiange wanted to sell gold coins cheaply. The leader of the God Killers Guild said that if our hero organizes such a sale, will the price of gold coins fall? Players began to worry. They said that they had recently received more than 1,000 gold coins in the game, and they could not just let the price of gold coins fall. Others added that they needed to seize the moment and bring all their gold coins in the game into the real world. The head of the God Killers Guild said that the guys should under no circumstances sell the gold coins they have, because even if the exchange rate for coins is low now, it will definitely be higher in the future. The surprised guys listened to the boss, and he continued and said that if they take advantage of this opportunity and buy all the gold coins at a low price, then thanks to this, they will grow. The guys asked their boss if they had any money at all to pursue such plans. The man thought about it. Meanwhile, Zhao Manor. It was beautiful cloudless weather outside, which illuminated the area around. Zhao Shu asked why his father did not understand, and that he should buy all of Chu Tianjia's gold coins at a low price. The man said that the guy brings only bad luck and asks for money. The youth said that investing their capital in Era obviously did not interfere with the interests of the organization, and since they did not object, he thought that they would be optimistic about investing in Era. The man said that since the organization has not given its opinion on this matter, the young man accepts this as tacit consent. Is this an argument to pour so much money into the game? Zhao Shu made a serious face and then turned to his father and said that this time he was absolutely sure of everything. The man also made a serious face and told his son to remember that if they make such a huge investment, then they are simply obliged to win something from it. The guy closed his eyes, nodded to his father, and said that of course he understands everything and will make sure that they win. Meanwhile, our hero's maid was sitting at her laptop and browsing various sites with useful information. She turned to our hero and said that the guy had become too popular and the entire forum was only talking about him. Ying Li said that this is just the tip of the iceberg, and now all the major guilds in China must mobilize all their funds into the game. Our hero was sitting at the table and looking at some information on his tablet. His legs were thrown straight onto the table. The president of the Guild of Blood and Steel wrote to our hero. He represents his guild at the recent proposal of our hero. He hoped to purchase the young man's gold coins. The guy was told that the price was negotiable, and therefore they were open to discussion and were looking forward to a response from our hero. A representative of the Dragon Guild also wrote to our hero. Our hero said that representatives of the most powerful guilds sent him offers directly in personal messages, but the maximum received from them was 1 in 3. It's low. Ying Li, handing a cup of hot drink to our hero, said that if he had not forgotten, then the official exchange rate of coins to the dollar is 1 to 3.5. The man added that now, having noticed the highest offer of 1 to 3, compared to the official rate, this is not so bad, and also asked whether it was worth taking advantage of it. Our hero said that the official market rate is just a couple of businessmen who resell gold coins. This cannot be called a full-fledged market, who even determines prices. Ying Li was surprised and a little perplexed. He did not understand what his young master meant, and therefore asked him again. After that, our hero smiled. He clearly already had some kind of plan, and he himself was determined. The young man said that this is the real market. Ying Li stood nearby and did not fully understand our hero, but he trusted him. Our hero asked how many gold coins were up for sale. Ying Li took the tablet and started looking for something there. Our hero's maid was sitting at her laptop and shouting that several million coins were now up for sale. Our hero smiled and then asked if there were really so few coins. It seems that our hero's plan was flawless. Uncle Ying Li, meanwhile, continued to look for some important information on the tablet in order to tell our hero about it. The man turned to our hero and said that all transactions on gold coins had just been redeemed. The girl was surprised that all these gold coins were sold by at least hundreds of thousands of people, and therefore she did not understand how it was possible to redeem all the transactions in an instant. Our hero made a serious face and then thought about it. He didn't know who this eccentric was, but he helped him a lot. The guy said that now, right now, his word will be decisive in the price of gold coins in the entire era. Our hero smiled and then said that the ratio of gold coins to dollars was set at 1 to 10. Our hero put up a huge number of lots, where 10,000 gold coins were worth $100,000. Ying Li asked if our hero really wanted to sell these coins for such a high price. The young man smiled and said that this is exactly so. Meanwhile, the players from the Godslayer Guild, along with their boss, looked at the laptop and shouted that the sale had finally begun. Meanwhile, at the Zhao estate, Zhao Shu sat at the table and punched the table with his fist. He carried on a dialogue with his comrades. The guy was telling how skillfully he convinced his old man to give him a lot of money for this game. The guy said that with these 200 million, he could buy Chu Tianjia's gold coins and then build his own powerful guild in the game, and then the entire family would be under his control. One of the subordinates approached the guy and, holding out a tablet, said that Chu Tianj had started selling his gold coins. Zhao Shu snatched the tablet from the guy and then shouted that now he was finally starting to act. The guy opened a menu on the tablet where Chu Tianj was selling his gold coins at a rate of 1 to 10. Frightened, Zhao Shu became worried. He said that this course is not the same anymore. The young man did not know what to do. One of Zhao Shu's subordinates said that they had already finished everything. The guy was very surprised and scared. With great surprise, he shouted to his entire estate. He screamed so loudly that even on the street it could be heard. Our hero wrote that because he had nothing to live on, he, with tears in his eyes, sold his gold coins, 20 million gold coins, for $200 million. In the comments they wrote that they thought they knew who the robbers were, but they had never seen robbers like our hero. The players wrote that with such prices, they would cry later. The players wrote that no one would buy gold coins at this rate. They said that Chu Tiange would not sell even a coin. Many agreed with this statement. The head of the Guild of God Killers, together with his henchmen, sat and reasoned. The guy said that they had barely collected $2 million, but even with that amount, they only had enough for 200,000 coins. And while the players were arguing and reproaching our hero for high prices, the number of coins on the screen changed. Some guy noticed this and pointed out to his boss and everyone else that it looked like someone had bought the coins. Another guy suggested it might be a straw buyer. They thought for a very long time and could not figure it out. One of the young men began to type something very quickly. It seems that he wanted to find out who bought these coins in order to check if it was a fake buyer. A console was open in front of him, into which he entered various commands, and various processes were going on the screen. The ID of the player who bought these coins was Zhao. The guy began to think about the information he found. The head of the God Killer Guild also immediately noticed that Zhao had bought the coins. He said that, in fact, right now the channel for replenishing an account in the game is closed. The man added that even if they have money on the card, they cannot buy gold coins in the game with it, which means the only way to get them is to buy them from Chu Tianjie on the exchange. The man called this rate very expensive, but he also said that Zhao was expected to buy the coins. The head of the God Killers Guild began to grin. He was very angry and dissatisfied with this situation and problems. He shouted for his subordinate to buy coins so that they bought $2 million worth of coins. Meanwhile, on the same day, in the huge Zhao estate, the guy asked why his subordinates bought the coins so quickly and did not consult with him. Zhao Shu said that it was not worth buying coins at such a robbery rate. The man said that the young master himself told them to buy gold coins as soon as they appeared. Another man approached the guy and said that someone had also bought Chu Tianjia's gold coins, and then asked if they should follow suit and buy more. Zhao Shu put on a serious face and then said that everything was much worse than he expected. But if this guy bought another batch, then in fact, it would be his mistake, not his. The guy didn't know what to do, and then, contorting his face, he thought that they could try to take a risk. After that, the guy hit the table with his fist and shouted to the whole room for his subordinate to immediately buy the coins. The guy was on his tablet and said that now the value of gold coins is immeasurable, and they must accept it reluctantly. Zhao Shu was flipping through the exchange where our hero's coins were sold. After that, he pointed to the button with the purchase of coins and clicked buy. The guy wanted to buy 50,000 gold coins, but a red notice appeared saying that the gold coins the guy wanted to buy had already been sold out. Zhao Shu made a dissatisfied face and was a little angry at this. He did not understand who bought so many coins at such a rate. Meanwhile, at our hero's estate, it was the same coin sale day. The weather was good outside. In front of our hero, there was a system notification that said that the total number of gold coins on sale was 0, and the income from the sale, taking into account the commission, was 180 million. Surprised, Uncle Ying Li looked at the tablet and said that all the coins were sold out in the blink of an eye. The girl was also surprised that they were able to earn a whole bunch of coins. Our hero leaned his elbows on the wall and stood silently. Ying Li asked if our hero foresaw this situation in the video of the future. He was very interested. The girl said that the guy must have seen this in a video of the future, since he decided to sell coins at such a high price. Our hero was a little embarrassed and said that he just sees separate fragments of the future, small fragments, and then said that he does not know everything that will happen in the future. The girl was a little embarrassed and blew a kiss to the guy, and also said that he was simply a genius, since he was able to get a net profit of $180 million so quickly. Our hero scratched his head and then laughed. He said that this was just the beginning, and they were just starting to have fun at the market. A notification came to the tablet that our hero was holding in his hands. It was from a private chat. The guy paid attention to him and looked immediately at the tablet. Who could have written to him, and for what purpose? As it turned out, it was the Blood and Steel Guild, as well as the Dragons Guild. They all wanted to buy gold coins from our hero. The Veterans Guild also did not want to remain on the sidelines and wrote to our hero to buy gold coins. Our hero was surprised that the guilds wanted to buy gold coins right now, before the price had soared so high and others had not yet come to their senses. Ying Li asked what our hero meant. The guy explained that let's say there are 20 million gold coins for sale, and as long as no one bought these gold coins, then the strength of all guilds is equal. The guy held a tablet in his hands and continued, saying that now the forces are not equal, and some separate guild has bought up gold coins and will begin to improve its combat power, and therefore, those who did not have time to buy gold coins and who do not have them will rush to buy these coins as quickly as possible. Uncle Ying Li looked at our hero and then closed his eyes and smiled. It seems the man understood everything. Our hero sent a message thanking everyone to whom he sold his coins and saying that now he has money for food. The evil players wondered if the guy really didn't even have money for food, if it was really the god Chu Tiange. The other players sent him and left. Some student insulted our hero and said that he had no right to say that because he, a student, didn't even have enough money for food, and he was saving a lot for a gaming helmet. Some of the players were surprised that if our hero needs $200 million just for food, then how expensive his food is. Another said that Chu Tiange's life was too cool. The guy turned to Ying Li and asked, now that they had about $200 million, if they could start putting their plan into action. The guy headed towards the booth. Ying Li said that this will be enough, and he will even say more. They will be able to mobilize their other industries. The man said that later, when they spent $200 million, they would be able to resume this influx of money. Our hero climbed into his elite gaming booth and was about to start playing. He said everything was excellent. The guy smiled, looked at Ying Li, and said that then he will leave the rest to him. The guy started to enter the game. When the young man was already immersed in the game, Ying Li and our hero's maid bowed to him, standing in front of the booth. Meanwhile, it was deep night. The sky was quite cloudless, and therefore the moon was clearly visible. A man entered the building where, apparently, the base of the God Killers Guild was located. There was a guy standing inside holding a gaming helmet. The young man asked the man who he was looking for, to which the man asked the guy to call his boss to him. The head of the God Killers Guild looked at this man in disbelief, and then went to meet him. Approaching the man, the head of the God Slayer Guild asked the man to tell him who he was and what he needed. The man was dressed in a formal suit and wore round glasses. He introduced himself as Lin and said that he had come to talk about investments. Our hero looked at a map of the region. There were various narrow passages along different paths near the city of Chang'an. The guy stood at the entrance to the village and, having opened a lot of different menus, looked for the information he needed and thought about it. The guy said that in Shan'an it doesn't matter which city gate you enter. All the main roads passing through the middle and lower areas lead to the south of the capital. Our hero pointed to a place on the map and said that if he created the guild headquarters in this exact place, he could charge everyone a fee for passage. The young man opened a menu related to guilds, and next to the map icon he clicked on the button that was responsible for the order to found a guild. Our hero said that leaving empty space in this place would be like deliberately pushing him to create a guild. A system menu appeared in front of the guy, in which he was asked if he was sure that he wanted to found a guild in this place. The young man pressed the confirmation button. After this, a second system menu appeared in front of our hero, in which they asked to write the name for the future guild. Our hero began to think about what name he should choose for the guild. It was not an easy question. The guy had a good idea to name the guild after the Dragon Emperor's palace. This was a clear reference to his armor. The process of creating a guild began. Our hero was even a little surprised, because he had never created a guild before. At the place that Chu Tiangjie chose, a huge building began to be erected. It had high and beautiful steps. Its roof was made in golden colors and shone in the sun. It was something of a beautiful sight. When the building was completed, our hero appeared before him. It was a tall and huge building with a golden plaque at the entrance. The system congratulated our hero on the founding of a guild called the Dragon Emperor Palace. Even the players were notified that a guild had appeared. The Palace of the Dragon Emperor, the head was Chu Tianj, and the location of the guild was the state of Tang, the city of Chang'an. The surprised players were very surprised that our hero even founded his own guild. Although with his means it was not very difficult. The players were shocked and said that they really wanted to join our hero's guild. But they did not know how to do it. This was the Dragon Emperor's palace of the first level. The participants were one of 50. Chu Tiangjie was the head. The warehouse was the first level. The defense structures were also the first level. Our hero was looking at this menu, which contained information about his guild, when suddenly Mao Yun asked to join his guild. The guy had to choose whether to confirm or reject. The guy reached for the button that was responsible for confirming the acceptance of a new member into his new guild. The guy said that he was now getting acquainted with the area of the city of Chang'an, but he wanted to come to our hero to help him. Chu Tiangjie told the guy to stay there. Meanwhile, in the area of Chu Tianjia behind him, the trees began to rustle and make strange sounds. The guy turned around to see who was hiding there and watching him, or wanted to attack him. It was unexpected. Two huge mechanical birds with red inserts in their bodies flew out at the young man. This was something new. Our hero looked at them in surprise, and then took a stance in which he could start fighting if anything happened. The birds began to fly towards our hero, apparently to attack him. These were some new creatures. Our hero was ready for battle without any problems, and so he put on a serious face and prepared to fight. The guy took a leap and jumped off the ground on which he was standing. The guy was completely ready to fight. The young man made a jump and thus dodged the mechanical birds in the air while they tried to attack him. When the guy landed on the ground again after dodging, the birds turned around and flew in the opposite direction. Our hero looked after them in surprise. He did not understand where these strange birds that attacked him came from. After that, this group of birds returned again, and they again flew towards our hero to attack him. Chu Tiangjie brought up the system menu as quickly as possible to take out his powerful weapon and defend himself. His weapon appeared in the young man's hands, and preparations for the battle were completed 100%. The young man with a serious face began to fight. He attacked with his most powerful blows to defeat the enemy. The bird was able to dodge the powerful attack of our hero. He didn't even expect her to be able to do this. The bird was able to stop at full speed and then fold its wings back so as not to be hit by Chu Tianj. The bird made strange sounds and then flew again in a second circle to attack our hero. The bird was far from a weak opponent, and therefore our hero had to put up a block to protect himself from such attacks. The bird used a technique that caused it to throw its metal feathers directly at Chu Tianju. The young man dodged such strong attacks. Judging by the destruction that the bird's attacks left behind, he did it for good reason. Two huge mechanical birds flew in the sky above our hero, and he ran and at the same time dodged their attacks. The birds continued to continuously attack the young man with their most powerful attacks, but no one could touch him. The guy noticed that these two birds were flying opposite each other, and then he realized that now, this was his chance. He was up to something. The guy suddenly made a very high jump, using some powerful technique for this. A small hole formed in the place where Chu Tianjie stood. The guy flew very high into the sky. He was higher than the birds themselves, and he was going to use some kind of technique. The guy shouted about the technique, cutting the earth with a furious dragon. This was a very powerful technique from his arsenal. The young man carried out his very powerful and strong attack, from which a huge explosion occurred and hit many targets around. This explosion was already very huge, and therefore it could be seen from many places and different angles. Our hero landed, and at the site of the impact there was a rather large hole after the attack. All that was left of the birds were just metal feathers. Putting away his weapon, our hero laughed and said that this was all simpler than a steamed turnip. The young man defeated his enemies again. However, it all looked like this from the outside. In fact, from the cloud of smoke that rose, the sounds of mechanical birds were heard. They flew out of this smoke, and our hero was very surprised that he did not hit them with his technique. He turned his head in different directions in bewilderment. The guy was shocked that his attack had no effect, and then he wondered if these were some kind of divine phoenixes. The birds flew over our hero and used their devastating attacks. What kind of creatures were these? The guy experienced some difficulties dodging and blocking attacks from these creatures, because this was his first time fighting against such a thing. Huge birds circled above our hero and made strange sounds from themselves. It was very strange. The guy looked at the sky and did not understand what was happening, what kind of creatures they were, and how they could be defeated as quickly as possible. He was angry about this. The young man said that he was again faced with a very difficult opponent, and began to think about everything. Birds with red shining eyes did not stop emitting their strange chirping and flying over our hero. The young man stood on the ground and thought about how he could defeat these nasty creatures that did not allow him to finish his business. The birds began to use some kind of technique related to the sound of their chirping. Our hero covered his ears, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes. The guy thought that this sound was very annoying and did not allow him to think normally. From such strong sound waves, the building that was built for the guild by our hero earlier, it began to crack and collapse right before his eyes. It was a very powerful technique from the birds. Nobody expected this. Our hero's huge guild building simply collapsed. These sound waves were too powerful. Chu Tianjie was shocked. The perplexed young man did not understand what the hell was happening now and what he needed to do. However, after the destruction of our hero's huge building, the birds began to fly in the opposite direction, where they came from. The young man sighed with relief and said that they had finally flown away, because he was already tired of fighting with them. A system notification appeared in front of the guy, asking him if he would like to repair the damaged guild building for 10,000 gold coins. Saying that there was no need to ask him about this, the guy pressed the confirmation button to fix the coins. The huge guild building began to be restored and erected again before the eyes of our hero. How many problems money solves. A moment later, the huge building of his new guild was again in front of Chu Tianjie, as if nothing had happened. The repair was successful. But unexpectedly for our hero, as soon as the building was built again, the guy heard again the strange chirping of those birds. The birds again returned towards our hero and his guild building. The guy looked at them angrily. Putting on a serious face, the young man did not understand whether these birds would really attack him again, as before. The huge birds again attacked our hero with their irritable chirping. Our hero was angry. The young man again began to take out his weapon to destroy his opponents. He needed something powerful. This time he took out his magic staff and said that if normal attacks did not work on them, then he should try this and attack them with lightning. The lightning was able to strike two birds. They began to act up, and their system was clearly broken. They stopped in midair. After this, a powerful explosion occurred in the sky. It seems that this time our hero was able to cope with his enemies. The young man, being completely confident in himself, stood still and smiled. He believed that he had already defeated these birds. Meanwhile, the guild building, which was behind our hero, began to crack and collapse again. For the second time, Chu Tianjie's guild building was destroyed again. This was very unexpected. The indignant guy did not understand what was happening. He said that he had already destroyed the divine phoenixes, but his palace collapsed again. Was it really some kind of bug? Our hero reopened the system menu, which contained information about his guild, where it was written that the palace of the Dragon Emperor was damaged. Looking through the system windows, the guy said that as soon as he built a guild in this place, it would immediately be attacked by divine phoenixes. After this, our hero called on his faithful pet, Ursh. The dog began to appear next to our hero. Ursha appeared next to our hero and howled. He had already grown quite a lot, and there was nothing left of that little puppy. Our hero hugged his dog and said that as soon as the divine phoenixes appeared, the dog would have to provoke and distract them. A system window appeared in front of the guy again, in which he could repair his destroyed guild building. The young man reached for the confirmation button to repair his guild building again for 10,000 gold coins. The renovation was successful, and the huge Chu-Tianja guild building was built next to it again. The guy was happy. Suddenly, out of nowhere, those birds appeared again, and intended to destroy the building of our hero's guild. A group of birds again chirped annoyingly and very loudly, and then flew towards our hero. They were very annoying. Our hero shouted for Ursha to use his decoy skill and make them angry at him. The dog began to use the skill. Ursha barked furiously at the birds, but they flew over him and did not even pay attention to him. It was strange. Our hero, watching all this, was very surprised. He did not expect that his plan did not work, and the birds ignored Ursh. The guy didn't understand why these birds weren't provoked by Ursh. Did they really think according to some other mechanism? The birds flew up to our hero and again began to make strange sounds. Chu-Tiang stood with his electric staff. He again amazed these birds with his electrical techniques. The birds were again amazed by the powerful magic of our hero. The guy, looking at the explosion of the birds, smiled and said that they couldn't even withstand one blow from his technique. However, behind him, the walls began to crack again, and his guild building began to collapse. The guy started to turn around. For the third time, the huge building of his guild was completely destroyed. The young man was no longer so surprised. The young man made a vague face and said that if the attack was not suitable at all, then he could only defend himself. A system notification appeared in which our hero was asked to spend 100,000 gold coins to increase the level. The guy reached for the confirmation button to upgrade his guild building. What was he up to this time? The huge building of his new guild began to be erected again in front of the young man. But this time it was a little different. When the building was fully completed, it looked different, and the system congratulated our hero for promoting his Dragon Emperor Palace to the 2nd level. Another system notification appeared, in which our hero was asked to spend 300,000 gold coins to increase the level. The process of improving the guild building began again. It was accompanied by various bright and beautiful effects. In front of the guy was again a huge guild building. The system congratulated the young man on the fact that his guild had been promoted to the 3rd level. Our hero heard the annoying chirping again. The guy turned back and saw that the birds were flying in his direction again. They flew over the huge guild building and made their strange and annoying sounds. Chu-Tiange had some kind of plan. The guy smiled and said that now these birds can be resisted without any problems. It seems his plan worked. The guy was holding his magic staff in his hands and was about to do something. A lot of energy was concentrated in his staff. The dissatisfied guy pointed his staff at these birds and then was going to use his magic on them. He was very, very angry. Using his powerful electrical technique, the young man again attacked these birds with a strong bolt of lightning. This time his attack was even stronger than the last, because he was already very angry about it all. The burning birds began to fall to the ground. They were completely destroyed by the lightning bolt of our hero. Even Ursha himself was surprised by such strength from his master. Our hero turned to the dog and smiled. It seems everything worked out. This time, after the destruction of these birds, nothing began to crack and everything stood in its place. This could be called a victory. The guild flag flew on the entire guild building. It was very large and looked very impressive. The guy stood at the entrance to his guild, and next to him sat his faithful pet, Ursha. Chu-Tiang stood and reasoned. Our hero said that the construction of guilds near the main roads is still suppressed, and yet this method is too arrogant, but it was definitely worth it. Our hero opened the system menu and said that first of all he needed to increase the level of the guild and strengthen the level of its defense. The guy opened the menu that was responsible for managing his guild and began switching tabs to find the one he needed. The young man opened a menu in which he could improve his guild to level 10 right away, but it would cost 10 million gold coins. The guy pressed the confirmation button, and then an improved guild building began to be erected in front of him and his dog. The improvement was so large-scale that the special effects of the building improvement could be seen very far away. Meanwhile, in another place in the wonderful city of Chang'an, the place was near a river with fallen leaves floating on it. There was beautiful nature around. Many insects were flying to different bushes and flowers. It was very beautiful. Wandering through an unfamiliar area, the guy went into every corner of the forest and looked around. Everything was very interesting to him. While examining the map, the guy did not understand anything. He thought that he was already lost. After all, what he saw with his own eyes was not on the map. The guy noticed a huge building in the middle of the forest and said that he had not entered the city yet, but there was already such a beautiful and large building here. The system congratulated our hero's guild on reaching level 10 for the first time, and then gave him rewards. 5 million gold coins, materials with improved properties. There were also defensive equipment, 3rd-grade rubies, 3-tier topaz, and 3-tier black jade. Identifiers and coupon for activation of protection. In general, our hero was showered with very useful rewards. Our hero noticed a coupon that activated protection and did not really understand what it was. Meanwhile, Mao Yun had already approached this huge building very close to inspect what was there. There was an inscription on the sign at the entrance that indicated that this was the palace of the Dragon Emperor. It was very beautiful. It seems that the guy began to understand something. He was still very shocked by the size of this building. Most likely, he realized that this was his guild. And then the young man was even more surprised and screamed in surprise. In front of him stood Chu Tianj and his faithful dog. Our hero stood and dug through various system menus. The guy who was behind our hero called him and addressed him as the leader. Chu Tianj looked back. The guy said that this guild of theirs looks just great. Our hero said that it is still not great, and then added that now it is only at the 10th level. Mao Yun played with our hero's dog and asked if he could do anything to help our hero with the implementation of his plans. Our hero told the guy to wait a little because he first needed to look at something about the defense. The guy was digging through the system menus. He opened the menu where his protection activation ticket was located, and next to it was the use button. Our hero reached for the activation button, but a system prompt came out, which said that it is recommended to use this if you have the 20th level and hundreds of members. Our hero thought that the 20th level and 100 members is a very long time and they will have to wait. Without listening to the system prompt, the guy simply pressed the use button and then the process began. A huge barrier appeared around the buildings of our hero's guild. The system congratulated our hero for the fact that his guild, the Palace of the Dragon Emperor, was able to activate the defense mode. The young man who was with our hero was very surprised. He began to ask Chu Tianj what it was. At that moment, the entire sky was covered with clouds, and strong lightning bolts shot from them. A terrible atmosphere was brewing. The earth began to break and crack. It felt like some kind of destruction was going on around, or someone was crawling out from under the ground. Chu Tianj and Mao Yun were very surprised. They did not understand what was happening. The rays were filled with dark power. Some terrible, incomprehensible reaction took place in the sky. A huge explosion was heard in the sky, and a lot of smoke appeared around. Blue rays went to this formation of energy, and an even more incomprehensible reaction occurred. What was it? Our hero, together with his faithful pet and subordinate, looked at this with great misunderstanding and were shocked. Some kind of mechanical eye appeared from the sky. There were some small clots of energy around, and the eye glowed brightly. After that, a large beak with huge teeth appeared from the smoke. The entity has not yet been fully visible. When the smoke completely cleared, a huge golden bird appeared in the sky. It was very similar to those that had already attacked our hero, but this one looked many times stronger. A system menu appeared which said that this was the Phoenix Lord boss. Its characteristics were unknown, the level and amount of health were also unknown. Our hero, looking at this whole picture, was very shocked. The guy didn't expect this to happen. The bird began to flap its huge and powerful wings, emitting an unpleasant and annoying chirping sound. The force of the swings was so strong that it threw our hero back along with his dog and subordinate. Covering his face, Chu Tianj noticed that the bird's aura was very, very powerful, and therefore began to think of a plan. Mao Yun was carried away by the air. Ursha could barely hold on, clinging to the ground with his claws, and our hero, being in the block, leaned back a little. Everything around began to collapse. Mao Yun, who was carried away by the force of the swing, grabbed our hero's cloak. Chu Tianjie looked back at the one who grabbed his cloak with a little dissatisfaction. The guy was not happy about this. Mao Yun held on to our hero's cloak with all his might and said that this was most likely some kind of main boss. Our hero, even without the guy, understood that this was some very strong boss, taking into account that he defeated similar creatures but much weaker. The huge bird introduced itself as the Lord of the city of Chang'an. This is where the most interesting and informative part has already begun. Our hero said that if this bird is the Lord of Chang'an, then why did he run out of the city gates and come to them? Phoenix said that thousands of years ago his city was taken away from him. Phoenix also added that the entire area outside the city belongs to him, and then told the players to get out of this place. Our hero made a serious face and then shouted that he would not leave because his guild was located in this place. The huge creature turned to our hero and then asked if Chu Tianjie really wanted to regret this. A system notification appeared in front of our hero, saying that this place was sealed by the former Lord of Chang'an, and then asked if the guy wanted to fight the boss. The system notice also stated that if the young man refused, the area would be cleared of the guild building. Our hero said that of course he accepts the fight, because this is his guild. The guy shouted that he would win at any cost, and then turned to his subordinate and shouted to him to stay away from this place. Mao Yun began to run away from the place and shouted for his head to destroy this bird and wish him good luck. Phoenix was extremely furious, and because our hero accepted the fight with this creature, he began to act. The phoenix flew high into the sky and began to flutter its huge golden wings. The force of the swing was still amazing, of course. Everything around was destroyed by the swings of this boss. Our hero tried to defend himself and block this force. The huge phoenix was very angry, and therefore his eyes shone even more with anger. He shouted at our hero. The phoenix flew over the huge buildings of our hero's guild, and where it flapped its wings profusely, there was destruction. However, Chu Tianjie was not afraid, and his faithful dog was with him. The guy took out his spear and was in full combat readiness. The guy used his movement skills and began to bounce off each building in his guild to climb higher. The dog followed him. Our hero guessed the moment when he should jump into the sky so well that he ended up in the sky when the bird flew over him. He used the skills of a ferocious earth-cutting dragon. The guy was still able to attack the huge bird. A huge roar was heard in the sky, and an explosion occurred from the collision of the boss and our hero's equipment. The guy sank to the ground, thinking that he was able to inflict at least some damage. But at that time, a phoenix appeared from the dust, saying that all this was useless. The young man was shocked that even a tiny wound did not appear in the place of the huge boss. He did not understand where the phoenix got such powerful protection. The boss appeared in front of our hero and shouted for Chu Tianjie to show him everything he was capable of, and then began to frantically flap his wings. Our hero was shocked by such force. The young man fell to the ground and was thrown back by such violent swings. The bird continued to attack our hero while he tried to defend himself. The reflection of a phoenix could be seen in his eyes. Our hero was very surprised by the boss's strength. The phoenix attacked Chu Tianjie with its powerful feathers. The young man put up a block and fought off every feather that flew at him, trying to somehow counterattack in response. The feathers that our hero hit exploded after the attack, and this created additional difficulties in the battle. Phoenix and Chu Tianjie fought in the sky above the buildings of our hero's guild. It was a very difficult battle. When the feathers began to explode, our hero was completely shocked by this. He did not expect such difficulties at all. As a result, Chu Tianjie still could not withstand such a large pressure from the explosive feathers, and therefore he began to fall. The young man fell to the ground, and an explosion occurred from the collision of his body with the concrete on which he fell. Our hero fell into a building and broke through its wall. The guy stood up, and at that time the phoenix was already flying at him with a second attack. The huge bird opened its beak and a lot of fire came out of it. It looked as if the phoenix was breathing fire. Having not had time to recover from the previous attack, Our hero did not expect to immediately receive another attack, which was not at all similar to the previous one. The young man began to evade this powerful technique. He did not know how to fight correctly and what to do. Meanwhile, the huge phoenix continued to use its powerful techniques without stopping and hit our hero. The young man used his agility skills and tried to dodge each blow, running away very quickly. Phoenix continued to release his attacks in turn, trying to hit our hero and cause him irreparable damage. There was a lot of destruction. From the outside, it looked like it was real hell on earth. Everything was on fire. Our hero continued his movement. He understood that if he was hit by a phoenix attack, he would feel bad. It seems that the guy was heading towards some huge building, running away from a huge and ferocious boss. What was he up to? The young man jumped from house to house along different roads, and the phoenix destroyed all the buildings in its path with its powerful techniques. The young man could barely jump away from the places where there were explosions. It was difficult for him to get ahead of the phoenix in order to dodge without problems. Chu Tianj jumped onto the roof of some building doing a somersault. It was a very epic and difficult battle. Phoenix still attacked our hero, and the guy, turning around, said that he had nowhere to hide. The huge phoenix was again going to use some kind of formidable and powerful technique, and therefore he was gaining strength. Our hero's pet also jumped onto the roof and began barking at the bird, provoking it to attack him. Phoenix turned his attention to the barking dog, but it was not yet clear whether he could get angry and be distracted by the dog. The boss continued to fly further along his trajectory and chirp annoyingly. He destroyed all the buildings around. The dog still stood on the same roof and continued to bark non-stop at the huge boss so that he would follow him. Our hero's subordinate watched this battle from afar. He was very worried about Chu Tianja and was also amazed at the strength of the phoenix. The young man, looking at this battle, said that it was absolutely impossible to compete with him. Most likely he was talking about the phoenix. A huge cloud of smoke formed on the roof after another phoenix attack on the building. What happened next? Chu Tianjie stood unharmed with part of the destroyed roof next to him. Phoenix missed. Realizing that the phoenix missed, our hero said that this all only means that the provocation skill worked perfectly. The young man looked at his dog, showed him a thumbs up and praised him for his help. The dog barked happily in response. Phoenix circled over the buildings of our hero's guild. The guy looked at her from afar and said that it was time to start the next round. The guy very quickly opened the system menu and then went into his inventory and was able to get an important thing from there. This thing was his electric staff, with which he had already defeated similar birds that were weaker. The guy started jumping across the buildings after the bird. He also shouted to his dog to also attack. Mao Yun was surprised that Chu Tiange's secondary ability was magic, which is why he did not become the first disciple follower when he came to this place from the beginner village. Our hero began to cast his powerful lightning spells on the bird. He hoped that it would work. Phoenix noticed that a very powerful electric charge was being directed at him, which was released by our hero. The bird put a block with the black part of its wings and was able to parry the blow of our hero. Phoenix was not so simple. However, Chu Tianjie was also not easy, and therefore his attack was still able to take effect and leave damage in the boss's wing. Our hero was delighted. He said that apparently his magical attacks are effective against this boss, but his physical attacks are completely ineffective. A system menu appeared in front of the guy, which contained some information about the Phoenix Lord. It stated that his health percentage was 95%. Looking at this information, our hero was a little disappointed. He said that he had done too little damage. Phoenix was about to attack our hero again, however. Ursha appeared behind him and tried to distract the boss. The Phoenix Lord was very angry with our hero's dog, and so he flew straight at him. Our hero at this time used his powerful technique called Thunder Attack. It was a very powerful technique. The huge boss from all angles began to be attacked from the sky by a huge number of lightning bolts that struck every part of the Phoenix's body. This time, the Phoenix let out its nasty chirp in pain because it really took a lot of damage. There was a whole explosion in the sky. It was much larger than when our hero fought the weak Phoenixes. Our hero's subordinate, who watched the battle and rejoiced, said that Chu Tianjie had succeeded. There was a huge cloud of smoke in the sky. Small parts of the Phoenix fell to the ground. Nothing was visible. Our hero understood that the battle might not be over yet, and therefore he carefully watched this smoke. When the huge cloud of smoke cleared, a very battered Phoenix was flying in the sky, its whole body sparkling. The system menu showed that the huge boss had only 8% health left. Victory was close. The young man who watched this battle was surprised that the Phoenix was still alive after such a powerful attack. Unexpectedly for everyone, damaged parts of the Phoenix where there were huge holes or small scratches. All these details began to be restored, and victory no longer seemed so close. It was an unexpected move. The fully restored Phoenix fluttered in the sky and asked our hero if he had scratched him. What was it? The huge boss's health bar was filled to the maximum. His health percentage was 100%. Our hero and his subordinate did not at all expect that the huge Phoenix would automatically restore lives. Phoenix attacked our hero with all his might with his powerful and furious attacks. The young man dodged. Our hero's dog tried to distract the boss, and so he ran below and yelped for him to attack Ursh and not Chu Tiang. The Phoenix was again affected by the provocation, and therefore he paid attention to the dog and began to turn in his direction. Phoenix began to use all his strength to attack our hero's dog because he was terribly annoying. Mao Yun said that provoking a mythical animal turns the boss's attention to itself, slows down his speed, and at the same time imposes weakening. Phoenix flew right behind the dog and shouted that this damned dog was just an eyesore for him. The dog was running away from the boss. Chu Tiangjie, who was watching all this, shouted for the dog to come back. Our hero already had some kind of plan. Phoenix tried to hit the dog with his attacks to kill it so that Chu Tianjie's pet would no longer interfere with him. The dog flew straight into the open system menu of our hero. It seems he called him back. The guy clearly had a plan. Putting on a serious face, Chu Tianjie said that now is the time to try to join forces. A purple cloud appeared in the sky, which made everything around with a purple tint, and it strangely released purple lightning. Some purple meta appeared on the ground. This was our hero's idea and the implementation of his plan. The huge Phoenix did not pay attention to the huge cloud behind him. He flew straight towards our hero. It was to Chu Tianju's advantage that the Phoenix did not notice the huge mark on the ground and the huge cloud behind him. And when the Phoenix noticed that he was now simply falling into a trap, it was already too late, and therefore he was surprised. The huge boss was struck by a huge number of powerful lightning bolts. Phoenix screamed in pain. Mao Yun was amazed that it was the combination of the magic thunder skills and the magic order of the magician. The thunder dome formation collapsed double strike of the arrangement and the thundercloud. While our hero summoned his dog and continued to fight, Mao Yun said that these techniques allowed Chu Tianju to inflict a lot of damage. Ursha jumped out of our hero's system menu at his call. He was holding some kind of scroll in his teeth. The dog ran towards the boss. While the huge Phoenix was writhing in pain, Ursha ran straight towards him with the same scroll in his teeth. Our hero raised his hand and then shouted about the engraved 5 elements. This was his final plan. The scroll that the dog carried in his teeth opened, and there was some kind of bluish mark on it. Some kind of energy came from him. This energy, bright light, bright rays were directed at the huge boss. Our hero's plan was almost complete. With great surprise, the Phoenix noticed that some kind of scroll was shining on him, and then our hero's technique. Our hero's technique began to take effect, and the Phoenix began to be sucked inside this magical scroll. The last thing the Phoenix managed to do before it was completely sucked in was that it let out a ridiculous chirp. The boss, as if it had never happened, had wonderful weather outside again. It was witchcraft thunder, a magical system, the inscription of a mentor. Mao Yun was surprised that his leader had so many additional skills. He also admired the fact that our hero defeated a powerful boss single-handedly. Our hero's subordinate appeared from behind a tree, shouting that Chu Tiangjie was very cool. The guy told him to calm down and added that this was a normal routine job for him. The guy shouted that our hero was simply underestimating his powerful opponent, whom he had defeated. However, everything could not end so quickly and well. A small cloud of dust appeared in front of our hero. Ursha began to bark at something that was behind our hero. The guy turned around and was very much amazed. What was there? A huge tornado rose in the air, which consisted entirely of those same metal phoenixes. A whole flock of them circled around the tallest building of our hero's guild. The young man looked at this in shock. He was at the same time surprised, shocked, and scared that those same annoying phoenixes came to him again. The young man, who was watching from afar, did not understand what was happening, and what kind of huge tornado it was that rose near Chu Tianj. The birds began to make their most terrible sounds. The entire earth under our hero's feet began to shake from sound vibrations. The birds continued their chirping, which was very loud and nasty. They didn't even think about stopping. Our hero attacked a huge part of the phoenixes and did not understand how to withstand such a number of deadly attacks. There was indeed a very large tornado in the sky which was formed by those same phoenixes. Chu Tiangjie attacked him with his lightning bolts. However, the sound that so many phoenixes made was unbearable and impossible to listen to. Mao Yun, not ready for this, tried to close his ears so as not to hear, but this did not help, and the guy's eyes turned white. The young man simply could not stand this sound and died. The joint technique of a huge number of phoenixes was so strong. Our hero looked back. His dog also looked back. Chu Tiangjie did not understand what was happening around him. The guy continued to attack the huge tornado of phoenixes without stopping with his lightning. A huge number of downed birds fell to the ground. The birds exploded, were destroyed, and a huge number of different objects and money fell from them. It's finally over. The system congratulated our hero for breaking the defense of the former head of Chang'an, the Phoenix Lord. And now his guild's defense system is activated. Our hero smiled and then said that it really wasn't easy. This is probably why the system said that 100 players are needed for this. Someone turned to our hero from behind. The entity said that our hero was not bad in strength. The young man was indeed very strong. The guy began to turn around to understand who was talking to him and who was addressing him. The young man turned his head. The one he saw there amazed him greatly. The guy was in a little bewilderment and misunderstanding. Who did he see there? A purple mechanical phoenix with red accents sat on the roof of one of the houses. He said that from today he would live in this place. Our hero turned to the bird and asked if it was the guardian animal of the guild. The bird said it was so. The young man asked when this phoenix could recover to become as strong as before. Phoenix said that the guild level is his maximum level, and what concerns him directly is that he needs materials from the golden bosses to increase levels. Phoenix said that our hero can only skip this idea. The young man opened his inventory and said that he had some materials from the golden bosses. The inventory contained a lot of materials that dropped from golden bosses, all of them in the amount of 99 pieces. The guy began to take turns dumping various materials from the golden bosses onto the ground so that the phoenix would look at them. The young man dumped a huge amount of materials on the ground and said that he should have enough for one go. Phoenix was very surprised that our hero had so many materials he broke out in a cold sweat. Phoenix said that he would also need gold coins, and also added that there should be more of them. Our hero said that this was great, and then added that he had a lot of these coins, and therefore the phoenix could begin to improve. Meanwhile, our hero opened his inventory and dumped quite a lot of gold coins onto the ground. The phoenix began to approach the coins and try to bite them, and the coins jingled. Phoenix said that our hero is just something. Phoenix stood near a mountain of coins and raised his level without stopping. As usual, Chu Tianj distinguished himself with his coolness. The young man opened the system menu and said that if the guild level is the maximum level of the phoenix, then they need to increase it. Our hero began the process of leveling up in his guild. The buildings in his guild began to transform again. The phoenix also began to change. It held a huge amount of gold coins in its wings and transformed. The buildings in our hero's guild became more and more beautiful. It was truly mesmerizing. Everything around me was improving. It was only getting better. The roofs were so bright they looked like they were made of gold. From a small guild, the buildings of our hero turned into a huge settlement at the level of a city. The system congratulated the guy on increasing the level of the guild. The young man opened the information about his guild. The Dragon Emperor's Palace had a 20th level, 2 out of 100,000 members, 20-level defensive structures and defenses. Phoenix, who was next to our hero, has changed quite a lot. He flew around the structures and was already completely silver in color. The phoenix also grew in size. It was no longer that small bird, it was a huge creature. Our hero watched him. This phoenix, which was in our hero's guild, looked very elite. It was impossible not to talk about him. The bird perched on one of the roofs on the buildings in the guild. He looked very strong and pathetic. His inserts were very beautiful. Phoenix showed all its grace and beauty. He was flapping his wings while sitting on one of the roofs. A system notification appeared, saying that the guardian beast was a former level 20 lord of Chang'an. He had the ability to emit fire that attacks the entire body of the enemy. He also had a death roar in his arsenal, which attacks the entire body of the enemy, and the probability of death for an enemy with a minimum level doubles. And he could also divide his body into smaller animals. The Phoenix's last ability was a summoning cry. He could summon flying beasts that were within a radius of 5 kilometers to help. Phoenix thanked our hero for everything, and then turned to him as his master. The bird seemed to recognize Chutianj. Our hero said that all this was very wonderful, and then asked if the bird was stronger than before. He was very interested. Our hero thought about the roar of death technique, which doubled the probability of death for an enemy with a minimum level. But Mao Yun died. Chutiange began to dig through the menu. While our hero defeated the boss, improved his guild, and improved the Phoenix, during this time Mao Yun was able to return back. Our hero smiled and said that the guy had finally returned. Mao Yun asked what happened. He said that he thought he died. Phoenix, who was sitting on the roof next to our hero, said that it was all because the guy was too weak. The angry guy asked who this guy was, and then added that he was asking his boss, not this creature. Our hero looked at the guy vaguely. Phoenix said that he was the one who was recently killed. Doesn't the guy who watched the fight recognize him? Mao Yun was very amazed and shocked by such statements. The guy looked at the bird with misunderstanding. The young man hid behind our hero and asked if this was the boss. Our hero and the dog stood and did nothing. Phoenix replied with a dissatisfied look that he was now the guardian beast of this wonderful guild of Chutianja. Phoenix said that he did not expect that his instant death skill would become just a possibility due to the youth's level being so low and him being so weak. Our hero thought for a moment and then said, "That is why the guild escaped the instant death attack and remained intact." The surprised guy asked if this really meant that his weakness saved their guild. Our hero said that this is exactly the case. Phoenix watched the conversation between the two with a displeased look. He was quite bored listening to this. Phoenix turned away, sighed heavily, and then said that he was too tired and closed his eyes. Too much has happened in a short period of time. After these words, the Phoenix began to turn into some small pieces and literally dissolve in space. A moment later there was nothing left of the Phoenix, all its parts scattered in the wind, and it disappeared. Chutiange and his subordinate watched this in surprise. Our hero invited Mao Yun to go inside and look at the guild together. His dog walked with them. When they went inside, the guild was unrecognizable. It really turned into some kind of separate town. The surprised young man looked around and said that the guild had become even more beautiful than it was before. It was incomparable. Our hero climbed to the highest floor of the guild and said that from this place you can see any point several kilometers away. They watched as more and more players appeared in Chang'an City. This could not but please me. Chutiange said that more and more people were coming out of the newcomer village, so a new structure was about to begin. A notification appeared in front of our hero, saying that with the increase in the average level of the region, the suppression of the guy's level increase was cancelled, and wished him a good game. Our hero smiled and was happy. He said that the restriction on increasing his level had finally been lifted. Meanwhile, at the location of a huge demon of the 10th level, a huge number of players fought with him at the same time. It was a huge, concentrated and assembled detachment specifically to destroy this demon. The girl, who was probably in the lead, shouted that they should all conduct concentrated fire together. All the players continued to attack the huge boss even stronger and more diligently. The girl was with them. There was a huge and powerful explosion. The players dealt a lot of damage to this huge demon at once. The players were able to win. The system congratulated all the brave souls for successfully killing a huge demon. The portal for moving from Shanli village was opened. The players rejoiced and collected rewards. They shouted that they would finally be able to get out of the newcomers' village and added that they managed it without the help of the god Chutiange. However, there were those who rejoiced at this victory, but while collecting things and gold coins, they said that they still admire our hero. The girl who most likely led the process of destroying the huge demon was addressed as a goddess and asked which city she wanted to go to. She said the city of Chang'an. Meanwhile, in the high-tech city of Chang'an, life went on as usual. All processes worked. At the spawn point, players stood and advertised the Guild of Steel and Blood, which gladly accepted all newcomers, paying them well for their work and providing many women. Someone was talking about silver-scaled chest armor, blue coloring, solid fittings. The guy was sitting on the ground. Someone shouted that he was looking for a nice girl to play with on the same team. The only requirement was to just be alive. Several players noticed 3 girls, and then pointed at them and shouted that there were 3 beauties standing there. 3 beautiful girls stood at the site of rebirth. Among them was a friend of our hero. It was Ling Zizue. The girl with the purple voices said that her young master was talking about the guild at the southern gate. Ling Ziyue wrote to our hero in personal messages that she had already arrived in Chang'an. The girl was waiting for him. The third lady smiled and said that she must definitely grab Chu Tiange this time. She was up to something. There were a huge number of guys around the girls who invited them to join their guild and idolized them. The guys said that they would take the girls to fly with them, and also show them the way to all the places that were important to them. The 3 girls put on a serious and determined face, and then unanimously said that they were going to look for Chu Tiange. Meanwhile, our hero, who was minding his own business, was covering non-stop. The guy was not happy with this. He scratched his head and tried to figure out who was remembering him again, and then added that being handsome is tiring. Mao Yun ran to our hero and shouted that they had arrived. Our hero, sitting on the steps, said that they had arrived. And okay, why was he so excited? He told the guy to choose the players himself. The guy shouted that these people were worth it for the guy to run so fast, because they were 3 super beauties. Our hero was completely shocked that there were 3 girls, and so he asked his subordinate again about it. The guy went to the entrance. 3 wonderful girls who were looking for our hero also walked towards him. Our hero looked at the 3 girls and realized who the third girl was. He looked at him and had no more questions. The girl with blonde hair looked at the 2 behind and wondered if they were really counting on getting closer to Chu Tiange. She thought they were arrogant. The girl tried to get closer to our hero, and so she extended her hand to him so that he would behave like a gentleman. The girl made an embarrassed face and tried to turn to our hero. She was completely confident in herself. Our hero turned to the girls behind and smiled. He said that he had been waiting for them for a long time. The girl with blonde hair was very surprised by this. The guy walked past a girl with blonde hair and approached 2 of his friends. She didn't expect that. Ling Ziyue said that this was all thanks to the task that our hero gave, and if not for it, then she would still be in the newcomer village. The second girl looked at our hero with admiration and said that the headquarters of his guild looked more beautiful than the main skyscraper of the city of Chang'an. The girl with blonde hair was unhappy. She realized that the girls were already familiar with our hero and therefore said that she would have to sacrifice a little more. Our hero approached the girls and began to add them. He said that now they are their own people, and the girls said that when our hero is next to them, they feel calmer. At that moment, the girl with blonde hair began to carry out her plans, and therefore she ran up to our hero again. She came as close to him as possible, and then stood up on her tiptoes so that their faces were very close to each other. Putting on an innocent face, the girl said that she had finally met our hero, and she had admired him for a long time, and therefore did not know whether she could join the guild. Our hero did not expect this from an unfamiliar girl, and therefore he simply looked at her seriously. But he was clearly already planning something. The guy looked at the girls he knew and told them to go and look around their guild. It was Lu Fei. She made a smile and said that everything was ready, and she knew that no one could reject her. The girl grabbed our hero's hand and made a confused face. She asked what about her joining the guild. Our hero smiled, took his hand back and said that unfortunately they are not accepting people now, and then asked the girl to leave. The surprised girl asked if he didn't tell her this because she was standing in front of his face. She was in a slight panic. The guy pointed to the girls behind her and said that he said all these words to them, and then he smiled. The girls also smiled and looked at each other. Meanwhile, a group of players came to our hero. They said that they were Mao Yun's roommates and came to join the strongest. The guys were shocked that it was Chu Tiange. Our hero told the girl to go, and she was dissatisfied, saying that it was obvious that they arrived later than she did, and therefore she should enter earlier. Our hero put on a serious face and said that it was because the Dragon Emperor's palace belonged to him. The girl was not going to further humiliate herself in front of our hero, and so she clenched her teeth in anger. Things didn't go according to her plan. The proud girl turned away from our hero and, leaving, angrily said that our hero would regret this. The purple-haired girl asked if it was Liu Fei. The hero quietly said that it was so. She looked at Liu Fei with an unpleasant look and said that this was what she needed and she deserved it herself. Meanwhile, a huge group of players also appeared in the high-tech city of Chang'an. Who were they? It was a God-Slayer guild. The players, along with Hen Wu Heng, followed their leader. They were serious. The guild leader said that they had finally arrived in Chananya City, and then said that the game had just begun and he would show Chu Tianju. The head of the guild said that they will act as they agreed before. They are divided into two groups. One is going to create an order for the guild, and the second is to obtain materials for promotion. The guy also added that they would have to meet in 3 hours. All the players understood everything and ran away. Quite a large amount of dust rose. The players ran non-stop about their business in order to get everything done. Hen Wu Heng noticed a huge building in the middle of the forest, so he pointed it out to his leader and wondered what could be there. The surprised guy asked if they had not yet left the city. The head said that he did not know and suggested that we go take a look. A group of players, under the leadership of their leader, headed towards the entrance to these huge structures. They still did not know what it was. A system menu appeared, in which it was written that this guild area is the palace of the Dragon Emperor, and in order to pass, you need to pay 1 gold coin. The system also added that if players try to break through by force, the money from their accounts will be debited automatically. All the players were surprised that this was Chu Tianjie's guild. They thought she was luxurious. The head of the God Killers Guild coughed displeasedly and said that there was no point in fueling other people's ambitions, because in the future their guild would be much more luxurious than this one. The head of the God-Slayer Guild shouted that they should take a detour. Hen Wu Heng shouted that the detour would take 1 or 2 hours. Then the leader of this guild was very surprised. He asked his subordinate about this. Hen Wu Heng approached his leader and asked what they should do then. The leader said that so be it. They will pay attention to the main thing. A small system notification appeared, which said that the payment was successful and players can proceed further. The players who paid for the passage were very unhappy. They looked at their balance and just cursed. The players said that the entry fee was too high, and would they really have to pay for each time in the future? The head of the God-Slayer Guild shouted that the players should not worry, and in the future they would develop a numerical superiority and be able to surpass Chu Tianjie. Meanwhile, the 19th level. The area is as fast as the wind, calm as a forest, fierce as fire, and still as a mountain. Our hero, together with his subordinates and friends, fought with a huge number of monsters in this place. The girl in purple was apparently a magician, and therefore she pointed her staff at the enemies and used the Huyan battle formation technique. Other players also used their most powerful techniques to counter these powerful creatures. Our hero also took part in the battle. He used the Sang-Long breaking technique. The guy was serious. A huge number of monsters that were immobilized were simply destroyed by our hero's powerful techniques. The guy used a wide variety of techniques, spells, and techniques to destroy his opponents. He used his famous electrical magic and attacked the huge monsters with powerful electrical blasts. Another girl, who was also in our hero's squad, used some kind of spell. It seemed to be related to the treatment. The girl used her powerful healing techniques and supported her allies on the battlefield. It was necessary. When the girl healed our hero, he rushed into battle with his very strong spear, so as not to leave a living place on the enemies. All the players continued to fight the crowd of monsters. They all raised their levels in an instant, thanks to the fact that they destroyed a huge number of monsters. The group of players was not very large, and all the players continued to improve their level. It was something. The system congratulated our hero on reaching level 20 and said that they were giving Chu Tianju a gift set for improvement. Xiao Li smiled and said that together with the head, her level is rising too quickly, and with such results no one can compare with them. The girl was level 15. Ling Ziyue said that together with the mythical animal provoking the attack, and even Huyan support from Xiao Li, it turned out incredibly cool. The girl was level 14. Xiao Li smiled and turned to the girl. She said that this was all thanks to the fact that the girl helped them restore energy and work together much more effectively. A system notification appeared in front of our hero, congratulating him on activating the dungeon mode. The girls were very surprised by such a system message, and therefore asked how it was and what it was. The guy smiled and said that it is activated at level 20. A group of at least 4 people can enter it. The girl approached our hero and said that their level was not enough, and then asked if we activated the dungeon mode, would our hero be able to invite them to his place? The guy said that he would try now. In front of him was a dungeon map and a system menu in which he could create a squad. A system menu appeared in front of the young man, where there were icons of players who were his friends. He pulled the icons of Xiaoli, Lingzi Yue, and Mao Yun into his squad and then reached for the confirmation button. After pressing this button, the world around our hero and his friends began to change dramatically. Everything became somehow orange. The entire area around was greatly transformed and changed so that it was completely unrecognizable. Our heroes were surprised. Chu Tiange and his squad found themselves in some kind of forest, with very huge trees and a very gloomy atmosphere. Mao Yun asked what was the matter. Chu Tiange said that he tried to invite them to the dungeons, and apparently in order to activate the task, the commander needs to be level 20. The guy was very happy and surprised. He said that now he understood everything, and then added that he was part of the first group that entered the dungeon. He was very excited. A system notification appeared, in which it was written that the time limit in the dungeon was beginning. The system told our hero's squad to complete everything in 30 minutes. The system added that the task was to destroy 85% of all monsters and 3 bosses that were distributed across the map. Surprised, Xiaoli asked if now all tasks have a time limit. Our hero said that this is not so and there are other types of tasks. Lingzi Yue suggested that they first familiarize themselves with the area in this dungeon before completing the tasks. Our hero agreed, and they went together. Someone from the crowd asked when he would have a mythical animal. Our hero said that he had not seen that mysterious merchant for a long time. Mao Yun was surprised that the head's mythical animal egg was purchased from a mysterious merchant. Our hero told the guy to go back and tell the people from the guild that as soon as they see the mysterious merchant, they should detain him and immediately inform the guy. The players walked through the forest. Mao Yun said that he had never met the mysterious merchant, but recently one supplier to the imperial court from Europe has been very popular in Chang'an. Xiaoli added that she also heard about him, and then said that he could get the rarest things. Our hero was surprised and interested in this. He said that next time he would go and look at it. At this moment, our hero's dog noticed something and became very wary. He looked forward with caution. And after that, unexpectedly for all the players, the dog began to bark furiously into the air in front of him. Everyone was surprised. Our hero put on a serious face and told the others to be careful, and there was clearly something ahead. Meanwhile, red eyes began to glow from that dark and dense forest, and then some creatures came out of it. Our hero and his team were very surprised. They had not met these creatures before. Our hero was thinking about something. The frightened Mao Yun, who stood behind our hero, turned to him and asked what it was. Our hero made a strange face and then asked if these were Ursha's relatives. It was very funny. After this statement, our hero's dog made a strange face and began to think. Who was it in the end? These creatures, with glowing red eyes like rubies, surrounded our hero's detachment from all sides. As a result, the entire group was surrounded by terrible and most likely very powerful creatures. They didn't know what to do. These creatures made terrible sounds. Our hero said that if they are not relatives of Ursh, then there is no need to make so much noise. Mao Yun, looking at our hero, said that he was not worried at all. Xiaoli said that there was no such word as excitement in his dictionary. The battle began. Our hero cut all his enemies without stopping. The guy was very serious and determined. His subordinates fought with him against a huge flock of these creatures. They used their most powerful techniques. However, during the battle, our hero noticed that his faithful pet was not nearby, and so he tried to call out to him. But his thoughts were interrupted by the fact that all the creatures around suddenly began to look at the sky and then howl at the top of their lungs. Our hero was surprised. Something flashed very quickly between the trees that surrounded our heroes. This creature was black. Our hero immediately turned his attention to this creature. The guy was a little perplexed and did not understand what was happening. And a moment later, in front of our hero on some hill, a huge creature with large paws appeared. It was a huge creature, similar to the others, but it was much larger and seemed much stronger. Most likely it was the leader of the pack. A system notification appeared saying that this was the boss of their mission, the Werewolf King. His features were unknown. His health was also unknown. The huge werewolf had his menacing red eyes glowing even more. He was ready to kill everyone. With his gaze, the wolf began to absorb his dead brothers from the pack. They began to disappear and turn into red energy. Henceforth, our heroes did not encounter such actions during battles with various bosses. Mao Yun said that this was bad. He pointed out that dead werewolves add strength to the boss, which means that the more small creatures they kill, the stronger the boss becomes. Surprised, Ling Ziyue wondered if they really needed to kill the boss first and then deal with the small werewolves. Our hero shouted that they should try to implement this idea, and then added that he would go kill the boss, and his subordinates should cover him. A crowd of werewolves attacked our hero's subordinates, and they successfully repelled their attack and fought on. Chu Tianji, meanwhile, fought his way through the huge crowd of these small werewolves. Right up to the rock on which the leader of the pack of werewolves stood, there were small werewolves. But they were not a hindrance to our hero. Our hero continued to fight his way to the huge boss without any problems. All werewolves quickly died from his attacks. Watching this whole spectacle, the leader of the pack, and therefore the huge boss, was very angry at our hero and bared his teeth. And when our hero almost reached the boss, he attacked our hero with great rage and anger. The guy did not expect such an attack, and therefore he very quickly, barely having time to put a block to block the paw of the werewolf. The huge werewolf continued to attack our hero without stopping, and all the guy could do was defend himself. From so many attacks, our hero was thrown back quite strongly, and the guy barely slowed down. Without giving time for a break, the huge boss jumped on our hero in order to kill him as quickly as possible. But our hero was already ready. The young man made a dash towards the huge werewolf and began to strike him with his furious attacks. It looked very exciting. Jumping away from the point of collision with the boss himself, our hero called up the system menu in the air and took out some item. And the boss from below was watching what our hero would do now. The guy took out his magic staff. The young man decided to use his most powerful electrical magic. The technique was called thunder splitting the firmament. A huge cloud appeared in the sky, lightning from which began to attack the huge boss with powerful discharges. All the small werewolves immediately turned away from their enemies and began to watch how their leader was suffering from the attacks of our hero. It was a very powerful attack from our hero. The huge boss survived, but he was pretty badly beaten up. Small werewolves ran to their leader. After that, the huge werewolf took some kind of stance, and small werewolves began to run around him. Some kind of process of strengthening the boss began. Mao Yun shouted that the werewolves were restoring all the energy to the boss, and this was very bad for them. Surprised, Ling Ziyue asked what they should do. If they kill the werewolves first, the boss will become stronger, and if they target the boss, the werewolves will restore his energy. Mao Yun made a serious face and then began to voice his plan. The guy said that in this case they first need to clean up half of the werewolves and then... However, to the surprise of the young man, our hero interrupted him. The guy made a serious face and said that they would kill them at the same time. The surprised young man repeated these words to our hero, and then asked if he was sure that everything would work out. Our hero said that not all the deities of the game like such a trick, the vicissitudes of fate. The young man was ready for battle. Ursha appeared and began to bark very loudly. The dog was not near our heroes for quite a long time. Chu Tianji looked at the dog and shouted at him to go back. Our hero already had his own plan in stock. However, our hero's faithful pet abruptly turned his head away and directed his gaze somewhere. What was Ursha up to? The dog ran deep into the forest, and our hero was completely bewildered. He did not understand why his pet ran there. But the huge werewolf was already very angry, and apparently he was provoked by the barking of the dog. And then the entire pack of werewolves, together with their leader, headed in the direction where our hero's pet ran. The guy, along with his squad, shouted that they needed to run there too, and they all headed off together. Our heroes ran into some kind of passage, and a huge pack of werewolves ran behind them along with the boss. Chu Tiangjie shouted for Mao Yun and Ling Ziyue to split up and lured the wolves and the boss into the gorge. The guy shouted for our hero not to worry about it. After that, our hero turned to Xiao Li and told the girl to set a trap. She said she would do it no problem. All the players ran around. Our hero's subordinates shouted that they promised to complete the task. Our hero ordered his dog to go to Ling Ziyue and help her lure the werewolves. Meanwhile, Xiao Li ran into the gorge, and the girl began to slowly walk around to look around. She selected the best and most optimal place to set a trap there on behalf of our hero. The girl reached a certain place and said that she thought it would be best to set a trap in this place. Our hero held the main crowd, which consisted of a bunch of small werewolves and the boss himself. The guy opened the system menu as he walked. Our hero was talking to Xiao Li and asking how long he still needed to run. The girl shouted that she should wait another minute. She was charging. Mao Yun and Ling Ziyue ran out onto the main road along which our hero was running, and they began to run with our hero. The guy waved to the running Chu Tianju and shouted that they had come to him. Now they were all running away from a huge crowd. Chu Tiangjie smiled and said that they were just in time, and the girl with whom he was communicating said that everything was ready. A crowd of our heroes ran up to some kind of passage. All the werewolves were still running after them. When they reached a certain place, magic circles began to activate in the places where all the werewolves were running. It was Xiao Li's trap. Magic circles appeared everywhere. They were on the rock walls, on the ground. The werewolves did not yet understand that they had fallen into a trap. All the traps were instantly activated and began to explode, causing enormous damage to the flock of creatures that were running after our hero and his squad. Our hero understood that now was their chance, and therefore they needed to act immediately to win. The young man jumped into the crowd of dogs with all his fury and used the Hu sky-breaking technique. The guy was about to finish the battle. The guy continued to use his most powerful technique, and so he jumped from werewolf to werewolf and attacked them. The young man non-stop used his techniques and blows on these wolves. He wanted to finish them all off at once. The guy had already defeated a huge number of these werewolves, but he didn't stop and continued on. Surprised, Mao Yun said that Miss Hu's placement skill combined with the split attack looked very cool. The guy said that when he sees such tricks, he feels unimaginable power. Our hero and his comrades defeated the boss. The system congratulated the entire squad for making their first kill in the dark forest and updated the result at 15 minutes 36 seconds. Listening to this notification, the players discussed our hero. They spoke that they watched videos with Chu Tiangjie on the World Channel and then said that they also wanted to join his guild. The guy with blonde hair said that he urgently needed to move to the next level, and then he could go on a mission. It was the Oracle of Jufu, the supplier of the Imperial Court. Life in Chang'an City has become very lively recently, with many players leaving their rookie villages. Our hero and his friends returned to the city. They entered the main gate with complete pride and self-confidence. An old comrade of our hero approached him and said that he had brought to the head the man whom our hero was looking for. On the other hand, there was another guy who said that he also brought the right person to our hero. All the players were amazed that they saw our hero live. The guy in golden armor said that from now on everyone should call him the head. Everyone shouted in one voice and turned to our hero. They raised their hands up, believing that our hero was very cool. Actually, that's what happened. Our hero told all guild members to familiarize themselves a little with the situation and then take blue clothes from Mao Yun. The players were shocked that our hero was wearing blue clothes. Mao Yun said that this is just for joining the guild. Every week after completing the tasks, players will also be given purple equipment. All the players were in complete shock. They were very happy that our hero was distributing purple equipment to his subordinates. They said they were incredibly lucky. Mao Yun headed towards the exit and told everyone to follow him and said that they needed to try hard. One of the players, who had a red and short haircut, looked back. He was clearly up to something bad. The guy was surprised that he just had to follow the king of the world to meet Chu Tiangjie. He really wanted to figure out the identity of our hero. A worldwide system notification appeared. saying that in honor of the fact that the game was a month old, and there were more than 1 billion online, ERA decided to give them a gift and a task. The system said that players would be able to purchase quests with gold coins. Entering dungeons would yield various very worthwhile rewards, coins, jade, and equipment. The last message was that the game would be updated tomorrow from 3 to 5 in the morning, and therefore players were asked to plan their time wisely. Our hero smiled and said that in this game they finally remembered about promotions. Xiao Li, who was standing nearby, said that it was because many people had come out of the newcomer village now. Meanwhile, there was a message on the forum about a promotion of tasks, UFOs in the starry sky. The player can control the UFO as it drag races down the runway. Races between players of competing teams, single-player races and systems on the space runway. There are various power-ups, equipment, coins, materials. There were also crystals, rock crystals, starry quartz. With this crystal you can play the lottery and get even more materials and rewards. The player's abilities will be used as a launcher, a UFO transmitter. But the confrontation will not be limited by level. The first 100 players in the speed ranking will receive incredible rewards. The developers hoped that they would enjoy the mission mode and the advantages of the game. Xiao Li smiled and said that it was possible to activate a UFO. The girl was very interested in this. Our hero smiled and said that it was not bad, and then added that it would be possible to purchase one of them. Ling Ziyue said that there are people on the forum who are talking about that supplier from Europe, and then she said that they are still voting. Xiao Li said that someone compared their head and this supplier, and then added that the promotion would definitely go off without any problems. There was an inscription on the system notification that without donations you can also change your destiny, and luck is one of the player's strengths. Who is the real winner, God or the supplier? It was a whole vote in which one could choose either Chu Tiange or the Oracle Zhu Fu. Players commented on this saying that luck really makes people jealous. Players said that was why they chose God, and then added that it was nice to wear purple without spending money on it. The players also added that you won't embarrass yourself for nothing. It's bad form to rejoice on the quiet. So you also have to pay for donations. Isn't the point of getting more than others? The latter said that the technical stream does not deserve to have a first and last name. This already made someone's hair stand on end. Our hero looked at all this and thought about this name, the name of the Oracle Zhu Fu. Our hero was not very happy about this. The next day our hero went to some huge and beautiful place. He approached some kind of mechanism. A system menu appeared in which it was written that this was the entrance to the Starry Sky UFO event. You had to throw coins there to start. Our hero opened his inventory, took out a gold coin, and then held it out to this mechanism. The guy reached out to the device into which you had to throw a coin and inserted a gold coin into it. After this, unexpectedly for our hero, some kind of process began. The guy was immediately surprised by this process. The guy was surprised because he could not immediately understand what was happening and where he was going. This was all new to him. Some time passed, and our hero found himself in the middle of space. There were a lot of stars and different planets around. Spaceships were flying in the sky. Bright planets were blinding with their light, and it was as if there was a life of its own here. Our hero watched all this with great interest and surprise and looked at this life. The guy was in this place for the first time. A star appeared in front of our hero, who welcomed Chu Tiange to the UFO Starry Sky task. She asked him to choose single mode or race mode. Our hero was surprised. Our hero awkwardly looked at the star and smiled. He was still a little shocked. The guy said he was selecting race mode. A system menu with some kind of spaceship appeared in front of the young man. The star said that the guy should choose the UFO car that he likes. The young man began to choose his own transport based on the criteria that were higher. There was skill, speed, and control. Our hero, like a small child, looked at all this with great interest and said that this was a cool thing. The guy continued to leaf through a fairly extensive list of UFO cars and choose what he liked the most. Finally, the guy chose what he liked and then asked if this UFO was for sale. The star replied that this UFO is not for sale. Our hero was choosing a UFO car and settled on one interesting option. His numbers were quite high. Chu Tiange thought about it and said that the skill indicators and appearance of this device are very good. The young man decided and made his final choice. He pointed his finger at this transport and said that he wanted it. At that moment, this UFO car appeared in front of his face. It was made in blue colors and looked very cool. The device flew up to our hero, and Chu Tianjie looked at it with great enthusiasm, raising his head high. When the vehicle arrived, it lowered itself and then extended a ladder so that our hero could climb aboard the UFO vehicle. The star told our hero to go inside and familiarize himself with the operation of the device, and then they could begin. The guy thanked him for the help. A system menu appeared in front of Chu Tianjie, asking him to select skills that could be placed on the UFO. While dragging various skills, our hero said that it seems that the distance skills are even better here. This was the guy's first time driving such a vehicle. For him, it was all new, like a separate adventure. The young man began testing various commands and capabilities of this device. He said the course, and then the viewing angle. The young man also wanted to test a technical skill, and therefore called the corresponding panel for this. After that, our hero pulled the lever towards himself and said that it was time for him to accelerate. The UFO car was accelerating. The young man sat at the helm and said that it was all very good. He was smiling, which meant that he liked everything. The system notification said that familiarization with the operation of the device was completed. The mission map and the enemy were randomly generated. The system asked the guy to wait a little. A new system notification appeared in front of Chu Tianjie. It said that the opponent had been successfully found. His rival was the Oracle Ju Fu. Our hero made a serious face, and then said that they very quickly met with this oracle. The young man was serious. The guy was going to go where he needed to on assignment, and so he flew away from this place. The young man went about his business using the acceleration lever, leaving a bluish trail behind him. The guy was flying very quickly to some very important place, flying past many different stars and planets. Meanwhile, some kind of space station. It looked like huge stands on which spectators were sitting. The head of the Godslayer Guild sat with Hung Wu Heng and said that now that ordinary players have a limited amount of gold coins, they will hold a live broadcast. The guy continued saying that this broadcast will be on the air, and this will significantly increase their popularity. Screams were heard from the UFO car. The head of the guild said that this event had huge rewards, and therefore they would conduct a live broadcast on completing this task. The guy also said that those who are interested should sign up. He also added that this time they will not make a mistake and will do the walkthrough in good faith. The players will approve of this. One of the players, looking at the system menu, was very shocked. He shouted for the guys to look at the 63rd platform. The other players didn't understand what was going on and asked why the guy was so excited. They didn't understand this. The guy shouted that he saw the initial competition between the god Chu Tianjie and the Oracle Ju Fu. The head of the God Killers Guild was conducting a survey of what was inside the UFO. Then Hen Wu Heng came out and shouted that all the spectators had left. He asked if they should continue. The head of the God Killer Guild did not understand why everyone had left and what had happened. But in the stands, everyone was running to another place with system menus. They really wanted to get there in time. Meanwhile, there were 2 UFO cars at the start. They looked very powerful and very menacing. A huge number of spectators watched this. The Oracle Ju Fu said that he was finally able to meet the god Chu Tianjie, and then wished him good luck, saying, "Rest assured." Our hero looked at Ju Fu and smiled back. He said, "No nail, no iron." A competitive spirit flared up between these guys. The ships were preparing to fly. This was going to be an incredible battle. Everyone was very excited. Ju Fu said that he would finally be able to look at the power of the god Chu Tianjie, and our hero said that he would finally be able to look at the power of the Oracle Ju Fu. The lantern that was above the start began to light up. There were 3 squares in it, and one of them was already on fire. A loud sound sounded, and the system alert said the race had begun. The 2 UFO cars flew forward furiously. The route along which the UFO cars were flying was very large and beautiful. On the way of our hero there were gold coins and stones. Chu Tianjie was surprised that there were all sorts of awards along the track, but he was very serious and concentrated. Players flew through these rewards, and thus received them in their inventory. It was very good. A system menu appeared in front of the guy, in which it was written that he had collected 10 gold coins, 5 crystals, and 8 other items. It was a very exciting and amazing race. All spectators watched this battle with delight. However, everything was not so simple. Our hero said that collecting gold coins affects speed and should be avoided. Meanwhile, the Oracle Ju Fu, who was trailing behind our hero, began to plot a plan and aim at him. The guy was going to press the red button, saying that the greed had ruined the guy. He thought his plan was flawless. The young man pressed the red button and began to shoot the UFO at our hero's car. The battle became more interesting. Our hero turned around and realized that Ju Fu's oracle would not want to give him victory just like that, and therefore he needed to fight. The oracle ship Ju Fu followed exactly behind our hero and shot him with all possible weapons on board. Our hero was flying ahead, and some of the shells fired from the oracle's ship hit him, even though Chu Tiange tried to dodge every projectile that came from behind. They were still able to get a good hit on him. Our hero did not expect this at all, and therefore he was very surprised and angry that they were able to inflict good damage on him. Thus, our hero's UFO car was heavily hit, and Chu Tiange began to lose his speed. Oracle Ju Fu, thanks to his trick, was able to overtake our hero and shouted that he had finally taken the lead. Chu Tiange said that energy is not lost from the impact, but the speed of the vehicle itself depends entirely on it. A huge golden cube appeared on the track. A fire was burning around it, and a lot of energy was emanating. What was it? Flying up to this mysterious cube, our hero said that it was both a trap and luck. What happened next? Our hero was completely shocked by the whole situation. He said that this was the quintessence of a dice. The young man flew up and was able to fly through this mysterious cube, and then flew further along the track. The cube began to fall. The essence of the dice, while on the track, began to unwind. Everyone was in anticipation. Like our hero, he did not understand whether it was a trap or luck. 4 blue dots fell on the cube and 1 red dot. It seems that our hero was lucky, and it was luck. A system notification appeared in which our hero was congratulated on receiving a successful reward. It was a first-class accelerator rocket. Our hero was pleased with the result. Without any hesitation or doubt, he shouted for the system to apply the bonus received. In an instant, the UFO car of our hero accelerated very strongly, and he flew along the track at an unprecedented speed. Chu Tiange did not expect to achieve such enormous speed, and therefore, with his mouth open in surprise, he could barely control his vehicle. Thanks to this acceleration, our hero almost caught up with his rival on the track and almost took the lead. The quintessence of the dice was again on their way. The players moved towards her. What will happen this time? Trap? Luck. This time, Ju Fu's oracle decided to try his luck and flew through this dice quintessence. The bone fell and then began to unwind. Everyone was once again in anticipation of what Ju Fu's oracle would get. The dice showed 6 red dots. It seems that Ju Fu's oracle was also able to obtain a lucky reward. The system congratulated the guy for receiving a lucky reward, which was invincible status for a full 10 seconds. Our hero began to fire at his opponent from behind. The oracle Ju Fu masterfully dodged Chu Tiange's shots. As our hero continued his massive barrage, Oracle Ju Fu used his bonus and activated his invincible status. Our hero was very shocked. He opened his mouth in surprise and did not understand where his opponent got the protective cap from. A huge number of spectators watched this race from a huge screen. They were happy for the Oracle Ju Fu. The guys said that I do not have the rank and proper equipment for suppression. Even the god Chu Tiange is powerless. They considered it a day of luck, and therefore they said that they choose wealth. The race continued, a fierce battle between the god Chu Tiange and the Oracle Ju Fu. The guys flew through the place with awards again. Oracle Ju Fu was quite ahead of our hero, but Chu Tiange did not give up and followed right behind him. Our hero was flying along the track and realized that if he didn't touch them, then these awards would be written off or... Without finishing the thought, our hero turned all his attention to the ability panel and said that he would try the ability with a gas projectile, and then reached for the button. The guy began to shoot all the awards that were in front of him so that they would not slow him down in any way. Meanwhile, Oracle Ju Fu was collecting almost all the track rewards that came his way. But this was our hero's plan. Watching what was happening ahead, Our hero rejoiced and said that everything was very wonderful. The oracle Ju Fu, who did not understand anything, collected rewards and said that the god Chu Tianj was so courteous and sent him many gifts. However, this was all part of god Chu Tiange's huge plan. Ju Fu's oracle slowed down quite a bit, spilled in front of his opponent. Our hero shouted that he did not need thanks and then flew on. However, not only the god Chu Tiange was very smart, the oracle Ju Fu was also planning something. He said that he did not thank our hero. When our hero overtook the oracle Ju Fu, the guy took the red button and was about to press it. This was his plan. After this, Ju Fu's oracle began to fire a huge number of projectiles at his opponent's UFO car, which was flying in front. Our hero dodged his opponent's shots and continued to fly further. This battle was very exciting. Our hero shouted for the system to use the engraved shield and activate it immediately. A blue shield appeared around the UFO of our hero's car, which blocked the shots of the oracle Ju Fu. Huge explosions began, and a lot of smoke rose due to the collision of Ju Fu's shells and Chu Tiange's shield. Poured out of a huge explosive cloud, our hero flew on, being completely unharmed. He thanked his opponent. Oracle Ju Fu was very surprised. He did not expect to see a shield with engraved inscriptions. He did not understand what class it corresponded to. Oracle Ju Fu turned the gas to maximum and began to pursue his opponent. He was not going to give up so quickly. The guy was chasing our hero, and they were flying almost end to end. It was a very exciting spectacle for the spectators who watched from the stands. Meanwhile, our god Chu Tiange and his rival oracle Ju Fu were approaching the finish line. It was a violent confrontation. All the spectators were delighted with the skill of these two, and therefore they shouted and rejoiced for the guys. However, our hero was still able to win this difficult confrontation with a strong opponent. The results showed our hero finished the race in 5 minutes and 30 seconds. This was a very good result. His opponent, the oracle Ju Fu, finished the race in 5 minutes and 36 seconds. This result was also excellent. The players shouted that Shen Hao was really amazing, and others didn't understand. Could it be that even the oracle of Ju Fu couldn't defeat our god Chu Tiange? Two very strong competitors got out of their UFO cars and shook hands. Ju Fu's oracle said that everything was as expected and he lost. Our hero said that the guy was worthy. After exchanging mutual compliments, some previously unseen circles appeared in front of the guys. A system notification appeared. It was a lottery. There were many different rewards. A button appeared that had to be clicked to activate the lottery. This was the last battle of luck for these guys. Oracle Ju Fu reached for the button to spin the lottery. Our hero also reached for the button that was responsible for launching the lottery to find out what he would get. Oracle Ju Fu really hoped that the time would change in places. He replayed it in his head. Our hero, in turn, really wanted to get a spaceship and therefore thought about it non-stop. As a result, one of the guys got some kind of small box with green shades and a blue button in the middle. It fell to Chu Tianju. The guy read that it was a gift box of materials, but he didn't know what it was. However, the entire stand began to be torn apart by screams. Our hero realized that something was wrong and decided to look around. Unexpectedly for him, his time and Ju Fu's oracle's time switched places, and thus he was the winner. All the players were in great shock that time had changed. Could it be that an ordinary player could finally defeat the god Chu Tiange? Ju Fu smiled and said that it seemed that this time the victory would be his. Our hero smiled back and said that he underestimated the luck of his opponent. Ju Fu suggested our hero make another batch. He was completely confident in himself. An interesting battle was brewing again. Our hero was also confident in himself. He smiled back at the oracle of Ju Fu and agreed to another game. Meanwhile, in some forest, two guys were sitting in the middle of the forest and holding some cards in their hands. It was the oracle Ju Fu and our god Chu Tianj. The guys were playing some kind of game to determine which of them was better. Our hero threw two ace cards and shouted about a pair of aces. Oracle Ju Fu made a dissatisfied face and said that he could not beat him. Our hero said that this is the great battle of the dungeon poker card game. The key is in determining the victory or defeat of the attacking boss. The cards remaining in the hand will become weakening. Our hero also added that the cards played will become power-ups. After that, the guy made a strange face and threw out two more cards. It was a couple of threes. Oracle Jufu threw 2 cards and smiled. It was a pair of kings. Our hero said that he could not beat them. Next, the Oracle Jufu threw 4 more cards. It was a combination of 10, Jack, Queen, and King. Our hero was surprised by such a combined attack. He said that this was an effective means of killing the boss. Our hero made a sad face and said that he could not beat. The guy was a little worried. Well, that's not surprising. Oracle Jufu was completely confident in himself. The guy smiled, thinking that he had already won. What happened next? The guy threw out 5 more cards and shouted that this was the shooter's combination. There was a 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Our hero sat and thought about it with a thoughtful expression on his face. He said that everyone has the same abilities. The delighted Oracle Jufu jumped up from his seat and smiled. He said that he had no cards in his hands and therefore the game would be over. Our hero was not very happy with this outcome of events, but he could not do anything about it because this time his opponent had all the gains. Our hero asked if the guy was really waiting for the combination all the time. Otherwise, how would he have the shooter's combination left? The guy stood up, stretched, and said that almost always. Our hero smiled and said that the Oracle Jufu was very confident in his luck. His luck was very strong indeed. Oracle Jufu pointed at the boss. He was a little surprised. Our hero sat as usual. Nothing was new to him. The table with playing cards disappeared. Our hero smiled and was ready to fight the huge boss. The boss looked like a huge giant in some kind of armor with blue accents. He was looking for our hero and his rival. When he noticed them, the huge boss looked in their direction and was about to attack them. He was very huge. The 2 guys appeared before him and were ready to fight this huge boss. Who will win? There was a lot of positive energy around Jufu's oracle, shouting that the enhancement had activated. Our hero, in turn, looked very depressed. He was surprised that he had so many weaknesses, but he would survive everything. The huge boss went on the attack, and he tried to crush our hero, along with his opponent. They didn't expect this. The guys instantly jumped away from the boss's kick on the ground and began to prepare some attacks and think up their plans. Oracle Jufu charged some kind of magic arrow and said that this weakening does not affect Shenhao. Our hero had already rushed into battle at that moment. He was flying with his spear to the Titan's head and said that this was so. As a result, our hero and the Oracle Jufu fought the huge boss and attacked him without stopping with their powerful techniques. Our hero was preparing for his final and crushing attack. Even the boss himself opened his mouth in surprise. However, the boss was not so simple, and our young man, not having time to attack him, flew back because the boss used some kind of technique from his mouth. Chu Tiangjie flew quite a distance away from the huge boss. He was a little surprised by such strength. Oracle Jufu at this time used his powerful techniques using his fire bow. The guy did a lot of damage to the boss. The young man wielded his bow so well and quickly that it was more like being fired from some kind of firearm. The boss's entire cheek was severely injured. He was screaming in wild pain, and his head was smoking heavily after such a powerful attack. Oracle Jufu continued to use his strong techniques, and therefore attacked the huge opponent without stopping. Having recovered, our hero also rushed into battle. He shouted for the Oracle of Jufu to move away a little and was going to attack himself. However, the boss hit the place where the young man was, and our hero thought that he could die. But from the huge cloud of smoke, Chu Tiangjie saw the silhouette of Jufu's oracle. The guy stood safe and sound in a huge cloud of smoke. The young man smiled from ear to ear and giggled, looking at our hero. Our hero was completely shocked that Oracle Jufu still had the invincibility bonus. How lucky he was. However, the boss battle was not over yet, and he ran out through the trees to meet our hero and the Oracle of Jufu. The guys, as if nothing had happened, they stood on the ground and looked at this huge monster. They were ready to fight him. Oracle Jufu took out his phoenix-like fire bow with wings and continued to furiously bombard the boss with fire arrows. This technique was called like many arrows piercing the heart. This was a very powerful technique from this young man's arsenal. The enraged boss was subjected to this powerful attack. The guy fired at his entire body from head to toe. For a second there was a bright flash and then a huge explosion. Was this the end of the fight with the huge boss? Various objects, materials, equipment, and gold coins began to fly out of a huge cloud of smoke. Oracle Jufu caught some small blue stone or crystal in the air. He held it very confidently. The system notification showed that it was a Chang'an artifact. What did this artifact do, and why was it valuable? Oracle Jufu looked at our hero. He smiled, holding the received artifact in his hands. The guy said that it seemed like he had won again. Our hero smiled and looked at the guy. Chu Tiange said that this is not the end. He was 100% confident in himself. Some time passed. Our hero was in a completely different place. The sky looked like space. He was holding some kind of card in his hands. Nearby stood the Oracle Ju Feng, who was holding some kind of red crystal in his hands. Our hero threw his card directly at the guy's crystal. The guy was in complete shock. On the card that our hero threw it was written about a forced exchange. From the hand of the Oracle Ju Fu, his large red crystal began to disappear. The guy was a little upset by this state of affairs, and our hero was very determined, and just such a red crystal appeared in his hand. What happened next? The surprised Oracle Ju Fu asked if our hero had really thought of this a long time ago. He didn't expect it to happen like this at all. Our hero smiled and said yes. He added that this task can only be completed once a week, and therefore coming out on top gives limited access, the likelihood of it being extremely low. Oracle Ju Fu was at a loss. The guy said that when the boss appears, all cards disappear and turn into power-ups. Then the guy asked how our hero could have a card. Our hero took out a whole bunch of such cards and grinned. He said that there are a lot of them in gifts for real money. Oracle Ju Fang was upset and said that this was in the style of our hero, and then added that the phrase about Krypton not changing life is a lie. Our hero smiled and said that if Krypton does not change your life, then you simply have too little of it. Oracle Ju Fu was up to something at that moment. He again had some kind of cunning stash. He pulled his hand into his inner pocket. Our hero was completely shocked. He said that this could not be, and then asked if the guy really had any more cards left. Oracle Ju Fu said that there was no need to worry, and in fact, quests also fell under his purview. The young man took out a golden tablet on which it was written that the Shenyang Trading Company was selling various rare artifacts. Pre-orders were possible. Chapter of Ju Fu. The sign also said that Ju Fu was developing unlikely tasks and could organize a group. Our hero sighed with relief and said that he was already scared. A system notification appeared in front of our hero, in which the Oracle Ju Fu was added as a friend to our hero. Our hero accepted the young man as a friend without much hesitation. They've been growing apart quite well lately. Our hero asked if this was the goal of Ju Fu's oracle. The guy said that Chu Tiange had figured him out, and added that, after all, it was not so easy to become a friend of the god Chu Tiange. A system notification appeared in the world congratulating our hero and the Oracle Ju Fu for updating the record in the Kingdom of Poker Task. The guy's record was 11 minutes, 56 whole seconds, and 34 hundredths. All the players were surprised and did not understand what kind of poker kingdom this was. The other players were even more surprised. They asked each other if they were really playing the same game. In the city of Chang'an, our hero and the Oracle Ju Fu continued to be discussed for quite a long time for their record. After a while, it was some kind of territory. Life there went on as usual. All was good. Who lived there? There was some kind of throne inside, and a guy with white hair was sitting on it. He asked why his subordinates had not yet brought him the Oracle of Ju Fu for a long time. Players said they found him recently and waited in a 2-hour line, but he said he's been very busy lately and has already booked a month in advance. The angry guy said that if Ju Fu's oracle doesn't go by himself, then couldn't the players kidnap him? The guy asked if he really still needed to teach them. The players told him that they tried, but they never got the chance. They had rather sad faces. Liu Fei came inside and said that with such useless subordinates, it is not surprising that there are still no leads on Chu Tianju. The guy with white hair smiled sarcastically and said that Miss Liu Fei herself could not join the Dragon Emperor Palace. The girl was very angry. She was still very angry and offended by our hero. The guy said that he heard that after she left, many people joined the palace, and all his people settled there. The girl turned around and started to leave. She said that this was just some kind of Dragon Emperor Palace, and she didn't care about him at all, and so they would live and see. The guy made a serious face and asked about the god of murder. What were they up to, and who was he asking about? Meanwhile, there was some kind of battle with an unknown creature. He was attacked in many parts of his body at the same time. It was a group of 2 archers and 1 melee warrior. It seems that one of the archers was Jufu's oracle. His subordinate said that after the guy's competition with the god Chu Tianj, their popularity increased, and recently their business has been very popular. Oracle Jufu put on a serious face and said that the popularity of the god Chu Tiange is not so easy to sully, and this god is not to be trifled with. He said that since they are traitors, they must remain neutral, without having time to agree that they should not cling to influential people. A system alert appeared in front of the young man, which showed that several of his friends had been killed. The guy was very surprised. He opened the system menus, chats, and then asked his subordinates what happened to them. The guy was talking to several of his subordinates at the same time. Some shouted that they were being chased to kill them. Others said that their opponent said that he was waiting for the oracle of Jufu from the Zhao Guild, and then asked him to look. The third group of players also said that their situation was almost the same, and they did not know what to do. Their leader told them to all hide and he would deal with everything. Oracle Jufu thought for a moment, and then said that he now needs to leave immediately. The guy is already up to something. One of his subordinates said that these people were forcing the guy to show up, and perhaps in reality. The guy didn't have time to finish when the Oracle Jufu said that he was also afraid of this. Subordinates asked what they should do with these materials. They assumed that it was quite possible that someone would ambush them outside the mission. One of the guys was upset. He said that they barely got so much advanced material, and now if they die, then all this will be in vain. Oracle Jufu told his subordinate to simply exchange all these materials and equipment for gold coins. Players asked in surprise how they could exchange it now, and then asked who could buy so much at once. Oracle Jufu said that there is one person. He said that by exchanging materials and equipment for gold coins, even if they are killed, there will be no less gold coins. The guy handed 2 scrolls to his subordinates and said that he was handing over these materials and 2 more portable scrolls to them, and he himself was going outside of Chang'an. Meanwhile, in the real world, in some huge hospital, it was day outside and wonderful weather. A brown-eyed man with dark hair and pale skin left the game and woke up in the real world. The guy started to get up from his gaming booth. It looked a little different than the ones most people sit in. The young man's playing place was in the ward next to some guy's bed. He opened the curtain to look at him. With great relief, the worried young man was able to exhale. Who was it, and what does it mean to this guy? The nurse approached the guy and was surprised that he finally left the game. The guy said that he came to pay for the operation. The girl sighed and was surprised. She said that all expenses had already been paid. The guy was very surprised. He asked about it. At the entrance to the ward there were 2 men. One of them was dressed in a black suit, and the second in a light one, and stood behind. Most likely it was security. The man in the black suit offered to talk to the Oracle Jufu in real life, face to face. What was he planning? The young man was very surprised and frightened. He did not expect such a turn, much less such guests. Meanwhile, in the game, our hero stood with his comrades and said that it seems that things have not been going well for the Oracle lately. His friend said that he heard about the hunt for his squad. Chu Tiangjie was surprised that his squad was being hunted for murder. The guy asked who he contacted, but his friend did not know. Ling Ziyue, who stood next to our hero, suggested that perhaps this was due to the fact that the Oracle agreed with our hero to return his capital. Our hero, with a serious face, said that there is no need to guess, but you need to ask directly, and then the matter will be over. Meanwhile, the Oracle of Jufu came to our heroes and apologized for making them wait so long. Our hero, being a little furious, frowned and asked where the Oracle of Jufu had disappeared, as if he had disappeared. The guy smiled awkwardly and said that he needed to resolve some personal matters, but he had already sorted everything out. Our hero opened the system menu and said that if everything was assembled, then he would open the task, and then began to press various buttons. Around our hero's squad, the world began to change again, but this time everything became bluish. The whole world around began to transform because of the task that Chu Tiangjie began with his group. Everything became bright and light. They found themselves in some rather large desert. There was nothing like that around, and nothing foreshadowed trouble. Our hero turned to the Oracle Jufu and told the guy to tell everything that happened. The young man said that, having met with competitors, several orders in a row were taken away from them. The guy also said that this task has a high level of difficulty. Perhaps no one except our hero will be able to complete it. Our hero made a confident face and asked. The guy was able to hire Chu Tiange after all. He was confident. Oracle Jufu said that in fact he only needs one thing, and our hero can take everything else for himself. Our hero looked at the guy with disbelief and asked what he needed. He had a serious look. Oracle Jufu said that he needed a benefit card that hides the left account. The guy was also serious. Our hero thought about it. The young man was surprised. Wasn't this included in the benefits of the previous donation? Is it really possible to open a second account while hiding your identity? Our hero recalled that he too had already created another character with a completely different name and appearance. While Chu Tiange was thinking about all this, some creatures began to crawl out of the ground behind him. Our hero turned his attention to them. As a result, similar creatures began to crawl out everywhere. Our hero and his subordinates were ready for battle. Our hero shouted that he agreed and everything was dealt with, and then began to destroy the huge purple scorpions. Our hero's comrade shouted for our hero to leave the small creatures to them, while he went to the boss. The guy shouted for everyone to sort this out, and he ran away. The boss that our hero had to fight was a huge scorpion that had a human body. There were still a number of subordinates around him who also wanted to beat him. Chu Tiange rushed into battle. Meanwhile, Oracle Jufu took out his powerful bow and began to prepare to attack all his enemies. The guy was determined. He used his high-speed shooting and shot small scorpions while our hero fought furiously with the boss. Chu Tiange said around the huge scorpion, it dodged all of its attacks and tried to attack back. The boss was furious and tried his best to hit our hero with every attack. It was very exciting. However, the moment came for our hero to counterattack, and the young man began to use his most powerful attacks and techniques to attack the boss. The young man continued to carry out his furious attacks, and the huge boss screamed both in rage and in pain from the attacks of our hero. It was a very exciting battle due to our hero's high-speed techniques. A lot of dust and smoke rose in the air. All the small scorpions simply began to disappear. Our hero's group was a little surprised by this outcome. One of our hero's subordinates said that it was too fast, and then a system menu appeared in front of them, which showed all the rewards for killing the boss. Xiao Li looked at the awards and said that it was not for nothing that they formed a team with the Oracle of Jufu. The girl said that they received a lot of awards at the first level. Ling Ziyue was surprised and asked about the levels. Oracle Jufu said that this is a multi-level task. With each level, the degree of difficulty increases, and there are 5 levels in total. Xiao Li said that the reward mechanism is also different, and after completing a level, the number of rewards is doubled. But if the level is not passed, then the previous rewards are deleted. While our hero's party were discussing this task, our hero called out and said that they needed to go and continue. A system notification appeared that said that the first level of the task had been completed, and therefore they could continue, but if they failed, they would lose all rewards. Our hero understood everything even without the system's prompts, and therefore, without reading the system notification, he clicked yes without hesitation. On the second level, our heroes fought with some huge creatures with tentacles. They looked like octopuses. Victory was for Chu Tiange and his squad. On the third level, our hero's squad was met by a huge boss in armor with purple eyes. Our heroes fought him fiercely. On the fourth level, in front of them, there was a threat in the form of a huge giant with red glowing eyes. Our heroes also defeated him without any problems. A new system notification appeared, in which there was a proposal to go to the final level, and if one of the players falls in the level, it will be like the defeat of the entire squad. Again, without much hesitation, our hero pressed the yes button and thereby agreed to the conditions of the final level. The entire area around Chu Tiange and his squad began to transform. The players stood guard, preparing for battle. Some kind of large blue portal appeared, around which there were some numbers. Our hero and his squad went there. Chu Tiange and his subordinates found themselves in a winter location. There was a lot of light around, and the sun was shining brightly. The young man and his squad walked through this winter forest and always looked around so as not to miss enemies anywhere. They also really liked this location, and looking around, they smiled and said that this place was very beautiful. Our hero was examining the area when suddenly he began to receive some kind of system notification. The guy started to see what it was. It was a video call from Mao Yun. The frightened guy shouted that the Dragon Emperor's palace was surrounded. Our hero did not expect this at all, and therefore he was extremely shocked. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. Meanwhile, in the estate of our hero's huge guild, there were quite a lot of different players around her who surrounded all the walls. Mao Yun was very worried. He did not know what to do. The guy said that the head trusted him and allowed him to guard the guild, and if they were captured, then the guy— It was the head of the God Slayers Guild. Standing next to him was Hen Wu Heng and some kind of archer. They shouted that if Mao Yun had any abilities, then he should fight them. A system notification appeared telling players that this was the Dragon Emperor's Palace Guild area, and they needed to pay a gold coin to pass. This notification appeared for all players. They were not very happy that they had to pay money. The guy with white hair shouted that he had come to attack the Dragon Emperor's palace, and he also had to pay an entrance fee. The head of the Guild of God Killers sighed heavily and told the guy to relax, because now they would seize the guild's warehouse and compensate themselves for everything. In the guild news, the guild members said that they saw the Godslayer Guild and the Zhao Guild. They said that it seems that their goal is the guild warehouse. Others said that they were afraid because there were several thousand enemies outside. Our hero told Mao Yun to lead everyone into the palace of the Dragon Emperor, and no one would come out. Our hero's henchmen asked what they should do. They offered our hero to return. Otherwise, their guild warehouse would actually be captured. The guy understood that if the enemies were able to capture the palace of the Dragon Emperor, then we could consider that our hero had lost. It was a difficult decision. Ling Ziyue was upset. The girl did not understand why now, because they had just moved to the 5th level. A friend of our hero said that the girl had definitely noticed, because just when they moved to the 5th level, someone attacked the palace of the Dragon Emperor. Oracle Ju Fu was very worried. All members of the squad looked at the young man. Their views were not very trusting, and therefore they did not know what to think about this. The guy asked why his squad froze, and then ran somewhere. It seemed that Chu Tianjie already had some kind of plan. The guy ran towards the crowd of monsters. He shouted that they must finish off the enemies as quickly as possible. All members of our hero's squad immediately, without hesitation, went after our hero to help him. The guy shouted for everyone to go faster because if they finish the battle earlier, they will return earlier. The players broke through many obstacles. Due to the fact that it was a winter forest, the weather there was not very good. Chu Tianjie's squad moved with him to their destination. Their priority was to finish it all quickly. Ahead of them was the very goal towards which they had been moving for so long. It was some kind of huge creature. A huge boss appeared. He looked like a woman. She had long blue hair and icy horns. Our hero's squad looked at their opponent in surprise. This battle promised to be very difficult. The huge ice boss noticed our heroes and shifted his angry gaze towards them. Now something will begin. Our hero called the boss a huge block of ice and said that now they will quickly deal with it. The huge ice boss was preparing his attack, and so he began to wave his arms using some kind of spell. A lot of small blue projectiles that looked like pieces of ice flew at our hero, who was jumping on the boss. The guy continued his attack. He defended himself from the enemy's techniques and asked what was the matter. The guy was very angry and he was determined. From the huge blue circles that the huge boss created, a very strong wind suddenly began to blow. The technique was so strong and powerful that it even threw our hero away from itself. The guy was covered in snow. He said that the damage caused by the Snow Queen would be partially converted into weakening, due to which lives would continue to be lost. Our hero opened the system menu and then went to the pet menu. The guy shouted that they couldn't cope without Ursh. Our hero's faithful dog appeared on the battlefield. He began to bark at the huge Snow Queen and help our hero fight. Our hero continued his attack. He shouted for Xiao Li to use Hu's seal magic circle to try to seal the Snow Queen. Continuing to attack the huge Snow Queen, the guy also shouted for Ling Ziyue to heal them all. Ling Ziyue began to use her healing abilities and scream so that her allies would not worry and rely on her. Xiao Li, taking with her the faithful dog of our hero, shouted for him to run with her, and they were heading somewhere. But our hero did not stop. He used his most powerful techniques and attacks. The guy used a furious dragon cutting through the lands, and his friend furiously sparkling swords. The huge Snow Queen began to get angry with the players. Her blue glowing eyes resembled two sapphires. The huge boss used some very powerful technique and hit our hero with it. The guy screamed in pain. His friend, who was fighting in close combat with the Snow Queen, was also thrown back very strongly. Ursha, meanwhile, tried to attract the attention of the huge Snow Queen to himself in order to distract her. And when she finally turned her attention to our hero's faithful pet, she was very angry. Our hero's squad watched as the huge Snow Queen turned in the other direction. Understanding everything, our hero shouted that the provocation was still working, and then thought about his new plan. Oracle Zhu Fu, meanwhile, loaded arrows into his bow. He attacked more slowly than on previous bosses. Our hero looked at the young man furiously, and the Oracle Zhu Fu himself, thinking that no one understood anything, continued to carry out his task with a serious face. Our hero, being very angry, turned to the guy and asked how long he would stall the enemy Chu Tiange's time. The surprised Oracle Zhu Fu looked at our hero. The guy did not at all expect that our hero would guess everything. Out of great surprise, the guy even missed the huge Snow Queen, although it was impossible to miss such a target. The irritated young man turned his head towards our hero and asked him to repeat what our hero said. Chu Tiange said that Xiao Li's seal would last for another 3 minutes, so Zhu Fu's oracle had a chance to explain himself. Our hero made a very angry and ferocious face. He told the young man to tell him about the motive that prompted him to help the God Killer Guild and the Zhao Guild. Chu Tiange was very angry. Oracle Zhu Fu was very frightened and his hands began to tremble. Still, Chu Tiange guessed everything. The guy turned away and hid his worried face. He said that he had no idea what our hero was talking about, and he just wanted to finish off this boss. Then our hero threw his spear with all his might. The guy was incredibly furious. No one had seen him in such a state. Oracle Zhu Fu turned around and was both very surprised and scared. The guy looked at our hero and quite a lot of blood was spilled. This was a very unexpected action from our hero, but it had to be done this way. The members of our hero's squad were completely shocked by Chu Tiange's antics. They looked at the young men with frightened faces. The Oracle Zhu Fu, at whom that same spear flew, shouted and asked what Chu Tiange was doing. He was very scared and worried. Our hero was completely furious. He hid his emotions from others and looked at the Oracle Zhu Fu with the most calm face possible. Even Ursha began to bark from great surprise. Nobody except our hero understood anything until now. Meanwhile, a huge Snow Queen began to run after our hero's faithful dog, and there were some blue effects all around. Our hero continued to stand near the wounded Oracle Zhu Fu. The surprised members of the squad watched all this and did not understand anything. Our hero's friend shouted and asked why the Snow Queen was running away at such a time. Lingzi Yue, who was standing nearby, was afraid and asked what they should do. Xiao Li turned to our hero's friend and shouted that the boss should not be allowed to leave the area of Hu's seal, and then shouted that they must return it. The guy rushed into battle. He was completely ready for this battle, and therefore was not afraid of anything and ran towards the huge Snow Queen. The real battle began. From the huge number of movements, the snow began to rise into the air, and nothing was visible. Chu Tiange began the battle with the Oracle of Zhu Fu. The young man shot at our hero and he ran away and blocked everything. Attacking our hero, the Oracle Zhu Fu said that the guy was crazy. He said that if our hero kills him now, he will violate the conditions of the game, and they will finish the task with 1 dead, losing rewards. Dodging the shots of Zhu Fu's oracle, our hero asked if the guy really thought that losing a couple of these unfortunate awards would disappoint him. Our hero was very serious and determined. Chu Tiange was very angry with his opponent. Our hero continued to dodge the arrows of Zhu Fu's oracle and contemplate his plan of attack on this young man. Our hero came closer and said that he stayed only so that the guy would tell him the truth. But if he didn't want to, then Chu Tiange would simply kill him and return to the first level. Oracle Zhu Fu was very scared and excited. He was aiming at our hero and was all on nerves. Our hero asked if the Oracle Zhu Fu was really so frightened by the threats of some second-rate bandits. The guy asked if he wanted to feel what it was like when Chu Tiangjie was chasing him. Our hero also added that he could bury the Oracle Jufu alive. The guy lowered his bow and started talking. The guy had no choice. He said about his sister, he said that these people threatened his sister. He didn't know what he could do. Our hero asked, that is, the guy wanted to use the Zhao family to attack the Dragon Emperor Palace and move the younger sister out of the hospital, and then use another account. It seems that our hero has figured out the young man's plan. Chu Tiangjie also added that the guy wanted to use another account to hide under a different name, and believed that this would solve the problem. Before he had time to negotiate with the Oracle Jufu, our hero was called out by his allies and called for help, because they could not cope. The guy turned around and noticed how a huge snow queen was attacking his comrade, the dog, and Lingzi Yue. Chu Tiangjie and the Oracle Jufu watched this while standing not far from the battle site. Our hero could not ignore this. The guy opened the system menu, in which the number of lives of his allies was written. They were on the verge of death. Our hero was very surprised and frightened that his allies fought to the point of death while he was busy. Having abandoned the Oracle of Jufu, our hero ran to the aid of his friends. Their lives depended only on him. The guy attacked the huge Snow Queen and used the Sang-Long technique, tearing her into pieces. With great rage and strength, our hero attacked the huge boss who dared to offend his precious friends. The angry guy took out his magic staff and immediately cast a thunder spell that shook the sky. There was a real spark in the young man's eyes. The guy was filled with a lot of terrible emotions, and so he used all his power on this boss. Using your best moves, techniques, spells, and strikes, our hero flew straight towards his opponent. There was nothing in his head but terrible thoughts and thoughts that he had to win right now. He attacked the huge Snow Queen very fiercely. The surprised subordinate of our hero was horrified by this sight. He said that when the head is angry, he is very intimidating. Lingzi Yue was also in great shock and horror from this fierce battle. Chu Tiangjie was rarely seen in such a rage. Xiao Li asked if this was the same boss they had just fought. She asked why it was given to their leader so easily. She was told that it was the same boss. The distressed girl who watched this magnificent battle said that the Hu battle formation that she had placed was absolutely useless. At the sight of the collision between the attacks of our hero and the huge boss, huge explosions occurred. From the outside, it looked as cool and exciting as possible. A system notification appeared, in which it was written that the boss of the 5th level was beaten, and the task was completed. Our hero's joyful friends shouted that they had succeeded, and they were able to pass the 5th level. It was a great victory. Xiao Li looked at the system menu with interest and said that now the rewards will be even better than they were at the previous level. The players looked at the awards they received. Among them, there was a lot of different equipment, materials, and so on. The surprised Oracle Jufu flipped through this system menu and was as shocked as possible. He didn't understand how this was possible. Our hero smiled, looking at the guy. He said that the left account card did not fall out, and it seems that luck has turned away from the Jufu Oracle. A system notification appeared in which the system congratulated our heroes on successfully completing the 5th level of the task. Time spent 40 minutes, 12 seconds, 36 milliseconds. One of those who commanded the attack on our hero's guild was surprised and said that they somehow finished it quickly. The leader of the God-Killer Guild said that it doesn't matter, and when they return, he continued saying that when they return, they will definitely have time to attack their palace. However, they faced another huge problem. The defense of this guild's palace was too tough. Mao Yun laughed and showed his middle finger to those who attacked the guild. He shouted that this was what they needed, and then told them not to stand outside and to go inside. He was clearly mocking them. Hen Wu Hung approached his leader and said that a group of poison kings had weakened the magical barrier so that they would be able to break through at any time. The guy said it was great. The leader of the God-Killer Guild shouted that the distant assault group was covering, and the nearest one was breaking through. The guy pointed forward and shouted that they would destroy the Chu Tianjia Guild and take everything for themselves. All players ran to storm. A huge number of players began to again attack the powerful barrier erected around our hero's guild. Finally, they were able to break through this powerful barrier, and without much difficulty they were able to enter the guild territory. Mao Yun, who was watching everything, was completely shocked that the protective barrier was broken. The guy again didn't know what to do. They fired back at those who attacked. Mao Yun was punching the wall and saying that the head did not allow them to hire too many people, and now they are definitely short of military strength. The young man still did not know what to do and what to do. Meanwhile, the buildings began to crack and collapse. The army of attacking soldiers broke through further and further. They shouted that they were able to destroy the city gates. Mao Yun ran in the other direction and shouted for the players not to slow down their fire and continue to hold on, protecting the guild. The enemies made their way inside the guild. They shouted for everyone to continue the assault, and also added that their goal was the warehouse on the 3rd floor. Mao Yun, running somewhere, was in complete shock. He didn't understand how they knew that the warehouse was on the 3rd floor, and then they didn't understand whether there really was a mole in the guild. Chu Tianjia's guild members shouted that they must protect our hero's warehouse with their lives. It was a very difficult and exciting battle. A whole army of thousands of players came to destroy our hero's guild. Clouds gathered in the sky. A huge cloud stood over the territory of our hero's guild. Violet discharges appeared from there. A voice came from the clouds. The unknown person asked who was in this place and was disturbing his sweet sleep with his screams. The entire sky around became very dark. The players clearly did not expect this and were very surprised and scared at the same time. The keeper of our hero's guild appeared. It was the huge phoenix with which our hero had previously fought. He said that the Dragon Emperor's palace is his refuge, and he will kill all his enemies. All the players looked at the bird with great horror and were in complete shock and horror at such a strong enemy. A joyful Mao Yun raised his hands and shouted that they were saved. The guy and the rest of the guild members were very happy. One of the attackers was very surprised. He asked what the hell it was. They didn't know who it was. The head of the Guild of God Killers was no less surprised. He said that he did not know, and then added that he was not warned about this. A system menu appeared, in which it was written that this was the guardian beast of the guild and the city of Chang'an. His class was unknown, as were his skills. The leader of the Godslayer Guild was shocked. One of the attackers shouted that even if it was a guardian beast or something like that, he asked if this could really extinguish their confidence and they would cancel the attack. The spirit of the entire army was restored, and they began to attack the huge phoenix with all their strength. A bird flew over them. Meanwhile, melee fighters broke through the defenses of this guild and ran further and further, carrying out their orders. Phoenix began to breathe fire and set fire to all enemies in the area. His technique was very impressive and strong. The guardian beast began to descend at full speed to stop the melee players who were attacking our hero's small squad. A huge phoenix appeared in front of a crowd of players and tried to grab them with its huge paw. The players were very surprised and scared. Although it was a bird, this phoenix knew how to calmly fight in close combat, and therefore it attacked a group of players and scattered them in different directions. This phoenix was a very strong and powerful enemy. With its paws alone, it scattered crowds of enemies. Phoenix also combined his melee attacks with his fire breath and set all the enemies around him on fire. The players screamed in horror and pain. The frightened leader of the Godslayer Guild was in complete horror as he watched as the entire melee army was scattered and destroyed. The second leader of this mission shouted for the shooters not to stand still, but to attack the huge guardian beast. The phoenix flew into the sky, and the arrows from the attacking army began to shoot at it with arrows or use ranged magic. The players furiously tried to resist the huge guardian beast of this guild, but they had little success. Phoenix used his most powerful technique related to sound. He began to tweet disgustingly and very loudly. With the sheer force of the sound waves, the phoenix threw back all the shooters and enemies that stood in front of it and attacked it. Even Chu Tianjia's guild members were shocked by this powerful attack and tried to defend themselves against it. A huge phoenix circled in the sky around the huge Chu Tianjia guild and formed a huge hurricane there. Mao Yun, along with the frightened players, ran away from the place where this tornado was and shouted that they needed to retreat. But even inside the buildings, even behind the huge walls, it was impossible to hide from the phoenix's sound technology. Mao Yun grabbed his head and covered his ears with his hands. He understood what the point was and said that this is the real mechanism of death, and all low-level enemies cannot oppose anything. Meanwhile, the guardian beast of our hero's guild was absolutely furious. He was very angry that the enemies disturbed his sweet dream. Players either got caught in the powerful tornado that the Phoenix created, or were hit by its sound technology. The surprised players shouted that their ears were already bleeding from these techniques. Henwu Heng shouted that they needed to retreat because they were not able to defeat this huge bird. The frightened leader of the Godslayer Guild did not know what to do. He thought that it might actually be better to retreat. Mao Yun said that everything was going great, and then said that the enemies would not be able to defeat the former guardian of the city of Chang'an, and therefore he needed to find the mole hidden in the guild. Meanwhile, in the winter location, where our heroes group fought with Chu Tianj with a huge snow queen, Oracle Ju Fu said that since things had taken such a turn, there was no point in pestering him anymore. The guy started telling everything. He said that, as mentioned earlier, these people tracked down his sick sister, and then blackmailed him under the pretext of killing her, so that he would detain our hero's detachment in this test. The guy also added that they wanted to take advantage of Chu Tiange's absence and attack the Dragon Emperor's palace. Their goal is to plunder the warehouse, which is located on the 3rd floor. Our hero's angry friend called these guys real bastards. Ling Ziyue asked why they decided to choose him, since he does not have any relationship with Chu Tiange. Our hero said that everything is simple here, because the Oracle Ju Fu is a talented player, and since those people could not fill him into their ranks, they could not get his opponent into their ranks. Our hero said that most likely they were simply afraid that because of his closeness with the Oracle Ju Fu, he would join their guilds, and if he had set them up, Chu Tianj would have broken off all relations with him. With this plan, they wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Oracle Ju Fu said that in any case he is to blame, and there is nothing to deny. If our hero wants to take revenge on him, he can do it. Chu Tianj was holding some kind of red card in his hands. The Oracle Ju Fu was saying that he had nothing to say in his defense, and our hero's comrade was turning to him. After that, Chu Tianjie threw this red card at Oracle Ju Fu. The young man was very surprised and shocked by this. The young man caught this red card. His hands were shaking and he was afraid and did not know what would happen next. What happened anyway? It was a benefits card that hides the left account. Oracle Ju Fu was very surprised because of this. Our hero turned away and said that they urgently needed to go back and protect their guild. There was too little time. Oracle Ju Fu called our hero brother Chu Tianj. The guy and his subordinates turned around angrily. Oracle Ju Fu sincerely smiled at our hero, and then thanked him for everything. The guy was very grateful to our hero. Chu Tianjie waved his hand and told the guy not to thank him, because at the very beginning they had an agreement. Oracle Ju Fu only needed the benefit card, and our hero keeps the rest for himself. After all this, a huge teleportation circle with blue outlines appeared. Our hero and his squad entered it. Our hero said that a lot of time has already passed, and therefore the Oracle Ju Fu now needs to exit the game and check the card that our hero gave him. During teleportation, our hero's friend said that he was a good person. Chu Tiange smiled and said that he just didn't want to fall into the Zhao family's trap. Oracle Ju Fu was left alone in the location where they had recently defeated a huge boss. The guy stood silently. Oracle Ju Fu thought about our hero's words about leaving the game. He didn't really understand everything completely. The battle seemed to be over. There were rubble in place of a bunch of our hero's guild buildings, and many dead players lay around. From a huge and beautiful guild, everything turned into destroyed buildings and a huge amount of rubble. The 2 leaders of this enormous offensive were hiding behind the walls. Manhua Heng was not far from them. One of the guys asked if they should go. The leader of the God-Killer Guild said that they should go already. While they were running away, someone called out to them and asked where the guests of the Chu Tianjie Guild were going. It was Chu Tiange himself along with his squad. The players appeared right in the middle of their guild territory. Henwu Heng, the leader of the Godslayer Guild and the second leader of the operation, were in complete shock. They were surprised and scared. Mao Yun ran behind the leader of the God-Killers Guild and shouted that their leader had returned and therefore all attackers were finished. Our hero said that these players forced a good man to set him up, and he had already paid for it, and therefore went out of the game to mourn. Now it's their turn to experience it. Our hero continued to threaten those who had offended his people. Those, being excited, shouted that our hero should not think that he was so cool, and they would still see who wins. The leader of the God Killers Guild hid his face and took out a teleportation scroll from his inventory. The guy tried to use it. However, the miracle did not happen, and the guy was very shocked. Things didn't go the way they wanted. The guy with white hair asked what happened, but the leader of the Godslayer Guild said that it seemed like he couldn't use the teleportation scroll. Our hero pointed to the phoenix that was flying in the sky and said that as long as this bird soars in the skies, their scrolls will not work. The guys took out their weapons and shouted that then they would fight to the last drop of blood until they died. They started attacking our hero. The leader of the Godslayer Guild was shooting with a rifle, and the second guy was using a bow. Our hero blocked every shot and shell that flew at him. He asked if the guys were still stubborn. The young man got very close to his enemies and then swung his spear. The guys were very scared. The young man carried out a powerful attack on his two enemies, but he did not even use techniques. They were strikes with a spear. The guy killed two leaders of a huge offensive. To the left of our hero stood the frightened Hen Wu Heng. Chu Tiangjie turned his head to the side and stared at Hen Wu Heng. He was very scared. Hen Wu Heng was trembling with fear. He ground his teeth and did not know what to do because our hero could kill him with one blow. The frightened guy began to take out an arrow from his quiver. He told Chu Tianj to remember him, because someday he would definitely take revenge on him. The guy inserted the arrow into himself. It looked like some kind of very ridiculous suicide. But the young man's plan worked. Our hero squad looked with great surprise at how the guy inserted an arrow into himself and were shocked. Hen Wu Heng died, but he said that they would meet Chu Tiangjie again. Our hero silently looked at his corpse. Mao Yun approached our hero and whispered in his ear that there was a mole in their guild. Our hero said that they will soon find out everything, and therefore there is no need to worry. Mao Yun understood everything. He smiled at our hero and said that he understood everything and would do as he said. Chu Tiangjie, meanwhile, had some kind of plan. Our hero said that they had dealt with the attacking guild, and all that remained was to deal with the situation of the Jufu Oracle. Meanwhile, in the real world, it was night. The sky was cloudless, but the stars were still not particularly visible. A huge car was driving along the highway. It was driving quite fast. Most likely the driver and passengers were in a hurry somewhere. Oracle Jufu began to take off his gaming helmet because he had just exited the game and passed out. The nurse joyfully greeted the guy. She said that the young man had finally come to his senses. His sister was lying on the bed next to him. Surprised by everything that was happening, the guy asked if everything was okay. The nurse smiled and didn't know how to tell him about it. There was a beaten guy sitting in front who turned back and asked if his boss had figured out the game. The guy said everything was fine there. After this, the surprised Oracle Jufu saw the guy's blood and asked where he got the blood from and where he got injured like that. The guy said that he received this wound as a result of a small conflict with the Zhao family. The guy seemed to be driving. Oracle Jufu was even more surprised. The guy asked his subordinate to tell him more about it. The guy began to explain everything to the Oracle Jufu. He said that an hour ago. And he said that Jufu called on the phone and said that the Zhao family was planning to attack the Chu Tianjia Guild. The guy said on the phone that 2 thugs left him just a couple of minutes ago. The guy also added that he didn't know if they would return, but the plan was such that the guy knew the game. Oracle Jufu also said that while he understands the game, the guy will transport him with the game capsule and his sister. The guy driving understood everything and said that they would take care of everything. The young man's subordinate drove very quickly to the hospital in order to come to the rescue of his boss. He had already alerted everyone at the hospital to help him. The guy drove into a large parking lot in a huge white car. They were in a hurry, so they carelessly left the car in the parking lot. They ran out of the car and said that they needed to do everything faster. The guy said that they needed to transfer the boss and his sister into the car in a matter of minutes. The beaten guy said that after their boss entered the game, they took him away. As planned, they drove to the underground garage to the prepared car, and the Zhao family's people were there. The surprised Oracle Ju Fu opened his mouth in surprise and asked what happened next. The guy continued. The guy said that they had no choice but to fight, and there were more of them. They were on the verge of defeat. The guy tells the story that that's when the uncle appeared. It was a man wearing white gloves and a black suit. It was Uncle Ying Li who was walking out of the hospital building and cracking his knuckles in his hands. He was wearing a medical mask. A huge crowd of men wearing black glasses and suits began to run towards Uncle Ying Li and let out furious screams. The guy said that the man turned on berserk mode and killed them in two, but not only that, what else happened? The guy said that his uncle helped them escape the pursuit of the Zhao family and successfully hide from all enemies. The same Uncle Ying Li was driving. Oracle Ju Fu turned to the man and asked if he was the uncle. The man driving said that Chu Tiange sent him to them. He confidently drove somewhere and took the guy with his sister. Oracle Ju Fu was very surprised and amazed. He wondered who this god Chu Tiange was. Uncle Ying Li looked seriously, and then said that Chu Tiange is just an ordinary player. Where were they going? Meanwhile, that same night at the Zhao mansion, there was not a full moon in the sky, which dimly illuminated everything. It was a meeting room. Quite a lot of people were sitting at a table inside, and there was some kind of mechanism nearby. There was discussion that even without Chu Tiange, a team of 1,000 people would not be able to attack the Dragon Emperor Pavilion, reminiscent of the times when our hero defeated 1,000 players. There was a question about how one could join the Emperor's Dragon Pavilion, and the answer was simple. There was no way to join him. The man from the corporation with whom the Zhao clan had previously spoken and received instructions appeared on the screen. Zhao Shu's father sat at the table in horror. All the men who were in this room sat at the table with great horror. The man asked about the recruitment of the emperor and then about the attack on the warehouse. He asked if that was the whole plan. The man bowed in front of the huge screen where the conversation was going on and said that it was just an accident. The man asked how many times this was an accident. The man snapped his fingers and directly said that the Zhao family could no longer be used. He was very disappointed with this family. The conference with this man ended. Zhao Shu's father shouted for him to wait a minute, but it was too late. The men at the table said that the man's goal would be to kill the Zhao family, and he would start doing it right now. Zhao Shu, who was sitting at the table in this room, was very angry. He bared his teeth and was unhappy. The guy stood up from the table and hit the table with his palm with all his might. He shouted to the whole room that this was stupid. The angry guy shouted that he would deal with Chu Tiange and deprive him of his resources. The Singularity Organization would be forced to rely on them, and then no one would be able to stand in his way. Meanwhile, in some building, this was the Singularity Organization. Many men stood around some kind of apparatus. One of the men asked the others what their next step was. There was a heated discussion of recent events. The man said that the biggest obstacle in capturing Era's resources is Chu Tiang, and if they cannot resist him, one of the men told them to move to another country for development. They decided that they would go to the country of Song. The man leaving said that a player needed level 50 to just go to another country, and Chu Tiange would not have the ability to interfere with them. Opening the huge door to another room, the man declared with complete confidence and pride that he walked into this room and said that they would create such a team in just 10 days. There were quite a few different mechanisms in the room. Meanwhile, in the huge martial arts pavilion, there were quite a lot of people there, minding their own business. Chu Tiange was standing inside talking to a man. The guy asked what materials were needed to update the fairy device. The man said that there were 3 in total, namely Song Xianzhi's blood, Yuan's rhinoceros crystal, and Qing Feng. What is our hero up to? The surprised man said that it is impossible to do everything now, because the ingredients can only be obtained in other countries, and the restriction on the level of players does not allow them to move to another country. Our hero turned to the man and asked if there were ways to transfer copies to other countries, or other ways to obtain them. The man chuckled and said that perhaps, with a lot of luck, Chu Tiange would be able to stumble upon the secret traders. Our hero thought about it. The guy said that he had not seen that secret merchant for a long time, and even missed him a little. Meanwhile, that same mysterious merchant, there were quite a few players around him. He said that he only had rare treasures, and nothing like that could be found in this village. The man laughed and thought that Song's players were very naive and would fall for such stupid lies. He didn't want to delay any longer. Meanwhile, Chu Tiange was walking along some bridge and looking at various system menus. There were a lot of people around. The guy was chatting with his subordinate. He said that he wanted to contact our hero, and then added that there is an organization there that dominates many people. And our hero at that moment asked if the guy could get Song Xianzhi's blood, and then became interested in the organization that dominates and asked what happened. The guy said that this guild is called the Strange Wind of Dianlong. It is divided into two parts. The first interferes with other players, and the second clears dungeons and collects materials endlessly. The guy also added that he didn't even see them leaving the game. Maybe it was just a bunch of weird people. Our hero thought about his friend's words that they were not leaving the game and said that this was suspicious. Meanwhile, there was a huge blue portal with two players standing next to it. This was a transition to the country of Song. A group of guys watched this portal from the bushes and said that there were only two guards there. Who was it? There was a small group of guys sitting in the bushes. One asked if they needed to start now, and the other answered that they needed to wait. He was looking at the system menu. The guy told his boss not to worry, and they would gather people for a sneak attack, and then they would capture the passage, and if they could, they would get the material, and then immediately send it to him. While the guy was writing this to his boss, quite a few leaves fell from the branch, and there was a little noise. Our hero's friend realized that everything was not going as they thought, and something was going wrong. He noticed this. After that, the guy shouted for his squad to leave and added that they had just been discovered. Who found them? On the way, some guys in black uniforms appeared on the young man and his friends. They looked very much like ninjas. Each of them had twin blades behind their backs. One of the squad took out throwing knives and prepared to throw them. A large-scale attack began. Each of these guys in black clothes began to throw their knives at our hero's friend and his squad. The guy put up some kind of shield and tried to protect him from this huge number of knives that were flying at him. However, the guys from his squad were unable to defend themselves, and therefore they were hit by a huge number of these throwing knives. While the guy was distracted by his enemies, these ninjas got even closer. They jumped onto the shield that our hero's friend was holding. They took out their twin blades, and then they were going to attack the young man. They looked very scary. Our hero's friend tried to fight back and resist them, holding his large and massive shield. The guy tried his best to defend himself, and therefore he continued to fight with a serious and determined face. The guy used some kind of technique and shouted for everyone around him to disperse, and then threw them all away from him. But these guys were not weak, and therefore they used some techniques to get behind the guy's back. The young man turned around and saw that they were going to hit him from behind, but he understood that he could not dodge. Meanwhile, our hero was writing some message to his friend. He was in no hurry and therefore did it slowly. Our hero, with a serious and calm face, wrote to tell his friend to be more careful. He didn't even suspect what was happening to him now. However, a system notification appeared in front of the guy, which said that his message had not been delivered to his friend. Chu Tiange immediately realized that something was wrong. The guy began to think about what happened there. Another system notification appeared, in which it was written that his comrade had been killed. This was not very good news. Our hero screamed in horror about his comrade. He was very surprised and did not understand how he could have been killed. Some time passed. Song Country, Kaifeng. It was a huge, high-tech city like Chang'an. A friend of our hero, together with his guys, walked along the road. One of the guys said that he was thinking about exploring the path first, making a plan, but before that happens, they will be revived. Our hero's friend was asked by his subordinates to return, but he replied that their opponents were definitely masters, and he was afraid that they would not be lucky alone. The guy's subordinate said that they couldn't let them always take over the portals and suggested calling more people. Their leader said that the three of them played together, although not at high levels, just at medium levels. But the group of these people now was a little strange. One of the players will offer to invite 01, because he is top 1 in the ranking of masters. He was told that there was no point in calling anyone for help, and for the grievances of the Heavenly Wind Hall, they must take revenge themselves. A system notification appeared saying that Pineapple Rice was gathering people to fight the foreign wind and waves. One of the players, having opened the system menu, happily shouted that this was great, and he would also go with them. Another guy recalled some moment with horror and said that this old woman was a fiend from hell, and she was just crazy. The guy added that she wanted to beat him. Their leader said that there is no need to worry because she has always wanted to find a master to duel, but she cannot go to the Tang country to find the god Chu Tiange. The guy said that this time it was their own fault. Another surprise guy turned to our hero's friend and asked if the older sister could win. He made a very serious face and began to think about all this. The guy didn't know what to answer him intelligently. Without coming up with an answer, the guy ran with his henchmen and said that they would go and see it for themselves. Our hero wrote to his friend and asked what happened. The guy replied that they were killed by foreigners, but he would find a way to deal with it, and therefore told his boss not to do. Chu Tiange wrote to ask the guy to give him the coordinates of his guild. It seems that our hero has already conceived some kind of plan. The guy asked if his boss would come to Tang country, because he could not move to another country due to his insufficient level. Our hero told him to send the coordinates. The guy opened a map of the entire region and sent the location of the guild to our hero. He asked if Chu Tiange would really come. Meanwhile, the country of Tang, the city of Chang'an. There have been no recent changes or high-profile cases in the city. Our hero walked through the city going about his business. For the young man, this city was already like his own and all its inhabitants along with him. The girl in the flower shop was shouting about the fresh maple berry that just arrived this morning. They could smoke it and use it to improve medicine. Our hero approached the girl and asked if she had medicinal flowers that would be useful on the trip. The guy added that long-distance travel is a good way to refresh and pave the way for the future. Our hero showed the amulet to the girl. She realized that this was a pass to all countries, and that poor old man must have given our hero a hidden mission. The girl smiled and said that this flower is rare, but since it belongs to their Baihualu, it will definitely not disappoint the noble son. The girl invited our hero inside and told him to come in quickly. The guy approached the entrance. The girl said that they, the Baihualu, had been inactive for a long time, and finally they had waited for a person who was so important to their country. The guy said that he needed to go to the country of Song. However, the system menu began to appear in front of our hero. The guy was a little surprised that it came out. It said that this was a hidden mission, the renaissance of the Sui country. They wrote in detail that the country of Sui has been hidden for a long time, dormant and waiting. Young people bear the burden and begin the journey of rebirth. Further, it was written there that after acceptance, our hero will be able to visit other countries secretly, without level restrictions. But the task also had limitations. It was written in them that 30 days were given. Completing the task would open a new region of the country of Sui. Failure would result in the loss of the skill, and he would never be able to enter Sui country. The last thing that was written in the system notification was a question whether our hero wants to accept this task. Chu Tiange accepted the task without hesitation. The girl said that since our hero had decided everything, he should follow her further around the room. Our Chu Tiange and the girl who saw him off approached some wall. The girl reached out to remove the large picture. The girl turned to our hero and told the young man to give her the talisman. Our hero said that he would give it to him and handed over the talisman. Behind the picture, which is cheerful on the wall, there was a cutout for exactly the same seal as the one our hero had. The girl extended her hand with the seal to insert it. After that, she successfully inserted the seal and moved away a little. The mechanism started working and some kind of secret door opened. It looked very strange. Our hero did nothing. Looking at everything that was in front of our hero, the guy was very surprised. He didn't understand right away. What is this? After a short amount of time, our hero realized that this was a teleportation point to all countries. The girl said that this teleportation point will help our hero reach the outskirts of Song country, and therefore he must be careful. The guy thanked the girl very much for her help. Meanwhile, Song country, the outskirts of Kaifeng. The weather was wonderful outside, and this place was located in the forest. Some kind of magical energy began to appear in the air, and golden lightning came from there. It seems that this was the process of teleportation of our hero. From the place where this clot of energy was in the air, there came a huge bright beam. A mysterious merchant noticed our hero. The merchant was surprised that there were players in such a remote location, but he didn't care and went to this place. The traveling merchant ran to the place where the bright beam was coming from. He shouted that he would go and earn a fortune. Meanwhile, our hero opened a map of the entire location, which showed his location. The guy was looking for the place he needed. The young man was very surprised. He looked at the map and said that this is really the country of song. He couldn't believe it. The traveling merchant ran at full speed to the place where our hero appeared. However, he still did not know who was waiting for him in that place. The joyful traveling merchant ran straight to our hero, and Chu Tianjie, seeing this, was very surprised. Seeing the silhouette of a man from afar, our hero assumed that this might be the mysterious merchant he wanted to meet. When the man reached our hero, he was very surprised. The man did not understand why exactly Chu Tianjie was in this place. Meanwhile, on the wall of some building hung a rather large flag, which was made in light colors. It was a huge building with high walls. A girl with a spear stood against the wall, and next to her stood a stone to which several guys were tied. The girl screamed to call her leader immediately. She was very serious and determined. The huge gates began to slowly open, and from inside the silhouette of the guy who was opening the gates could be seen. Having opened the gate, the guy said that their head was not in this place, and then asked what the girl would do. The girl jumped on the guy and shouted that then she would fight until their leader came. The guy was very surprised and scared. He asked the girl to stop and wait. The girl began to use her spear and attack the guy who was standing right in front of her and did not touch her. She tore the clothes on the young man's body and slightly injured him. The guy said there was no point in talking about it. The girl dragged the defeated guy by the leg to the rest of the group of tied young men. She said that in this place no one knows how to fight. The girl threw the guy's body to lie near the stone. And meanwhile, 4 young men in good equipment came out of the gate. These were 4 identical angry warriors. They had the same set of armor and the same weapons. The girl smiled and said that she was interested in all this, because her enemies came in 4 at once. She was ready to fight. The girl pointed her finger at them and shouted that they had taken the copy, were killing the players. Did they really think that they were so strong that no one would dare mess with them? Apparently, the troop squad told his subordinates to prepare the thunder cannons in a row. They said they would do so. The 3 soldiers took out their spears, and then they began to gather some kind of electrical energy into themselves to attack. The girl instantly became more serious. She looked at the 3 men with a menacing face and also monitored their use of the technique. The girl jumped into battle. She shouted for her enemies not to hold back and to attack all at once to make it more interesting. 3 soldiers ran to attack one girl. Their spears were still charged with electrical energy. The girl's spear and the spears of the 3 soldiers clashed. It was very mysterious and at the same time very cool. With a little surprise in her eyes, the girl blocked every blow that was thrown at her. She fought well. The soldiers continued to attack the girl without stopping, and she in turn made an even more serious face and continued to block the attacks of her opponents. After that, the girl bent down a little and began to use her spear as a pole, spinning it around herself. She threw away her enemies. Now it was the girl's turn to attack. She jumped on one of the soldiers and hit him with a spear. He repelled the girl's attacks. The soldier had a very strange expression on his face. It did not look at all like the face of a normal living person. Looking into the eyes of her opponent, the girl thought that it seemed that the soldier was tracking her movements. Without thinking twice, the girl stopped abruptly and then was about to duck down to use her attack. The confident warrior raised her spear and asked if the soldier really thought he could analyze her shortcomings. The young warrior used a circular kick and attacked the 3 soldiers who were fighting with her at the same time. The girl used an attack called Thunder Roar. She was indeed very strong in battle. The girl jumped into the sky and began to use this electrical technique. She was clearly very confident in her strength. The girl's powerful technique struck her opponents and they began to fall to the ground, screaming in pain. It was a very strong and thoughtful move. The impact was so powerful that the enemy soldiers were thrown back a large number of meters, and a flash appeared in the sky. Watching the defeated soldiers, the girl grinned and said that this entire battle was quite easy. However, the battle was not yet over. and the fourth soldier, who had initially stepped aside and did not fight, began to act. The girl realized this and heard the guy move behind her. She immediately reacted to this and began to turn her head. Turning her head, the girl watched as the guy jumped at her, swinging his spear. The girl did not expect this at all. The man attacked the girl with all his might, with his most powerful blow, his most powerful spear. He thought it was all over. The man said that this blow would send the girl straight to the resurrection point. The soldier was confident in his blow. An impact of such power created a huge cloud of dust in the sky. This hit was really very good. The soldier stood proudly with his spear and waited until all the dust cleared to make sure that he had defeated the girl. The smoke cleared, a girl was lying on the ground, and a guy was sitting next to her and was probably helping her. The soldier was in complete shock. He looked at this whole picture with his mouth open because he did not expect this at all. The girl lay on the ground and said that she was in pain. A young man was sitting on the ground next to her. The girl was still alive. The guy addressed the girl as if he were his sister and asked if she was okay. He also added that luckily he arrived on time. The girl moaned in pain. A short moment later, the girl kicked the guy who was sitting next to her with all her might. He flew off well. The girl started screaming at the guy and asking if he really thought they were so similar. She said that it was not so easy to kill her. The guy was on his knees in front of the girl and crying in pain. He apologized to her and she continued to scream. The second brother and his comrades were also in this place. They ran up and asked how the girl was and if she was hurt. The girl did not at all expect to see these guys in this place, and therefore was extremely surprised that they came. Our hero's friend shouted for the girl to be careful, because with these soldiers not everything is so simple. The girl pointed at all the soldiers and shouted for them to unite this time. In front of the girl and three guys stood a new squad of young men in white equipment. Only their weapons differed. The surprised girl looked at her opponents and shouted that she had just had to deal with them, and it was hard to tell how badly she was hurt. The girl turned to her boss and said that all these people are very strange. There are masters and losers among them, and their level was not balanced. It was an exchange of experience. The guy looked at the girl and said that this was an exchange of experience combined with the endless capture of copies. A serious girl shouted that they should help each other. Their leader frowned and said that he agreed with this. One of that group of soldiers said that it seemed that many were eager to get their hands on copies of them, and today they would put an end to this resistance. Our hero's friend shouted that they should launch an attack, and after these words all his subordinates headed into battle amid furious screams. The squad that opposed our hero's friend and his friends also rushed into battle. It was a very difficult battle. A fierce battle began between the detachment of our hero's friend and the soldiers in white robes. She promised to be hot. One of the guys used 2 blades. He used the double-blade gravity technique and ran into battle. The young man made his way through a huge crowd of enemies. He defeated each soldier on his own without any problems. The weak newcomers in white robes could not block all the guy's blows, and so he continued to attack them and inflict enormous damage. An angry master from a squad of soldiers in white clothes said that perhaps they had finished their warm-up, and now it was their turn. The man began to use some powerful technique. There were a lot of purple particles around his weapon. Watching his allies being killed, he immediately rushed into battle to help them in the battle. The man jumped at his enemy with his spear, which had purple particles around it and caused damage. The guy with 2 swords tried to repel the attacks of his opponent. He spun like a hurricane and attacked the enemies. Still, this master was much stronger and more experienced than the guy with 2 swords, and therefore he began to miss blows from his opponent. The young man was very surprised, but he could not do anything about it. The guy took more and more damage. Having gathered all his strength and thoughts, the angry guy realized that this could not continue, and he could simply die. Using his twin swords, the guy repelled the attack carried out by his enemy and then tried to carry out a counterattack. The master jumped back a little. He did not expect that this young man was worth anything and would be able to give him some kind of competition. However, the man was not so simple, and such actions only provoked him, and therefore he did not slow down. Meanwhile, the second brother's comrades were attacked by enemies. They were very surprised that something was attacking them from the air. Even the opponents of these players were surprised that their enemies were simply hit by something out of thin air. What was it? The second brother's subordinate continued to fight with this master, and he attacked his back with his swords. The girl, who also fought with these guys, suddenly had a cut on her chest, and then blood began to flow from there. All the players were very badly injured, and there was purple energy around them. This was the technique of that master. But what was the secret? The young man, who had been fighting with the master all this time, looked around and did not understand how it all happened. The man from the soldier squad had a purple aura around him. He said it was a poison core charm technique. This man's hidden class was the poisonous king. Second brother was very surprised. He didn't expect it to be a poisoning skill. They realized that he had poisoned them, and while they attacked, damage would be done to their body. The man slowly walked towards his enemies and said that they, members of the guild, would kill each other, because honor is the greatest value. He also thanked them for refusing their positions. Approaching the guy with the double swords, the man also said that they gladly accepted this resignation from the position. The guy called the man a despicable insolent. After these words, unexpectedly for the guy, he was hit by the spear of the master with whom he was fighting. The guy was scared. The man made a blow to his opponent's leg. It seems that this was his plan. He was aiming there. The man stood over the guy and said that now he was quite soft, and then asked why he broke off the resistance. He added for the guy to get up and kill a few more of his allies. The guy lay on the ground and could not move, and the man still wanted the guy to lose his honor. He brought his spear to the youth's face. Making a terrible and scary look, the man shouted for this guy to get up and continue the fight with him. Suddenly, unexpectedly for everyone, blood was shed. Everyone screamed in horror. Whose blood was it? Why did everyone react like that? The girl yelled at one of her allies. It seems that one of the guys was seriously wounded, which is why there was a lot of blood. The man hit the guy with 2 swords on the cheek with a spear and left a rather severe wound on his face. All the allies were seriously wounded. They were using their last strength to get to their feet to try to continue this battle. The man was called an impudent man, and he was very shocked by these words. The man said that the world is ruled by the strongest, the Song country or anyone else. No one can defeat them. Continuing to fight, one of the guys shouted for the wounded guy to leave the fight and get out of the game so that nothing bad would happen again. A wounded guy with a huge spiked club jumped at this master and shouted at him to watch how he would kill him now. The man was very surprised. He considered it complete disrespect, and therefore it angered him even more. The man took his spear more firmly, and then began to spin it very strongly in his hand, preparing to attack him. The guy was very close, and therefore the man grabbed his untwisted spear even tighter, and then hit the air forward. He hit the young man right in the stomach, and in pain he threw away his weapon and screamed in pain. Nobody expected such a move. The guy with 2 swords sat on the ground and watched this terrible sight. He screamed as he saw his ally being attacked with a strong attack. The man looked at the guy again and grinned. His eyes were like those of a madman. The master asked if this was all the guy could do. After that, the man smiled and asked if his enemies were interested in why their reinforcements still weren't coming. A frightened and surprised girl called out from the crowd and asked what this man had done with their reinforcements. The man said that all their people are at the teleportation point, so everyone will be killed as soon as they appear there, and no one will be able to help them. Our hero's friend was in despair. He was very angry with his enemy, but he could not do anything. The guy said it was very disgusting. A blue teleportation circle appeared under the feet of one of the guys, and then it became huge so that all the players could fit into it. The angry man asked if his opponents really wanted to escape. What happened to them next? And then there was a powerful blow, which was made by a man from a detachment of soldiers in white. He clearly had no intention of letting his enemies escape. The guy with 2 swords flew out of the blue teleportation circle from his opponent's blow. The man was serious. The allies of the guy with 2 swords were also in great shock. They watched this beating with open mouths, but could not do anything. The man's attack was so strong that the guy wielding 2 swords flew several meters away from his opponent. A lot of dust rose. The guy was screaming in pain. There was a rather strong and deep wound on his face, but it could not be compared with the huge cut that was in the middle of the young man's body. The man slowly approached the guy. The guy shouted for this master to come and kill him, because there was little blood left in him, and then asked what the man was waiting for. The serious man looked at the guy and said that he had made inquiries about him, and then asked if it was true that the guy had the skill of self-destruction of blood. The wounded young man could barely hold on with his last strength, his body trembled in pain, and he himself could not really speak. The man said that using self-detonation in exchange for the final blow is very powerful, and then asked if this trick could kill all the allies on the field. He wanted to check it out. The man approached the young man, raised his huge spear, around which there was a purple aura, and swung it at his prone opponent. He was going to finish him off. With the last of his strength, the guy using the double sword technique shouted that the man who was fighting them was a real bastard, and closed his eyes. Some bright and luminous projectile appeared. It was moving towards the guy and the man who wanted to finish off the young man. The shell hit directly the tip of the spear that the man was holding in his hands, and blinded everyone around him. Who was it? Raising his spear, the man was very surprised that it was a flaming arrow. He didn't know who released it. And then, near the battlefield, there was a huge explosion which raised a lot of dust and smoke into the sky. Our hero's friend and his friends were in complete shock. The man himself who fought with them was surprised. Standing in the smoke was a guy with long hair and a hat on his head. The man himself was not visible, but his silhouette was visible. When the clouds of smoke disappeared a little, the surprised man got scared and asked who he was and what he wanted. He was a fairly mature man with long hair and a beard, and was wearing a nice suit and hat. The man said that he was here, and the guy who wields two blades could leave the game. He called him boss, and said that he understood everything. The man from the squad of white-robed soldiers was very angry. He looked sternly and said that he would never. After that, the man attacked the man who came to protect the second brother's friends. He stood still. Making a sharp swing of his hand, the man threw 2 arrows at the master, who was flying at him with a spear. He stood in a stance. This master easily deflected 2 arrows that the man threw and continued to approach him. Then the man in the hat made another quick maneuver and threw several more arrows at his opponent. This time the man in the hat himself made a dash towards his opponent and continued to throw arrows. The master with a spear, without much difficulty, repelled every arrow that his opponent threw at him. This battle promised to be interesting. However, unexpectedly for this master, one of the arrows of the man in the hat was still able to hit his hands. And then 2 more arrows, thrown by a man in a hat, hit the master in the legs and seriously wounded him. The man was very surprised. He did not understand how this was possible. He couldn't miss his opponent's arrows. The girl began to rejoice. She shouted that this man was the first on the main list, and this was definitely their boss. The rest were in complete shock. The man in the hat again rushed at his opponent, and at the same time used the technique of homing arrows. The surprised and frightened spearmaster retreated and jumped back in order to somehow block his opponent's arrows. However, all this was to no avail, and a huge number of arrows were still able to hit this master in different parts of the body. He screamed in pain. A huge explosion occurred in the place where a man from a squad of soldiers with white armor was located. The man in the hat covered himself with his hand. This explosion was caused by a man wearing a hat, and his opponent flew very far away due to the enormous force of the explosion. After that, the man in the hat began to concentrate some kind of electrical energy directly in his palms. Particles of electricity appeared around him. Even arrows that were under his control became electric. The man in the hat stood up straight and raised his hands up. Enormous energy flowed from him into the very sky. All the subordinate masters with the spear were in complete shock. They understood that this opponent was too tough for them. A huge number of charged arrows rained down on the man's enemies like a hail of arrows. The enemies fled in horror. These arrows pierced through their enemies, and they did not even have time to reach their shelter to defend themselves. Our hero's friend and the girl next to him were in complete shock. There were many of their enemies around, but they were all dead, and their souls were leaving their bodies. The surprised girl who watched all this was in real horror and shock from it all. She said it was incredible. Our hero's friend, who stood next to the girl and also watched all this with horror, was in complete shock. The girl shouted that Boss 01 was starting the battle. She was very happy about this and watched with admiration. The surprised guy turned his head in different directions in surprise and asked why the boss helped them. The girl told the guy to shut up. The man looked at the guy and said that his master asked him to help them. It was quite unexpected. The girl and the guy were in complete shock when they heard that this was his master's request. They couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, a new large squad of their new opponents appeared who were connected with the past ones. The man looked at this huge crowd with slight surprise. The girl and guy next to him were shocked. They were surrounded by a fairly large squad of strong guys. They shouted that they must kill the man in the hat and his subordinates. The beaten master with a spear could barely stand on his feet. His body was trembling. He said that reinforcements had finally arrived. The surprised girl looked at all her enemies and shouted that they were all still alive. She was surprised. The guy turned to his boss and said that if they enter PvP mode now, they will not be able to leave the game. The man with the hat understood all this even without it, but it seems he didn't have much choice other than to fight. The master with the spear shouted that he would not even give them a chance, and then gave the order to attack this group of players. A huge crowd was running towards the small group of 3 players. The man with the hat and his subordinates were fully prepared for this battle. Before they could begin their attack, something happened behind all the attackers. There was a bright beam that led straight into the sky. The man in the hat, the second brother, and the girl were very surprised, because they also did not know what happened there. The master with the spear was also very scared and surprised. Like everyone else, he did not know what happened there. In the huge pile of energy that the player emitted from himself, one could see his silhouette. The young man was with a spear. It was our hero, God Chu Tianj, who came to this place to protect and save his comrades. The angry guy took out his powerful spear and then twirled it in his hand. Now something very interesting is about to begin. The young man ran towards the crowd of opponents who surrounded his comrades. Chu Tiange was not stopped by anything. The enraged guy jumped into the sky and used his evil dragon smash technique. All the opponents, who watched from the ground as our hero flew straight at them, were very scared and surprised. Our hero landed and used his technique. The guy caused a huge explosion that hit a huge number of opponents. The frightened and surprised man with the spear was frightened and shocked. He did not understand what was happening in this place. Our hero, meanwhile, walked towards his comrades. He broke through a whole path that already consisted of the corpses of his enemies. Everyone was very welcoming when our hero came to their aid. They were very happy. Our hero smiled too. A man wearing a hat walked up to Chu Tianju and addressed him. Our hero smiled and said that he did a good job, and then he would figure it out himself. Our god Chu Tianj was a real hero. He was able to save his comrades. The guy was very pleased with this. The surprised girl couldn't believe her eyes. She looked at our hero and asked in surprise if it was Chu Tianjie. Chu Tianjie's name was known throughout the era, and so players began to ask in surprise whether Chu Tianjie was real or a hoax. The most surprised and shocked man with a spear did not understand how Chu Tianj himself could end up in this place. He shouted to his subordinates that this was not the real Chu Tiange, but an impostor, and then told them to attack. The huge crowd was inspired again. With great confidence that this was not the real Chu Tiange, they ran to attack our hero and his squad. There was a huge explosion. No one expected to see such a powerful explosion. Everyone was surprised and shocked. The man with the spear laughed and said again that this was not the real Chu Tiange, and then added that this time it was all over. An energy field appeared in a huge puff of smoke. It seems our hero used it to protect everyone. The master with the spear was incredibly amazed and surprised. This was not part of his plans, and therefore he began to worry and fear very much. A huge crowd of players watched as our hero held the protective dome with his abilities. Everyone stood with surprised faces. A friend of our hero asked him about this barrier. The guy was very interested in learning more about it. Our hero looked at his comrade, smiled, and said that this was his new shield. Chu Tiange, as usual, surprised and amazed everyone. The guy headed towards the edge of the shield to go beyond it. He told his subordinates to stay inside. Our hero appeared in front of a crowd of opponents and said that he was the real Chu Tiange, and then added that they could check it right now. Chu Tiange started the battle. He used the Thunder Lotus technique. His spear began to glow with red bolts of lightning. The guy raised his spear with one hand, and waves of electric discharges came from it. All the players were struck by such a powerful spell. From such a powerful lightning charge, all the players fell to their knees and tried to catch their breath. This was truly a very powerful technique. The man with the spear was also seriously hurt. He shouted that it was a simple lightning strike so that his subordinates would not be afraid. After this, the man's legs suddenly began to tremble and give way. It seems that he too could not withstand the blow of our hero. The man suddenly realized that he suddenly could not move. He was overcome with fear and panic. He didn't know what to do. The man's whole body was trembling. He did not understand why he could not move. It was all very strange. Our hero was about to use another spell. This move was called Lightning Dragon's Rage. Having made a huge number of jerks, the guy hit a huge number of opponents who were around him. Our hero non-stop attacked the offenders of his friends. They could only beg for mercy, but our hero was angry. Chu Tianjie continued to attack without stopping. He dealt a huge amount of damage to all opponents around him. Nothing and no one could stop our hero. In a stream of rage, he went wild and continued the battle. The young man didn't care at all, and so he continued and continued. A huge number of people died at his hands. The main man who opposed our hero was again as surprised and amazed as possible. But this time he was surprised at the strength of our hero. Chu Tianjie, meanwhile, continues to scatter huge crowds of enemies around without stopping. The man was very scared and shocked. Chu Tianjie was very close to him. He was overcome with panic and fear. Our hero made a serious face and said that if they want to ask for an apology, then it will only be after death. Our hero carried out a crushing attack on his most important enemy, and the organizer of this battle. Having broken the man with his spear, our hero made a very strong cut to him, and he screamed in pain. He didn't expect this ending. Our hero was serious and determined. He said that he would not hurt his comrades, and that's what happened. The man in the hat, the girl, and our hero's comrade watched this entire battle. They said it was good, very good. A very badly wounded man fell exhausted to the ground. All he could say was the name of our hero. The man was lying on the ground and was very shocked. He realized that it was the real Chu Tianjie. The man died, and his soul went to the rebirth zone, where he could be reborn calmly without any problems. There was a message on the forum that Chu Tianjie actually did it. It said that our hero surprised everyone and was able to get to another region. He also had an advantage. There was a heated discussion about this situation. The players said that the allies of this guild would take revenge on Chu Tianjie. Others said that our hero was too arrogant, and they did not like him. Some player wrote to tell another player to shut up. He said that the wind and waves were killing players. 140 players. Many were unaware of this event and would like to stay away from it. Our hero approached the dome that protected his comrades and began to remove it so that they could get out. The process was not instantaneous, so the huge protective dome gradually disappeared before the eyes of the players. Our hero smiled and said that the shield was not bad and it worked well. Chu Tianjie also added that he bought this shield before coming to this place. This is what happened an hour ago. The traveling merchant sat on his knees and cried. He said that everything was lost and everything was bought by this player. He was seriously broke. Our hero turned to his comrade and asked what happened. The guy said he suspected they had bots. Our hero turned to 01 and asked what the man thought about this and the whole situation in general. The man said that he had been following them before, and a large number had been offline for over a month. The man also added that these may not be bots, but a pseudo number, an artificial intelligence account. Our hero asked if there was any evidence on this matter. The man said that they are already being processed and the results should be out soon. Our hero's comrade asked if ERA didn't have technical identification, especially for fake numbers. Our hero thought about it and said that indeed this game was developed by his parents, and there should not be such a bug in it. Then how did they do it? 2 players who had fought there before came to the former battlefield. One turned to the girl and asked if everything was okay with her. Another shouted that there were no enemies around and asked about them. Our hero, along with his comrades, silently looked at the players who had just come to them. Our hero's friends said that the boss was in this place and they wouldn't dare come to them. One of the guys said that the young man was a little narcissistic. Our hero pointed his finger at Chu Tianjie, who was standing behind him, and said that he was talking about his boss. Our hero smiled. One of the guys immediately recognized our Chu Tianjie. He was extremely surprised by such a meeting. The other guy was also extremely shocked by this information. He couldn't believe that the real Chu Tianjie was standing in front of him. The other guy was happy that Chu Tianjie was his boss. Our hero and his comrade looked at each other. They smiled and both sighed heavily. It was very funny. The guy whose hair was tied began to approach the girl who was with them and fought with them. The surprised guy approached the girl and asked why she was so calm today. He asked if she didn't say to look for Chutiange to fight her. The girl stood silently. When the guy finished speaking, the girl hit him with her fist as hard as she could and shouted at him not to talk nonsense. At that moment, the girl felt very embarrassed in front of Chutiange, and therefore she became shy and said that the guy talks too much. Our hero asked if it were just some bots. The guy didn't fully understand all this but tried to figure it out. His friend waved his hand and said that it was so, and then added that most of them are just bots. Our hero began to ponder the information received. The guy made a serious face and said that in that case, the young man smiled and offered to go and clean some bots. The guy added that his subordinates would not let them breathe. Meanwhile, song, a portal for several people. There were several people standing near a large blue portal. Our hero, his comrade, and the girl with the spear who fought with them watched from the mountain those who stood near the portal. There was also a man in a hat with him. Our hero's friend turned to Chu Tianju. He asked what their plan was. Our hero was still thinking about this, and therefore remained silent. The guy stood and smiled. It seems that some brilliant idea came to his mind, and he wanted to implement it quickly. Our hero opened the system menu and then found a loudspeaker there and selected it. What was Chu Tiange planning? The guy shouted into the loudspeaker and appealed to the players of the song country. He said that they wanted to start a showdown at the portals, and therefore suggested that everyone clean them up together and take everything for themselves. Two guys walked around the city and talked to each other. One asked if it was true that Chu Tiange was in song country. The second one said that he did not know. One of the guys smiled and said that then they would not be able to attack the portals further. This was good news. The players wanted to go and watch. Our hero and his subordinate watched the portal and its guards. Chu Tiange said that he had won more, and also asked if they would like it, and said that they would clear them out. The man in the hat called out to our hero and said that someone was leaving right now. The guys started watching closely. A group of people came out of the portal. Everything looked like a normal meeting. Our hero tried to understand what was in the hand of one of the guys. At the meeting place, a bearded man said that you need to be careful with this thing, and it needs to be delivered to the guild as soon as possible. The other guy said that he understood everything. Our hero asked if this was Song's blood. His subordinate replied that this was true, but she had very low scores. The guy turned to the girl and asked if this was the same person. The girl said that this is so, and she recognizes him. Our hero smiled and said that this was all great. He also added that they will rob these guys. He already had some kind of plan. Unexpectedly, our hero ran out from behind the stone along with his subordinates, and they immediately attacked those who were holding the meeting at the portal. The surprised bearded man asked who dared to attack them. They took out their weapons. Our hero was serious and determined. The guy ran towards his enemies with his powerful spear. One of the guys who was holding the box started screaming for everyone to run away because it was Chu Tiange. The frightened bearded man shouted that he would go with them. They didn't expect Chu Tiange himself to attend their meeting. However, they didn't have time, and all the players suddenly flew into the sky from the sudden flight of our hero and his squad. The young man rushed with his spear so quickly and so powerfully that the players did not have the slightest chance. Our hero killed the players and stood near their corpses. He said that it was true that it was he. He added that death in his hands was enough for them and their boasting. Killed enemies dropped a lot of useful things. There were gold coins, various armor and weapons. Our hero and his squad walked around and examined the things from the dead guys. There were various accessories and equipment. The girl was sorting out the things she needed and gold coins. There really were a lot of good things there. Our hero's comrade also took interesting and useful things for himself. He asked if our hero really didn't want to take anything. The guy grinned and said that everything was fine, and then added that they should take everything they needed for themselves. Looking at various things, our hero's friend wandered through the places where the players were killed. Suddenly, the guy noticed something interesting. He noticed a box, and then stood up and started screaming and rejoicing that they had found Song Lin's blood. Our hero, who had been in the system menu all this time, was distracted by his friend and was a little surprised by the discovery. The joyful girl asked if Song Lin's blood was already an improved material for increasing the level of the immortal appearance. The guy said that it was so, and they were very lucky. Our hero opened the box in his subordinate's hands and then began to examine it in his hands. He asked what it was. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an arrow flew from behind our hero's friend. The guy barely managed to dodge. He also pushed his boss away, shouting at him to move aside. Chu Tiange was surprised by such an attack on them. A moment later, all the players were very surprised. The girl and the man in the hat looked towards our hero with horror. As it turned out, our hero's subordinate covered Chu Tiange with his body, and therefore died from being hit by an arrow. Before his death, he shouted for our hero to protect the blood. The upset and frightened second brother, disappearing, told our hero that he would leave the rest to them. Our hero shouted to his subordinate, but it was already too late. The guy died completely. Who dared to carry out such an attack? It was some kind of archer in a white robe. With him there was a detachment of other guys. He shouted that Song Lin's blood could not be lost, and then shouted for them to attack. They shouted that they would be killed, and then at all times hurried to our hero and his squad to take their blood. Our hero, the girl who was with them, and the man in the hat were very surprised, but they were strong warriors, and therefore were always ready for battle. Our hero turned to Uncle Ying Li and asked what this skill was and why the second brother disappeared. The man asked the guy to wait and said what he thought. Meanwhile, the player who attacked our hero with his squad shouted at the top of his voice for them to give them blood. Our hero grabbed his spear and shouted that it was getting too noisy and it was time to shut up his opponent. Chu Tiange rushed into battle. Our hero was very angry, he was in great rage, and therefore ran at his opponents and shouted. The guy, as usual, used his most powerful techniques and powerful spear strikes to defeat his enemies. The young man ran through a huge crowd of people, and no one could remain who would not receive damage from our hero. Feeling very strong aggression, our hero ran through this bunch of opponents and scattered everyone left and right. The young man cleared his way to the archer who killed the second brother and shouted for our hero to return their blood. Watching all this, that archer was in complete shock. He stuttered and said that it was all too powerful. The young man began to run away and shouted to his boys that they should run away. Our hero followed the guy. Chu Tiange called and shouted for his faithful dog to grab the fleeing archer and bring him to him. A huge Ursha appeared who accelerated very quickly and followed his opponent, following the order of his master. The dog almost caught up with the guy, and he, with great horror on his face and fear, ran away from the dog and shouted something incomprehensible. The dog used some kind of technique, thanks to which he could move very quickly in different directions. As a result, Ursha led the archer to our hero by the collar. He no longer resisted because it was already useless. Our hero approached this guy and pointed his powerful spear at him. He asked what the guy had done. He frightenedly tried to justify himself. Uncle Ying Li turned to our hero and asked him to look at his list of friends as quickly as possible. Our hero opened the list of friends and was horrified. He saw an inscription that his friend was offline. This made Chu Tiange very surprised. The girl said that the guy was hit by an arrow and he must be in battle mode and left the game against his own will. Our hero suggested that the guy could have been forced to leave the game in reality. Our hero turned to Uncle Ying Li and said that he would leave the game to see his second brother, but for now he would leave everything to him. The man was not very happy with this, but there was nothing to do. Our hero reached for the exit button, saying that everything was fine and would be fine. He wanted to see his second brother as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Chu Yi's huge mansion. In the real world, it was also day and the weather was good outside. Our hero left the game, and then began to get up from his elite gaming booth. He was very worried. The guy got up completely from the gaming booth and then headed somewhere. He hoped everything was fine. Approaching the exit from the room, his maid ran towards our hero. Our hero stopped. The worried girl stopped and then turned to our hero. The guy was ready to listen. Our hero asked the girl why she was not in the game, but was running around the entire mansion of the Chu Yi family. The girl explained that she first asked Ling Zibi to sort out the medicinal herbs today, but she had been gone for a long time and could not contact her. Coming down the steps, our hero asked with great surprise that Ling Ziyue was not in the game. The maid said that she heard Uncle Ying Li talking about the young master's command. Going outside, the girl said that she decided to visit Ling Ziyue. The naked hero walked to the car and told the girl that they could split up. Our hero drove up to a huge multi-story building. The guy got out of the car and headed into the house. He started knocking on the door and calling for the second bro. No one answered. Then the young man shouted his name, Lin Gao. After many attempts to reach his second bro, our hero did not know what to do. He was worried. The young man tried to pull the door handle and realized something. The door was not locked, and he was able to open it. Our hero was very surprised that the door was not locked. He opened the door all the way and was about to go inside. Opening the door, our hero carefully examined the entire apartment so that nothing bad would happen to him. Going inside, our hero saw a real mess. All things were scattered and broken. Clearly, someone did this on purpose. It looked as if a crowd of vandals had burst into this room and destroyed everything in its path, sparing nothing. Our hero walked and looked around. He wondered what had happened here, and then he realized that something had happened to his second brother. The guy walked up to the gaming booth where his second brother was playing and realized that all the wires there were cut. Also, on one of the handles there was some kind of green sticker. It looked very similar to some kind of barcode. Excited, Chu Yi took out his phone and scanned this code with his camera. He said that there was no problem with it. Some kind of loading started. The phone camera still scanned this code. What was hidden there and why? Everything loaded and an inscription appeared on the screen where you had to enter a password, and below it was written that only Chu Tiangjie knows the password. Our hero was in complete shock and bewilderment. He did not understand anything and did not know what to do correctly. Meanwhile, Jiangnan University dormitory. It was a huge building with the number 5 written on it. The maid went inside, and after talking to the people inside, she was shown where Ling Ziyue's room was. The girl thanked. Our hero's maid went to the room where Ling Ziyue lived. There were several girls inside. Ling Ziyue's friend Xu Rong asked who this maid came to see. She was a little surprised. The maid waved her hand and said that she was Ling Ziyue's friend and they wanted to meet today. But she didn't come and didn't answer her calls. The girl asked if Xu Rong knew where she was. The girl who was sitting inside the room said that she did not know, and it seems that the girl left early in the morning. She also added that Ling Ziyue usually plays, but she plays without them. Our hero's maid smiled awkwardly and said that she understood everything. In fact, nothing was clear. Before she could leave the room, the maid noticed that on one of the shelves there was a gaming helmet from which you could play Era. The girl paid attention to it and immediately realized that it was the player's helmet of Ling Ziyue, her friend. Our hero's maid asked if she could go inside the room and look. The girl said that he could enter, holding Ling Ziyue's gaming helmet in her hands. The girl said that this was all strange, because there was a helmet, but there was no person. Twisting Ling Ziyue's gaming helmet a little more, the girl saw some kind of green sticker that looked like a factory one. The girl immediately realized that this was a quarry code. She realized that something was wrong here and nothing happened for nothing. Meanwhile, in the city, a black car was driving along the road which belonged to the Chu family, namely our hero. Our hero and his maid sat inside. The girl turned to the guy and then handed him her phone. A photo of Ling Ziyue's gaming helmet was open on the phone. The girl said she found it on the girl's helmet. She was talking about a sticker. Our hero said that the second brother also had such a code. And when our hero scanned it, he revealed that only Chu Tiangjie knew the password. The girl asked what the password was. Our hero made a tortured face and said that he didn't know either. The maid smiled at him awkwardly. The girl suggested our hero check personal messages on the forum or directly in the game. It was a good idea. The girl said that obviously the enemy does not know the real identity of our hero, and if they want to lure him out, they will contact him and write to Chu Tianju. The guy said that makes sense. Our hero began to go to the forum and log into his account. He entered Chu Tianju's name followed by his password. When the young man entered the forum, he saw that he had an unread personal message. This interested him. It was a message from an unknown person. It said that this person had our hero's people, and the password was written in parentheses. Our hero said that he received the password. The password was 903748067. The young man scanned this code again and began to enter the password that he received in private messages on the forum. The guy entered the password, and then reached for the confirmation button. They needed to know what this veil of secrecy was hiding. When they entered the password, they saw some kind of card on the phone. What did it mean, and what was our hero supposed to do? A red beacon appeared on the map. Most likely this was the place where his subordinates were being kept. The enemy wanted our hero to go there in person. The girl said it was Pier 36 West. Our hero and his maid looked at this map with great surprise. Meanwhile, the West Pier, this was exactly the place where Ling Ziyo and second brother were being held. It was one of the large buildings that belonged to some factory that was next to this place. The door to the inside of the building was closed. There was quite a mess there, and a lot of different things were scattered. Inside, Zhao Shu was sitting with his boys. The second brother was lying tied up next to them, and Ling Ziyo was sitting tied up. Our hero was sent a video message in which Zhao Shu was filming his prisoners. The guy said that if Chu Tiange did not show up, he would never see his people. Our hero was quite angry. He hid his inner rage while watching this video. Zhao Shu was sitting on one of the chairs next to the prisoners. On one of the barrels next to him there was a bottle of wine and a glass. The guy was drinking it. One of Zhao Shu's men began to ask about Chu Tiange. They already wanted to see this guy in real life. Someone started banging on their iron door to the building. Everyone turned their attention to the door. No one knew who it was. Our hero's comrades began to scream. Their mouths were taped, but they hoped that those who had come would hear them. One of the bandits shouted for the second brother to shut up and stop pretending that they were there. One of the men headed towards the exit. He began to open the huge door inside to see who had come. It was just an ordinary grandfather. A rude, bald, big man opened the door and was immediately negative. The old man greeted the young man who opened the door for him. He had a broom in his hands. It was obvious that he was cleaning. Zhao Shu was very surprised. He wondered if Chu Tiange was an old man, but it sounded like nonsense. The old man began to sweep away the dust. He said that tomorrow there would be a sanitary inspection, but they were a mess, and the garbage was not sorted at all. The guy said that they would sort the garbage themselves. Zhao Shu and the boys of his gang were a little surprised, and if necessary, they were ready to give battle to all their offenders. From behind the barrels, strange sounds began to be heard from Zhao Shu's prisoners. The guy tried in every possible way to drive the old man out of the building. The old man said that something was wrong here, and then added that he was embarrassed that he could not clean this place. Then, in some unknown way, the second brother was able to attract attention and roll out in front of the old man, being tied up. Everyone immediately drew attention to this. One of the guys with bats began to beat this guy for such an act. The frightened guy tried to scream with his mouth taped. He was very scared. There was fear in his eyes. The old man was also very surprised when he saw the guy roll out before his eyes. He didn't know how to react correctly to this. But this was not an ordinary old man. Grandfather took his broom and positioned it so that the secret camera that was in the stick would film everything around him. Our hero looked at the recording from this camera and said that everything was fine with the second brother. He also added that he would get to that damn Zhao family this time. The old man headed towards the exit. He smiled awkwardly and asked the young people to sort the garbage themselves. One of the thugs blocked the old man's exit from this building with his body. Grandfather did not understand what happened and why he was doing this. The man said that the old man already knew too much, and he couldn't let him out of this place just like that. The old man was not afraid at all. He looked at the young man and said that he did not advise doing this at all. Meanwhile, the black car of our hero's family stopped in these parts where there was a building with hostages. Our hero was talking to someone on the phone and explaining that everything was like that. The guy said that his friend had been kidnapped. On the phone, the guy was told to be there and not to go anywhere. And they also added that the young man should not use rash actions. Our hero understood everything. After talking about something else for a couple of minutes, our hero ended his conversation and reached for the call reset button. Our hero made a serious face, and then added that the time had come to meet his opponents. Meanwhile, the Zhao Guild is in the game. There was a lot of noise around, but nothing was visible. It was Chu Tiange who was smashing the entire guild left and right. He fought with every player and destroyed buildings in the Zhao Guild. There were a huge number of dead players around. Our hero, as if nothing had happened, moved forward. He wanted to take revenge on the Zhao family for doing this to him and his friends. A squad of players who stayed to defend the guild shouted that there was only one guy and they could attack him together. Hearing these words, our hero accelerated quite a lot to show that all these players were no match for him. Without seeing the full strength of their enemy, the players were not afraid and shouted that they could still defeat him and it would not be so difficult. But these were just words. In an instant, all the players began to scatter around, and a bright yellow beam appeared in front of them. It was Chu Tiange who angrily flew through the huge squad and players and was able to completely destroy it. Zhao Shu wrote a message where one of his subordinates said that Chu Tiange was attacking their guild and they would not resist. Zhao Shu was completely furious that Chu Tiange was still playing Era instead of trying to save his friends. One of the men turned to the young guy and asked if he was sure that Chu Tiange was in their city, because he might be in another city and could not report it. Zhao Shu shouted that this was impossible, although he did not find any information except the IP address, which was located exactly in this city. Someone knocked on the door again. The huge brute who was guarding the entrance walked towards the exit to open the door. Zhao Shu, like a little child, was in full anticipation of his enemy. He really wanted to see him in real life. The guard began to open the door to the building. The person who came was standing right behind it. And now they will find out who came there. Zhao Shu and his subordinates who were watching this were very surprised and shocked. Who was there? Our hero stood at the entrance. The guy was without security, without any people. He stood in front of them. What happened next? Zhao Shu was astonished and shocked as much as possible by this information that our Chu Yi was standing in front of him. The guy looked very serious and courageous. He inspired fear. What was our hero up to in such a difficult situation? Zhao Shu was very surprised to see our hero. The man who stood next to him was also in shock. Our hero said that Zhao Shu is not difficult to find. The frightened guy began to think whether his acquaintance Chu Yi was Chu Tiange. But then the guy couldn't understand who was in the game. Meanwhile, our hero's maid was sitting in the gaming booth and said that this hero is very cool. She added that this is a whole army in one person. Our hero said that he doesn't care what grievances Zhao Shu has against Chu Tiange, but he cannot touch his people. The guy asked, "It turns out that Chu Yi is not Chu Tiange." There were two people tied to the stone pillar, the second brother and Ling Ziyue. They were very worried and afraid. Zhao Shu asked how our hero tracked them down. The guy said that now there is surveillance everywhere, and Zhao Shu kidnapped them without hiding at all. Did he really think that he would not be found out? Our hero also added that he warns that Zhao Shu better release them now, otherwise even the Zhao family will not save him. Zhao Shu smiled. It seems that this guy already had some kind of plan of action, and therefore he was not worried. The guy approached one of the prisoners, namely the second brother, with a powerful stun gun in his hand. The guy brought this same stun gun to the second brother's face and grinned. What was he planning to do? Zhao Shu turned to our hero and asked again if Chu Yi was the Chu Tiange in the game they were playing. Our hero made a serious face and said that he was Chu Tiange. Then he asked what the guy wanted. Zhao Shu shouted that he wanted Chu Tiange. The guy was very angry and hated Chu Tianju. Our hero laughed and then apologized to Zhao Shu and said that he liked girls. It looked funny. Surprised, Zhao Shu did not expect such mockery from someone he disliked. Even the second brother was surprised. An angry Zhao Shu shouted that he didn't like our hero either. He said that he meant that he liked Chu Tiange's account. Our hero said that he would give Chu Tiange's account to Zhao Shu, and in return he would release his subordinates. He said that they agreed. Our hero smiled and told the guy to put on a gaming helmet to look at Shen Hao's account. Zhao Shu's subordinate told the guy to beware of scammers, and then asked if Chu Tiange was still attacking their guild. Our hero smiled and said that he did it on purpose for them, and they believed him. Our hero's plan was a good one. Our hero said that 10 billion inventory is right in front of Zhao Shu's eyes. But does he dare to see it? Zhao Shu took his gaming helmet and was about to put it on his head. He shouted for our hero to give. Our hero stood silently and smiled. No one understood why he stood there so happy, but he was clearly up to something. Zhao Shu put on his gaming helmet and then entered the game. He was in a hurry to go inside to see everything. The process of joining the game, already familiar to all Era players, has begun. No one could be surprised by this anymore. A system notification appeared. in which the game welcomed the player Chu Tiange, who entered the era. The guy loaded into the game and was very happy. He shouted that he finally had this Chu Tiange account. The guy opened the system menu to see information about his hero, and then a surprise awaited him. This was a newbie female account. There were no mountains of gold coins and very cool equipment on it. Zhao Shu was in complete shock. He shouted to the whole forest that he had been deceived, and this made him even angrier. The guy opened the system menu and very quickly began to press the exit button. The guy shouted that Chu Tiange was a bastard and lied to him. However, at that moment the guy was attacked by our hero's henchmen. There was a third brother and some other players there. The third brother attacked Zhao Shu and shouted that the guy could not escape and would not quit the game right now. There was also Mao Yun, who shouted that they wouldn't let the guy die either, and asked their doctor to monitor the young man's health points. The guy was completely furious. He was deceived by the god Chu Tiange himself, and his henchmen were not allowed to leave the game. The guy was in the game, and his whole body was shaking very much. The security guard who stood nearby was shocked. One of the guys who worked for Zhao Shu asked how things were going there. He was told that Chu Tiange was still attacking their guild and could not be pushed back. The angry guy shouted that they had simply been deceived, and the second one asked why the young master had not returned yet. Our hero smiled and said that in battle mode players cannot leave the game on their own. This was our hero's plan. Our hero turned to the old man who originally came to clean up, who in the future was stopped and tied to a barrel. The guy called him Uncle Ying Li and said that they needed a battle mode. Uncle Ying Li, who was dressed as an old man, said that in one moment everything will be ready. He smiled. Uncle Ying Li turned to one of the bandits and asked if he knew what kind of garbage this rope belonged to. The guy didn't understand the question. After this question, literally a moment later, the young man receives a very strong and powerful blow to the face with his fist. Uncle Ying Li instantly broke the rope and attacked the guy who was standing next to him. Everyone was very surprised. The blow was so strong that the guy flew several meters to the side. Everyone continued to be surprised by this. As a result, the young man flew to the very edge of the building in which they stood and then crashed into a mountain of barrels that stood there. Uncle Ying Li shouted that it was just trash, and also shouted that the trash was the very young man he hit. The man was surrounded by a crowd of people in dark suits. Almost all of them had a bat. A fight began. The man turned to our hero and waved his hand. He asked him to wait a little. The man smiled. One of the people in suits shouted that they needed to go on the attack, and attacked Uncle Ying Li with a bat and a furious look. However, our hero stopped this guy and grabbed his hand. He was very surprised, and Chu Yi squeezed his hand. Our hero looked furiously at the young man whom he was holding by the hand, and looking into his eyes, said that he was his opponent. The guy whose hand our hero grabbed was very surprised. He looked at Chu Yi with great shock. The guy began to get very angry. He asked our hero if he was pretending to be careless. The young man grabbed the bat, and then with furious screams began to swing at our hero and hit him with the bat. Our hero was not at all afraid of his opponent. He did not care at all about his opponent, because he was confident in himself. A moment later the guy crouched down and then, with a menacing and angry face, he began to swing at the guy who wanted to hit him. The young man carried out a powerful blow, which made his opponent fly quite high and then fall. The surprised guys in the same suits who surrounded Ying Li looked in horror as their comrade was beaten. Uncle Ying Li stood and did nothing. He turned to the two who turned away from him and began to look at our hero. After that, one of the guys turned his head to look at the man. He didn't think he was a strong opponent. The man dealt a crushing blow to the guy, who underestimated him and turned away, and shouted that he had already warned them. The man continued to deliver devastating melee attacks, shouting that guys should respect their elders. This very strong man was unstoppable. He beat his opponents with fury and self-confidence. Meanwhile, while Uncle Ying Li was fighting in the background, our hero approached the guy, whom he dealt a crushing blow to and knocked to the ground. The guy was lying on the floor. His face was covered in blood. It seems that he got a lot of trouble from our hero. Another man appeared behind the guy, who was angry with our hero and said that he would kill him. Our hero turned around. Meanwhile, a police detachment was approaching the place where our hero and his uncle were. There were several patrol cars there. Our hero and the guy he was supposed to fight with noticed that the police had come to them and were surprised. A squad of police with pistols entered the building and shouted that no one should move and everyone should get down to the ground. Our hero was ready for such an outcome, and therefore he simply stood calmly with his hands behind his head and smiled. The bandits who held the bats and held the hostages were treated much worse. They were shouted at not to move and to free the hostages. A maid and one of the policemen ran towards our hero. The policeman asked if our hero was okay. The man said that our hero promised to wait for him, but again did as he wanted. He also said that if something happened, he would have nothing to say to his parents. Our hero smiled and called the policeman Uncle Zhao. The guy said he was fine and everything was fine with him. Meanwhile, the hostages were released and police were questioning them. Our hero ran up to Ling Ziyue. He asked how the girl was, if she was okay. The girl was silent. She was very afraid. Lin Gao and also the second bro showed his fist to our hero and said that he was fine. Chu Yi was happy. Our frightened hero approached the girl and asked if she was injured, and then said that he would take her to the hospital. The girl said everything was fine and she was just scared. Zhao Shu was grabbed by the police at that moment. He tried to escape, but he could not be stronger than the two police officers. The guy addressed our hero as Chu Tianju and said that he had deceived him, and then added that he should wait a little, and the Zhao family would not let the young man go so easily. Our hero's maid began to get very angry. She looked into Zhao Shu's eyes and said that he was making a lot of noise. The girl shouted for the guy to open his eyes and understand that his Zhao family had been captured by her, and then she showed him some piece of paper. The surprised guy read the paper, where it was written that the Zhao family and Singularity had entered into a mutual agreement. The guy did not believe it, and could not understand how Singularity could cheat them. The guy had a whole prism of emotions on his face. He was scared, excited, shocked, and surprised. He didn't know what to do. Our hero looked at Zhao Shu and asked Singularity about it. Chu Yi asked the guy to speak more clearly what kind of singularity he was. The guy was furious like an angry dog. He grinned at our hero and said nothing. He only said Chu Tiange's name. Saying the name of our hero again, the guy began to furiously break free from the grip of two police officers. The guy was able to get out and confuse our hero and another police officer. They were very surprised. Our hero's maid immediately began to worry about him. She screamed his name because she was worried. Our hero was able to stand on his feet and balance on his toes, stopping in time. Chu Yi was not so easy to knock down. Several subordinates approached our hero to examine him. The guy holding his chest said that everything was fine. An angry Zhao Shu was surrounded by a group of 3 police officers, each of them carrying a service pistol. The guy took out some kind of switch or mechanism and lifted it into the air. He shouted for everyone to stop, or they would die together, because the bombs were around the corner. Everyone was surprised and scared. The young man shouted that if he pressed this red button, everyone would burn with him. One of the policemen walked towards Zhao Shu and, waving his hands, told the guy to calm down, because he was still young. Zhao Shu, in turn, simply shouted for everyone to leave him alone, and no one approached him. He was clearly scared. Uncle Ying Li's voice was heard from the crowd. The man shouted that he advised the young man not to do this, because everything would not end very well. Zhao Shu shouted to be released and given a car in which he could leave. The policeman said that they would give everything. They just asked the guy to do everything without sudden movements. The frightened and serious guy told them to wait, and then added that the singularity would not let them go. But unexpectedly, the control panel with which Zhao Shu wanted to cause an explosion began to spark and failed. The guy continued to hold this control panel in his hands, not suspecting anything, not understanding anything, being in a state of shock. After that, unexpectedly for everyone who was in this building, the guy was hit by a very strong electric shock. Everyone who was inside was very surprised. They watched as the guy screamed in pain and shock. Our hero shouted for everyone to lie down quickly, because the remote control could activate itself and everything would explode. Everyone except the 3 policemen who surrounded Zhao Shu and Zhao Shu himself lay down on the ground and covered themselves with their hands. Our hero was very surprised. He lay on the ground with his maid and watched everything. The device stopped sparking and shocking Zhao Shu with electric discharges. The whole guy was smoking, his suit was torn, and smoke was coming from him. He took a good beating. The young man fell to his knees and stood in front of the policeman. Everyone around stood up and watched this very strange event. Zhao Shu was dead. The policeman who talked to him and was closest said that the guy was electrocuted. A conference was going on the big screen, and a video clip was displayed on it, on which Zhao Shu was lying, and there were many police officers around him. While talking to the man on the screen, Zhao Shu's father asked what they had done. He was very angry and sad. The man shouted that they said that if he completed the last task and let the raccoon take over everything, then they would continue to cooperate. The angry and upset man screamed and asked why they killed his son. The man in the conversation said that they cannot declassify themselves and no one else can do this. All the anger disappeared from the man's face. He was very upset and depressed over the death of his beloved son. The man on the screen said that his son was not dead, at least not in the true sense of death. What did he mean? The head of the Zhao family, who began to cry with grief, asked with great surprise what the man said. Some windows began to appear on the huge screen, in which nothing was immediately visible. No one understood anything. After that, they showed Zhao Shu, who was lying on the floor in some very strange dimension. Everything seemed not real. Zhao Shu's upset father watched this. It was hard for him to look at it. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. Zhao Shu scratched his head and then asked where he was. It all looked very strange. The man, whose tears were already flowing freely, suddenly rejoiced and smiled because he saw his son. The guy also saw his father and was happy. It was a tragic reunion between father and son after Zhao Shu's death. The tearful father said his son was now safe and sound, and his father would be much more at ease. Zhao Shu roared touchingly and addressed his father. It was very tragic and sad at the same time. Meanwhile, in the building where all the criminals were detained, police cars were still parked, which means the police officers were still on site. Our hero approached the police and asked if Zhao Shu had really died, and then could not understand how this was possible. The guy's body lay in the middle of the building, and he was still surrounded by several police officers who were pointing a gun at him. Our hero was getting closer and closer. His maid stopped the guy and shouted that the young master couldn't go there, because it was dangerous there. The policeman pushed the guy away with his hand and told him to be really careful and leave the building altogether. On the floor was Zhao Shu's wounded body. He had been dead for a long time. Our hero looked him in the eye. Chu Yi did not understand anything about what Zhao Shu wanted, what he wanted, and what kind of singularity we were talking about. This still needed to be sorted out. Our hero had a sharp headache and screamed in pain. The guy grabbed his head with his hand. His maid was worried and stood nearby. In front of our hero there were some fragments of memory. He said that after taking the medicine of the future, he saw the death of Zhao Shu. After that, in his fragments of memories, there was some kind of door that an unknown person approached and then opened it. Inside the room sat a huge number of people, wearing the same clothes. They were all bald and wearing a gaming helmet. There were a lot of these people who were in the game and sitting on identical chairs, slouching their backs. Ling Ziyue, his fellow second brother, and his maid ran towards our hero. They all did not understand what was wrong with our hero. The guy was sitting on the ground and holding his head, screaming in pain. The young man had a terrible headache. He became angry because of this and shouted that his head was going to explode. The maid ran up to our hero and sat down next to him on the floor. She said it was a side effect, but this did not help our hero in any way. The girl handed some kind of pill to our hero and told him to take it, and then everything would pass. The guy's eyes were closing. The last thing he remembered was that his maid was giving him a red and white pill. Some time passed. It looked like a hospital. The surroundings were all white. There were some medications and a syringe in the room. Our hero was in his room and lay resting. The young man did not expect such a strong side effect. Our hero was sleeping, and after a while he began to wake up and opened his eyes to see where he was. The exhausted guy lay on a hospital bed and did not change anything. His face was very pale. The surprised young man began to look around. There was a table with medicines nearby, and he himself seemed to be strapped to the bed. The young man tried to understand where he was. After a short moment, when the guy recovered and began to feel everything around better, the young man realized something. He was strapped to his hospital bed. The guy was very surprised, and the belts were everywhere. The surprised young man did not understand what was happening, and so he screamed in surprise. What happened next? The guy began to look around to understand where he was, why he was in this place and why. Our hero looked around the ward and did not understand why this place looked very, very familiar to him. What happened? The door to the room opened, and two men began to enter. Our hero still did not understand where he was and what was wrong with him. The young man noticed that someone was coming into his room. The guy was surprised and did not know what he needed to do now. Our hero closed his eyes in order to find out more information. He immediately pretended to be asleep. He was sweating a little from excitement. Two doctors stood over the guy. One of them asked why our hero still hadn't come to his senses. The other replied that he didn't know, and after all, this was a new drug, so we had to keep an eye on it. Our hero still pretended to be asleep, and one of the doctors said that he needed to untie the guy in order to conduct an examination. The man leaned over the cot and began to undo the strong straps with which they had tied our hero. One of the doctors carefully observed the guy's head and continued to unfasten the straps that held him. Unexpectedly for them, our hero immediately, simply instantly jumped out of bed. The men were very scared and surprised. One of the doctors blushed in surprise. They didn't know how to behave in such a situation, and so they just stood there in shock. Our hero grabbed two men and then grabbed their necks with each hand and was about to deliver his blows. The guy clenched his hands and then hit two doctors with his head. This was a very strong blow from our hero. The doctors switched off, and our hero got out of bed and began to stretch his arms. The guy said it worked great. The young man opened the door and then began to look out to find out more information about the place where he was. The guy didn't see anything suspicious, and so he started heading towards the exit to leave the ward. Walking along the corridor, our hero looked around and thought that this place was very similar to the Xiao Tan Research Institute. He did not understand why there were no stairs. Unexpectedly for the guy, a siren began to howl very loudly. There was a real noise, and a huge number of people ran into the corridor. They shouted over the loudspeaker that Chu Yi had woken up, and then a whole group of some people ran after our hero. The guy, as soon as he saw the strangers, immediately ran further along the corridor, and the men who were in his way shouted that they needed to call someone else. Frightened Chu Yi ran down the corridor. He was very worried and shocked. The guy did not understand why he was discovered so quickly. The young man ran into one of the rooms, the first one he came across on the way, to hide there and wait out. Our hero immediately ran inside and then closed the door behind him and began to hold it with his back. The young man had not yet been caught, and therefore he sighed with relief that all was not lost and he had not been caught. When the young man began to look around the room into which he very quickly ran, he was a little surprised. In front of the young man was that same bed, and next to it lay one of the unconscious doctors. Our hero did not understand why they were in this place again. After that, our hero ran up to one of the doctors, who was unconscious, and began to hit him on the cheeks with his palm so that he would come to his senses. The blow was very strong, and therefore it was difficult for the man to come to his senses. Our hero shouted for the doctor to wake up and explain to him what was happening. The doctor, speaking with difficulty, said that the little raccoon sent our hero to this place for treatment. Our hero was very surprised when he heard the name of the little raccoon. The guy asked why they tied him up. The beaten doctor said that due to the side effects of the drugs, our hero could unknowingly suffer and harm himself. The angry young man grabbed the doctor by the shirt and asked where the little raccoon was. The man pointed his finger behind our hero and said that most likely she was still in intensive care. Our hero was very surprised. The young man turned his head back and saw a large apparatus in which lay a small raccoon. The guy asked what the doctor said. The girl was wearing a breathing mask, and there were a lot of different high-tech devices around. The guy approached the glass chamber in which the girl lay and asked what happened to Xiao Tan. He was excited. Uncle Ying Li appeared and said that the girl tested the drugs for our hero, their young master. The guy was very surprised when he heard about drug testing and then asked what happens in the end. The man explained that it was probably due to Zhao Shu's death that our hero had suffered a serious blow, and this was causing side effects. The man continued that although Xiao Tan took medicine for our hero a long time ago, people are also asked to prepare medicine to deal with the side effects. Once upon a time, one night, Xiao Tan talked on the phone and said that the research needs to be continued, and she wants to see the progress of this research as soon as possible. The phone told her that there was only one sample of the creation, and there wasn't much left, and so the person on the phone said that he couldn't use much every time he studied. Entering the house, the girl said that she would not be able to get a second sample, but she added that they could invest in research resources to finish everything. One of the doctors who came up behind him said that they were working overtime on the side effects, but the raccoon never allowed them to experiment on people. They also said that because of this, the effectiveness of the drug is still unproven. The doctor said that our hero was in a coma, and the situation was urgent, and therefore the girl tried the drugs on herself. The guy was very upset and angry. The doctor behind him said that everything is fine because our hero woke up, which means that the drugs are effective and the raccoon should wake up soon. A woman entered the room holding a yellow folder in her hands. Everyone present turned their attention to her. Excited and upset, our hero ran up to the girl and asked how the little raccoon was doing. The excited girl said that the situation was very bad and then added that she might not last long. These words hit the guy very hard. He was in shock, in panic. The young man was afraid that he might lose this girl. The angry guy shouted, asking what it meant that the girl might not last. He was angry with excitement. The woman said that Xiao Tan had too much poison accumulated in her body. It was a miracle to survive at all in the first place. Our hero should have known about this. Our hero was very angry. He began to shout that of course he knew this, and therefore decided not to let the girl fall into the despair of the past. Little Chu Yi sat next to little Xiao Tan. The girl said that she wanted to play maid when she was discharged. Our hero asked what was good about being a maid and suggested that the girl be a princess. The joyful girl said that the maid can always follow the young master, but she wants to always follow the young master. Our hero folded his hands at that moment and said that they would play. The guy sighed heavily and said that women are very difficult. Now, in the present time, the girl lay unconscious under various devices. Our hero stood nearby and watched. The young man was very worried about the girl. The guy fell into despair and asked what he had done. The girl lay unconscious. Our hero looked at her and was very angry and upset at the same time. He could be understood. The woman doctor who stood behind our hero said that in the future she would also participate in the study. She said that this treatment in itself is very dangerous. The woman also added that the side effects of this treatment are generally unpredictable. Our hero screamed and asked if the little raccoon would be okay, if the doctors could save her. The woman sighed heavily and said that she was a doctor, not a god. She said that our hero might think about transferring the girl's mind and consciousness into data. They had a chance to do this before her death. Our hero shouted at the woman and said that he wanted the little raccoon to live in reality. You cannot consider yourself alive while existing in the system. The woman doctor was very depressed because she also wanted to save this girl and help her with all her might. Our hero turned to the little raccoon's bed and said that the girl had not given up yet, and then asked to save her. A woman with short blonde hair and a medical mask ran into the room. She was in a great hurry. The woman shouted that she had moved. All the doctors, the woman our hero was talking to, and Chu Yi himself were completely shocked by this news. The woman headed towards the exit and said that she would go and check everything carefully. Our hero approached this capsule again. The little raccoon was still lying unconscious, and a huge number of the same devices were still connected to her. Our hero was upset and depressed. The guy hit the very strong glass with his fist and said the girl's name. This girl had a terrible past. When Xiao Tan's parents were killed, a pharmaceutical company took her in, and they tested drugs on her, justifying it as a cure. Our hero recalled all this with horror. The guy said that their parents were friends, and when his parents found out about all this, they bought out this pharmaceutical company and saved Xiao Tan. Little Chu Yi walked into the room where little Xiao Tan was. The girl was sitting on the bed and playing with her toys. The girl turned to the boy and asked if the guy had come to test the medicine. Our hero said that he is not sick, and therefore he does not need to test anything. The girl closed her eyes and told our hero to go first, and in the meantime she wanted to rest. She didn't understand anything yet. Our hero jumped onto the bed on which a little girl with pink hair was sitting. The girl was surprised. The boy said that now this is his home, and therefore there is no need to leave. And if the girl wants to leave, then only with him. The surprised girl asked where. Our hero grabbed the surprised girl by the hand and dragged her along. She only managed to take one soft toy. Our hero said that his mother asked him to bring the girl home. Our hero, holding a cute girl by the hand, was a little embarrassed. He clearly liked her. But the girl herself did not understand anything. Our hero thought about the girl. He said that she had always been very strong. The guy added that she never shed tears going through this. The guy recalled the moment when he lost consciousness. Sitting next to him was Ling Ziyue, the second brother, and a crying Xiao Tan. She was crying loudly and screaming for our hero to wake up. The girl turned her head a little to the side and made a strange sound. Oh God, she was alive and everything seemed to be looking up. Our sad hero, who recalled all the moments with the girl, was even more shocked. He was so depressed that he could not talk normally. The doctors watched the girl and shouted that this was a real miracle. The girl really developed antibodies so quickly. Our hero looked at the girl with great shock. A woman ran into the room and shouted that it was a miracle, and then told our hero not to worry and to wait a little longer. The girl was able to open her eyes and turn her head. There were many different doctors around her who examined her. The girl looked at our hero and closed her eyes and shed a small tear of happiness. She was very happy. Our hero was sincerely happy about this, and so he looked at the little raccoon and smiled back at her. It was wonderful. A whole week has passed. The girl was in a huge hospital. Our hero had already been discharged and was free. On the table, next to the little raccoon's bed, lay a helmet, thanks to which it was possible to enter Era. The girl lying in the bed stood up and reached for the helmet that was lying next to her bed. Our hero decided to check on the girl, and so he came to her in the hospital, and when he opened the door to her room, he was surprised. The young man ran into the ward and shouted that the girl was not allowed, and then said that she needed rest. Xiao Tan herself was frightened by surprise. The upset girl lay down in bed and began to cover herself with the sheet. She really wanted to play the game. The girl lay down more comfortably, covered herself with a sheet, put her hands on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Our hero turned to the girl. The slightly sad girl looked away and said that just lying there was too boring. She didn't want this. Our hero told the girl that if she knows that it is so boring, then she shouldn't do such a thing anymore. The girl said she was fine. Our hero was surprised that the girl was making drugs to relieve the guy of side effects. However, he did not understand why she did not tell him about this. He could give blood samples. The girl grabbed our hero by the hand and turned to him. She stood up a little and made a very serious look. The girl said that the drugs of the future, that side drugs, they are all done secretly. There aren't many people she can trust, so she can't take that risk. The guy with a dissatisfied face asked what the girl meant, and then asked if she was really wary of him. He didn't like it. The girl took a piece of paper and then handed it to our hero. The guy didn't understand anything. The girl looked at the young man and said, "Something she wants to guard against is not Chu Yi, but other people." The guy took the sheet that the girl gave him. It turned out to be some kind of photograph. The surprised guy asked what it was. The photograph showed an image of a man with his face completely covered entering a room. All that could be seen was that this man was wearing white clothes, and his entire face was wrapped in white bandages. Our hero, making a serious face, asked the girl who it was. She said that she didn't know, and therefore asked our hero to be careful. Our hero looked seriously and then thought about it. He said that in this case they need to lure this person out. A week later, Song Country. In Era, as usual, the weather was good. The blinding sun illuminated everything around. The surprised little raccoon said that they were indeed in the country of Song, and then asked what they should do with the golden boss. Our hero told the girl not to rush, and they had things to do. The girl sighed heavily and said that she understood. The girl was a little upset about something. Our hero approached the girl and asked what was the matter, if she felt bad. The girl smiled awkwardly and said that ever since she played as the young master, she felt that her role was not that good. Our hero smiled and said that the girl could solve this problem with a donation. The girl awkwardly waved her hand and said that she could not afford such luxury, and therefore she would take her leave. Chu Tiange and the little raccoon swam to the shore. On the shore stood a plump guy who addressed our hero. The guy saw his second brother and was happy to see him. He smiled sincerely at his faithful comrade. Our hero's ship stopped. and the guy and the girl walked onto land. The second brother shouted that these foreign winds and waves. The guy was interrupted by a system notification, which stated that since the Alien Wind and Waves Guild was using a large number of accounts managed, controlled by artificial intelligence to disrupt the order of the game, it was successfully blocked. Our hero and his people stood in shock. Another system notification appeared, which stated that compensation would be sent to Songgate players via in-game email. They deeply regretted the inconvenience. The system notice also stated that they are asking players to continue to support their creation ERU. The list of song guilds has been updated. Many new guilds appeared with even hundreds of players. The second brother walked along the road and said that the foreign wind and waves had disappeared thanks to the boss, which means they would no longer ravage these lands. The little raccoon asked if her master really thought that there was a connection between this strange flow of wind and the singularity. Our hero said that he doesn't know, but since they don't give up, they will show up soon. Chu Tiangjie opened the system menu and then entered the tab where he could change his appearance to another. The guy reached for the button that was responsible for activating another appearance. The young man pressed it and began the transformation. His whole body began to change in an instant, as if he was turning into a completely different person, although from the outside it was so. The young man's clothes, his facial features, hair color, and many similar factors instantly began to change to others. The little raccoon was shocked by what she saw. Our hero had changed quite a lot. Now he was handsome with red hair and red eyes. The guy finished his transformation. They walked together along some path. Our hero said that he took the appearance card, and then suggested not to stick his neck out right now. Our hero opened the system menu and then began to scour it in search of the inventory button. Having found it, he opened his inventory and began to take out some kind of red jar from there. It was Song Lingxi's blood that they obtained from the enemy guild not long ago. What is our hero up to? The guy took out a bottle of Song Lingxi's blood and then threw it in, and the bottle opened. All the blood flew down. Our hero gave the command to activate the portal. All these events were observed by some creature. He had some strange brown fur. Watching the actions of our hero, the creature smiled. He had small fangs and light fur. Without thinking twice, the creature made a dash from the cliff on which it was sitting towards our hero and his friends. Our hero looked into the sky and was very surprised. He didn't expect this, and so he asked, "What the hell?" The animal extended its paws, similar to human hands, to the blood that was in the air and collected it. It was a small monkey with a red ribbon around its neck. The monkey took the vial of Song Lingxi's blood and began to run away. Our hero stood in bewilderment. The little raccoon was very surprised that it was an ordinary monkey. The girl looked at her with great surprise. The second brother scratched his chin and said that it was a lass. He added that it was Lugia's monkey. Our hero had not heard this name before. The guy explained that these are tidal waves, a sea guild. Their president of the vastness, Chen Hai, has hidden responsibilities, which is why naval battles are so fierce. They are the hegemons of the sea. The monkey, which was running away from our hero with the stolen blood of Song Lingxi, stopped and began to stick out its tongue to everyone and make strange sounds. After that, the merry monkey began to show his butt to the players and hit himself with his palms on it, mocking our hero and his comrades. Chu Tiangjie and the little raccoon were very angry. They shouted in rage that this monkey was already dead. The girl shouted and invited the guys to catch this monkey. Our hero and his comrades rushed after her. Our hero ran right after the monkey and shouted for it to stop. The monkey was actually quite fast. Meanwhile, the monkey held the blood of Song Lingxi in his hands and tried even faster to escape from our hero and his friends. Running after the monkey, they reached some huge portal. The monkey jumped straight into the portal. Our hero and his comrades, without thinking twice, followed the monkey who stole their thing and also entered the portal. Paying attention to the place where our hero and his comrades ended up, he was in a little shock. The young man looked around and realized that at the moment they were all on the shore of a huge sea or ocean. Our hero looked at the very strange buildings and asked what it was. The girl stood nearby and was silent. Second brother said that this is a hidden map and this city is called Void City. All this time, the girl tried to find the monkey with her gaze. She looked in every place possible. The second brother noticed the monkey running away along the shore. She still had the stolen item in her hands. The guy shouted for them to run after her. A group of our players ran right behind this monkey. They shouted for it to stop and not run away from them. Running after her, the second brother caught on something on the ground and began to fall. At high speed, the guy did not notice this. The young man plopped right into the sand and screamed. He was both scared and surprised by surprise. Our hero turned around to see what was wrong with his second brother and was a little shocked by what he saw. Behind them lay a bound man with a rag in his mouth. Our hero drew attention to him and shouted about it. The guy tried to call for help and shouted for our guys to save him. He was almost crying, but only mooing could be heard from behind the rag. Our hero said that they, the people from the song country, are good at playing. By the way, this is what the second brother stumbled through. The guy who had just been freed by our hero and his friends began screaming for them to stop because his friend was still in the boat. Our hero knelt down and told the young man not to worry, and then asked him to calmly explain what was happening. The guy shouted that when he and his friend finally got Song Lin's blood, they used it to open a portal and enter, but Lu Jia robbed them. Our hero made a serious face and then asked where the friend of this worried young man was now. The guy pointed his hand at the buildings on the water and said there. He added that in order to get to this heavenly city, you need to use Song Lin's blood to summon a sea monster. The guy added that after that you need to use precious materials as bait to get through. The second brother said that he heard that the giant sea beast will eat the treasure, and the guy continued saying that the monster will eat the treasure. His body will build a ladder to the sky, which the player will use as a ladder to get to the sky city. But if the treasure is not enough, if there are not enough treasures, the monster will get angry. The little raccoon asked what the young men did with their friends. Our hero turned and said that they were being used as bait. The boy cried and said that he was too bad a friend. He added that they thought that he was not well equipped enough, so they tied him up and left him here, but his friends had good equipment. Our hero smiled and asked if the guys said that they had a lot of Song Lin's stolen blood. Our hero was already making some plans. The boy wiped away his tears and said that this was so. He also added that he had heard that they also robbed others. Our hero put his hand on the head of this young man. The boy was surprised by such treatment from a stranger. Our hero smiled and said that this was very good, and then told the young man to stay in this place. The boy took our hero's hand. He, being very upset, said that he also really wanted to go. Our hero was surprised. Meanwhile, on the water, a small boat was sailing across an open body of water. There were several people on it. On board sat that same monkey, 2 guys who were looking through a spyglass and 2 tied-up guys. The guy with the telescope turned to Brother Lu and said that this was not good. He added that they were being chased. The guy told him not to panic. He added that these were just a bunch of players who knew neither life nor death. After that, the guy noticed something and sharply shifted his gaze to the other side. What did he see there? Our hero's huge ship sailed up to a small ship on which 2 guys were tied up. When the guy saw this huge ship right in front of his nose, he was very shocked. Our hero stood at the bow of the ship, and behind him stood a small raccoon and a second brother. There was also a boy with them whom they rescued. The first guy turned to the second and asked what they should do, because a huge ship was approaching. The guy ran to his monkey, who was holding blood and saying that they were starting. The guy said that they still need to attract the monster with Song Lin's blood, and then feed it to him and let those little people pay for their travel expenses. He stood at the bow of the ship and raised his hands up. The object above the guy's head began to glow. The guy was very excited, and so he said that he was calling. His thoughts were filled with the richest woman. After this, the young man gathered his thoughts and shouted that he was summoning a dragon-like beast. The guy was very determined. Some kind of large whirlpool began in the water. The water swirled more and more, and the small boat of the guys was sucked into it. They grabbed the bodies of the unconscious guys and began to drag them to the edge of their small boat. Suddenly, the boy who was on board our hero's ship saw something and was very surprised. The boy began to shout the names of his friends at the top of his voice. Their names were Bai Yue and Ayong. The boy did not stop screaming at them. Meanwhile, this whirlpool did not disappear, and the ships continued to be sucked into it little by little. An important process was underway. From a huge whirlpool, some huge creature began to crawl out. He had a lot of necks and heads. A huge monster looking like a fusion of many different dragons began to roar very loudly. Each head had 2 red eyes. Little by little the ships continued to approach this huge monster. They watched his greatness with great fascination. The creature began to growl and then asked who was calling out to them, who dared to disturb them at such a time. The guy who summoned the huge creature pointed at himself and shouted that it was he who summoned this monster. The young man pointed to 2 guys who were lying unconscious and said that this was the payment that they had prepared. After that, the guy pointed his finger at our hero's huge ship and said that they also prepared these people as payment. A huge monster looked at this guy with its furious red eyes. It was thinking about something. After some time, the monster drew attention to our hero's huge ship and laid its eyes on it. Our hero looked into the eyes of danger with a serious face. His subordinates and the boy who was with them were scared. The second brother fell down in fear and shouted that if they were eaten, their level would drop by 1. The boy tried to crawl away and shouted that the creature should not touch them. A little raccoon ran up to our hero and grabbed his hand. She was hiding behind him. And our hero, in turn, was not afraid of anything and looked danger in the face. The huge monster let out a powerful roar. Everyone who was on the deck of our hero's ship was thrown back. The boy who was with our hero actually flew several meters away because he had weak equipment. The guy who summoned the monster laughed. He said that this is what our hero needs. And then he said that they were just paying for his journey and would be eaten by the dragon. Anyway, their level will only drop by 1 level. The huge monster put its head towards our hero and began to growl even stronger, opening its toothy mouth wider. Our hero stood still and was not afraid at all. As the young man looked at the huge monster, he gradually transformed into his true appearance as the god Chu Tianja. When our hero had completed his image change, he looked at the huge monster with great confidence in his eyes. When the huge monster saw the true appearance of our hero, he was very surprised. No one expected the monster to be so surprised. Everything went according to our hero's plan. Chu Tiang smiled. He knew that everything would happen exactly like this, and therefore he was confident in himself. The young man turned to the dragon-like beast Diyun and told him to salute the ancient dragon emperor. The huge creature bowed to our hero. The guy again changed his appearance to a handsome man with red hair, walked up to one of the creature's heads and touched it with his hands. He said it was good. The second brother, the little raccoon, and the boy who was with them were in shock. They stood like soldiers, completely bewildered by this situation. Some time passed, and in the place of the 2 tied guys, those who had summoned a huge creature and their monkey were already tied up. Our hero took their blood and said that since they had given them such a sincere gift, then so be it, they would accept it. A system notification appeared in front of our player, congratulating him on receiving 20 Songlin blood. The boy who was with our hero approached Chu Tianju and thanked him for saving his friends. Joyful players turned to our hero and asked if he still needed those materials. And another said that this level of strength was comparable to Chu Tiange. Our hero took 1 flask with Song Lin's blood and handed it to the guys. The guy smiled and looked very kind. The players were in great shock. Our hero saved them and also gave them such a valuable thing that they needed. Joyful players jumped and rejoiced that our hero returned everything to them. They did not expect this and were very happy. Our hero turned to his subordinates and then said that they need to go. They headed towards the stairs that led them from the ship to the head of a huge creature. One of the guys called out to our hero and his friends and asked them to wait. The guy waved his hand at them. The guy said that he had already been to the portal of the heavenly city and knew the route on the map, and therefore he could help. Our hero looked with a serious face at the boy who was offering them his help in the portal of the heavenly city. On behalf of our hero, the boy looked like a tied dog who kept asking and wanted to go with our hero. The guy sighed heavily, and then waved his hand and told the guy to come with them. The boy was very happy. A system menu appeared, in which it was written that Xingchen had joined our hero's team. Our heroes climbed onto one of the heads of a huge dragon-like creature, and it began to lift them into the sky. They were surprised at the enormous height. Our hero and the little raccoon stood and did nothing, and the second brother laughed, lying on his back. The huge creature rose higher and higher into the sky to bring our hero and his team to the right place. The two guys who stayed on board the ship said that up to 4 people could go through the portal and then wondered what they should do. The angry guys shouted to their friend that he was paying more attention to the suits than to his friends, and then shouted for him to be returned. The huge city to which our hero and his faithful comrades were heading was turned upside down. It was something unusual. The second brother asked how they would get to the city if it was upside down. One of the heads of the dragon-like creature said that although the Sky City was upside down, the perspective would automatically change upon arrival. The surprised boy shouted that even if the angle changed, they would actually be upside down and therefore would receive an unbreakable weakening. The head of a huge dragon-like creature brought our hero and his group to the portal. The creature said they had arrived. Turning away, the huge creature wished good luck to our hero and his group. Meanwhile, Chu Tiange was heading towards the entrance and said that they needed to go. A group of 4 players were ready to go on a wonderful journey. They stood near the entrance to the portal. After this, the players still entered this portal. The process of teleportation to the Celestial City began. They were a little worried. Our hero and his squad found themselves in the city they so fiercely wanted to get to. There were ruins all around. Having set foot on new, previously unexplored lands, it was unusual to see something new before my eyes. This is what the huge Celestial City looked like. His houses were destroyed, but they had blue glowing inserts. Approaching the city, the boy said that this was the central hall, the entrance to the Zerg lair, and they entered correctly, so it was right next to it. A system notification appeared in which it was written that the Zerg were attacking and exploding in the air. The brave one who burst into trouble would be poisoned by poisonous insects. The details were that players must defeat the Zerg leader and rebuild the Sky City in the repair zone. Time limit 20 minutes. Our heroes found themselves in a place unknown to them. The weakening of poisonous insects hung on them. The system said that this weakening could not be dispelled until they restored the city. The little raccoon was irritated by this unpleasant weakening. She said that the damage output would be reduced by 10%. The poisoned second brother said that it usually decreases by 6%. He looked bad. The boy, sighing heavily, said that this was a blessing of hatred, and our hero became upset and said that the critical hit would be reduced by 30%. After that, the little raccoon made a tired face and sighed heavily. He realized something only now. The second brother turned to the girl and asked what had happened to her. But it didn't happen to her. What happened in the end? The girl pointed at the angry Chu Tiange and said that their master hated mushrooms. The guy was furious. The boy began to walk somewhere. He shouted that they would quickly clear the level, and then this weakening would disappear. An enraged Chu Tiange yelled that this weakening was making him too angry, so they had to get rid of it first. Our hero and his squad approached some huge white stone with gold accents. It said that this was a recovery area. A system notification appeared in front of our hero, in which he had the choice of how to restore the city, restore it with materials, or restore it with gold coins. Our hero reached for the button on which it was written that he wanted to restore the city with gold coins. A system notification appeared that our hero was debited for restoration, first 100,000 gold coins, then 200,000 gold coins, and then twice 500,000 gold coins. The ruins of the city in which our heroes were located began to transform and change literally before our eyes. They were no longer ruins. The city was recovering little by little. Huge and beautiful roofs appeared on the houses. Our hero laughed and said that it was much cheaper than leveling up the guild, and added that the system has a conscience. All the players who watched him spend were in complete shock. The boy grabbed his chest and said that his heart suddenly ached from such spending. The girl laughed awkwardly and said that it was probably just the legendary rich stubbornness. The excited second brother closed his eyes. He said that he understood them, and he did too. The guy had sweat running down his face. Meanwhile, our hero's ship remained in the water in the same place, and the Celestial City began to transform in the sky. One of those two guys was very surprised and asked how they restored the heavenly city so quickly. The second one said it was very powerful. Meanwhile, everything was fine in the restored heavenly city. A system notification appeared stating that the city had been successfully repaired and the curse of the poisonous insects had been lifted. Our hero, second brother, little raccoon, and boy stood together and looked at this huge and beautiful city. Our hero watched all these huge buildings with great admiration, and it seems that he noticed something that plunged him into complete shock. Our hero noticed some kind of huge blue emblem that was on the building. Our hero thought about Mom and Dad. The surprised little raccoon turned to her young master and said that this was the sign of the Chu Family Research Institute. It was a huge and very tall tower, and there was a blue circle on it, which represented the mark of the Chu family's research institute. Our hero and his comrades slowly but surely moved through this huge city and watched everything. In front of them was a huge hall, and in the middle there was some kind of large circle that could send them somewhere. The boy pointed his finger at him and shouted that this was a teleportation point and was the entrance to the Zerg lair. The guy drew attention to the walls on which various events were depicted. He said that the last time he visited, there were no such frescoes. The little raccoon assumed that they were visible because their master had already restored the heavenly city. Our hero looked at these walls and tried to find some kind of connection. He thought and reflected a lot on this topic. In the place where our hero was located along with his squad, some small purple spiders began to appear. The little raccoon and the boy took notice of this and became more careful about everything around them. A group of similar spiders began to attack them. The girl screamed for her young master to be careful. Our hero turned around to see what was around. He was very angry and shouted that these creatures had already gotten him. The young man went into the system menu and then found the shield and pressed the button that activated it. The young man did not have time. A huge protective dome began to appear around our hero and his comrades. They were surprised by this. A huge horde of purple spiders appeared around this shield, which our hero had just activated. These nasty creatures tried to attack the barrier that our hero had set up to get inside. Our hero continued to look at the walls and think about everything he saw on them. The guy had it all spinning in his head. Our hero waved his hand and turned to his comrades. He said it was like the starry sky in the universe. His comrades were surprised. Our hero pointed to another drawing with his hand. He said that these are two planets that are very close. The guy kept pointing to the drawings and said that people exchange gifts, and one of the groups puts on a mask to play. The young man continued to conduct some strange logical chain in which he said that the mask could not be removed. The little raccoon, who listened attentively to our hero, said what was painted on this mask. Our hero looked at the mask and said that the pattern on the mask is the logo of the institute. What was happening here? Our hero turned to Xiao Tan and told the girl to write down all the frescoes, and when they returned, they would study them. The girl told our hero not to worry about it. Our hero headed somewhere. The guy waved his hand and said that then they should go further and study. They were ready to fight. Our hero took out his blade. The little raccoon took out his staff. The boy also took out his sword, and the second brother was going to use his shield. Our hero and his subordinates approached the edge of the protective dome, and then our hero removed it a little at a time. A huge number of purple creatures were waiting for them behind the dome. Our hero was going to defeat his enemies. He used the Furious Dragon Combination technique. The guy started throwing crushing blows at these little purple creatures and crushing them. No one could stop our hero because he was very strong and smart. The guy continued his advance. He ran through his huge number of small purple creatures and attacked them with his sword. He was very strong. Being furious, our hero did not even leave a chance to his enemies. He simply destroyed them without stopping. Having destroyed everyone, our hero waved his hand and said that they already needed to go. There were many small purple creatures killed around. The boy was shocked by the strength of our hero. The guy sighed heavily and said that he constantly felt as if he was of no use. The little raccoon slapped the young man on the back and laughed. She told the guy to just get used to it. Our hero and members of his squad entered a teleportation circle which was supposed to take them to another place. They stood in the center of this huge circle and waited for the process of movement to begin, and they would go to another place. Our hero and his comrades continued to stand in this circle, but nothing happened. They just stood there. Our hero made a serious face and then asked what would happen now and what they needed to do now to go. However, unexpectedly for our hero, the guy began to fall somewhere. He screamed in surprise and fear. The circle in which they stood was some kind of hatch, and when it opened, our hero and all the members of his squad fell with him. Everyone was very surprised and shocked. Our hero flew head down and gritted his teeth. The guy still didn't understand anything, and therefore was in shock. The second brother shouted that they were about to fall and then began to use some kind of defensive technique with his weapon. Our hero, falling down, turned to Ursh and told him to immediately increase his size. His faithful dog began to increase. The dog grew bigger and barked even louder. He looked at our hero and apparently fell along with them. As a result, all members of Chu Tianji's squad flew down, along with his faithful dog, who had greatly increased in size as ordered. They fell into some abandoned and unknown place. There were cracks and a lot of destruction everywhere. Even the building they fell into was essentially some kind of ruins that did not have a normal entrance or exit. Our hero landed on the ground and together with his comrades raised a huge amount of dust around. As a result, our hero's faithful dog Ursha became a hero, a soft pillow for all the players who fell from such a height. The girl stood up and cleared her throat. She said that everything was very good and they had a very soft landing. The surprised girl looked at Ursh, who was in a little shock from such a fall and also from saving everyone on himself. The girl asked if the dog was okay. Our hero called up the system menu and then went to the menu of his pets. He said the dog would be fine after some rest, but now he needed to go back. The surprised boy put his hands to his side and smiled. He said that it turns out that their boss is Chu Tianj. Our hero was very surprised. The little raccoon was happy that our hero was admired. The guy also smiled and said that, of course, what Brother Chu Yi did was the best. What was the guy talking about? Our hero, second brother, and little raccoon were very surprised. None of them expected such a shocking turn. Our hero was completely shocked by such statements from the boy. He smiled and said that he was right after all. Surprised, Chu Tianj turned to the boy and asked who he was. Nobody knew this information. The guy told our hero not to worry, and his father worked at the Chu Family Research Institute, and therefore he knows this logo. The guy also added that he guessed after their conversations. Our hero was very surprised by this statement, and therefore he asked again for this information. The boy added that his father was still involved in the ERA project. The boy added that his father said that there are very important things that are inseparable from the ERA. Our hero was even more surprised. He did not understand what was so important. The boy waved his hands and said that he didn't know because his father had an accident after that and was still in the hospital. Our hero asked if the boy was really playing the game for no reason. The guy replied that there were reasons for this, and then said that he really wanted to find out what this important thing was that his father was talking about. A lot of sand was falling all around. It was visible from all the cracks. Our hero was a little surprised by this and looked around. Chu Tianjie said that first they need to leave this place so that they can talk normally and discuss everything. Our hero, the little raccoon, the second brother, and the boy who was with them ran up the steps into the distance. They ran into some area where there were some stairs and sand all around. It looked like a castle, a huge castle of some creatures, which was made thanks to various holes and places dug out by these creatures. Our hero and his squad appeared before a crowd of some one-eyed, golden, and angry creatures. They were surprised. One-eyed creatures with red eyes and a golden tint were spitting some kind of white thing. These creatures seemed strong. The second brother turned to our hero and then told the whole squad that they were clearing creatures for the boss, and our hero was going to the boss. Our hero said that the second brother said the same thing as the third brother, and therefore he is good. The guy said it's called self-knowledge. Our hero's squad rushed into battle. They shouted forward furiously and went at their opponents with all their might. What happened next? Our hero began to make his way through the crowds of enemies, but these creatures were not so easy for his comrades. The guy turned around to ask how his comrades were doing, and was a little surprised by what he heard. It was difficult for them to resist these monsters. The second brother said that they were difficult to deal with, and the boy added that they repelled their attack. Our hero's sword caught fire. He rushed into battle to defeat everyone who offended his loyal comrades. The guy used some kind of technique, and therefore spun around and inflicted a huge amount of damage on each enemy. Everyone watched this battle. The second brother shouted that they would fight back, and the boy was surprised that our hero was controlling the damage. Our hero fought every monster. One by one he destroyed with his powerful blows and techniques. The young man ran through the crowd of these monsters and managed to inflict at least some damage on each one so that they would not get away with it. Our hero destroyed a huge number of these creatures and looked at his subordinates. He said there was no problem. The second brother and the boy were in complete shock. The surprised little raccoon turned to her second brother and asked him what happened there. Second brother said that they needed to calm down and think about the difference between them and their boss Chu Tiange. The second brother grabbed his head and shouted at him to think about it, how far they were from their boss. The surprised boy counted on his fingers what Chu Tiange was better at. He talked about levels, tasks, abilities, weapons. The boy assumed that it was all because of the appearance of immortality. Some kind of mountain of glowing weapons appeared. It seems they were all very cool and of very cool quality. Our hero, having dumped all this stuff, said that his comrades could choose anyone. They were all immortal, but not as good as him. The surprised little raccoon lit up. She was very happy, and there were stars in her eyes. She was surprised how much of it was before her eyes. The boy was also in complete shock. His eyes glowed with stars, and he himself shouted that this was too embarrassing for him. The second brother joined the others and also looked at it all with great delight. He said that fighting together with the boss was very cool. Finally, the girl was able to choose what she liked. She picked up some kind of staff with pink effects. The boy took himself a huge two-handed axe on which were the eyes and fangs of some kind of skull. The second brother chose a new glove for himself which contained his famous shield. The guy said it was time to try it. A huge crowd of these incomprehensible creatures was moving towards our hero and his subordinates. They wanted to kill them. The second brother and the little raccoon were advancing on the enemies, with Chu Tiange and the boy next to them. They all made their way together. Thanks to the new staff, the girl became much stronger, and now she could fight without any problems. The guy also acquired enormous strength. His large two-handed axe with a skull attacked all creatures without any problems. The second brother couldn't help but become stronger with the new boost he received, so he continued to unleash his attacks. Our hero, along with his comrades, continued to fight. He jumped into the huge crowd and used the evil dragon's earth-splitting technique. A whole explosion occurred, which destroyed all the creatures that came within the attack radius of our hero. The second brother said that it was a little practice. He also added that it was much more powerful than a first-class weapon. The girl said that she had never felt before that the young master's account was truly invincible. After some time, a whole hail of arrows flew at our heroes. Someone dared to try to shoot at them. Our hero was very surprised and shocked by what he saw. He looked at the place from which the arrows were flying and didn't really understand. Our hero shouted for everyone to take cover. The little raccoon ran away and the second brother covered himself with his shield. Our hero fought off all the arrows that flew at him. The guy continued to swing and fight off a hail of arrows that was flying straight at him, when he suddenly heard the cry of a small raccoon. The girl was sitting on her knees in the middle of a large number of arrows. One arrow was still able to hit the girl in the hand. Our hero shouted the girl's name and then wanted to rush to her aid to help her as soon as possible. Someone grabbed the girl by the tail from behind. It was some kind of mysterious person. The girl was quite scared because she didn't expect this at all. The second brother, the boy and our hero, were very shocked by this outcome and they did not know what to do. It was some guy with white and short hair. He held the girl by the tail and told this little beauty not to move.